It's currently the year 2624, and at Lijiang City Second Academy, the job transfer ceremony is taking place. This is extremely important for the students, but even more so for this young man. A year ago, he transmigrated into this world as Joey. He hadn't even had time to adapt to his new identity when his mother passed away. And soon after, his younger sister, Jo Yun, suddenly contracted a strange illness. Medical expenses kept rising, and his income from part-time jobs wasn't enough. Therefore, during this job transfer, Joey was forced to become a combat profession to earn money in dark zones, so he could take his sister to a higher-ranking pastor. As luck would have it, Joey actually activated a system during the ceremony, receiving a beginner's gift package with a hidden profession, a super VIP profession in this world. After the goddess's blessing, Joey received three choices: Light Mage, Holy Pastor, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a purely offensive profession. Although it emits great energy, it doesn't have many defensive skills. In this world dominated by foreign races, it's very easy to get injured and lose your life. The Holy Pastor has many protective skills and also masters the heaven-defying resurrection skill. Unfortunately, their combat ability is too weak, too dependent on others, and thus not suitable for him. The Holy Knight is a comprehensive profession with absolute power. Defensively, they can withstand. Offensively, they can attack. Although there are no outstanding skills, with divine light and innate talent, it's actually the most suitable for him. Thinking this, Joey decided to choose the Holy Knight profession. Congratulations on becoming a Holy Knight. Level 10. After Joey completed the ceremony, his classmates immediately rushed over, fawning over him. Class monitor, that's impressive. Can I join your college entrance exam team? I want to ride on your coattails. I'm a summoner. Our team can definitely get a high score. I'm a mage. Take me with you. Don't gather here, disperse. An alumnus pushed the students aside then, with shining eyes, looked at Joey and said, "Your performance wasn't bad. Go home and rest well today, and come to the principal's office tomorrow." Back in his room, Joey finally had time to delve deeper into his personal stats. Strength 20. Physique 18, Agility 17, Intellect 15, Unallocated Attribute Points 10. After the job transfer, not only did his attributes increase significantly, but he also gained unallocated points. Prioritize strength, then physique. Enough attack power can kill demon beasts more effectively. As he thought, Joey manipulated the system, increasing his strength by 6 points, while his physique and agility each increased by 2 points. He could feel a surge of power boiling within his body. This was the change brought by the attribute points. Detected first attribute point allocation for the job class. Activating Holy Knight's quest. Daily quests will allow you to randomly choose 2 of the rewards below. Reward 1. Receive an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Accept or decline. Such attractive rewards. Of course, Joey chose to accept. Matching a random training ground suitable for your level. Matching successful. Eliminate E-grade Galabi demon beasts. Please take this trial seriously. If you are eliminated in the trial, you will also disappear in reality. After the notification, Joey was teleported to another space. He vigilantly observed his surroundings. A mine. That's right. The textbook mentioned that Galabi demon beasts mainly live in mines. Although they are not carnivorous demon beasts, like other demon beasts, they become violent and bloodthirsty when they see humans. Sensing danger behind him, Joey quickly leaped up high, easily avoiding the Galabi demon beast's surprise attack. As it was his first time facing a demon beast, Joey decided not to use his skills to see if he could defeat the demon beast with only basic attacks. His body became much more flexible, and his jumping power also increased. It was because his 4-dimensional attributes had increased. Just as Joey was feeling smug for repeatedly dodging Galabi's attacks, he was unexpectedly stabbed in the stomach by its razor-sharp tail. Only then did Joey get serious and immediately used a skill. Gradual Healing Level 1, Grade C. Within 30 seconds, within a certain range, it restores a certain amount of health to 2 teammates. Even a low-level demon beast cannot be underestimated. Seeing the demon beast charge to attack again, Zhou Yi consecutively used two moves, Pure White Blade and Tiger Charge, to counterattack. Pure White Blade Level 1 Grade C. Concentrated Power uses both arms to draw a cross, forming a cross-shaped blade to attack surrounding enemies. After being hit, enemies will take light attribute magic damage and enter a stunned state. Tiger Charge Level 4 Grade B. Grabs an enemy in front and rushes forward a certain distance, then throws them, dealing more attack damage to enemies hit while rushing. Finally, after Zhou Yi's combo punches, the Galabi Demon Beast was officially defeated. Galabi Demon Beast eliminated. Trial completed. Grade A. Please choose your reward. Reward 1. Receive 10 additional attribute points. Reward 2. Receive the Paladin skill. Reward 3. Receive a random Paladin equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the source of power for professionals. Currently, I don't need to level up skills urgently, so free attribute points are the best choice. A suitable weapon would also be a great help for my future trials. Luckily, the system rewards weapons. Otherwise, with my current financial capabilities, I wouldn't be able to buy any weapons. Choose attribute points and random equipment. Received reward, 10 free attribute points. Received reward, crude one-handed sword. Leaving the trial grounds, Zhou Yi returned to his familiar room. Just then, his phone rang. The screen displayed a preset notification. 5 p.m. Go to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun was sitting on her hospital bed, watching the news, when the TV suddenly turned off. The head nurse, holding the remote control, raised a bill and loudly demanded, "It's time to pay for the medication. 10,000. 10,000. Zhou Yun trembled as she took the bill. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it always 5,000 before? Is there some mistake? My brother works 3 jobs a month just to earn 5,000. Where am I supposed to find the rest of the money?" The head nurse angrily replied, "This month you took a lot of medicine, inhibitors, and stabilizers, and we called the pastor once. You fell ill 3 times in the middle of the month, making all the night shift nurses busy taking care of you. How can a young girl like you speak so unpleasantly? If you think there's a problem, go check it yourself." Zhou Yun quickly clarified, "I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand. Let me tell you this, if you don't have the fate of the rich, don't get rich people's diseases. The poor should accept it. If you can't afford it, then don't." Before the head nurse could finish her sentence, a hand slammed down hard on her shoulder, making her jump and turn around. "Nurse, I think I heard you scolding a patient." This sharp-tongued nurse, I wonder if she'll be able to say anything when she gets to the director's office. A middle-aged man said with a half-smile. Next to him was a tall, burly bodyguard, which made the nurse a little wary. This person doesn't seem like a good person, she thought to herself, and very tactfully left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Zhou Yun, today's medical expenses must be paid. "Who are you people?" Zhou Yun asked cautiously, secretly wondering, "Are they debt collectors?" The man pulled out a business card and replied with a smile, "You're Miss Zhou Yun, right? I'm a friend of your brother's." A moment later, Zhou Yi, holding the hospital bill, pushed open the door and entered. "Xiao Yun, I just paid the bill. The hospital system shows there are 100,000 in the account. Do you know what happened?" Zhou Yi took his eyes off the bill and looked up at Xiao Yun. Seeing 2 unfamiliar men, he cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi. My name is Zhao Wenbin. I'm the mayor's secretary, and I'd like to discuss something with you." With that, he extended a hand forward. The mayor is the #1 figure in Guangxi City, and sometimes the mayor's secretary can even represent the mayor himself. Why would someone like that come looking for me? Zhou Yi politely shook Zhao Wenbin's hand. "It's not convenient to talk in the patient room. Let's go somewhere else." Zhao Wenbin gladly agreed, and before leaving, he carefully instructed the bodyguard to stay with Zhou Yun. News of Zhou Yi receiving a hidden profession was continuously reported by the media, so it wasn't hard to find people discussing him now. For example, the three female students sitting in the coffee shop, not far from Zhou Yi's table. Have you seen the hot search yet? The second academy has a hidden profession. His name seems to be Zhou Yi, and here are the photos their school released. He looks quite handsome. Hearing this, Zhao Wenbin smiled and said to Zhou Yi, Mr. Zhou, congratulations on receiving an S-rank talent, protection of the holy angel, and becoming a holy knight. It was just luck. Getting an S-rank talent during a normal profession transfer ceremony is impossible with just luck. The mayor values this highly and specifically instructed the media not to bother you. At this, he took out a box containing a key and continued. He also specifically arranged some cultivation resources for you to use in preparation for the college entrance exam. The resources are stored in the Citibank safe deposit box. This is the only key to it. If you have any other requests, just say so. It seems the mayor believes I have great potential to become a prominent figure, which is why he's investing in me without hesitation. This can only be beneficial, not harmful. However, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The mayor clearly hopes that one day I can repay him. Seeing Zhou Yi's silence, Zhao Wenbin pulled out his trump card. Starting today, a professional medical team will be serving Miss Zhou Yun 24/7. Furthermore, the mayor has contacted a level 36 second-turn cleric, who will specially come to Guangxi City in 1 month to treat Miss Zhou Yun. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately accepted the mayor's assistance. After talking with Zhao Wenbin, Zhou Yi returned to Zhou Yun and told her everything. Zhou Yun couldn't help but exclaim after listening. So, you've really shot to the stars, haven't you? Can I be your foot jewelry? Zhou Yi playfully tapped Zhou Yun's forehead. Stop talking nonsense. You need to focus on recovering now. At this moment, Zhou Yun asked curiously, every profession has exclusive skills. What are yours? Hearing this, Zhou Yi remembered something. After his profession transfer, 3 exclusive Holy Knight skills appeared. Pure White Blade for offense, Slow Healing for recovery, and Weapon Blessing for support. Slow Healing can restore HP. I can try it on my sister. Zhou Yi placed his hand on Zhou Yun's head, then tried to activate the skill. It feels so comfortable, like being in a hot spring, then getting a full body massage. Xiao Yun, do you feel better? Zhou Yun, who had been engrossed in the soothing sensation, suddenly snapped out of it, her face full of excitement as she told her brother, It doesn't hurt anymore, and my hands are warm too. You're amazing, big brother. Zhou Yi lovingly looked at his sister, secretly happy. Choosing the Holy Knight profession, besides considering its strength, was also partly due to Zhou Yun's strange illness. After all, Holy Knights are also considered nanny professions. Although he couldn't completely cure Zhou Yun, being able to alleviate some of her tormenting pain was good enough. The next day, Principal Luo Hang personally led Zhou Yi to his office. Along the way, the principal happily recounted, Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me wanting to offer direct admission. My phone was about to explode. And today, just for a moment, 4 teachers from top 10 schools have already called. You perform well and strive to get the best resources. These teachers are all second term, level 35 or higher profession holders. If you can get direct admission there, you will definitely receive top-tier training in the future. Principal, which schools are they? Zhou Yi inquired. Yongyang University, Chuanan University, Anji University, and Hanqing University. The top 3 universities didn't call. The top 3 universities have always based admissions on college entrance exam scores, not talent or profession, so they don't arrange direct admissions. As soon as they reached the office door, Zhou Yi and the principal heard quarreling inside. Old Zhao, Sichuan province, is over 4,000 kilometers from Guangxi City. You're not using a specialized fighter jet, are you? What's a fighter jet? I used a super long-distance teleportation array. Each time a super long-distance teleportation array is activated, it consumes a level 30 demon core. You actually dared to use it? For a genius, what wouldn't I be willing to use? Zhou Yi, our Chuanan University has secured you. Then let's just rely on our respective abilities. At this moment, Luo Hung pushed the door open and entered, saying with a proud expression, "Distinguished admissions teachers, the genius student Zhou Yi has arrived." Then he turned to introduce each person to Zhou Yi. "This is teacher Zhao Qianfu from Yongyan University, teacher Li Bing from Chuanan University, teacher Chu Nak from Hanqing University, and teacher Nak Yuan from Anji University." Zhou Yi immediately bowed to greet the teachers. This action pleased them greatly. He wasn't arrogant because he had changed his profession to a high-level hidden profession. He was neither haughty nor impulsive. A good child. Not bad at all. At this moment, Zhao Qianfu got straight to the point. "Let me state Yongyan University's conditions. As long as you come to our university, you'll get 2 million low-grade coins and 3 exclusive Saint Knight skill books." Zhou Yi was a little surprised after hearing this. An ordinary family only earns 6,000 coins a month, but Yongyan University offered 2 million in one go, plus exclusive Saint Knight skill books that ordinary people couldn't even dream of touching. Not even the mayor offered him resources of this caliber. Is that all? Yongyan University is as stingy as ever. Li Bing laughed mockingly, then offered, "Student Joey, if you enroll at Chuanan University, you'll receive 3 million, 3 exclusive Saint Knight skill books per year, and direct instruction from a level 56 third-rank Saint Knight." Level 56, that's an existence closest to the peak on Blue Star. If he could become his disciple, his future would be incredibly bright. Luo Hung secretly marveled, but when he heard teacher Chu Nak speak, he was even more shocked. "You guys still aren't sincere enough. Enrolling at Hanqing University doesn't offer much money, 2 million, but as soon as you enroll, I will immediately gift you a B-grade cultivation resource." A B-grade cultivation resource. Luo Hung couldn't help but exclaim, then stared intently at Zhou Yi as if to say, "Hurry up and agree." B-grade cultivation resources aren't something you can buy with money. Those rare treasures can train even a pig into the strongest demon beast. Despite the attractive direct admission offers from the 4 universities, Zhou Yi actually refused because he wanted to test into the top 3 universities. Among the top 10 universities, the top 3, Swan University, Qingjing University, and Modi University, hold the most extraordinary status and are referred to as the top 3 universities of Central Xia. They only admit 1,000 new students each year, and the admission quota is not limited to humans. Alien races such as elves and giants can also test into the top 3 universities. The strength of alien races is inherently stronger than humans, and coupled with the vast land and abundant resources of Central Xia, geniuses are everywhere, making it truly as difficult as ascending to heaven to test into the top 3 universities. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Yi's reason for refusal, Zhao Qianfu erupted with power, angrily scolding, "I thought he was a promising talent, but he turned out to be someone who doesn't know his place. I've also looked through your files. 18 years ago, there were too many shortcomings and no good resources to make up for them. Weak strength, low attribute values. Not to mention that with your current abilities, it's very difficult to get into the top 3 universities. Even if you did, you'd be at the very bottom, and without strong and precise training, you'd be nothing more than this your whole life." Zhou Yi tried to stand firm, sighing inwardly. Such powerful aura. If it were the old me, I would have already knelt on the ground. Li Hung then stood in front of Zhou Yi, also unleashing his power to counter Zhao Qianfu's aura. "Teacher Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to bully my student on my territory?" Chu Nak stood observing Zhou Yi, secretly evaluating. To be able to withstand Zhao Qianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths, this child is indeed extraordinary. Zhao Qianfu knew he had been a bit rash, so he withdrew his pressure and left. Admissions don't just consider potential, but also character. With such a character, even if directly admitted, it's difficult to become truly accomplished. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Principal Luo. Student Zhou Yi has great aspirations, so I shouldn't stay long either. The other 2 teachers followed Zhao Qianfu and left as well. Seeing this, Luo Hung quickly chased after them, speaking up for Zhou Yi. Suddenly, Only he and teacher Chunak were left in the room. You are very brave, but what teacher Zhao said isn't unreasonable. There are countless geniuses in Central Xia, and with alien races whose strength is already greater than humans, wanting to get into the top 3 universities is truly as difficult as ascending to heaven. Zhou, he confidently replied, I will use my college entrance exam results to prove my strength. There's still a month until the college entrance exam. With the system's assistance, he can definitely raise his strength to an unimaginable level. By then, he can choose any of the top 3 universities. How long has it been since I've seen such a deep, determined look? It's like going back to the days of fighting on the front lines. After living in peace for so long, my way of thinking has become centered on stability, creating a generational gap with the younger generation. Chunak looked at Joey for a long time, then turned and walked out the door, smiling as she said, All right then, I'll await your performance in the college entrance exam. Goodbye, student Joey. Time flew by like a dog running through a field. A month passed in a blink of an eye, and the college entrance exam arrived. In the hall, the students were constantly discussing. This time, the college entrance exam's question setter is Yang the Great Demon King. We're screwed. A few years ago, he was the one who set the questions, and our province's average score directly dropped to the lowest in history. Have you heard? Zhou Yi rejected the direct enrollment. He wants to test into those 3 top universities. No way. He's too boastful. Even a genius from the province or the city wouldn't dare say they're guaranteed to pass. What's he relying on? Just because he has a rare hidden class, he's acting so arrogant. This time he's going to fall flat on his face. The admission fee is over $1 million. If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. What a waste. Just then, Joey appeared. The young man who was just enthusiastically badmouthing Zhou, he suddenly stared blankly at him, then said in a somewhat unusual tone, How come Zhou, he doesn't seem like his old self? He has a powerful aura about him. Dungeon unlocked. After a loud shout, the dungeon information appeared. Dungeon Secret Realm, deep within the dark forest. Level 10 to 13. Difficulty, easy, hard, and nightmare. Required players, 1 to 5. Note, deep within the dark forest are filled with cat demons and minotaurs. They are inherently evil and enjoy cannibalism. Damn it, it's actually deep within the dark forest. It's not like there's a swamp terrain inside too, is there? Cat demons are nimble. Minotaurs have tough skin and thick flesh. Yang the Demon King really doesn't want us to live. The maximum number of players required for a dungeon party corresponds to the dungeon's difficulty. Previous years' exams required a maximum of 3 players, but this time it's up to 5. As the examinees were complaining, Li Xiangyang walked up to them and loudly reminded them, Remember, act within your capabilities. If you encounter life-threatening danger in the dungeon, immediately use a scroll to return. Dying in the dungeon means dying outside as well. It's better to fail the college entrance exam than to lose your life. Time's up. All examinees prepare to enter the dungeon. As soon as Li Xiangyang finished speaking, the examinees here transformed into rays of light and were teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, the large screens also began displaying images of the examinees in the dungeon for everyone to observe live. Class 1 Sun Chong. Profession, Warrior. Challenge level, Hard. Party size, 1 person. Class 1 Mu Qin. Profession, Assassin. Challenge level, Hard. Party size, 1 person. Class 1 Long Fei Wang Fong, Sun Jian. Profession, Elementalist, Archer, Nether Mage. Challenge level, Hard. Party size, 3 people. Class 5 Zhou. Profession, Holy Knight. Challenge level, Nightmare. Party size, 1 person. Class 2 Zhang Wei, Wang Li. Zhao Tianhong, Yong Erling. Profession, Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Alchemist. Challenge level, Hard. Party size, 4 people. No wonder they're the rocket class. Besides 1 2-person party, they're basically all soloing the dungeon. Soloing means getting all the experience points. The higher the exam score, the higher the risk of death. Only the big shots from the rocket class would dare to do that. Everyone was discussing animatedly when suddenly an excited girl pointed at Zhou Yi's screen and shouted, "Everyone, quickly look! That's Zhou Yi, solo clearing a nightmare-level dungeon." At the same time, in a VIP seating area, the director of the Education Bureau, Jiao Tao, was staring at the screen with his mouth agape. This. He slammed his hand on the table, turned to Luo Hang sitting next to him, and angrily yelled, "A Holy Knight's support abilities are incredibly strong. No matter which team they cooperate with, they'll absolutely dominate. Why does Zhou Yi have to clear the dungeon alone?" And he even chose Nightmare difficulty, which has a death rate of over 40%. Principal Luo, this month, the city has given Zhou Yi a lot of resources to help him achieve the best results. If he dies in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government will be severely affected. His actions are basically completely disregarding the government's training. Luo Hang quickly offered a conciliatory smile and opened his mouth to reassure him. "Director Jia, don't worry. Zhou Yi isn't a careless person. He definitely has a few aces up his sleeve." Back with Zhou Yi, he was moving when he suddenly noticed a shadow moving at high speed across the high branches. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious as he took out his weapon and got into a defensive stance. One-bladed axe, bronze. After equipping a long-handled axe, strength +7, agility -2. Very quickly, a monster pounced down from a high branch, extending its claws toward Zhou Yi. Perfect timing. D. Shouting loudly, Zhou Yi swung his axe down, splitting the monster in half. Strength 45, Constitution 51, Agility 43, Intelligence 52. Zhou Yi contentedly closed his personal panel and muttered, "In just 1 month, even though I'm only level 10, the average value of each attribute has reached 47 points, equivalent to a level 13 professional. Looking at the entire Shuang province, I can already be considered among the top examinees." Next, Zhou Yi smiled and said, "You don't dare to come? Then I'll launch the attack." He actively charged towards the monsters hiding behind the bushes. The weapon in his hand was now covered in a golden aura. Weapon Blessing Level 4, Grade C. Condenses holy light, can increase the strength, physical attack power, and critical hit rate of weapons for teammates within a certain range. Zhou Yi was like a tiger among sheep, taking down one monster with each swing of his axe, without exception. Under the effect of the S-Rank talent, Holy Angel's Protection, the Weapon Blessings effect, a Holy Knight's exclusive skill, was also enhanced, increasing the one-bladed axe's strength by an additional 21 points. Such a powerful buff would surely be envied by other examinees if they knew. After all, the college entrance examination dungeon limits the use of bronze weapons of 3 stars or below. But my one-bladed axe, after being buffed, can rival a 5-star bronze weapon. In the college entrance examination, every single attribute is extremely valuable, and this is enough to create a huge gap between me and others. At this moment, another group of monsters attacked Zhou Yi from behind. Zhou Yi retracted his weapon, turned around, and softly mumbled, "Pure white blade." From his hands, a cross-shaped beam of light flew towards the monsters, slicing them into pieces that fell to the ground. Pure white blade has been raised to level 5. It already has strong light attribute damage, and with the Holy Angel's protection buff, it can directly eliminate low-level monsters. Muttering to himself, Zhou Yi casually grabbed a monster's sever-clawed limb and forcefully threw it at a distant monster, the one that had fortunately escaped his skill. The limb with sharp claws whizzed towards the monster, piercing its abdomen and impaling it against a tree trunk behind. At the same time, outside the dungeon, through the large screen, the audience excitedly cheered as they watched Zhou Yi's performance. Wow, that was dangerous. Senior Zhou's skill timing is too precise. It seems he unleashed pure white blade the instant he was attacked. Too insane. They were crushed in one blow. So satisfying. Senior Zhou is truly mighty and dominant. I once saw this axe at the mall. It's very heavy. How does Senior Zhou use it as if he's just playing? Could it be that he put all his free attribute points into strength? Hearing this, Tang Tianjun frowned. As a teacher, his observation skills were better than these students, allowing him to see much more. No, everyone look closely. Zhou Yi's speed is even faster than the cat demon. Not just speed, his skill casting is also incredibly fast, and the power of his magic is very strong. Among his free attributes, intelligence is definitely not low. The angle of his axe swing, control of attack range, and force of his blows are all incredibly well controlled. He truly is a combat genius. After speaking, Tang Tianjun even cast an envious look towards Li Xiangyang and muttered, "How did such a good prospect initially get placed in Class 5? Elsewhere, Jia Tao spoke with a serious expression. "Zhou, he has a very strong combat awareness. But what he did was truly unwise. Dealing with the first wave of cat demons only wastes stamina. Nightmare dungeons not only have strong monsters, but also an extremely large number of them. Even the best mages can fail due to running out of magic power. The weight of the battle axe is a great burden for the professional himself. If he only swings the axe once or twice, he might not feel it yet, but continuously swinging it hundreds of times, he wouldn't even have the strength to hold his battle axe anymore, ultimately being torn to shreds by those cat demons." At this moment on the screen, the audience saw a new wave of monsters charging toward Zhou Ti, and immediately erupted in commotion. The next wave of cat demons arrived so quickly, there's no time to even breathe. That's too cruel. There must be at least over 100 cat demons. Can Senior Zhou Yi do it this time? All the audience members focused their attention, full of anticipation for Zhou Yi's performance. In the dungeon, Zhou Yi did not disappoint them. He skillfully combined weapons and skills, quickly dealing with this wave of monsters. When the last monster fell, a small vortex appeared in front of Zhou Yi and gradually expanded. This is the entrance to the next stage. Softly speaking, Zhou Yi resolutely stepped into the vortex. No sooner had he emerged from the vortex than a large group of monsters was already waiting in front of Zhou Yi. Outside the dungeon, MCCACA pointed at Zhou Yi's screen, broadcasting live to the viewers. "Welcome to Ava's live broadcast. I am CACA, your favorite MC. Currently on air is the competition performance of the Second Academy's most famous top student, the one with S+ talent, the most radiant Holy Knight, Zhou. He completed the first stage of the Nightmare level dungeon with astonishing efficiency, taking only 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, what kind of concept is this? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That's a full 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion." Due to his overwhelming enthusiasm, CACA almost pressed his face against the camera, making the cameraman reluctantly say, "Please, don't block the camera anymore." Nearby, a worshipful female audience member spoke up, running and slashing all the way, only breathing slightly at the very last monster. What is Senior Zhou Yi's physique stat anyway? Zhang Feifei wiggled her finger and added, "The profession instructor said that expending too much stamina on the first wave of magic beasts was unwise. Now it seems we can't really say for sure." In the front row, Li Xiangyang reminded her, "Zhang Feifei, quietly watch the competition." The profession instructor's words might also be false. Zhang Feifei covered her mouth and teased, "Teacher Li, I see you're also smiling happily." "Don't talk nonsense." Though he said that, Li Xiangyang was also a bit uncertain, squeezing his face and murmuring, "Is the smile on my face that obvious?" Senior Zhou has entered the gate. No one knew who shouted, but everyone stopped discussing and focused on the big screen. In the dungeon, thanks to his appraisal skill, the information of the monsters clearly appeared in Zhou Yi's eyes. Monster Minotaur, level 14. Quality Silver. Skills Berserk, Savage Charge, War Stomp Dominance. Monster Fluorescent Cat Demon, level 12. Quality Bronze. Skills Light Mastery, Healing Spell. Monster Blazing Cat Demon, level 13. Physique Bronze. Skills Fire Mastery, Fireball Spell, Flamethrower. Monster Cursed Cat Demon, level 11. Quality Bronze. Skills Dark Mastery, Curse Spell. Zhou Yi mused, Normal cat demons as warriors, fluorescent cat demons as healers, blazing cat demons and cursed cat demons as mages. And also the high-damage silver minotaurs, warrior, healer, mage, a classic coordinated team. If the first stage involved dealing with scattered soldiers, then the second stage is about facing a well-trained army. The threat of death instantly jumped hundreds of times over. Without giving Joey much time to think, the monsters had already begun to organize their attack. The melee monsters immediately charged forward, while the mages stood in place casting spells. Just then, black arms suddenly sprouted from the ground, grabbing Joey, immobilizing him, and forcing him to face the monsters head-on, along with the incoming fireballs. Outside, some audience members gasped at the sight. Senior Joey has been cursed by a cat demon. Oh my God, it's dangerous. Inside the dungeon, Joey, facing this dangerous situation, smiled and said, "Warriors charging, priests buffing, mages casting support spells. They're quite coordinated." Joey waited until the leading monster's claws were just a short distance from him, then raised both hands and shouted, "Holy Cross!" Instantly, a large cross-shaped beam of light appeared, emitting a golden glow, engulfing the entire horde of monsters. Holy Cross Level 4 B rank summons Holy Light, forming a cross behind, causing enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by light attribute damage for several seconds. Screams of agony echoed. When the golden light faded, what lay before Joe was no longer a horde of menacing monsters, but a forest of corpses scattered on the ground. Outside, Jia Tao's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "He's too strong." All the low-level monsters were instantly killed. Who told me that paladins are a support class? That's a B-rank area of effect divine attack skill. Like talents, skills are also divided into ranks. From lowest to highest, there are 7 ranks. The higher the rank, the stronger the effect, and the rarer it is. Meanwhile, Jia Tao also had some doubts. The government provides C-rank skills at most. How could he have a B-rank skill? This kid, Joey, is not simple at all. Back in the dungeon, all the monsters were dead, with only one minotaur remaining. Joey pointed his weapon at the monster and taunted, "Only you left. Come on." Immediately after, everyone saw the minotaur activate its berserk and overlord body skills on itself. Next, it used the war stomp skill, stomping its foot hard on the ground, creating a fissure that ran straight to where Joey stood. Joey reacted quickly, jumping high to dodge. While Joey was airborne and unable to evade, the minotaur used its savage charge skill, rushing towards him. Because it was an overlord body state, no damage could interrupt its charge. Joey had no intention of avoiding it either. He used the aerial slash skill, clashing head-on with the minotaur and successfully knocking it back. Then, Joey crossed his arms, using the pure white blade skill to draw a cross-shaped light towards the minotaur, and simultaneously rushed forward. The pure white blade cut into the minotaur, causing it to scream in pain as its massive body fell backward. Immediately after, Joey appeared before it, raising his weapon high. Thick skin, tough flesh. Muttering softly, Joey brought his weapon down without hesitation, splitting the minotaur's body in two. The minotaur was not dead yet. It lay in a pool of blood, its eyes wide open, staring at Joey. Joey walked over with a cold expression, lifted his foot, and stomped directly on the minotaur's head. This time, Joey could be sure the minotaur was truly gone, because he once again saw the familiar swirling vortex appear beside him. Looking at the vortex, Joey secretly thought, "The next stage is the boss stage." Outside the dungeon, the audience was already in an uproar. Many couldn't contain their excitement and stood up, shouting, "Holy cow! He chopped off the head of a 4-meter-tall minotaur with one axe swing. That's unbelievable. Don't forget that Minotaur was in berserk state. This power is just insane. Those consecutive moves were so cool. Senior Joey, I love you." The MC looked at his watch and exclaimed, "The second stage only took 59 seconds." Even Jia Tao had to stand up and applaud, praising, "Excellent, truly excellent." Accurate skill placement, absolute control over his power. It's hard to believe this is just a student who's been a job changer for only a month. Then Jia Tao turned to Luo Hang and said with a smile, Principal Luo, congratulations. The Second Academy is about to have a prodigy emerge. Luo Hang also happily replied, Every dog has its day. It's about time our Second Academy had a talent appear too. Full of anticipation, he secretly thought, since the school's founding, the most outstanding student in the college entrance exam from the Second Academy ranked 72nd in the entire province. Perhaps Joey this time can take the Second Academy to a new height. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, Why isn't Senior Joey resting for a bit? He's already entered the boss stage. Everyone hurriedly looked at the screen. When they saw that Joey truly hadn't rested and had entered the vortex, Jia Tao angrily cursed, Foolish! If he doesn't recover to his best state and loses his advantage when fighting the boss, that'll be a huge loss. Luo Hang quickly spoke up to soothe him. Joey must have his reasons for doing so. We just need to wait patiently. In his mind, Luo Hang speculated. Suing Province is a densely populated province with an abundance of geniuses. To even aim for the top 100 students in the province, they basically all choose to clear nightmare-level dungeons solo. For the same difficulty, to become the champion, one must clear the stage in the shortest time. Back in the dungeon, as soon as Zhou Yi entered the third stage, he saw the boss monster sitting not far away. So, he used the appraisal skill on the boss. Monster, Minotaur King. Level 16. Aptitude Gold. Skills unknown. The level difference is too great to be probed. Note, King of the Minotaur Monster Tribe. Human, dare to set foot in my palace, then prepare to die. As he spoke, the Minotaur King charged forward, raising its weapon and swinging it down at Zhou Yi's position. Dawn's blessing bestow courage. God bless and protect. A series of skills were used simultaneously by Zhou Yi. Then Zhou Yi, in full armor, appeared behind the boss, waving his hand and saying, Listen you, I'm here. Full buff applied. Elementary Holy Knight form. The boss angrily turned its head, and Zhou Yi also rushed forward to attack. Against Zhou Yi's attack, the Minotaur King simply extended its hand to block. Even with 4 additional buff skills, it still couldn't harm its physical body. Feeling it was unbelievable, Zhou Yi dodged to the front of the Minotaur King and struck another blow at its body. But he felt as if he was striking a metal plate, sparks flying. The Minotaur King roared furiously, swinging its weapon down at Zhou Yi's position, creating an earthquake and sending dust flying high. Zhou Yi fortunately managed to dodge the attack. As he escaped the cloud of smoke and dust, he saw a flash of purple light. A second later, the Minotaur King suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yi and swung its weapon. Zhou Yi had no time to dodge. His body was sent flying, smashing through 5 large pillars before coming to a stop. Luckily, he had the Holy Knight's defensive armor, otherwise, his bones would have been shattered. Excellent. First time fighting. It lets me know what to do. That mace blow wasn't in vain. Softly speaking, Zhou Yi slowly raised his right hand and called out, Spear of Victory. In an instant, many small golden vortices appeared around Zhou Yi. Following that, golden spearheads emerged from within the vortices, launching straight towards the Minotaur King in the distance. Spear of Victory, Level 3, Rank C. Launches a spear condensed from divine power at the enemy. Enemies hit will take immense damage. Seeing this, the Minotaur King swung its weapon to block. No matter how many spears Zhou Yi launched, he couldn't harm it in the slightest. After a while, a notification appeared before Zhou Yi. Warning, magic power is low. Please replenish magic power. Zhou Yi just glanced at it and ignored it. He continued to maintain the skill, and at the same time, quickly thought of a countermeasure. The Minotaur King is really strong. Its physique and strength are both superior to mine. Trying to suppress it with strength is impossible. Normally, people would choose to kite it to death, but doing so won't guarantee a win. Considering the examiner's objective, they surely wouldn't put students in danger. So there must be multiple ways to solve it. During my fight with the Minotaur King, I sensed that its agility attribute is very low. If I attack continuously from multiple angles, it will be difficult for it to respond. Thinking so, Zhou controlled the spears to attack from different directions. The effect was immediately apparent. Some spears successfully pierced the Minotaur King's knees. Warning: magic power is low. Please replenish magic power. Zhou clenched his fist, detonating those spears and forcing the Minotaur to its knee. Aside from poor agility, the Minotaur King also has a weakness in resistance. The Minotaur King has high endurance and HP, but when attacked, it is easily negatively affected and severely damaged. Therefore, I must continuously unleash high damage skills in a short period. But to do that, I need to accurately time the skill execution and the number of releases. Otherwise, before I can kill the Minotaur King, I'll run out of magic power and lose the qualification to compete. With everything calculated, Zhou knew his chance had come. He took advantage of the Minotaur still being on its knee, fully controlling the spears to launch at it from all directions and immediately detonate them. Warning: magic power is low. Please replenish magic power. I want to unleash a powerful move, but unfortunately, there's no more time. Softly speaking, Chao Yi directly rushed towards the Minotaur King. He drew his weapon, delivered a finishing blow, splitting its body in half. Congratulations on clearing the forest dungeon. Nightmare difficulty of the Netherworld Secret Realm. Clearance time: 9 minutes 24 seconds. Your test time has been saved. Your clearance score is SSS-Rank. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the top scorer in this dungeon clear. Hearing this announcement, Chao Yi was a bit dazed and murmured, "The top scorer? Could it be that I've been recognized as the top scorer of the Swan County exam?" But very quickly, Chao Yi reacted. He joyfully clenched his fist and softly exclaimed, "Great, I did it!" Chao Yi thought to himself. In the years since transmigrating here, his mother passed away from illness, and his younger sister became gravely ill. Towering foreign debts, Xiao Van's treatment costs, all of it had crushed him, leaving him breathless. But in those harsh circumstances, he chose not to give up. If there's no way to increase attribute points, then he'd risk his life practicing combat skills, forging his will to fight. The appearance of the system offered him a second chance to change his life, yet it held his destiny in its hands. He had to seize this opportunity and work harder than anyone else. He was determined. He couldn't waver. It's time to return. With that, Chao Yi regained control of his emotions, unequipped the armor on his body, and stepped towards the vortex. System notification: congratulations, you have gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. Level ascended to level 11. Level ascended to level 12. Level ascended to level 13. Congratulations, you have received equipment, Tropical Forest Belt. Attributes: Physique plus 10. Strength plus 7. Required level, level 10. Set effect: when fighting in the jungle, you will continuously receive buffs based on your physique. Regeneration rate x3. Stamina recovery rate x3. Mana recovery rate x3. Congratulations, you have received equipment, Tropical Forest Ring. Required level, level 10. Set effect: when fighting in the jungle, you will continuously receive buffs based on your physique. Regeneration rate x3. Stamina recovery rate x3. Mana recovery rate x3. Item: Strawberry x10. Note: after use, a certain amount of mana will be restored. Item: Minotaur King card x1. Gold rank. Note: enchanting material. After successful enchantment, equipment can grant plus 20 strength. As Chao Yi stepped out of the vortex, he was met with a chorus of cheers. "Welcome back, Senior Chao. I love you, Senior Chao. You're my god. Senior Chao is so good. Brother Yi is too strong. God Yi, God Yi, God Yi." Chao Yi was startled. Before he could even adapt, he heard a series of clicking sounds in his ears. Chao Yi turned his head and saw a group of reporters aiming their cameras at him, with flashes going off continuously. Besides that, two people were approaching him, Principal La Hang and Director of Education Jia Tao. La Hang led with a smile, saying, "Clearing a nightmare-level dungeon alone in 10 minutes is a glory that hasn't appeared in either academy for 100 years. With many years of experience researching the competition, Chao Gi is fully capable of achieving the top student position in Suhang County, with a bright future ahead. Chao Gi smiled back. You're too kind. At this moment, a car approached, causing a stir among the crowd. Whose car is that? Why is it driving directly into the exam venue? Isn't that the magical S-400 creation that can switch to flight mode? Huh, is that the S-400 car that could be exchanged for a house in the capital? Yes, that's the one. The car stopped not far from Chao Gi. Jia Tao proactively opened the car door and told him, the results will be out in 3 days at the earliest. We'll inform you immediately then. Thank you, Director Jia. With that said, Chao Gi, led by La Hang, walked towards the S-400 car. La Hang also spoke up. Go back and rest. We'll be in touch with good news. Not long after, Chao Gi arrived at the hospital to visit Xiao Yun. After their previous conversation, Xiao Yunbin quickly fulfilled his promise. Xiao Yun was arranged in the hospital's most luxurious medical room, with a professional medical team monitoring her condition 24/7. As soon as Chao Gi stepped into the elevator, a nurse greeted him with a smile. Mr. Chao, you're here. Chao Gi nodded and said, Yes, I'm here to visit Xiao Yun. I have good news to tell her. I heard you took an exam today. Your results must be excellent, right? As she spoke, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator ascended, the two people inside suddenly felt the temperature drop rapidly. The nurse shivered slightly and said, How strange. Why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioning set too low? That is. Chao Gi noticed cold air currents seeping in through the gaps in the door, and his face became serious. Upon reaching the 26th floor, as soon as the elevator doors opened, the scene before them made the nurse scream in fright. WH what? WH what? What's going on? They saw that the entire long corridor was covered in a layer of ice. Even the people, there were no exception, turned into ice statues with terrified expressions. Xiao Yun, whispering her name, Chao Gi, full of worry, rushed towards Xiao Yun's room, leaving the nurse behind. Mr. Chao. The nurse tried to call out to Chao Gi, but before she could finish her sentence, she too was turned into an ice statue by the freezing cold. As for Chao Gi, he broke through the ice wall in Xiao Yun's room and burst in, shouting, Xiao Yun. A second later, he was stunned by the sight before him. Xiao Yun was lying in pain on the hospital bed. Cold energy continuously emanated from her body, condensing into a large ice dragon in the air. And by the bed, a person was maintaining a spell, seemingly treating Xiao Yun. Seeing Chao Gi intending to attack the ice dragon, the girl maintaining the healing spell suddenly cried out, Dunyi, stop! Don't attack! Hearing that, Chao Gi gave up his intention to attack the ice dragon. Chao Gi walked towards the girl and said, Sister Tin. Sister Tin explained, If you carelessly injure it, Xiao Yun's heart meridian is very likely to be shocked and rupture. Chao Gi asked, Why is there a dragon? Sister Tin replied, Xiao Yun's cold illness suddenly flared up. Everyone will be frozen into ice pillars by the cold air. Now I can only suppress the cold air on this floor. You should leave quickly. Chao Gi worriedly cried out. Then Xiao Yun. Sister Tin interrupted. Xiao Gi, without a high-level priest, what I can do is extremely limited. Chao Gi calmed down slightly. I understand. Saying that, Chao Gi secretly ordered, System, all skill points upgrade gradual recovery. Gradual recovery level 4. Enhance, gradual recovery level 10. Causes teammates within a certain range to gradually recover, while simultaneously increasing physical strength and magic power. The effect lasts for a certain period of time. Right after that, Chao Gi immediately used the gradual recovery skill on Xiao Yun. Sister Tin exclaimed in surprise. The magic power contained in the Holy Knight's healing skill is actually this strong, even surpassing my level 23 priest stance. Chao Gi, while maintaining the skill, said, Sister Tin, I'll hold the fort here. Please go inform Secretary True. and tell him to absolutely invite a high-level priest. Sister Tin replied, "The high-level priest schedule is already full. Secretary True has an appointment with her for next week. Even if we rush now, it's too late." Chaogi turned back and said seriously, "Tell Secretary True that as long as he can invite the high-level priest, I, Chaogi, will unconditionally agree to one request of his at any time in the future. I absolutely won't lie." Sister Tin silently looked at Chaogi for a moment, then agreed and turned to run and find Secretary True. Chaogi continued to turn back to treat Xiao Yun. The cold energy outbreaks were something Xiao Yun had to endure every night for the past year. Under the influence of the Ying cold energy, her whole body was in intense pain, making her wish for death. Recently, the Ying cold has become increasingly severe, but he hadn't expected the cold energy to already be affecting the outside. Muttering to himself, Chaogi gritted his teeth, continuing to maintain the treatment, even though his hands were already showing signs of being invaded by the cold energy. Time gradually passed, and night fell. Just as Chaogi's magic power was about to run out, a green orb suddenly flew into the room. It was like a rubber ball, continuously bouncing, repeatedly hitting the ice dragon, causing its body to crack slightly. Noticing Xiao Yun's pained expression, Chaogi cried out, "Wait! Don't touch her!" Suddenly, the green orb hit Chaogi, sending him flying backward. Then, a girl carrying a brush as big as a staff appeared in the room, waving her hand provocatively at the ice dragon. The ice dragon let out a roar and actively pounced on the girl. The girl swung the brush like a staff, striking the ice dragon's head hard, then used the brush tip to continuously wave and draw special characters on the ice dragon's body. After that, the girl's eyes suddenly flashed with green light, and she swung the brush, striking the ice dragon hard. A magic circle appeared, and the ice dragon was struck toward Xiao Yun. Its body gradually shrunk, eventually transforming into an ice orb that merged into her body. Seeing Xiao Yun's relaxed expression, no longer in pain as before, Chaogi secretly wondered, "It's stable." At this moment, the healing girl turned to look at Chaogi and spoke, "You must be Chaogi. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. I am Chui Lina, a level 35 second turn priest from Qingyun City." Chaogi spoke, "Hello, Miss Chui." Chui Lina said, "Director Jiao pleaded with me to come treat your sister first." Observing Chaogi, Chui Lina secretly thought, "If it weren't for Director Jia saying this guy might be the provincial valedictorian, I wouldn't break the rules." To be able to withstand the cold energy for so long, Director Jia didn't lie to me. Chaogi opened his mouth to ask, "Miss Chui, what exactly is my sister's illness, and can it be cured?" Chui Lina replied, "The cold energy overflowing and solidifying into form. This is a sign of bloodline awakening." Chaogi exclaimed in shock, "Bloodline awakening?" You know, when the game Eternal appeared, many players chose different races like elves, giants, and demons. And after the game and reality merged, players of different races also exhibited the characteristics of their corresponding racial bloodlines. For example, those with elf bloodlines had their eyes turn green and their ears become longer and pointed. As for those with giant bloodlines, their body height reached 34 m. Over 200 years, players of different races intermarried with humans, and through generations, their bloodlines became diluted. The unique appearance and abilities of these different races also gradually disappeared, except for one special situation, bloodline awakening. At this moment, Chui Lina explained that bloodline awakening can be both a blessing and a curse. Once successfully awakened and gaining the power of the different race, upgrading skills and learning will require less effort for greater results. But if it fails, at best it's paralysis, at worst death. Your sister is tormented by the cold energy precisely because she is too weak to withstand the power of her bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened an ice bloodline, a rare type of bloodline. To withstand this rare bloodline, one must change their physique. As far as I know, only one type of extremely cold ice lotus, a heavenly treasure, can change a person's physique. However, this item is extremely rare. The last time it appeared was at an auction 30 years ago, purchased by a mysterious person for 13 billion. 3 months later, the cold energy in your sister's body will completely erupt, becoming uncontrollable. Another way is to use a great sealing spell to directly seal the foreign race's bloodline. After you make your decision, use the token to contact me. However, the price to pay is that your sister will never be able to level up again in the future. After Chui Lina left, Zhou held the token in his hand, lost in thought. 5 days later, Zhou had just finished his daily quests when a system panel appeared. Squats 200/200, push-ups 200/200, sit-ups 200/200, weapon swings 200 out of 200. Daily quests completed. Please choose your reward. Zhou said, attribute points. Most of the time, I choose free attribute points for daily quest rewards. For a holy knight, constitution and intelligence points are extremely important, but other attributes cannot be ignored either. Normally, attribute points are distributed in a 2-3-3-2 manner, as only balanced development leaves few weaknesses. While he was pondering, another system panel appeared before Zhou. Ding! Exam results announced. Achievement quest completed. Congratulations on being the top scorer in the entire Swang province for this exam. Rewards will be issued based on your results. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Rank Divine Skill, Divine Beast. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Rank Divine Artifact, Revival Cross. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Rank One-Time Divine Secret Art, Divine Stance. Congratulations on obtaining the Rare Skill, A-Rank Light Barrier. Congratulations on obtaining 30 free attribute points. Congratulations on obtaining 30 free attribute points. Ever since the college entrance exam ended, news about Zhou flooded all newspapers and media outlets. When Zhou advanced to a holy knight, I knew he definitely had a promising future. That's why I suggested to the city council to strengthen Zhou cultivation. It's all thanks to my keen eye. A group of students were surprised to hear the principal's televised interview. The top scholar of the province is actually a holy knight? Isn't that a heavy support class? Don't lie to me. I know a little bit. Holy knights are very slow in dungeons. A level 10 playing a nightmare dungeon? Are you kidding me? Is that cheating? A female student immediately pulled out her phone to defend Zhou. I recorded it at the time, there's proof. At that moment, even the students who doubted Zhou's strength had to exclaim in admiration. Such fierce power. The Holy Light Cross's existing power feels even stronger than the high-level fire magic spell from a mage. Blessed weapon, divine grace, blessed courage. Can someone help me count how many abilities this provincial top scholar has in total? Elsewhere, a red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment, intently watching Zhou's exam, and then gave his comments. Clearance time, 9 minutes 24 seconds, 20 seconds faster than me. This Zhou is interesting, but at this point, the red-haired man pointed a finger at a spot not far away, causing it to explode. Then he gave a sinister smile. Daring to steal my glory, only death awaits. The next morning, Zhou was on his way to visit his younger sister when his phone unexpectedly received a message notifying him that his bank account had just received a large sum of money from the government and the Lijiang City Education Bureau. Zhou immediately called Secretary Zhao and received an answer. Zhou, because of your outstanding performance in the exam, the government will reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxurious villa. Do you have a preferred residential area? Or should we choose for you? It seems they've also received the news that I'm the provincial top scholar, he thought to himself. Zhou replied, please choose for me. All right, I heard that the admission officers from the 3 top universities are arriving soon. Should I send a car to pick you up? No need, they're here, Zhou replied, then looked at the man in front of him. He smiled warmly, offered a business card, and introduced himself. I am the admissions officer from Yongyan University. Yongyan University. Just as Zhou was a little surprised, an unfamiliar voice spoke up. I remember Yongyan University initially said that student Zhou was too arrogant, and even criticized him for not knowing his place. Why are they here now? The admissions teacher from Yongyang University looked up at the muscular man, standing on the helicopter's rope ladder, and said, Zhao Qianfu's words truly showed he had eyes but couldn't see. He's already been dismissed and expelled from the school. With that, the Yongyang University teacher looked at Zhou Yi awkwardly. Student Zhou Yi, if you are willing to come to our university, Yongyang University is willing to offer 4 million. No matter what conditions your Yongyang University is willing to offer, Modi University will double it. Modi University will definitely get Zhou Yi. Zhang Wei, you'd better go home early. The muscular man landed and spoke with full confidence, making the Yongyang University teacher so angry he wanted to bang the table. Just then, a girl's voice echoed in Zhou Yi's ear. Have you asked Qingjing University yet? Immediately after, the girl with purple hair and angel wings hugged Zhou Yi and flew into the sky before the muscular teacher could grab him. After having Zhou Yi to herself, the purple-haired teacher whispered in his ear, Student Zhou, Qingjing University may not have other things, but it has plenty of cultivation resources. For 4 years of university, each academic year will provide A-grade cultivation resources. No sooner had the purple-haired teacher finished speaking than she was sucked into an unexpected magic formation that appeared behind her. At this point, a female teacher dressed all in black stood in front of Zhou Yi and the other female teacher, slowly threatening. To snatch the top scholar requires resources, finances, and reputation. Whatever Qingjing University can offer, my Swan University can also offer. What kind of move is directly abducting someone? If you don't put him down, don't blame me for being impolite. The muscular teacher, who had also flown up, joined in. That's right. A forced melon isn't sweet. Zhou Li, my Baidu University not only provides A-grade resources once a year, but also a complete set of golden grade equipment for you. You people. Although the purple-haired teacher was furious, she was sensible and slowly let Zhou Yi down, then smiled kindly. I wasn't kidnapping him. I just wanted to have a private, friendly chat with Student Zhou Yi for a moment. Student Zhou Yi, please make your choice. Student Zhou, I am Su Mir, the admissions officer from Swan University. Swan University believes in strength as king. As long as you can make it into the Earth rankings and Heavenly rankings at school, let alone A-grade resources, even S-grade resources are available. Moreover, Swan University has held the first position in the freshman exchange competition for the past 4 years, which shows that Swan University's ability to train students is also first-rate. The purple-haired teacher said unhappily, Su-mi, what do you mean by that? Winning a few competitions has already made you arrogant. Swan University's victory is an undeniable fact. Teacher Sun, you should still encourage the teachers and students at Qingjing University to work harder. While the two teachers were passionately arguing, Zhou Yi was seriously thinking about which university to choose. The special admissions offers from the 3 universities were all roughly the same. Choosing any one of them would lead to a brilliant future. However, I want to gain stronger practical combat abilities in university. The one that suits me best is, after some consideration, Zhou Yi finally decided to enroll in Swan University. Upon hearing this, Su Mir immediately took out a scroll and said, This is Swan University's special admissions contract. Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign it. The muscular teacher, having missed out on a talent, couldn't help but regret. Swan University snatched him again. Teacher Sun still didn't give up, saying, If you don't find it suitable at Swan University, you are welcome to transfer to Qingjing University. Teacher Su Mir immediately shot a death glare at Teacher Sun, still harboring evil intentions. Spellcasting without a staff? This is a skill only high-level mages possess. Zhou Yi, reading the contract, exclaimed in surprise, then confusedly asked Su Mir, May I humbly ask, what level is Teacher Su's profession? A second-rank mage, level 42. Zhou Yi was even more confused, but she's not even 30 yet. The outside world is vast. Once you enter Suhang University, you'll see even more young powerhouses. That's great, Zhou Yi replied excitedly. Anyway, recently he basically had no opponents his age. Once he enters Suhang University, If he can find people to challenge himself against, he'll be able to improve faster. After the signing was complete, Sumir retrieved the contract and instructed, "All right, I'll give you 1 week to pack your luggage. I'll come pick you up for enrollment a week from now." Huh, is Suhang University's enrollment time that early? Sumir winked and replied, "Of course. Specially recruited students need to arrive early to receive higher level training. Their strength will also increase faster, so they can perform even better in the National University Freshman Exchange Competition." A week had passed. After Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun moved into the new villa, it was time for Zhou Yi to enroll. Before leaving, he asked Secretary Zhao to look after his sister during his absence. Then he nagged Zhou Yun about all sorts of things before finally getting into Sumir's car. Seeing Zhou Yi eagerly turn back to look at his sister, Sumir smiled and asked, "Is this your first time leaving home?" "That's right. Then you'd better prepare yourself." Before Zhou Yi could understand Sumir's meaning, the car passed through a spatial gate, and Anning University City in Anning City immediately appeared before him. "We're not in a hurry. There's no need to use a teleportation magic array, is there?" Zhou Yi then looked around, seeing cars flying out of magic arrays everywhere, and couldn't help but be surprised. Normal teleportation magic arrays are all controlled by the military. Even small teleportation magic arrays, like the one Pastor Chui used, require an application to the city government. Suhang University cooperates with the military district, so they built a large teleportation array near the school, making it extremely convenient and safe. Sumir explained, then gestured forward with her chin. "We're here." Zhou Yi looked at everything appearing before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is way too extravagant." "Let's go. I'll take you to report," Sumir said to Zhou Yi. While Zhou Yi was still looking around, he suddenly felt something brush past him. It turned out to be a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl. The white-haired girl's eyes were blazing as she warned the young man, "I told you, I don't want to get to know you." That kick was a warning. "Don't provoke me. I won't go easy next time," the white-haired girl said, then left. The crowd gathered around the young man, who had just been beaten, and laughed mockingly. Young Master Dao has met his match with this demoness. Every year at the start of school, he tries to lure female freshmen. He finally met a tough one. Heaven has eyes. Zhou Yi watched the white-haired girl, secretly thinking, "Demon mark. She has demon bloodline." Sumir remembered Zhou Yi's background and looked at his expression, kindly reminding him, "There are quite a few students and teachers in the university city who possess foreign race bloodlines. If you encounter them in the future, you must not show any unusual expressions. Don't worry, even if they are all foreign races, as long as they stand with humanity, I won't hate them. I'm not so irrational as to hate all demon races because of my father's death." "That's good. Here's your student ID card." Sumir conjured a card and handed it to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi quickly read the information on the card. Rank credits. I'll briefly explain the school rules. First, the ranking system. Each academic year has a corresponding ranking. The higher your strength, the higher your rank. Freshmen's ranks are based on their university entrance exam results. You're ranked first, meaning you're the strongest freshman, but it's only a temporary rank. A freshman competition will be held a month later, and the rankings will be reorganized based on those results. From today onwards, you'll become a target. Everyone will want to snatch your position. If I'm already the top scorer, I won't let this position slip away." Zhou Yi replied proudly. Sumir smiled and continued to lead Zhou Yi on a tour. She walked and explained, "Next are the credit rules. Freshmen will receive basic credits based on their serial number. Credits can be used for meals, purchasing equipment, medicine, skill books, and so on. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy all the items you want, including S-tier skills and resources. Besides ranking, there are 2 other ways to earn credits. One is credit missions. You can use your student ID to register and search for missions on the website, accept suitable missions, and complete them to receive corresponding credits. The second way is to receive fixed monthly credits based on your ranking on the Earth Board and Heaven Board. This entire university has about 1,000 students. Those who want to get into the Earth Board and Heaven Board are as numerous as Genghis Khan's army, so you can't be complacent. Additionally, this university also has 3 secret dungeon instances. The first instance is the Underground Goblin City, with a level limit from 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the Twisted Forest, with a level limit from 23 to 26. The third dungeon, Purgatory, has a level limit from 28 to 31. Besides meeting the required level for the dungeon, you also have to spend a certain amount of credits to enter. Before reaching the sufficient level, you can practice in the training area. The training opponent can be a real person, or you can fight against robots. The strong possess absolute freedom of speech and the most resources. This is the way to survive here. A group of students walked in the opposite direction of Zhou Yi and Su Meier. The young man leading the group saw Su Meier and greeted her, then continued to lead the group of students onward. As they walked past Zhou Yi, a few students stared at him and whispered, "Who is he? Being led by a teacher like that?" "Yeah, we all got led by seniors on a tour in groups of 10. Could it be a backdoor entry?" Wang Li, a young man in the group who seemed knowledgeable, said, "So you guys don't know. The top scorer in the entrance exam will always be specially guided by a teacher to complete their enrollment procedures. One is to help them quickly get familiar with the academic environment, and the other is to attract future top scorers when choosing a school. So he's the top scorer of this enrollment period then. Bai Xiaosheng, what's his background? Tell us more in detail." The new students, including the excited white-haired girl, eagerly awaited Bai Xiaosheng's answer. Zhou Yi, top scorer of Suhang Province, level 13 Holy Knight. Just like the others, when they first heard Zhou Yi's profession, they couldn't help but be surprised. No mistake, right? A Holy Knight is just a support profession. I remember you said the second place person was Shan Lingfeng, a level 14 berserker. How could a support like him surpass a berserker? Hey, what are you guys saying? Don't you believe me? My reputation, Bai Xiaosheng, is not for show. A female student, unable to contain her admiration for beauty, gasped. He's so handsome. He could even be a celebrity. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's impressive profile, the white-haired girl also instinctively looked at him in evaluation. He's the top scorer among the new students. Lu Jing happened to see the white-haired girl intently looking at Zhou Yi, and jealousy welled up in him. He deliberately spoke loudly to belittle him. "I think this top ranking is just in name only." Zhou Yi indeed heard him and immediately turned his head toward the source of the voice. Lu Jing stepped out in front of the students and challenged Zhou Yi. "Lu Jing, level 13 Retribution Knight, rank 38th. I doubt you have enough strength to be first. I want to challenge you." "Classmate, making a challenge is a personal matter. Don't delay everyone's time." The male student leading the group patted Lu Jing's shoulder to remind him, secretly cursing in his heart. "Idiot. I'll earn 1 credit for guiding new students. What are you messing around for?" Lu Jing pushed his hand away and replied, "Sorry, senior. I'll keep it in moderation." The male student leading the group became even more annoyed. This fool. The rankings are decided by the principals and teachers of the 5 major academies together. There can't be any mistakes. The new students, hearing Lu Jing's challenge, began to clamor, eagerly awaiting the show. There's a good show to watch now. Let's wait a bit longer before moving on, senior. Lu Jing wants to use a challenge against the top ranker as a stepping stone to boost his reputation. Huh. A holy knight isn't a strong profession, so it's not surprising he wants to snatch his spot. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, an indifferent expression on his face, and said to Lu Jing, "Then why should I accept your challenge? 100 credits. If you win against me, they're yours. If you lose, you don't lose anything." Zhou Yi looked at Lu Jing's agitated expression, then at the new students, and thought to himself, "For future peace, I must accept this challenge. However, I just want to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, so the price he has to pay will be even heavier. Only then will they remember." So Zhou Yi set the terms. 300 credits. I'll fight you. Lu Jing's face changed color after hearing that, and the students started whispering again. I'm ranked 40th, and only have 400 credits. Lu Jing is ranked 38th, so he probably doesn't have much more. If he loses that many credits, it'll be terrible. He's already daring to show his face right at the start of the semester. He wouldn't be some brain-dead side character from a manga, would he? Lu Jing was a bit flustered at this moment, but as soon as he saw the white-haired girl still intently looking at Zhou Yi, jealousy clouded his eyes. He finally accepted the price Zhou Yi offered. 300 it is. Let's go to the arena. You're quite courageous, but there's no need to go to the arena. Within 3 moves, if you don't kneel down, then I lose. In the end, the whole group still dragged each other to the arena. Su Mini personally stepped forward to be the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Lu Jing immediately charged forward to attack. He secretly calculated in his heart that punishing knights and holy knights are both hidden professions. Punishing knights focus on explosive power, while holy knights focus on support. As long as he takes him down quickly, without letting the holy knight use buffs, he can easily defeat him. By then, Lu Jing unconsciously looked at the white-haired girl standing below the arena. She would be looking at him. Regaining his composure, Lu Jing immediately swung his sword, using the blood chi slash skill to strike at Zhou Yi. As a result, Zhou Yi easily dodged it, then kicked him in the stomach, instantly sending him to the floor. Boring, Zhou Yi said, feeling a bit disappointed. He thought the guy had some great tricks, but he fell in just one move. The male student leading the group walked over to check Lu Jing's injuries and reported to Su Mini. Madam, Lu Jing has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is in a coma. Bring a priest to heal him, Su Mini said, while using Lu Jing's and Zhou Yi's student cards to operate on the system. After a while, she returned the card to Zhou Yi. 300 credits have been transferred to your student card. The swift battle couldn't help but open the eyes of the new students. The punishing knight's blood chi slash is very difficult to block, yet he broke it with just 1 kick? Is this the strength of the number 1 ranked person? Completely on another level. Their strength attributes must be at least 20 points apart. The white-haired girl could no longer sit still. She stood up and challenged Zhou Yi to a match. When I saw her at the door, I realized she not only had the demon race's bloodline, but also inherited equipment. It's my first time seeing inherited equipment. I want to see its power too. Zhou Yi used an appraisal spell to check the opponent's information. Weapon, Dark Moon Ancient Sword. Quality, 3-star Legacy. Race requirement, human. Class requirement, swordsman. Effect unknown. After a moment, Zhou Yi replied, "All right." Another match was about to begin. Considering his opponent was not to be underestimated, Zhou Yi decided to use the Profound Light War Hammer to deal with the white-haired girl. Weapon, Profound Light War Hammer. Quality, Gold 3S. Attributes, Physique plus 18, Intelligence plus 24. Effect, increases all light element skills of rank B and below by 1 level. Source, System Lottery. This time, even the 2nd and 3rd year students came to watch. Look, the new students are already clashing as soon as they entered school. It's just chickens pecking at each other. Li Dongsheng, one of the ministers of the Aurora Guild, a level 29 marksman, happened to pass by and greeted Su Mini, then stayed to watch the match. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the signal sounded, both sides charged at each other. While the white-haired girl used the extreme shadow slash skill, rushing to cut down the enemy with lightning speed, Zhou Yi used the square blast hammer strike skill, lifting his massive hammer and smashing it to the ground, creating wide area damage that repelled the enemy. As soon as the 2 moves collided, a loud explosion erupted, and then both were pushed back by the impact of each other's techniques. So strong, truly a monster. Thinking to herself, the white-haired girl immediately intensified her attack, using demonic chi slash, infusing dark attributes into her weapon, and simultaneously launching a powerful dark slash towards the enemy to deal with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi saw his opponent's attack, but showed no fear, even excitedly shouting, "Excellent! Finally, someone who can face me head-on. Come on." Lift can perform an attack from below, lifting the enemy. Enhance consecutive strikes. While attacking forward, Strike a second blow. Fire wave slash. Delivers a powerful attack forward and releases a fire wave, which hits the enemy multiple times and knocks them back. Ice mountain strike. Jumps a short distance forward and smashes the weapon into the ground with multiple attack judgments. The final blow can knock the enemy down. Both sides kept fluidly using their skills to attack each other, but still couldn't determine a winner. The audience below the arena, watching the match, gawked in astonishment as they tracked the two figures moving at lightning speed on the stage. Are these really just two students fighting? Lai Dong Tang, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. The spirit swordsman will quickly lose the battle if she doesn't have a trump card. The male student leading the group heard that and was a bit doubtful. Really? I think it's hard to tell who will win between the two of them. Lai Dong Tang analyzed. Enhance, block attacks, absorb all enemy attacks. At first, for the Holy Knight's 3 attacks, she only needed to block one. Now the Holy Knight swings 2 attacks, and she is forced to use her sword to block them. In defense and offense, when using large weapons, one usually only swings them to a certain extent to conserve stamina. When he finds an opening in the opponent's defense, Chao Gi will suddenly strike to suppress them. Moreover, he has no intention of conserving stamina. Either he's foolish, or he has absolute confidence in his own strength. From beginning to end, the Warhammer has been restricting the spirit swordsman's movements, forcing her to use her sword to block the Warhammer's attacks. Look at Chao Gi's attacks. Each one is high quality. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, attacking such a great beauty without mercy. This Holy Knight is truly brutal. Warm-up finished. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Gi activated the Divine Grace, the Grace of Valor, Weapon Blessing, Dawn Blessing, and Guardian Grace. Immediately, a massive pillar of light surrounded him. This oppressive feeling is so strong. Is this his best state? While the white-haired girl was a bit wary, Chao Gi used the Spear of Victory and extended an arm to point. The white-haired girl seized the opportunity, while he needed time to cast a skill, and used Ghost Shadow Slash, closing the distance to the enemy and slashing the enemy once to defeat Chao Gi. Unexpectedly, Chao Gi smiled smugly and said, I knew you'd use that move. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his warhammer down towards the white-haired girl. At this moment, the white-haired girl could only helplessly close her eyes and wait for the attack. Unexpectedly, she waited and waited, but nothing happened. Do you want to continue? The white-haired girl slowly opened her eyes, only to see Chao Gi had retracted his skill, standing there leaning on his warhammer, looking at her. No more fighting. Your offense was almost crushing. Continuing would yield the same result. You didn't use your full power. Chao Gi exposed her. He knew that in this battle, the powerful swordsman skills and the dark attribute power within her body were not used. The white-haired girl smiled brightly like a flower and replied, Was I found out? I was just testing my limits once. I won't use my trump card. Besides, you didn't use your full power either. I've watched the video of your entrance exam. Let's be friends. We'll compete again later. After they exchanged WeChat, Tami Ni continued to show Chao Gi around the school, feeling a bit expectant in her heart. On the first day of school, he not only earned 600 points, but also made all the specially admitted elite students wary. This batch of freshmen seems about to get lively. The freshman dorms are on Chu Sun Fong. Regular students' dorms are at the foot and mid-slope of the mountain. Dorms for specially admitted students are at the top of the mountain. Moreover, the dorms for specially admitted students are private villas, and the level of luxury and supported amenities vary slightly according to their ranking. You'll be living here from now on. Tamini gestured with her chin towards the super-huge house in front of them. As soon as she swiped her card and entered, Tamini suddenly remembered something and immediately told Chao Gi, Oh right, I heard you're looking for the extreme cold lotus. A small team once saw an extreme cold lotus in the Quangfong mountain range, but there was a high-level magic beast protecting it at the time, so they gave up trying to pick it. This news is from 6 years ago. I can't guarantee its authenticity. Based on the information Tamini provided, in the following days, Chao Gi immersed himself in researching information related to the Quangfong mountain range. It is known that this is a large mountain range that appeared after the game Eternal and Blue Star merged. It has a vast area, containing countless treasures, exotic flowers and herbs, and magic beasts and monsters. Even those who have undergone their third job advancement dare not venture deep inside casually. With Chao Gie's current strength, if he were to encounter a high-level magic beast, he would only be able to run for his life. Fortunately, after completing the university entrance exam achievement, the system rewarded him with a means to survive, allowing him to live even if he dies. There's nothing to hesitate about. Just buy some more skills and equipment, then let's go. Chao Gi operated on the computer, searching for suitable skills, and at the same time received a notification. It's been detected that you are the top-ranked student in the special enrollment category. Holy Knight skills below A grade can be learned for free. Immunity to all physical damage, that's highly effective. Buy it. Long-range spear skill. Buy it. Free is truly amazing, O Pepsi. Accordingly, Chao Gi confirmed the purchase of all powerful skills that were free. The only regret was that there was one item he still had to use points from his university entrance exam reward to acquire, and that was the jungle suit. With preparations complete, Chao Gi immediately headed to the Quangfong mountain range to find the extreme cold lotus to heal his younger sister. While he was wandering in the Quangfong mountain range, searching for the extreme cold lotus, he witnessed a colossal explosion not far away. Driven by curiosity, he immediately rushed over to check out the situation. Meanwhile, in another development, after adding Chao Gi on WeChat, Kwang Sonin proactively messaged him to strike up a conversation. However, ever since Chao Gi messaged that he would go to the Quangfong mountain range, he went completely silent, which made Kwang Sonin feel bored and call her best friend to confide in. I met a very special male student. Yesterday, I challenged him. During the battle, I released some succubus power, but he was completely unmoved, not even a single infatuated glance. Her friend was amazed upon hearing this, saying, "Then his willpower must be terrifyingly strong." Kwang Sonin casually replied, and then decided she would also make a trip to the Quangfong mountain range. In a certain area of the Quangfong mountain range, a fierce battle was taking place between a group of demons and a four-person squad, including mechanical engineer Chu Niu, summoner on Thien Wan, artillery master Chu Dan, and swordsman Tatan Lin. First, Chu Niu drove the tank while launching several small bomb-laden discs towards the demons. As soon as the demons stepped on them, the discs automatically exploded. A few surviving ones continued to frantically charge and attack the tank. On Thien Wan used her ice spirit summoning skill to create an ice wall, blocking the demon's advance, unaware that another one was leaping at extreme speed on damaged tree trunks, approaching their vehicle from behind. 9 o'clock direction. Following Chu Niu's words, Chu Dan immediately used her gun to fire bullets, eliminating the monster behind them. After that, she continued to sweep with her machine gun. At the same time, she shouted. Immediately, Tatan Lin utilized her superior swordsman skills to deal with the remaining demons. We succeeded. Chu Niu laughed happily. On Thien Wan turned to look at Chu Niu, about to celebrate, when suddenly her face turned pale. Then, she pushed Chu Niu aside and quickly cast a spell to create an ice shield by Chu Niu's driver's side window. However, because the fire magic stream flying from the forest had too much destructive power, on Thien Wan's ice shield was instantly shattered, and the tank was overturned. "Are you guys okay?" Tatan Lin ran over worriedly to ask, but on Thien Wan immediately shouted a warning. The other three simultaneously looked behind Tatan Lin. They saw another group of demons, like malevolent fiends, frantically charging forward, preparing to use fire magic to roast them. Our squad used up all our trump cards, and only then managed to eliminate 4 demons. Could it be that we really have to die here today? Just as the squad of 4 girls resigned themselves to fate, Chao Gi, riding a white wolf, rushed out from the forest, using his divine storm skill to gather all the demons into one place. Radiance converge. Storm descend. Light converge. The storm has arrived. No sooner had Chao Gi spoken than a giant sword flew down from the sky, striking directly into the eye of the vortex. directly eliminating the demons. The entire area was suddenly engulfed in a sea of flames. At this moment, Chowgi lightly patted his pet's back. The white wolf understood and immediately opened its mouth, extinguishing the flames with a single breath. Only then did Chowgi approach the group of 4 girls, who were still bewildered, and used magic to heal them. Titan Lin embraced Wen Tian Nuan, who was still unconscious, looked up and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Junior Chow. I can't believe you know me. The Tan Lone Squad is the second-ranked team in the entire school, so of course I know. That makes me feel even more ashamed." Titan Lin replied awkwardly, then seriously suggested, "Junior Chow, although your light attribute skills are effective against demons, demons are very dangerous. How about coming back to the base with us? In a month, I've explored the entire outer region, but there's still no news of the extreme cold ice lotus. The freshman competition is in 3 days. I can only wait for the competition to end, then continue searching for the extreme cold ice lotus." He thought to himself. Chowgi replied, "Okay." Titan Lin turned to look at Chunyu. Chunyu nodded knowingly, then began chanting, "Metal howl, spirit speed, monstrous roar. Fierce mechanical spider shine. Gather." As soon as the incantation ended, from the magic circle created by Chunyu, a giant spider robot vehicle appeared, much to the admiring gaze of Chowgi and the white wolf. "No time for explanations. Get in the car quickly." Chunyu urged swiftly. Titan Lin saw her teammate and said nothing. She secretly thought, "She's an excellent actress." On the way back, Chowgi inquired, "Sister 2, was this Gale Mountain Range originally home to demons?" Titan Lin honestly replied, "Our squad has been in the Gale Mountain Range for over 2 months. This is the first time we've encountered them." Hearing this, Chowgi speculated, "That means these demons came from deep within the Gale Mountain Range, or there's been a recent rift to another world, and the demons escaped from there. That's right. We must quickly return to the base and inform the military zone." Chowgi was a bit startled by this. Doesn't the military zone have mages monitoring the entire area? Briefly speaking about this place, the Gale Mountain Range has many magical beasts. To prevent magical beasts from attacking the mountain range and assaulting the city, there is a military-built supply base at the entrance of the Gale Mountain Range, and mages from the military base constantly monitor the movements of magical beasts in the mountain range. Titan Lin frowned when Chowgi asked and replied, "There are, but these magical beasts are too low level." Chowgi was even more confused after hearing this. Level 30 silver rank demonic beasts aren't exactly low level. As if understanding Chowgi's thoughts, Titan Lin explained that the mages primarily monitor the deep parts of the Gale Mountain Range, focusing on high-level magical beasts, epic and legendary tiers. The otherworldly aura they carried was below the concentration threshold the mages had set, so it's likely the mages couldn't detect them. At this point, a few questions also popped into Titan Lin's mind. But if it's an otherworldly rift, why would it only let low-level demons come through? As soon as the base's forces detect demons, they will immediately annihilate all of them. And if an otherworldly rift can accommodate level 30 demonic beasts, it can also allow level 50 demonic beasts to pass through. The otherworldly realm's way of doing things like this isn't just sacrificing lives, but also revealing the rift's location. Never mind, this isn't something we should be thinking about. It's enough to just bring the information back. Just then, suddenly, the whole group heard many demons shouting, "Food! Food!" At the same time, a beam of light appeared in the sky and shot straight down to the ground, causing an explosion not far from Chowgi's convoy. Demons! Someone over there is surrounded by demons. This aura is, he thought to himself. Chowgi said urgently, "Everyone go on ahead. I'll go and then come back." Afterward, despite everyone's pleas, he rushed alone on his pet to the site of the explosion. He could never forget this aura. Why is she here? Not only Chowgi's group, but another small squad also knew that someone was in trouble. At this moment, one of them hesitated and spoke. Level 20 silver rank demonic beast. That girl won't last long. Should we help? Everyone was silent. After a while, someone spoke up. It's better not to get involved. We're trapped here ourselves. We can't even take care of our own. If she can escape and defeat the demons with her own strength, she will surely be a prodigy in the future. But unfortunately, all of them simultaneously looked anxiously towards the site of the explosion, where Kwang So-nin, covered in injuries, was struggling against the horde of beasts. As she fought the beasts, Kwang So-nin gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "It seems they've discovered that my state has a time limit. They're just surrounding me, not attacking, trying to corner me to death. These demons are scattered across the plains in groups of 10. Even if I eliminate the 8 in front of me, the surrounding demons will immediately advance. There's no chance to escape and return to base. If my phantom power disappears before I can break through the encirclement." Thinking this, Kwang So-nin's eyes grew sharp. Just as she was about to use a skill, a bolt of lightning from the sky struck down, instantly eliminating every silver rank demonic beast surrounding her. Kwang So-nin spun around to the back, where footsteps were approaching. Chao Gi rode in like a god on his white horse, or rather, on his white wolf, and simultaneously shouted to Kwang So-nin, who was still staring blankly at him. "Kwang So-nin, get out of the way." The demon behind Kwang So-nin was now roaring with its mouth wide open, creating a deafening sound that Kwang So-nin couldn't bear, forcing her to immediately cover her ears with both hands. The evil spirits used their blazing frenzy skill, roared, and charged forward in unison to attack. Kwang So-nin shouted a warning. "Chao Gi, go quickly." That's the demon race's frenzy. She worriedly thought to herself, the evil spirit's power has doubled. Chao Gi is absolutely no match for it. If I self-destruct, there's a 90% chance I can eliminate it and protect Chao Gi. Suddenly, Chao Gi, riding his white wolf, appeared behind Kwang So-nin, slipped his arm around her waist, and lifted her onto the white wolf's back. Kwang So-nin gasped and cried out, "Chao Gi." Just then, a demon lunged forward and threw a punch. Immediately, the white wolf instinctively jumped forward to dodge. Zoe, riding on the white wolf's back, turned his head, extended his hand, and shouted, "Light's punishment realm." In an instant, a massive lightning strike came down from the sky, devastating the entire area in front of him. Zoe smiled and said, "No wonder everyone wants to job change to a mage. The feeling of wiping out monsters from a distance isn't bad." However, Zoe's previous move caused too much commotion, attracting all the evil spirits on the field to rush over. They quickly formed a large circle, surrounding the two of them inside. A total of 180 demons. I could use an area of effect skill to deal with them. It's just that they're scattered now. Muttering to himself, Zoe placed 2 fingers on Jiang Chu Ran's forehead. "Jiang Chu Ran, you go lure the demons to the left. Don't be too aggressive." Jiang Chu Ran asked doubtfully. "Zoe?" Zoe said nothing and began applying a series of buffs to Jiang Chu Ran. Slow Union, Dawn Blessing, Weapon Blessing, God's Grace. Jiang Chu Ran gasped to herself. It's a Holy Knights Legion buff. She quickly opened her personal panel to check. Level 16. Class Swordsman. Status Pseudo-Demon Body. Seeing her strength, speed, constitution, and intelligence stats all increased by 25% left Jiang Chu Ran gaping in astonishment. Zoe didn't have time to pay attention to Jiang Chu Ran's reaction. Before she could finish speaking, he jumped off the wolf's back, drew his weapon, aimed at the nearest group of monsters, charged forward, and swung his hammer down, causing the entire area to explode. Behind him, Jiang Chu Ran also dismounted the wolf. She looked at Zoe and secretly marveled. Amazing. All attributes increased by 25%, which means my strength has doubled. From what I know, no level 16, no, not even a level 20 Holy Knight, can do something like this. At this moment, a portion of the monsters had also approached Jiang Chu Ran's position. Without needing an order, the white wolf lunged at a monster, opening its mouth to bite. Now's not the time to think about this. I need to follow his instructions. Reminding herself, Jiang Chu Ran's expression turned serious. She drew her weapon and began to fight. As for Zoe, he was moving at high speed, each hammer swing capable of eliminating one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster successfully snuck behind Zoe and raised its weapon, aiming for his head and slashing down. Just as the slash was about to connect, a purple whip unexpectedly struck the monster's hand, sending its weapon flying and neutralizing the danger for Zoe. Zoe turned his head to look behind him and saw Jiangchu Ran controlling a purple whip to attack the monsters. Haunted Whip. Gather demonic energy in your hand to form a whip, striking enemies, dealing heavy damage, and adding shadow damage. As expected, a Holy Light class can attract demons. Countless demons on the plane have gathered here. I can use this skill now. Muttering to himself, Zoe casually cast the Holy Light Protection skill towards Jiangchu Ran and the White Wolf, forming a protective barrier for them, then instructed, Jiangchu Ran, wait in here. Holy Light Protection, B+. Envelop party members within a certain range in a holy aura, making them immune to all physical damage. Effect lasts for a certain duration. Next, Zoe shouted, Holy Light Cross. Holy Light Cross. Summon Holy Light, gathering a Holy Light Cross behind you, causing enemies within a certain range to continuously take light attribute fire damage per second. Level 7. Casting range, 200 m. The gigantic cross Zoe summoned suddenly emitted a golden light that shone upon the group of monsters. The next second, a golden flame erupted, engulfing them and continuously burning them, causing them to scream miserably. Jiang Chu Ran's eyes sparkled as she stared blankly at the scene. After the attack passed, most of the monsters were eliminated. Only the large monsters with high resistance survived. All darkness will vanish under the radiance of light. Light converges, a storm descends. Divine Light Storm summons a storm condensed by holy light at the designated location, dealing light magical damage to all enemies within a certain range. As soon as Traogi finished speaking, many giant holy light beams condensed in the air. Then, these holy lights fell to the ground, forming a large circle around the monsters. A second later, at the center, a rapidly forming vortex swept up the monsters, tearing them into many pieces. In a nearby bush, a group of people stared with wide mouths at the battle scene outside. Isn't that terrifying? Who is this? Is it a human? Boss, should we go say hello? Hearing a team member ask, the captain pondered for a moment. Our squad, apart from me at level 26, the other 5 are all level 24. Let alone one-on-one, even 6-on-1 wouldn't be enough. This person is truly terrifying, and he's still so young. Finally, the captain decided to lead his group out to meet Traogi. He thought to himself, I must befriend him. But before this group could move, they saw a machine rapidly approaching Traogi's position from a distance. When the machine stopped, Chu Dan along with Chu Niu, Othien Nan, and Titan Lin appeared on its back. Chu Dan raised her hand to greet him. Trao, we're here to help you. However, when they clearly saw the situation around them, the group of 4 was stunned, frozen for 5 seconds. Traogi turned his head to look at them, then took out a recovery potion, tilted his head back, and drank it all. System notification. Congratulations on leveling up to level 17. You gained 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 18. You gained 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points. Nim, Zhongyi. Level, 18. 1324/42,000. Strength 160, Vitality 162. Intelligence 172. Traogi thought to himself, 180 demons, 60,000 experience points. It's a pity that the experience points gained by professionals have a level limit, otherwise, this battle could have yielded more. Looking at the empty recovery potion bottle in his hand, Traogi murmured, my magic power has increased quite a bit, but with so many high-level skills, it's still not enough. After returning to school, I'll have to ask the teacher. She must have a solution. At this moment, Chu Dan and the others finally regained their senses, jumped off the mechanical spider, and walked towards Traogi. Titan Lin spoke up. Trao Gi, you did all of this? Chu Dan also said, Trao Gi, your power is even greater than I imagined. Before Trao Gi could open his mouth, Kwang Sonin suddenly slumped to the ground. The girls asked worriedly, What's wrong with her? Trao Gi replied, I guess she overexerted herself and entered a weakened state. The girls went to help Kwang Sonin. Tan Lin then looked at Trao Gi intently and asked, When you were eliminating the demons, did you encounter any particularly difficult ones? Trao Gi raised his chin and pondered for a moment before answering. The highest level demon that perished by my hand was Golden Tier level 23. There weren't any particularly difficult ones. Is something wrong? Tan Lin frowned and explained. Demon armies and human armies both have commanders. If there's no commander here, then most of the demon army isn't here. This isn't a good place to stay for long. We must return to base immediately. Trao Gi immediately agreed. Okay. In the bush behind them, seeing Trao Gi and his group leave, a member asked the captain, Boss, they seem to be leaving. Should we go out now? The captain hesitated. Before the captain could finish speaking, they suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on their bodies, filling them with fear. Boss, what's going on? The boss looked outside, his face filled with terror, and cried out, Dense demonic energy. That is, a demon. They saw that the sky had turned blood red as a vast area was enveloped by a membrane. Immediately after, a hole opened in the membrane, and a dragon emerged. On its back, it carried a humanoid creature radiating a large amount of demonic energy. Through appraisal, the basic information of the two creatures appeared before everyone's eyes. Monster Demon. Level 30. Aptitude Legend. Skills X, Notes X. Monster Fire Dragon. Level 24. Aptitude Gold. Skills Blazing Flame Strike. At the same time, in the military zone, monitoring screens turned red, signaling an alert. Alert, alert. Emergency status. The concentration of otherworldly aura has exceeded limits. Analyzing data. Data analysis complete. Level 4 Otherworldly Invasion. Location locked. East of the Gale Mountains. East longitude 111.454. North latitude 15.305. Seeing this, the monitoring staff immediately took out the radio to inform the entire military zone. Confirmed Level 4 Otherworldly Invasion. All Legion members are requested to immediately assemble and prepare for battle. Confirmed Level 4 Otherworldly Invasion. All Legion members are requested to immediately assemble and prepare for battle. Warriors and Knights of the Snow Dragon Legion, please quickly conclude your training and move to the Assembly Square. Priests of the Snow Dragon Legion, prepare for rescue efforts. Ensure your bodies are filled with magic power. Logistics team of the Snow Dragon Legion, proceed with distributing magic core and magic crystal resources. Mages of the Snow Dragon Legion, lock the coordinates. East longitude 111.454, north latitude 15.305, and construct a large transportation magic circle. Very quickly, the Legion members neatly lined up within the large golden magic formations on the ground. A soldier approached the platform to report to Su Wu Chu, commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Reporting, Commander, all personnel have assembled and are awaiting orders. Su Wu Chu drew his sword, pointed forward, and shouted, like a sword that overcomes all hardships, like a shield that protects a region. The soldiers below also shouted in unison, like a sword that overcomes all hardships, like a shield that protects a region. Su Wu Chu, satisfied, gave the order, depart. A few minutes earlier, at the demon's lair, the demon commander sat on the throne, looking down at the numerous demons and saying, Every demon in this legion is a kinsman personally chosen and screened by me. Within half a year of arriving on Azure Star, no more than 10 of them were lost. But in this final moment of joy before returning to the Holy Realm, 100 kinsmen were hunted down and sacrificed. We will return to the Holy Realm in half a day. Before we leave, we must act onely once more. The demons below excitedly roared. Thank you, Your Highness, for your grace. Thank you, Your Highness. Returning to the present, the demon commander, riding on the fire dragon's head, looked down at Zhou Yi's group and said, "I will absolutely not forgive you. I will seize your souls, then burn them with hellfire." Next, the demon commander began to summon his legion. Alamas, son of the demon, uses the summon skill. A silver demon has been summoned. A gold demon has been summoned. Su Qinglian immediately used her appraisal skill, scanning the group of demons. Legendary demon, gold rank demon knight, silver rank demon spellcaster. Her expression became serious. She took out her weapon, moved in front of Zhou Yi, and turned to speak. "Zhou Yi, later the Blue Wand Squad will protect you. If you get a chance, you must quickly break through the encirclement and leave here." "Right. Zhou Yi, you must live on," Zhou Dan said. Then she and the other two girls also moved in front of Zhou Yi. They thought to themselves, "Zhou Yi is the most monstrous genius we've ever met. With his talent, he deserves for us to protect him with our lives." At this moment in the sky, a large golden magic circle suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. That's the Snow Dragon Legion. The Snow Dragon Legion members are all job changers level 30 or higher, and their Legion commander is a level 51 warrior. We're saved. Contrary to Zhou Dan's group's joy, Zhou Yi frowned, secretly wondering, if they're teleporting here, why didn't they pinpoint the exact location and teleport there? Zhou Yi's doubts were immediately resolved, because, on the opposite side, the demon commander suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha, humans, rest assured, the magic array covering us won't let your legion enter." Su Tanlin exclaimed in surprise. "What? No way." She looked up at the sky and realized that many soldiers were standing on large golden magic arrays, blocked by a red barrier from the outside. Outside the red barrier, Su Wuchu looked at Wang Liang and asked, "What's wrong? Why is the teleportation point so far away?" Wang Liang placed his hand on the red barrier, felt it for a moment, then seriously replied, "This is a forbidden level magic array of the demon race, the Dark Flame Wall. Once activated, the space within the area cannot be teleported into, and external attacks will also be blocked. At least the combined strength of 2 more legions is needed to break it. Otherwise, we'll just have to wait for its duration to run out and for it to dissipate on its own." Su Wuchu frowned and asked, "If we wait for the magic array to dissipate, how long will that take?" Wang Liang replied, 5 minutes. Hearing this, Su Wuchu closed his eyes, let out a sigh, and gravely ordered, "You, collect all information about those people and keep records. Once the battle ends, notify their families to claim the bodies." Wang Liang responded, "Yes." At the same time, inside the Dark Flame Wall magic array, system notification, a legendary gray demon has been detected. A new quest has been issued. Achievement quest. Host, please eliminate the demon. Failure will result in punishment. No. Reward, S+ grade talent, blessed potion. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Yi smiled and murmured, "A new achievement quest. It's finally here." Then Zhou Yi's entire body glowed with golden light as he squeezed past Zhou Dan's group to move forward. Su Tanlin hastily grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and cried out, "Zhou Yi." On the opposite side, the demon commander stared intently at Zhou Yi. "Such dense demonic energy. It seems you've harmed my kin. To show you respect, I will personally hack you into 100 pieces, so you may depart in endless agony." With that, the demon commander mounted his fire dragon and flew forward. Zhou Yi shook off Su Tanlin's hand while drawing his weapon, preparing for battle. Just then, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat a magical blast towards Zhou Yi below. Su Tanlin anxiously shouted, "Zhou Yi." Zhou Yi, with a calm expression, swung his axe, creating a golden ray of light that flew upwards. The attacks from both sides immediately clashed in midair. Zhou Yi's attack tore through the fire dragon's attack, continued its ascent, and severed one of the fire dragon's wings. The fire dragon, losing its wing, could no longer fly and plummeted straight down. The demon commander also fell freely along with it. A loud crash echoed as the fire dragon's massive body slammed into the ground, lying motionless. The demon commander landed safely, but still suffered some minor impact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Yi appeared behind the demon commander, swinging his axe. The demon commander sensed danger and immediately swung his weapon backward, but only hit Zhou Yi's shoulder plate, causing it to fall off. Immediately after, the demon commander saw a golden ray of light about to make intimate contact with his face, so he quickly raised his weapon to block and used the force to jump backward. Looking at the ground where he had just stood, ravaged by Zhou Yi's axe, the demon commander couldn't believe it and secretly yelled in his heart, "What the hell? This human is only level 18. How can he possess the strength to contend with me?" Zhou Yi didn't rush to attack again. He placed his axe to one side, cracked his knuckles, and looked at the demon commander, saying, "You put up a good fight." "Oh, that's right. You're the first legendary grade monster I've encountered. You human." Muttering a curse, the demon commander lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi grabbed his weapon again, jumping high to dodge. At the same time, he launched a large cross-shaped attack, pressing down on the demon commander below. Pure White Branch, successfully judged to receive an additional stun status. Muttering to himself, Zhou Yi raised his hand high and shouted, "Light's Retribution!" The stun didn't last long. Before the lightning struck, the demon commander managed to recover and shouted, "Flame Demon Shield!" Seeing the shield in front of the demon commander block all the lightning, Zhou Yi murmured, "Even Light's Retribution couldn't deal with him?" It seems ordinary methods are fundamentally insufficient to defeat this thick-skinned, legendary-grade demon. Then I can only use the system skill awarded after the grand examination. As for the demon commander, he ordered his legion, my beloved warriors, "Destroy him for me." The demons, having received the order, immediately roared, shouting to attack and slash as they charged toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi paid no attention to them. Numerous holy lights were now appearing around him. His body gradually ascended, radiating waves of golden magic power. Everyone watched Zhou Yi intently, unable to tear their eyes away. They saw Zhou Yi raise both hands high, and a large vortex immediately appeared. From within it, a gigantic hand stretched out. Why does it feel like some terrifying entity is about to descend? No sooner had the demon commander finished speaking than the entire space was dyed golden. The gigantic hand from above slammed down on him and his subordinates, making the ground shake and crack, and whirlwinds sweep all around. Su Tanlin whispered in a daze, "I'm dreaming, right? Is this Zhou Yi's skill?" Jiang Shanran, meanwhile, felt the false demon bloodline in his body trembling with fear. Outside the red barrier, Su Wuzhou spoke up. "This power is on par with a magic crystal cannon. Have you found out who is trapped inside yet?" Wang Liang replied, "They are all students from Suhang University. The one who just cast the skill is this year's top student, Zhou Yi, a holy knight." Su Wuzhou sighed regretfully, saying, "The top student, huh? It's a pity the level gap between the two sides is too great. If Zhou Yi were given a little more time to grow, just that one skill would have been enough to destroy that demon." Indeed, Su Wuzhou was right. After Zhou Yi's recent attack, the demon commander was still alive. His entire body was now radiating even more terrifying demonic energy than before. The demon commander roared furiously, "How dare you? Dare to insult the great existence Salamis? Flame Demon Legion, charge! Flame Curse Legion, cast spells!" Immediately, from all directions, the demons launched successive attacks toward Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, the demon commander turned to the demon healing him and said, "He's just an 18th level holy knight." The healing demon affirmed, "That's right, after several major battles, his magic power must have long been depleted. Without magic power, facing our legion of 300, just the sheer numbers alone can put him half dead." "Right," he spoke with satisfaction. The demon commander once again looked toward Zhou Yi. At the center of the attack, Zhou Yi, expressionless, thought to himself, "God's hand consumed almost all my magic power, and the equipment's magic recovery speed is too slow. I can only rely on myself. A skill panel appeared before Zhou. Divine Arts. A one-time secret art of the Holy Temple Knight. Activating this secret art does not consume magic power and is not affected by silent skills. After using this secret art, one will gain a portion of the power of the divine light. Depending on the body's endurance, the 4 corresponding attributes will be increased. The level of all divine and light skills will temporarily be increased by 5, and the recovery speed of HP, stamina, and magic power will be x20. The effect will last for a period of time. After the skill ends, one will enter a weakened state. And then, 1 second later, a pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the red barrier and shining upon Zhou. What in the world is happening again? Muttering in doubt, the demon commander looked up and saw Zhou, enveloped by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings, inside the golden pillar of light. Feathers fell from above. Any demon they touched was incinerated, turning into smoke and ash. Su Yuzhou reached out and touched a feather, involuntarily exclaiming, "It's a divine descent spell." Wang Liang, the deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion standing nearby, heard this and couldn't help but asked curiously, "Commander, what is a divine descent spell?" It's the ultimate skill possessed by divine class professionals, allowing them to utilize all divine energy and faith. I once saw a priest perform a divine descent spell. With just one move, he could restore the Legion's condition to its peak. It was also because of a divine descent spell that only our army could persevere, waiting for reinforcements under the encirclement of 3 demon legions. The divine power is as vast as the sea. Even without us, he could still wipe out the demons below. The demon commander, the demon lord, seeing this sight, widened his eyes and screamed in disbelief. Impossible! This is clearly an ultimate secret art. He's an 18th level holy knight. How can he possibly use divine energy? The mage standing behind him quickly interjected to remind him, "Your Highness, once a divine descent spell is cast, only by using similar divine energy can it be disrupted. If he completes the ritual, our entire legion will be annihilated. It's just one skill after all." The offensive and defensive sides immediately change positions. How long will it take to set up the return magic circle in the dark barrier of the valley? 1 minute. The mage replied, "I understand. Now is the time for you to show your loyalty." "Yes," the mage replied. Then he loudly proclaimed, "All demons, hear my command. Offer everything you have to Demon Lord Alama." Immediately after, he was the first to sacrifice his soul. "Great Demon Lord Alama, I, Roskin, willingly offer all of myself in reverence to you." "Great Demon Lord Alama, I, Barta, willingly offer all of myself in reverence to you." And so, hundreds of demons chanted the slogan and voluntarily sacrificed their souls, which were then absorbed by the Demon Lord. Seeing the dark power emanating from the Demon Lord growing stronger, the goddess disdainfully said, "You ugly, pathetic, lower creatures. Holy Knight, I bestow upon you divine energy, divine decree." As she spoke, the goddess raised Zhou Yi's hand and pointed it at the Demon Lord. Zhou Yi's eyes immediately glowed, and then a beam of light from his hand shot straight towards the Demon Lord, who was absorbing the sacrifice souls. The ground trembled, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred, sending dust flying everywhere. But as soon as the dust cleared, everyone saw that the Demon Lord was still able to stand up. In fact, he had even accumulated a gigantic fireball. The power of the Hellfire is my strongest innate skill, condensing the fire element to its extreme. Its surface temperature can reach 15 million degrees Celsius. If my kin hadn't offered themselves, I wouldn't be able to use this skill. Thinking to himself, the Demon Lord then roared, "Die, Holy Knight." After that, he threw the fireball directly at Zhou Yi, but unfortunately, it only brought him disappointment. As soon as the dust cleared, he still saw Zhou Yi standing tall, without a single injury. Only then did he realize that he and Zhou Yi were not on the same level, so he didn't dare to delay, immediately scurrying towards the magic circle to return. But Zhou Yi, of course, wouldn't give him that chance. "Heretic, I, in the name of a god, sentence you to death." With that said, Zhou waved his hand, causing a beam of light to descend from the sky, directly taking the life of the demon lord. Go back. I have completed my mission, my glory. Return to the holy realm. The demon lord mumbled a few delirious words, then took his last breath. Witnessing that scene, the remaining demons scattered like headless snakes, crying out in fear. What do we do now? The demon lord is dead. The magic circle for returning is destroyed. How can we return to the holy realm? It's finally over, Zhou said, then fell into a state of exhaustion, gradually losing consciousness, and his body began to freefall. Zhou, Jiang Churan, and the Agile One team ran over worried. The deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Corps hurriedly instructed, Pastor, quickly check Chao Gi's physical condition. Team 1, Team 2, quickly search for surviving professionals around the mountain area. The remaining Legion members, charge with me. So heavy, I can't breathe. It feels like something is pressing on my chest. I can't move. Is it sleep paralysis? Am I about to die? Thinking this, Zhou suddenly woke up. Only then did he realize he was in a hospital room, and indeed, a 50-kilogram shadow was pressing on him. Jiang Churan, rubbing her sleepy eyes, said, Zhou, you're awake. You've been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. I'll go tell everyone. Oh, right, thank you for saving me. Jiang Churan unexpectedly kissed Zhou on the cheek, then shyly turned and left. This girl, Zhou said helplessly. Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared. Daily quests. 200 push-ups, not completed. 200 squats, not completed. 200 sit-ups, not completed. I slept for 2 days straight and missed 2 days' worth of daily rewards. Let's see if the achievement quest completion can make up for it. Achievement quest. Demon elimination has been completed and corresponding quest rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on acquiring S+ talent. Death resistance. Death resistance. Your body can resist death and can quickly recover from any damage received. Congratulations on acquiring S-grade magic medicine, Fulling Potion. After consumption, the drinker's luck will increase for 12 hours. A talent that can restore damage? Every profession has this kind of talent, but the effects are different. But being an S+ grade talent and called death resistance, it must be incredibly special. Thinking this, Zhou excitedly conjured a knife, unhesitatingly poked himself lightly in the chest, then withdrew the knife and waited for the result. Watching the wound heal at the speed of light, Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, Healed in 2 seconds? Excellent. With this, I won't be affected by ordinary damage during combat, and my survivability is also enhanced. What about a serious injury? Thinking this, Zhou conjured an axe. However, after some deliberation, he ultimately didn't dare to be reckless, put away the axe, and continued to study the Fulling Potion, a luck-enhancing reward. Luck. How much does it increase? Will I pick up a legendary weapon as soon as I go out? Or will an old woman I casually meet on the street turn out to be a 3rd-tier professional? Or will I suddenly buy top-tier equipment by the roadside? A bottle of elixir that can unlock infinite possibilities. I'll use it later then. Just as Zhou was about to close the system, a notification caught his attention. Holy Flame Aura Grade A. Condenses a holy flame aura around the body, granting the ability to control fire elements. Increases fire and light element damage for oneself and surrounding allies by 20%. Effect lasts for a period of time. Holy Flame Aura. What is this? Divine skill. Zhou recalled the moment he fought the Demon Lord. It was at that time. Protection of the Holy Angel, S+ grade. The Holy Angel binds with the user. Your light element is greatly enhanced, and all effects of light and divine element skills are amplified manifold. Holy Flame Aura Grade A. Condenses a holy flame aura around the body, granting the ability to control fire elements. Increases fire and light element damage for oneself and surrounding allies by 20%. Effect lasts for a period of time. Holy Flame Aura is a light element skill, which can be enhanced by the protection of the Holy Angel. Once Holy Flame Aura is used, it can further increase light and fire element skill damage by 40%. If I use Light's punishment while Holy Flame Aura is active, Won't I become a dual-element lightning and fire mage? As Joey was lost in thought, a knock on the door brought him back to reality. A stranger, a young man, came to visit Joey. After settling down, he introduced himself. I am Wang Liang, the vice commander of the Snow Dragon Legion and a mage. Student Joey, thanks to you for timely destroying the demonic creatures and ruining the teleportation array this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to capture so many demon prisoners. Joey humbly replied, You're too kind. I just did a small thing. Is there something you need me for? Originally, the commander should have come to thank you himself, but he's busy right now, so I had to come in his place. Student Zhou Yi's final strike, although it destroyed half of the Dark Valley, the traces of the demon's descent were still perfectly preserved. The Legion has uncovered the secret of the demons. The commander has already gone to report the matter to the higher-ups. Saying this, he took out a sphere. As soon as the sphere was activated, the entire room transformed into a virtual space, with all sorts of items appearing before Joey. The resources of the Snow Dragon Legion have been accumulated here for hundreds of years. Don't be shy, just tell me what you like, Wang Liang said generously. Joey looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, There are even high-grade S-tier Earth treasures? After some searching, Joey spoke up. Vice Commander Wang, do you have an S-tier Extreme Cold Ice Lotus in the Snow Dragon Legion's inventory? Please wait a moment while I look. Wang Liang performed a few actions, then pointed at the screen and asked, Is this it? Exactly. Joey excitedly shouted. All right. Wang Liang outwardly tried to appear fine, but deep down, his eyes were full of tears. 100 million contribution points equaled his salary for 3 years. I'll probably have to ask the commander to pay for it. The Extreme Cold Ice Lotus is in the headquarters warehouse, so you'll need to wait here for a few more days. If you get bored, I can arrange for some people to accompany you to hunt magical beasts in the mountain range, Wang Liang said, walking indifferently towards the door, but just out of Zhou Yi's sight. He couldn't help but smile. To have the young people of the same age in the Legion accompany Zhou Yi to hunt magical beasts, fostering good relations. When Zhou Yi becomes a top-tier expert, the Snow Dragon Legion will also get a bit of his glory. This operation of mine can be said to be perfect. Just as Wang Liang was secretly pleased, Zhou Yi's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured on him. Sorry, tomorrow I have to return to school to participate in the freshman competition. You can just send the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus to my dorm. I forgot he's still a student. Wang Liang sighed and replied, The Extreme Cold Ice Lotus will be delivered to your place at Swan University, Dorm 001, in 2 days. In the future, if you encounter anything you can't resolve in the Raging Wind Mountain Range, you must contact the Snow Dragon Legion. After saying that, he immediately left. Zhou Yi flopped onto the sofa, couldn't help but smile happily. Xiao Yun is saved. I really should thank that demon. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have had the chance to get the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse. Glancing at the clock, Zhou Yi muttered, It's almost 12 o'clock. I have to complete today's daily quest first. At the Azure Luan squad, as soon as Su Qinglian stepped out of the bathroom, she was surrounded by her teammates, who were pleading with her. Captain, we want to invite Zhou Yi to join the Azure Luan squad. What do you think? Su Qinglian said indifferently. I don't think he'll agree. With his strength, he's more effective hunting magical beasts alone. Zhou Dan chuckled. How would we know if we don't try? Besides, aren't you, Captain, also like us, wanting him to join us? When Tianren chimed in, I've seen you, Captain, secretly visiting Zhou Yi several times. Su Qinglian didn't answer, but secretly recalled her visit to Zhou Yi. At that time, she had indeed offered to invite him to join the team, but he politely declined. Although Su Qinglian felt regret, she didn't want to press the matter. However, before leaving, she couldn't help but say, All right, to thank you for saving us in the Raging Wind Mountain Range, this is a special thank you gift for you. With that, Su Qinglian placed a kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek and smiled brightly before leaving. Zhou Yi instinctively remembered Jiang Charen's similar action and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. A special reward, a special thank you. Girls nowadays are so bold. In other news, Su Yujo was reporting to his superior. According to the investigation, during this alien demon invasion, unlike 3 years ago, they appeared in shifts in the Raging Wind mountain range. The investigation shows that the demons have mastered the method of moving through medium-sized rifts. Are you sure? Do you know what this report means? Su Yujo affirmed that, until now, alien creatures could only invade Lam 10 through large-sized spatial rifts. Because there aren't many large-sized spatial rifts, the risk of alien invasion isn't significant. But there are countless medium-sized rifts on Lam 10. If alien creatures can invade through medium-sized spatial rifts, Lam 10 will face an extinction-level crisis. Therefore, the results of this investigation have been rechecked many times. Fortunately, we found that only alien creatures below level 30 can pass through medium-sized rifts. The man with horns on his head heard this and immediately instructed. If that's the case, we need to quickly propose a strategy to deal with this problem. Legislator Yang, quickly notify all major legions across the country to immediately investigate all medium-sized spatial rifts within their garrison areas. Legislator Zhang, please attend this International United Nations Congress to report on this discovery and see the reactions of the other countries. At this moment, Wang Wei, the principal of Swan University, asked, Commander Su, was this intelligence obtained from an 18-year-old youth? Yes. Su Yujo displayed Zhou Yi's image on the screen. This heroic young man is named Zhou Yi, a rising holy knight. He was the top scorer in the Swan Province College entrance examination and the top freshman at Swan University. He cast divine magic to defeat the demons and also destroyed the teleportation array. This action has brought us enormous benefits. The others couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing this. A holy knight becoming the provincial top scholar. That's quite rare. Swan Province. And his surname is Zhou. Could he be a descendant of the Frost Zhou family? At this moment, that high-ranking official turned to Wang Wei and said, Councilman Wang, after you return to school, please help me check on Zhou Yi. All right, if he's a promising talent, remember to let us know. And don't keep it a secret. Someone joked. Su Yuchu secretly admired Zhou Yi, as everyone here was a top national powerhouse. If he wins their favor, his future will surely be bright. 2 days later, the Great Freshman Competition officially began. A robot flew around Swan University, announcing, Attention, students, the freshman competition will begin promptly at 10 a.m. Students, please make your way to the sports field to gather. As the appointed time drew near, the Dean of the War Academy, representing the judging panel, which consisted of deans from the Weapons Academy, Elemental Academy, Tactical Academy, and Logistics Academy, stood up to speak. I am Yu Mang, Dean of the War Academy. Welcome to Swan University. This freshman competition is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is the Secret Realm Challenge copy, where rankings are determined by difficulty and clear time. The second phase, Free Challenge. Each person has 3 opportunities to challenge higher-ranked individuals, successfully changing their rank. While Yu Mang was speaking, Su Meier, standing next to him, was constantly worried. Why haven't Zhou Yi and Jiang Charan appeared yet? If they don't get to the competition venue soon, they'll lose their eligibility to participate in the freshman competition. I really shouldn't have told him without confirmed news about the Frost Lotus. Now it's almost ruined. It wasn't just Su Meier who noticed Zhou Yi's absence. Other students, not seeing Zhou Yi, began to buzz with discussion. Oh, have you seen Zhou Yi? Haven't seen him. Did he forget about the freshman competition? It's highly possible, after all. He hasn't returned to school for a month. Good news, we've directly eliminated an opponent. Shun Ling Feng, standing in the crowd, heard these words and secretly chuckled. Zhou Yi, you didn't train at school, wasted a month, and now you don't even have the courage to participate in the freshman competition. Not seizing the opportunity right in front of you. Truly pathetic. Next, the first phase of the freshman competition, the Secret Realm Challenge, Silver Rank Secret Realm. Oh! As soon as Yu Mang finished speaking, the gate to the secret realm opened. A dark flame surged out, engulfing the vast space. The scale and strength of this year's freshmen are the strongest in history. To allow everyone's strength to be maximized, this secret realm copy, in addition to easy, hard, and nightmare difficulties, has specially added the abyssal difficulty. A student heard this and couldn't help but get excited. They actually opened the abyssal difficulty. No wonder the secret realm gate had such blazing flames. Unreasonable. I remember the difficulty of the abyssal model is 10 times more terrifying than nightmare. This is going to be fun. I'm going to sweep through the abyssal difficulty copy later. As he spoke, the students began to prepare their gear to enter the secret realm. Bring your best equipment, magic potions, and weapons. Depart. As soon as Yu Mang finished speaking, information about the secret realm appeared. Secret realm copy. Furball lair, level 12 to 19. Difficulty, easy, hard, nightmare, abyssal can be selected. Required players, 1 to 6 people. Note, in the dark and gloomy forest, where a group of ferocious furballs reside, it is said that even a human body cannot fill the stomach of a small furball. Moments later, all the freshmen were teleported inside the secret realm. Yu Mang looked at the screen, which showed all selections for nightmare or abyssal difficulty, and murmured in admiration. Not bad, not bad. All are vibrant youths actively moving forward. Just then, Wu Mang noticed something unusual. Why couldn't he see numbers 001 and 003? Su Mayer hesitated, replying. Reporting, Dean. 001 and 003 went to Chongfeng Mountain Range to train some time ago and haven't returned yet. Outrageous. Wu Mang yelled angrily. The freshman competition determines the direction and cultivation resources in the future. How can they be late for such an important matter? They're still young but relying on their high ranking. They've become arrogant and act without discretion. Dean, Joey isn't that kind of person. He's because... Su Mayer was trying to speak up for Joey, but before she could finish explaining, Wu Mang waved his hand, cutting her off. Students like that need to temper their minds. If they don't come, they don't need to participate, directly placing last. Just then, Joey came rushing in, carrying Jiang Charan on his back. We're really sorry we're late. With that, he and Jiang Charan directly chose abyssal difficulty. Afterward, both were quickly teleported inside the secret realm instance. You have arrived at the Furbong lair. You have chosen abyssal difficulty. Attention, monsters in abyssal difficulty are extremely ferocious. Please be mindful of using the return portal. Hope the difficulty lives up to its reputation. Joey said as he activated a series of buffs, such as Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of God, Guardian's Gift, while also pulling out his weapon, ready for battle. Monster, Furbong Warrior, level 17, quality. Silver skills, Guardian's Hair, Frenzied Attack. Monster, USA Furbong Warrior, level 18, quality. Silver skills, Resilient Aura, War Stomp. Joe quickly read the information about the beast's roaring and preparing to charge at him. I hope it can make me exert my full strength. Joey said excitedly, then leaped high and swung his hammer. Elsewhere, Jiang Charan was using her B-grade skill, Pure Shadow Destroyer Slash, continuously wielding her weapon, and unleashing sword energy that formed a penetrating blow, piercing through the enemy's defense. Meanwhile, Shunling Feng gathered the flame power throughout his body, unleashing an extreme fire punch, dealing immense damage to a single target to deal with the beasts. Another top student chose to use the C-grade skill, Whirlwind Heartbreaker Stab, spinning and leaping, kicking the enemy to the ground, temporarily stunning them. However, 16 furbongs attacking at once still overwhelmed him. The judges monitored the student's performance on screen and began to offer their first comments. Overall, the performance of this year's freshman is not bad. The Furbong instance is the most difficult secret realm instance our school has. In the past, freshmen entering the instance would be overwhelmed and eliminated from the competition. This year, they've all managed to hold their ground. At this moment, Wu Mang ordered the technical team, display Windows 001. I want to see what level 001 has reached after wasting a month in Chongfeng Mountain Range. The screen immediately showed Zhou Yi's image. At this moment, smoke and flames surrounded him, and the system displayed a notification. Congratulations on passing the first stage, eliminating 16 furbolgs. Time 5 seconds. The incredibly magical result made Dean Zhou Huayang of the Element Academy exclaim in surprise. 5 seconds to clear the stage. Why did Zhou Yi, by only using the auxiliary skill Holy Flame Radiance, achieve the most intense flame effect to directly eliminate the beasts? Song Qi, Dean of the Weapon Academy, speculated with a bit of confusion, unless Zhou Yi's intelligence attribute points are extremely high. Wu Mang, encountering this for the first time, did not dare to hastily draw conclusions and analyzed cautiously. There are many reasons for high damage skills, intelligence attributes, powerful buffs, rare treasures. One battle alone cannot definitively determine it. Even I, with many years of combat experience, can't discern what kind of skill that strange light halo is or what its effect is. Zhou Yi didn't waste this month. This kid is interesting. Zhou Yi had no idea he was causing a stir among the judges. He was still very focused on the battle. Punishment of light. No sooner had Zhou Yi finished speaking than thousands of lightning bolts descended, striking the beasts and sending them directly to meet their ancestors. Following that, the notification board continued to appear. Congratulations on passing the second stage, eliminating 200 furbolgs. Time, 1 minute 23 seconds. Capitalizing on his victory, Zhou Yi continued to use the Spear of Victory skill, successfully clearing the third stage in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Cleared Abyssal Difficulty Instance. Stage clear time 4 minutes 57 seconds. SSS-Rank Evaluation. You have been recognized as the record holder for this instance. Stage clear rewards. B+ rank skill book. Repentance Hammer. 13,212 experience points. 25 free attribute points. 25 skill points. Repentance Hammer. Swing this hammer with divine power at enemies, dealing enormous damage. As the first person to clear the stage, you have unlocked a talent achievement. Please choose one of the 3 below. Concentration Aura, A rank. Neural response speed increases by 30%, and there's a 30% chance your skills won't be interrupted when used. Swift Movement, A rank. After entering combat, movement speed will continuously increase, up to a maximum of 50%. Steadfast Guard, A rank. When using a shield as a weapon, defensive power increases by 30%. Receiving the notification, Zhou Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Clearing an instance can grant new talents. Whether a professional is strong or not is greatly related to their talent. Initially, it was precisely because of my S+ rank talent that I was able to activate the Paladin class during the class transfer conference. This must be a privilege for silver rank instances or higher, right? After all, I set new records in the bronze rank instance of the competition, but there were no rewards like this. A choose one of 3 option is quite user-friendly. No need to worry about getting a useless talent. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi began to calculate. Steadfast Guard suits a paladin playing as a tank, but I don't have many opportunities to use it. Swift Movement isn't bad either, but it's slightly inferior compared to Concentration Aura. In actual combat, from the moment you see an enemy to launching a counterattack, it takes a lot of time. The stronger the enemy, the faster their attacks, so faster neural response speed is naturally more advantageous and valuable. Combat is ever-changing. Concentration Aura can reduce the risk of skill interruption, potentially serving as a turning point in battle. At this moment, another gate filled with dark energy opened. Simultaneously, a message appeared on the gate. Abyssal rank instance cleared. Do you wish to activate the subgate card? A repulsive aura emanated from the teleportation gate. Hopefully, the subgate card can bring me a little joy. Zhou Yi, filled with anticipation, stepped through the gate without hesitation. Outside, Zhou Yi's recent performance once again astonished the judges. Each person offered comments based on their expertise. That combat technique is quite fierce. Perfect elemental control, quick thinking, strong adaptability. The Abyssal Difficulty instance was certainly worth opening. Zhou Yi is very versatile. Not only does he master extremely powerful offensive magic, but he also considers enhancement abilities, and even his melee combat is surprisingly impressive. However, Zhou Yi's paladin skills are too comprehensive. If he keeps leveling up like this, coupled with extremely high costs, the result might just be average performance. Wu Meng nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhang Ling, the dean of the Tactics Institute. That is indeed a problem. After the freshman competition ends, I will personally talk to him. Song Qi and Chu Huayang immediately chimed in upon hearing this. Dean Wu, Zhou Yi hasn't decided which academy to attend yet. As for his choice, it would be more appropriate for the dean of that academy to discuss it with him. That's right. Everything must wait until Zhou Yi chooses an academy before being discussed. Zhou Yi is very proficient in elemental magic, making him very suitable for the Elemental Academy. This is a scramble for talent. These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Dean, it seems everyone is very satisfied with Zhou Yi. Unfortunately, I arrived late and didn't get to see him exert his full strength, Wang Wei said with a smile, turning back to Zhou Yi. As soon as he stepped into the sub-gate, a gloomy, deathly scene unfolded before his eyes. Looking at the mountain of bleached bones not far away, Zhou Yi wondered, given this situation, wasn't a dark ritual held here? He stared at the skeleton on the throne atop the pile of bones and silently answered himself. This world has a god of light, so naturally, there are corresponding evil gods. Evil gods are not only a name for dark gods, but also a general term for chaotic and insane deities. These two have significant differences. Worshipping the god of light or dark gods only requires loyal devotion, but worshipping evil gods requires pure life force and souls. The infamous Blood Abyss event a few years ago was caused by a third-tier professional who worshipped an evil god. He secretly planned to sacrifice a medium-sized city. Tens of millions of lives were lost in just one night, and in an instant, he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was destroyed by the Legion and patrol envoys, tens of millions of souls, swallowed by the evil god, still couldn't be revived. From then on, Zhongsha Nation strictly prohibited the worship of evil gods, with immediate execution upon discovery. However, the forces worshipping evil gods continue to grow, with many willingly venturing into danger. Of course, it's not only the human race that worships evil gods. Beastkin, elves, and even angels all have the potential to worship evil gods. Thinking to himself, Zhou Yi stepped into the red formation on the ground. Immediately, a thick purple smoke surrounded the skeletal figure on the throne, and then the monster awoke. Monster, Ghostly Fogbong, level 19. Note, Fogbong clan leader, an evolved spirit form after an evil god ritual. Such pure flesh, it's been a long time. Human, you smell so delicious. I didn't expect it to be an undead creature immune to physical damage. If fighters saw this final boss, they'd probably be stunned. Zhou Yi, with his hammer on his shoulder, said to the boss with an amused tone, "Good boy, come and eat." Then he used the Divine Light Storm skill, summoning a storm condensed by holy light at a designated location. It dealt moderate magical damage to all enemies within a certain range, as if to say, "Take this." Humph, like throwing eggs at a rock. As soon as the boss finished speaking, it was sucked into the center of the vortex and crushed. However, after a moment, the boss completely recovered to its original state. At the same time, it opened its mouth in praise, "Human, I admit your holy light is indeed powerful, but against the power of immortality bestowed upon me by my lord, everything is just like throwing eggs at a rock." Seeing the aura surrounding Zhou Yi growing denser, the boss immediately speculated, "Such dense holy light, it seems you're planning to use your ultimate move. You can't do it. Everything you do is futile struggle. How much power will you have left in your body after using all your ultimate moves? When I revive next time, that's when you'll be sacrificed." "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Yi sneered, then extended his hand towards the boss. Immediately, a giant orb shot straight at the boss, making it shriek in agony. But before it disappeared, it still defiantly said, "I told you, you can't destroy me." Nonsense. With that, Zhou Yi stood his ground and continuously shot light orbs at the boss, making it disappear for good. Congratulations on completing the dungeon. Completion time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Dungeon clear reward. Congratulations. You have gained 7,113 experience points. Congratulations. You have leveled up to 19. Congratulations. You have received Bear Monster Battle Armor. Gold grade. As expected, infinite resurrections are just an illusion. It seems all you have to do is deplete its power to destroy it. Before leaving the Secret Realm instance, Zhou looked back, deep in thought. Upon entering this space, he immediately sensed a vague, chaotic power. This power was an elemental, but when he used divine spells, the sensation of power was similar, leading him to speculate that it was residual evil god power. And when the ghostly Fodbong revived for the first time, some of that peculiar power vanished. Thus he deduced that the number of times the ghostly Fodbong could revive was limited. The correct way to clear the dungeon was to repeatedly defeat the ghostly Fodbong, making it continuously draw evil god energy from a space until the energy was exhausted. While Zhou had completed the task, other students were still struggling to pass the exam. Alongside the students defeated by the boss, there were also those who defeated it. Like Shen Lingfeng, for example. The side challenge is indeed the most difficult part of the dungeon. You need to defeat the ghostly Fodbong 10 times to completely destroy it. Fortunately, I gained 2 levels not long ago, so I can keep the clear time within 8 minutes. Thinking this, Shen Lingfeng secretly felt smug. Then he quickly left the dungeon. Hand of God. Zhou can use an S-Rank skill. Wukat-san, the dean of the Logistics Academy, couldn't help but be surprised and smiled happily. The other teachers saw Zhou walk out and started discussing. Did Zhou just stumble upon a shortcut? Haha, let's see other freshmen try a shortcut like this. That's true. It seems our holy knight also has his own secrets now. An S-Rank skill isn't something a student from a barren region can access. Could it be? The teacher hadn't finished his sentence when he heard the principal's meaningful cough. He immediately understood and fell silent, but he couldn't help but feel bewildered. The principal was covering for a student. At this moment, Su Minner, who was intently watching Zhou, let out an amused "Oh, his level is a bit off. Why is he level 19? Hearing this, the others started discussing again. Level 19, really? When the exam rankings were announced, Zhou was only level 13. Even an abyss-level dungeon couldn't help him level up 6 times like that. This guy is truly terrifying. I know some inside information about this. Wang Hui explained after reporting. Zhou left school to hunt monsters and level up. Zhou went on a trip to Fengshan Mountain, and he gained quite a lot. He was already level 18 when he entered the dungeon. Being able to single-handedly destroy the Blazing Demon Legion, the freshman competition is truly as easy as pie for him now. If the freshman competition weren't the basis for confirming resource distribution, he probably wouldn't even participate. As soon as Shen Lingfeng stepped out of the dungeon, he saw Zhou already standing outside and couldn't help but be surprised. Why is he here? Did he complete the dungeon before me? Thinking this, he deluded himself. No way. He must have failed a side challenge and retreated early. Bearing the glory of the 8 great Jiangning families, I absolutely cannot lose to a pauper from the north. Shen Lingfeng told himself, then retracted his skill, returning to his normal appearance. Then he glared past Zhou without greeting him, which made Zhou feel puzzled. Just then, he heard a scream not far away. Zhou immediately looked towards the scream and saw Jiang Churen free-falling out of the dungeon gate. Careful, Zhou shouted, then quickly ran to catch Jiang Churen. Brother Zhou, you cleared the dungeon faster than me, huh? Jiang Churen said, naturally hugging Zhou. Brother? Zhou looked at Jiang Churen with a puzzled expression. You're a few months older than me. Shouldn't I call you brother? Jiang Churen replied nonchalantly. All right, it's a small matter anyway. So Zhou indulged Jiang Churen's wish. At this moment, a series of students, just like Jiang Churen, fell freely from the dungeon gate, but they weren't as lucky as Jiang Churen to be caught by that hotshot. Moreover, it seemed they didn't have an easy time inside the dungeon either. As soon as they came out into the real world, they continuously cried out in pain and begged for help. Healing team, quickly provide treatment. Hurry. Su Minor frantically commanded while rushing to treat a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students had finally safely exited. Wu Mang closed the entrance to the mystic realm and announced, Phase 1 has officially concluded. Now, we will announce the rankings and clear times. They're finally announcing it. I can't wait any longer. Shun Lin Feng was smiling smugly, but when he saw the scoreboard, his face twisted. Top 1, Zoe. Dungeon clear time 4 minutes 57 seconds. Bonus stage clear time 1 minute 12 seconds. Top 2, Shun Lin Feng. Dungeon clear time 13 minutes 35 seconds. Bonus stage clear time 7 minutes 42 seconds. Top 3, Jiang Chuan. Top 4, Song Hallen. Top 5, Qin Feng. Did he really clear the abyssal dungeon before me? And 15 minutes faster at that? Unable to accept this fact, Shun Lin Feng, as if going mad, climbed a dragon-carved pillar, silently cursing. Zoe, you stole my top scholar position in the grand exam, and now you're stealing the top spot in the freshman assembly. No matter what you did, in the upcoming second phase, Shin Lin Feng looked at Zoe with daggers in his eyes. I will definitely crush you under my heel. Zoe had no idea what Shin Lin Feng was thinking. He was just drawn to his outrageous behavior. Why climb so high? Next, Phase 2 of the free challenge round officially begins. As Wu Mang clapped once, a series of aerial arenas appeared. Everyone has 3 challenge opportunities. After each challenge, there's a 5-minute rest period. The second phase has finally arrived. I want to challenge rank 754. My profession isn't really suited for dealing with monsters. Instead, it's very suitable for competing against other people. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Zoe. Shin Lin Feng yelled loudly and jumped directly onto the arena, looking at Zoe with a challenging gaze. Come on, Zoe. Let's see who's stronger. Jiang Chuan gave Zoe some information. He's Shin Lin Feng, ranked 2nd, from the Jiangning noble family, possessing the extremely rare blazing dragon bloodline. Because of your appearance, his dream of topping the list was shattered, which is why he hates you so much. Clearly, his strength is far below mine, yet he doesn't know himself or his opponent. He's truly a man blinded by hatred. Thinking to himself, Zoe leaped onto the arena. I hope you can give it your all. Come on, Zoe. A holy knight versus a berserker. Let's see who's truly stronger. Shin Lin Feng said arrogantly, as soon as the referee yelled begin. He immediately unleashed his power, using blazing fist and blood rage to charge and attack Zoe. Below the stands, Wang Hui saw this and immediately recognized Shin Lin Feng's intention, a berserker's signature skill. Shin Lin Feng wants a quick victory here. Wu Mang agreed, immediately activating blood rage and blazing fist to launch the first attack. He wants to cut off Zoe's buffing ability. Zhou Huayang exclaimed. Shin Lin Feng is truly worthy of being a descendant of a noble family. His combat strategy is incredibly decisive. Although Shin Lin Feng had good combat tactics, he was still 1 step slower than Zoe. As soon as he realized his attack had no effect on Zoe, Shin Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Holy Light Protection. When did you cast it? Holy Light Protection is a B+ skill that can resist a portion of physical damage. This is the skill I least wanted him to use. In the end, I was still a step too slow. Shin Lin Feng secretly regretted. A wise choice. Your attack is indeed very fast, but it only takes me 0.1 seconds to activate Holy Light Protection. Zoe said smugly, while taking out the Hammer of Repentance. I was hoping you could give me a better fight than this, so I deliberately didn't attack first. Sorry, you can't get me hyped up anymore. With that, Zoe swung his hammer high and slammed it directly into Shin Lin Feng's face, sending him falling from the air face first into the ground, shattering my flame shield in an instant. How could he possess such powerful energy? While Shin Lin Feng was distracted, he suddenly realized Zoe had already approached him, his hammer ready to swing. I can't dodge in time. No, I can't lose. Just as Zoe's hammer struck, Shin Lin Feng was once again knocked off the arena. But unlike last time, this time he used the blazing dragon's body, and after blocking Zoe's hammer with one hand, he immediately charged forward, throwing punches at Zoe at light speed. Blazing Dragon's body. It seems this is the energy hidden within your bloodline. Zoe spoke while moving lightly like a breeze, dodging Shun Lingfeng's high-speed attacks. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. Jiang Churen is like this, and Shun Lingfeng is also like this. It seems that all professionals who possess power can wield powerful trump cards from their bloodlines, which truly makes me a bit envious. Even if you activate your bloodline power, you're still no match for me. Zoe grabbed Shun Lingfeng's wildly attacking arm and swung his hammer again. But unlike before, Shun Lingfeng actually dodged this move, which even surprised Zoe. My Blazing Dragon bloodline isn't limited in close combat. Today, I'll show you the power of the Blazing Dragon's body. Dragon's Breath. With that, Shun Lingfeng opened his mouth and spewed fire towards Zoe. Oh, it's Dragon's Breath, a bloodline skill of the Blazing Dragon bloodline. Shun Lingfeng was forced to use his trump card. Moreover, Zoe hasn't used any special bloodline, so he might be at a disadvantage. Zoe lost. Jiang Churen was worried, and hearing the crowd say that made her even more anxious. In the arena, Zoe now used the Holy Flame Halo, absorbing all the energy from Shun Lingfeng's Dragon's Breath, which suddenly gave Shun Lingfeng a bad premonition. Zoe's gaze at this moment made him feel like a subject facing a monarch. Impossible. Unable to accept the truth before his eyes, Shun Lingfeng stubbornly continued to spew Dragon's Breath towards Zoe. It's useless. Your flames can't escape my control. Zoe used his hand to collect all of Shun Lingfeng's Dragon's Breath. Then he swung his hammer, pushing the flames back towards Shun Lingfeng. Since the fight has reached this point, it's time to end it. Using my own flames to defeat me? Dream on. Watch me reclaim control of the flames. Shun Lingfeng used a dispelling skill, but unexpectedly, the flames still reached their target and hit Shun Lingfeng directly in the face, knocking him to the floor. Shun Lingfeng lost consciousness. Zoe won. As soon as the referee announced the result, the rescue team immediately rushed to treat Shun Lingfeng. Shun Lingfeng, that arrogant and reckless guy, was utterly crushed and defeated throughout the entire process. Furthermore, his full strength hasn't even been unleashed yet. If he showed his full power, how terrifying would that be? His level, combined with his incredibly strong combat knowledge, crushing Shun Lingfeng is completely normal. You're right. Who would have thought he could reach level 5 in just 1 month? While everyone was buzzing with discussion, Wu Mang pointed his chin towards the arena, saying with great interest, "Look, there's another provincial top scholar, a petite girl in Taoist attire challenging Zoe. I am Song Halan, a level 17 Spirit Taoist. I hope for your guidance." Spirit Taoist is a special reclassified profession in Xia Nation, extremely rare, specializing in various talismans and sealing techniques. After determining that Xiao Yun's strange illness was due to a bloodline awakening, the pastor suggested using a sealing technique to control it. Unexpectedly, such an opportunity arose here. Zhou Yi secretly assessed his opponent, then replied, "Level 19 Holy Knight, Zhou Yi." "Friend Zhou Yi, you probably haven't used your full strength yet, have you? Later, when the fight begins, could you let me experience your full strength breakthrough state? Don't worry, I won't interrupt you when you unleash your skill enhancements." Under the stage, many students finally understood. That's unbelievable. When did Zoe reach level 19? No wonder I couldn't use the appraisal spell to investigate him. Turns out he's 3 levels higher than me. That's right, when Zoe fought Shun Lingfeng, he didn't use any skill enhancements at all. That's incredibly hard to believe. Isn't Song Haolan the young miss of the Song family, from Guiyun province, the only family with outdoor travel certification? Seeing Song Haolan say that, Zoe smiled with interest and said, "No need to hold back. It will be as you wish." Then it's decided. Song Haolan clasped her hands and said with a smile. After that, their battle officially began. Zhou Yi successively activated the skills Morning Blessing, Courageous Grace, and Guardian Grace, leaving Song Haolan utterly astonished. "This is my peak state. Now enjoy our battle." With that, Zhou Yi waved his hand, sending a beam of light towards Song Haolan. Since it's come to this, I'll have to fight with all my might. Song Halan's expression grew serious, and she began to activate talismans. Repentance delay. A series of talismans flew into the air, forming a circular barrier between her and the beam of light shot by Joey. Then, she grabbed a talisman and chanted a spell, causing the beam of light to explode. As dust obscured her vision, Song Halan tried to escape, only to find that Joey was no longer in his original position. As she cautiously looked around, searching, she heard Joey's voice from behind her. "Do you think merely changing your position can escape my pursuit?" As he spoke, Joey swung his hammer. Song Halan reacted quickly, immediately turning and using talismans to create a shield. She successfully dodged Joey's surprise attack, but she couldn't help but wonder, when did he get here? Honestly, even though all passive defensive equipment is activated, it's barely enough to hold on. I'll take a gamble with this move. Having made up her mind, Song Halan shot several fireballs towards Joey to buy time, then chanted a spell to summon an army of scattered beans into soldiers. Seeing this, Joey smiled with amusement and said, "Interesting. I didn't expect to see the Taoist scattered beans into soldiers technique. Go." Following Song Halan's command, the scattered beans into soldiers charged forward simultaneously. Joey managed to defeat the scattered beans into soldiers' army with a few punches, but they quickly revived and continued to attack him. These soldiers themselves weren't difficult to deal with, but they possessed regeneration abilities similar to fierce ghost monsters. This is a bit troublesome. It seems only by cutting off their magic power supply can these soldiers truly be destroyed. As he thought, Joey continued to fight under Song Halan's bewildered gaze. That's ridiculous. Her soldier array was strong enough to hold back a level 30 professional, yet Joey could handle it freely. Just as Song Halan fell into contemplation, Joey, like a gust of wind, darted behind her and swung his axe. Song Halan immediately raised her hands in surrender. "I give up." Joey won. Joey retracted his movements and asked with a puzzled expression, "Didn't you want to have a real fight with me? We're fundamentally not on the same level. I admit defeat wholeheartedly." Song Halan chuckled in response, adding inwardly, "Don't chase me anymore. Free challenges aren't just one battle. If I stubbornly press on, I'll end up like Shinling Foam. Next time I have a chance, I'll ask for your guidance." With that, Song Halan jumped off the stage. Joey twirled the axe in his hand, looked down, and asked coldly, "Anyone else dissatisfied? I'm here waiting for everyone to challenge me." Of course, no one wanted to suffer a defeat, so they came up with 7749 excuses to justify not challenging Joey. Jiang Churin looked up at Joey, grinning. As expected of brother Joey. Su Wire also looked up at Joey, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. Physical strength overpowering warriors, agility and intelligence surpassing mages. Joey's true strength completely exceeds my imagination. At this moment, a skeptical teacher asked his male colleague next to him, "Is he really from an ordinary family in the resource-scarce North, and not from a renowned family? He's at the top of the freshman rankings. Genius is no longer enough to describe him. This is a monster." At the same time, Wu Mang looked at the tense expressions of the academy deans, thinking to himself, "Round 2 is about to end. It's time for the schools to recruit students." It goes without saying that Joey will definitely become the target of academies vying for him. Su Wire also realized this, so she quietly asked Wu Mang, "Dean, don't worry, I've already made preparations. I must get this Joey." Meanwhile, elsewhere, taking advantage of Shenling Feng's injury after his match with Joey, many students challenged him, successfully raising their ranks, while Shenling Feng's rank plummeted. Even though Shenling Feng was bitter, he couldn't do anything, only cursing inwardly. "Once my injuries fully recover, I'll show you what regret feels like." Half an hour later, finally, the second round of free challenges concluded with Joey, Jiang Churin, and Song Halan leading the ranks, officially bringing the entire freshman grand trial to a close. Now, everyone has been re-ranked, and then the accommodation and credit points of the contestants will also be reallocated. Even if you're ranked lower and have fewer points, there's no need to worry. The school has many ways to earn points. You just need to work hard. Next is the introduction of the academies. First, our 5 deans will briefly introduce the educational philosophy of their 5 academies. Wu Mang said, then was the first to introduce his academy, the War Academy. Although the dark era when alien creatures invaded en masse has passed, countless professionals still sacrifice their lives on the battlefield every year. The goal of the War Academy is to cultivate students with stronger combat capabilities to increase their survival rate on the battlefield. Extreme, brutal, that is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only recruits sects that focus on elemental magic power. I will lead you to explore the truth of elemental power. The Weapon Academy, a training ground aimed at improving the effective use of weapons instead of relying on a series of skills. Come to our Weapon Academy. With just your body and weapons, you will possess ultimate power. The Tactics Academy is designed to train students with effective command and combat abilities. No matter what profession you are, join our Tactics Academy. Everyone surely knows that in war, top tactical warriors can significantly reduce the casualty rate of the entire legion. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of all operations. Greetings, all lifestyle professionals. Please choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we're not famous for our combat abilities, you will learn professional knowledge about lifestyle professions. Once we've matured, maybe even the warriors will have to beg us, haha. As the dean of the Logistics Academy said this, he laughed heartily and patted his belly, making the other deans want to disown him. Wu Mang cleared his throat and concluded, all information related to the academies has been fully introduced. Now, students can log into the system to choose their favorite academy. Zhou Yi, which academy do you want to choose? Jiang Churan asked. Zhou Yi remained silent, not answering, just staring intently at his phone screen. At this moment, Wu Mang spoke to Zhou Yi. Classmate Zhou Yi, if you come to the War Academy, I will become your personal tutor. A personal tutor? Zhou Yi asked curiously. Wu Mang explained, each tutor can recruit one outstanding student for personal guidance. The resources held by a personal tutor will also be prioritized for that student. Furthermore, I've prepared some welcome gifts for you, including 3 A-grade skill books and an A-grade resource exchange token. The other corpses, I mean deans, also started joining the unicorn hunting race. Zhou Yi, choosing a personal tutor is no small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I guarantee I'll equip you with a set of legendary gear. The Dean of the Weapons Academy, who was standing next to the Dean of the War Academy, used instant movement to appear before Zhou Yi and proposed, as long as you become a member of the Weapons Academy, everything external that benefits your strength will be freely available for you to choose and use. Hey, I was here first, Wu Mang said, dissatisfied, from upstairs. How can you talk about who was first in this matter? The key is sincerity. Zhou Yi scratched his chin awkwardly, thinking to himself, it feels like this has happened before. Other students who witnessed this couldn't help but feel envious. 3 deans personally vying for Zhou Yi. Is this the special treatment for the top scorer of the entrance exam? It really makes one jealous. The position of a personal tutor student is equivalent to a direct disciple in a family, and they also enjoy the privilege of prioritized use of the tutor's resources. But the conditions offered by the 3 deans seem too generous, don't they? A-grade skill books are already rare, but the Dean of the Elemental Academy is even more generous, offering a legendary gear set. Old Joe, Old Song are really going all out this time. The Weapons Academy is one thing, but what does the Elemental Academy need to poach a paladin for? While Wu Mang was silently criticizing his 2 old friends, he heard the principal say something shocking. Zhou Yi, become my direct disciple. The principal. Everyone looked simultaneously at Principal Wang Hui. I will perform the Bloodline Fusion art on you once. What is the Bloodline Fusion art? The Bloodline Fusion art is a forbidden spell that requires combining the blood of other races to cast. This spell can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly enhance your physique. Each time you level up, you'll gain more free attribute points and skill points. The event of Principal Wang wanting to take Zhou Yi as a student immediately made the other students gasp in admiration. To offer a forbidden spell right off the bat, isn't that too much? You have to know, Principal Wang Hui's most senior disciple is the Guild Master of the Heavenly Martial Guild, a top guild in central China. If Zhou Yi becomes Principal Wang's disciple, he'll be able to use Principal Wang's connections to immediately soar to great heights. Shenling Feng, who was standing in front, grew even more envious upon hearing this. That bastard is truly lucky. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, I would have been the top freshman. I would also have such a strong backing as Principal Wang Hui. Knowing he couldn't compete with Wang Hui, Zhou Huayang could only smile bitterly and say, I didn't expect Zhou Yi's appeal to be so strong that even the principal couldn't resist. There are still many surprises to come from Zhou Yi. Wang Hui replied and took something out to give to Zhou Yi. This is the reward from the Snow Dragon Legion's commander-in-chief, who specially sent me to give it to you. Shenling Feng recognized it at first glance. A gold medal? How can this be? Even the Shun family, one of the 8 great families in Ning'an, doesn't have a gold medal. What does Zhou Yi have to possess such a rare medal? Oh my, am I seeing correctly? That's a medal of honor. Song Halan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Chu Ran said excitedly. And it's even a gold contribution medal. My father fought on the front lines for many years and only earned a silver contribution medal to honor outstanding contributors who overcame all obstacles and pushed forward for the civilization of Zhongxia Nation. Zhou Yi read the medal's information and couldn't help but wonder when he had made such a great contribution to Zhongxia Nation. As if reading his thoughts, Wang Hui spoke up to explain. I know all about your performance in the Frenzy Peak mountain range. You deserve this gold contribution medal. The Frenzy Peak mountain range? But even annihilating the demonic legion wouldn't be enough for a contribution medal. Could there be something else behind it? Thinking this, Zhou Yi still accepted the gift and didn't forget to say, Thank you, Principal. Chu Huayang chuckled playfully. Zhou Yi, why so distant? You're still calling him Principal. Zhou Yi immediately understood, bowed his head, and called Wang Hui. Teacher, I am truly honored to be able to become your student. There's no time to delay. I'll take you. With that said, Wang Hui used his spiritual power and took Zhou Yi away. Wu Mang approached Jiang Chu Ran with a smile, but before he could say a word, Song Qi snatched his line. Student Jiang Chu Ran, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the way I once treated Zhou Yi. Old Song, are you intentionally hindering me? Humph, if Zhou Yi has already been invited by the principal, then naturally, Jiang Chu Ran cannot be left to you. Back to our protagonist. Zhou Yi was brought by Wang Hui to his private villa, where he mainly preserves some extremely precious items. If anything happens in the future, you can come here to find me. First, I'll take you to choose the necessary materials for the bloodline fusion technique. Zhou Yi thought to himself, this villa must be Principal Wang's private vault. Entering and exiting both require instantaneous teleportation. It might be located outside Shuang Province, or even outside Zhongxia Nation. At this moment, a magic circle appeared before Zhou Yi. Wang Hui condensed elemental power and reminded him, after performing the bloodline fusion technique, your bloodline will undergo a fundamental transformation. Moreover, most people are attracted by forbidden-level spells, but they overlook the crucial key, the primal blood of the core transforming bloodline. The bloodline potential of us ordinary people is extremely limited. As we level up, the benefits each upgrade brings will gradually weaken. That's why many job changers, after reaching a hopeless level, resorted to fusing alien blood to enhance their strength. Zhou Yi couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing this. What? Are you worried about the difficulty of leveling up, even at your rank? Of course, after job changers enter the third transition, each level increase requires a massive amount of experience. But now he's level 64, and normal otherworld creatures of the same level are all Lord-level warriors, seemingly not easily defeated. I have prepared 3 types of primal blood for you, divided into the Angel Clan, the Titan Clan, and the Dragon Clan. They are all divine bloodline races. The bloodline fusion technique can grant you a special grade bloodline, so you only need to choose one of the three primal bloods. This angelic primal blood is the essence extracted from the remains of an angel. The angel clan is the divine bloodline race of the god of light. If you fuse with angelic primal blood, you will gain advanced light affinity attributes. The Titan clan believes the thunder god was born with the ability to control thunder. Combining it will repeatedly increase the power of any lightning skills you use. The Dragon clan is directly descended from the dragon god, possessing the purest dragon bloodline. After fusion, it will gain the ability to suppress all beast races. Angels, titans, dragons, these are all high-tier races, at least level 60. Even with the system's help, I don't fully understand this world yet, so I can't make a hasty decision. Thinking this, Zhou asked Wang Hui with some hesitation. Teacher, what do you think I should choose? Which one is suitable for my current situation? Faced with these three extremely rare primal bloods, an ordinary youth might be swayed and simply choose one based on instinct. The ability to remain rational and seek advice at such a crucial moment is enough to demonstrate this young man's composure and stability. Wang Hui silently praised him, then offered his advice. Titan primal blood and dragon primal blood are both very powerful, but after fusion, they will mainly enhance your energy and magical abilities. Considering your close relationship with the god of light, the angelic primal blood would be the best choice. Perhaps you will achieve an upgrade beyond imagination. After some consideration, Zhou finally decided to follow Wang Hui's advice and choose the angelic primal blood. It seems the angelic primal blood is very suitable for you. You are my 5th student. Before you, there were 4 other seniors, and I'll introduce you to them if there's an opportunity. Teacher, I still have a question. Why did you give me that excellent contribution medal? Just destroying the evil demon legion surely can't earn such a precious medal. Wang Hui replied with a serious expression. Then I won't hide it from you anymore. Your destruction of the evil demon legion in the Raging Wind Mountain Range exposed their plans. The military discovered that alien creatures can invade through medium-sized cracks. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. So that means, aren't there many alien creatures hiding in Zhongxia Kingdom? That's right. The initial investigation across Zhongxia Kingdom has uncovered hundreds of alien creatures from various spatial rifts. Fortunately, those alien creatures are all low-level, and the legions can handle them. Many legions across the country have been ordered to eliminate alien creatures, and in the future, the school system will also issue related missions. As my student, I hope you can be as strong as your seniors and dedicate your strength to the nation. Zhou clenched his fists and replied with a determined expression. Yes, teacher. Wang Hui handed Zhou a cube and instructed him. The bloodline fusion technique still requires some preparation. Go back and rest. Take this transport device. Just use it to come to my place at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The next morning, Zhou opened the system panel and looked through the rewards. Which one should I choose? Teacher said before that the effectiveness of bloodline fusion depends on one's physique and individual luck, which is good fortune. Thinking of this, Zhou immediately chose the Fortune Elixir. Item, Fortune Elixir S-Rank. Effect, after consumption. It can make a person lucky for 12 hours. I hope this S-Rank Divine Elixir, obtained after I eliminated the monsters. The Fortune Elixir will take effect. With that, Zhou used the Divine Elixir and then proceeded to open the random treasure chest. Congratulations! You have received the S-Rank Heavenly Treasure, Dragon Condensation Fruit. Dragon Condensation Fruit, a peculiar fruit grown from the remains of a giant dragon. It can enhance one's physique and increase magic damage after consumption. Zhou jumped with joy. It's an S-Rank Heavenly Treasure. The random treasure chests opened before were all rubbish, but after drinking the Divine Elixir, I stumbled upon a great find. It was time for the appointment with teacher Wang Hui. So Zhou quickly used the transport device to go to his teacher's house as arranged. When he arrived, he happened to hear Zhou Huayang talking to Wang Hui. Principal, are you really willing? The remains of the angelic divine progeny are extremely rare. Producing angelic primal blood is as difficult as ascending to heaven. A portion of that primal blood, if left outside, could make legions fight over it. I've always waited for someone who would make me willingly give them the primal blood, and Joe-E is the one I've chosen. I am very satisfied with him, so there's nothing reluctant about it. At this moment, Joe-E pretended not to hear and spoke up. Teacher Dean Zhou. Wang Hui looked Joe-E over and smiled. Very good. It seems you have successfully adjusted your body to its best state. This is the bloodline fusion technique I've prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the middle of the magic circle. Zhou dutifully complied. At this moment, Wang Hui said to Zhou Huayang, Dean Zhou, please activate the magic circle. I'll guard the formation from the side. Zhou Huayang acknowledged and began to activate the magic circle, proceeding with the bloodline fusion technique. Immediately, Zhou-Yi's body was enveloped by the light of the light element, but very quickly, that yellow light was negated by the blue light of the ice. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Huayang couldn't help but be surprised. The power of ice is tremendous. It turns out Zhou-Yi's body has a special bloodline. Before long, the entire villa was covered by a thick layer of ice. Looking at his spellcasting arm, now frozen, Zhou Huayang marveled even more. If Zhou-Yi were to change to a mage profession, with his terrifying ice power, he could become a top-tier ice mage in the future. I know Zhou-Yi's younger sister is awakening the ice bloodline, so I guess Zhou-Yi might also have a similar bloodline. The angel bloodline is one of the top-tier bloodlines. During the fusion process, it suppresses other lower-grade bloodlines. Therefore, I didn't pay too much attention, but now the angel bloodline and the ice bloodline are linked, and they even have a mutual resistance. Such high quality for an ice bloodline suggests that Zhou-Yi's background is not ordinary. Wang Hui frowned and said, silently thinking, humans' alien bloodlines. They all seem to come from the earliest players who participated in Eternity. After Eternity and Reality merged, those with higher-level professions could fully inherit bloodlines. The ice power in Zhou-Yi's body can contend with the angel bloodline. More precisely, his ancestor was one of the earliest high-level players in the world of Eternity. Otherwise, as a descendant, Zhou-Yi couldn't have awakened such terrifying ice bloodline. If there were no ice bloodline to hinder it, the angel bloodline could completely enter Zhou-Yi's body. Currently, the ice bloodline and the angel bloodline are in opposition. Even if the ice bloodline is eventually diluted, not much of the angel bloodline will remain. Losing a large amount of angel primeval blood essence could lead to a final result no better than using an A-grade natural treasure. Now we can only leave it to fate. Forcibly terminating the fusion ritual would only cause Zhou-Yi to suffer chi deviation and die. I hope Zhou-Yi has good fortune. Zhou Huayang sighed. Zhou-Yi, after enduring the pain caused by the two bloodlines of angel and ice for a while, an unexpected event occurred. The gate of consciousness has been activated. Do you wish to enter the spiritual realm? In his subconscious, Zhou-Yi was in another space. In the distance, an angel smiled and said to him, my son, you finally arrived. Could this be my spiritual realm? While Zhou-Yi was still doubting, the angel continued, my son, congratulations on receiving the blessing of God. God has sent me to bestow true power upon you. You will not be bound by morality or limited by principles, and you will only need to follow your own desires and will. So, are you willing to accept that power? Behind that hood was not the face an angel should have, but the cruel smile of a demon. How disgusting! Why did just seeing her make me want to immediately summon a holy light mace to destroy her? My son, don't be afraid. Rest assured and accept this bestowed reward. You will gain a power you've never had before, the fake angel said, extending her hand towards Zhou-Yi. But just a split second later, she took a mace to the face. Zhou-Yi carried the mace on his shoulder, feeling somewhat relieved. This is much better now. Indeed, one should follow their own thoughts. At this moment, the fake angel, who was somewhere else observing Zhou-Yi, saw this scene and let out a sigh. The maid then looked at her with resentful eyes. It's nothing, just saw a very interesting person. Saying that, she waved her hand, silently hoping, little one, don't disappoint me. Returning to the main story, after being physically assaulted by Zhou Yi, the fake angel yelled, "What are you doing? You dare to offend a deity. God will send down punishment, leaving you with no burial ground. Now kneel down immediately and beg God for mercy and forgiveness. I may consider forgiving you on behalf of God." "No need." Zhou Yi pointed his weapon at the fake angel as a declaration of war. "You little brat, you truly don't know what's good for you." A sinister smile once again appeared on the fake angel's lips. Then, she extended her hand with sharp claws forward, making a clenching motion. Immediately, thousands of chains surrounded and restrained Zhou Yi, and countless blood-red eyes appeared. The fake angel then laughed with satisfaction, saying, "What pleasant sounds! This is the consequence of disrespecting Lord Xia. Xia, you are a minion of the evil god." As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, he was immediately slapped. "Impudent one! You brat, you've successfully piqued the master's interest. The master has specifically sent me to cleanse you of your sins. Bless yourself. Lord Xia will guide you in the right direction." Immediately after, an evil force incessantly eroded Zhou Yi's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a dark aura surrounded Zhou Yi. Realizing it was the power of the evil god, Wang Hui immediately used his strength to prevent the magic circle from breaking, while also questioning how the evil god's power could appear within an angel's bloodline, unless the remains of that angel were killed by the evil god. Seeing the energy Wang Hui added being repelled by the magic circle, Chu Huayang's face turned pale. This isn't good. Zhou Yi is in danger. The evil god's power will use every means to destroy the angelic power. At this moment, Wang Hui suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Wait a minute. It seems the angelic power within Zhou Yi hasn't weakened at all. On the contrary, it has increased. The ice and angel bloodlines gradually overpowered that dark aura, even in his subconscious. Thanks to these two bloodlines, Zhou Yi also broke free from the fake angel's chains, which astonished her. She clearly wanted to devour this brat's soul. So why did such powerful divine energy suddenly appear? Zhou Yi had now transformed into a warrior of light with ice wings, pulling out a weapon from his back and thrusting it directly at the fake angel. The fake angel disappeared, replaced by the true form of the evil god's minion. He let out a cackle and said, "Brat, are you trying to tickle me? Your resistance merely adds a minor inconvenience to my plan." With that, the evil god's minion continued to hurl iron chains at Zhou Yi, but only managed to break an ice wall. Just as he was caught off guard and couldn't react, he saw a magic circle under his feet. Then sharp ice spikes emerged from the circle, piercing through him. "Ha ha! I acknowledge this grand ceremony. What you call human energy is merely a small glimmer of light bestowed by the gods. As Lord Xia's most devout follower, what I call energy is something immortal like you will never understand." The evil god's minion's body grew larger, and thousands of eyes on him cast destructive beams of light at Zhou Yi. Yet Zhou Yi was able to easily dodge all of his deadly light beams. As expected, insects only know how to flee. With that, the evil god's minion used chains to bind Zhou Yi, rendering him unable to move, then unleashed his ultimate attack. He just didn't expect Zhou Yi to break the chains and create a shield, successfully escaping his dangerous blow. "What?" The evil god's minion couldn't help but be astonished, but quickly regained his composure and continued to attack Zhou Yi with light beams from his thousands of eyes. As before, Zhou Yi gracefully dodged, even gradually approaching the evil god's minion's true form. Then, with a single one-finger zen attack, he successfully eliminated the evil god's minion. At this moment, a ball of light fell from the sky. Zhou Yi retracted his power and reached out to receive the ball of light instantly. Outside, a pillar of light shone directly onto Zhou Yi, causing Chu Huayang and Wang Hui to be both astonished and excited. The angelic power had completely eradicated the evil god's energy. The fusion of the angel bloodline with the ice bloodline also seemed to be a remarkably clever method. An angel appeared, embraced Zhou Yi from behind, and then gradually vanished, marking the official conclusion of the fusion process. Chu Huayang stroked his long beard and said with a smile, Zhou Yi's fate is indeed incredibly good. He was actually able to receive the blessing of the God of Light at the crucial moment, directly turning danger into safety. Wang Hui couldn't hide his pride and smiled, asking with concern, "My dear student Zhou Yi, how do you feel now? It seems your strength has made a huge leap." Zhou Yi replied. Just then, a series of notification boards appeared before his eyes. Special bloodline, six-winged angel, bloodline of heavenly light, divine sigil A. With a divine sigil of light, you will have a very high affinity with light and ice elements. With further evolution of your bloodline, your affinity with other elemental magic will also gradually increase. Innate bloodline, magic immunity B+, has a certain ability to be immune to spells and skills cast by enemies, including dispelling, purifying, and other skills that do not cause actual damage. It's the six-winged angel bloodline, and also inherited two innate bloodlines, Zhou Yi exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Chu Huayang's eyes widened in astonishment. It seems your bloodline fusion and evolution were extremely successful, and it's the pinnacle six-winged angel bloodline within the angel race. Moreover, the innate talents you inherited within the six-winged angel bloodline can continue to evolve to S+ rank as your level increases. Teacher, an S+ rank secret bloodline skill also appeared, called Angel's Divine Melody. Zhou Yi stammered while reading the newly displayed notification. Secret bloodline skill. Angel's Divine Melody S+, releases a portion of the bloodline power stored in the body and transforms into a six-winged angel scion. The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be released. Note, before level 50, the angel bloodline power has not been fully absorbed and refined. After casting this secret skill, you will enter a period of weakness. Now try to use the secret skill. Let me see how much your strength can increase. Following Wang Hui's words, Zhou Yi began to circulate his energy and use the Angel's Divine Melody secret bloodline skill. The immense surge of angelic power erupted, leaving Chu Huayang gaping in surprise. Such strong elemental energy fluctuations. Wang Hui activated his spiritual power, scanned Zhou Yi, and evaluated. Good. After Zhou Yi activated the secret bloodline skill, his power is even 5 times higher. Zhou Yi, how do you feel now? It's truly unbelievable. My whole body is filled with unprecedented energy. Light element and ice element are simultaneously my loyal companions. I can control them at will. The overwhelming power caused Wang Hui's villa's security system to blare an alarm. Warning, warning, high-level elemental energy detected. Initiating level 3 defensive state. The six-winged angel truly lives up to its name as a darling of elemental energy. Quickly retract the secret skill. If you continue, the room's defense system will attack you. Zhou Yi quickly retracted his power, and the system in Wang Hui's house immediately returned to normal. Just then, Zhou Yi suddenly felt unwell and used his healing skill, causing Chu Huayang, who was standing by, to ask anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Wang Hui explained, "While the secret skill can indeed significantly boost your strength, the energy of the six-winged angel bloodline is too strong. For you right now, it's too taxing. It should be reserved as a last resort." Chu Huayang watched Wang Hui and Zhou Yi exchange words, sighing inwardly. A six-winged angel bloodline, 2 major innate talent evolutions, along with the S+ rank secret bloodline skill Angel's Divine Melody. For other new students, catching up to Zhou Yi will likely become a distant dream. Based on the manifestation of your bloodline, I guess your sister's ice-cold bloodline isn't weaker than yours either. If you want her to awaken her bloodline optimally, you should refine the extreme cold ice lotus into an extreme cold pill for her to use. Swang University has a department specializing in refining elixirs. You can directly order the refining through the school system. Now go back and get some good rest. Wang Hui patted Zhou Yi's shoulder and said. As soon as Zhou Yi left, Chu Huayang's smile faded, and he asked with a serious expression, "Principal, why was Zhou Yi targeted by the evil god's energy? If anything unexpected happens to him, it would be a huge loss for our Swang University, and even for the entire Zhongsha nation." Zhou Yi escaped death Fortunately, thanks to the blessing of the God of light, I will conduct a thorough investigation, leaving no possibility unchecked. Back in the dormitory, Zhou-Yi was preoccupied with his sister's situation, wanting to refine the extreme cold pill. Besides the main ingredient, the extreme cold ice lotus, it also required an A-grade heaven and earth treasure, iceling grass. Soon, the Snow Dragon Legion will send him the extreme cold ice lotus. As for the iceling grass, Zhou-Yi mused. Currently, I have enough credits, so I should be able to easily buy it in the school's general store. Just then, Sumir, following Dean Wu's instructions, brought the resources that the War Academy had promised to Zhou-Yi. I don't know why, but after only one day of not seeing him, Zhou-Yi has become much stronger. This oppressive feeling isn't from an increase in level, but from the nobility of his bloodline. Sumir mused to herself. Zhou-Yi was a bit surprised to hear Sumir say that. Didn't you choose Teacher Wang Hui? Why would Dean Wu give you the resources? Sumir explained. Principal Wang Hui is my personal teacher, but normally my classes are all held at our academy. Furthermore, these resources are allocated by the War Academy. All top new students are eligible. So that's how it is. But why our War Academy? Miss Sue, aren't you a mage? What? Are mages not allowed to teach at the War Academy? Sumir joked, then distributed the resources to Zhou-Yi. A-grade heavenly treasure, heavenly mountain dragon root. A-grade heavenly treasure, iceling grass. A-grade weapon, chaos short sword. B-grade equipment, eternal white breastplate. B-grade enchantment material, wind-chasing secret tendon. B-grade enchantment material, earth dragon's fresh blood. C-grade skill book, binding ice. C-grade skill book, ice beast bodyguard. C-grade skill book, blade of light. Although there were many items, the only one that caught Zhou-Yi's attention was the iceling grass. Iceling grass, effect, can be used with the extreme cold ice lotus to refine the extreme cold pill. This pill can significantly increase the chance of awakening the ice bloodline. This is truly getting what I wished for. It lives up to its name as a miracle drug. Once the extreme cold ice lotus arrives, and I buy a few other auxiliary materials, I'll be able to refine the extreme cold pill. After Zhou-Yi signed for the items, Sumir said, All right, the main task is done. Now it's my turn to lecture you. Your strength is greater, so entering the Gale Mountains for training is indeed not a problem, but entering the core area is like being deaf to danger. You should always ensure you can protect yourself before taking action. At this point, Miss Sue's expression was a little sad. Every year, many talented students graduate from Swan University, but very few truly become shining stars. You must know that many talents encounter unpredictable situations outside and simply lose their lives along the way. Don't think I'm nagging. It's always better to be careful. I can't tell Ms. To that I have a protective system. The danger coefficient when entering the canyon of mad demons is also within control. He thought to himself. Traughi carefully chose his words. I understand your good intentions, Ms. Tu, and I will engrave them in my heart. There's also something else I'd like to ask you. My strength has increased again. Could you recommend some safe training locations where I can conduct combat practice? You truly are a monster. Tamini sighed and then led Traughi to a place full of robots. You can mobilize training robots to conduct combat exercises, and at the same time, set different difficulty levels for challenges. These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to level 10, and the more robots there are, their combat power will multiply. In a level 10 combat stance, a robot can defeat a level 20 master. At the same time, your challenge will be fully recorded with detailed photos taken by the surrounding telescopic robots. They can also track your various data during the challenge, generating a detailed report after the challenge ends. Although you can pause at any time, I still advise you to start the challenge from a low difficulty level. I have to go teach now. Take it one step at a time. Remember to know your limits, and don't push yourself too hard. All that's left is for you to give the command to the visual orb to start the challenge. As soon as Tamini left, Traughi gave the order. Visual orb begin. Have them activate combat stance level 7. Command received. Program execution has responded. Combat monitoring has begun. 50 training robots have been fully deployed. Attention! Combat Stance Level 7 officially begins. As soon as the visual orb announced it, a barrage of bombs and bullets rained down on Traogi. But for him, the golden boy of dodging, these tricks were nothing. After escaping the robot's attack, Traogi counterattacked with the ice power he had just acquired after fusing with the ice bloodline, destroying the giant robot with one punch. It seems ice power can be used. Traogi smugly thought to himself, then switched to using Ice Storm, wiping out the entire robot army with a single move. Traogi, congratulations on successfully passing Combat Stance Level 7. Training result statistics. A total of 50 Level 7 robots were defeated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Overall assessment excellent. Ice power indeed has a miraculous effect in controlling enemies. If Combat Stance Level 7 is passed this easily, I wonder if the highest difficulty level can make me go all out. After a moment of thought, Traogi decided to give it a try. Visual Orb, directly start Combat Stance Level 10. Given the excessive damage to the training robots, Combat Stance Level 10 has activated the contingency plan. Accordingly, the robots began to be upgraded and modified. Combat Stance Level 10. Super Evolved Training Robots will take over the attack. The attribute values of the Super Evolved Training Robots are equivalent to those of an ordinary Level 25 professional, and Supreme Intelligence Authority has been activated. If the battle threatens your safety, please immediately command to stop the battle. Traogi was delighted to hear this. That's exactly what I want. I can finally fight with all my strength. After a 3-second countdown, a robot attacked Traogi with ice power, surprising him. But very quickly, he jumped high to dodge, then used Ice Light Mystic Body, utilizing the properties of light and ice to create crystal ice clones of himself, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish the real from the fake, then used Holy Light Spike to destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, it copied the attack move and counterattacked Traogi, knocking the weapon out of his hand. How could it copy the skill I used? Could it be that the visual orb synchronized my combat data with it? Attack system synchronized. Combat efficiency increased. Weapon module optimization complete. Back online. Traogi was surprised to see one of the cannon barrels transform into a mechanical wolf. It can copy Gale Wolf too. It seems I can only fight it head-on. Thinking to himself, Traogi shifted gears and punched the robot wolf away in an instant. Activate Angel's Physique. I dare to ask, can you copy this? Meanwhile, after agreeing to become Dean Tong's true disciple, I've obtained a large amount of rare resources and made significant progress in my cultivation. Last time, I always failed when challenging Battle Form Level 7. Now I'll try again. Kwang Sonin confirmed her fingerprint to enter the training room with the training robot and received a notification. We sincerely apologize to inform you that the training robot is currently severely damaged. Please return to challenge tomorrow. This training area is for freshmen. Normally, everyone challenging it doesn't surpass level 6. Even if Brother Traogi wanted to challenge level 10, it wouldn't be easy. Who exactly is in there? Returning to Traogi, after activating Angel's Physique, he immediately used Holy Light Bind, unleashing chains made of holy light to bind and restrict the enemy's actions. Then he used Light's true vision to discern the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. As soon as he learned that the robot's weakness was the energy device on its chest, Traogi aimed straight for the robot's chest and delivered a punch, turning the robot into a pile of scrap metal and blowing up the entire training area in the process. Battle Form Level 10 has been successfully defeated, and access permissions have been reactivated. Due to severe damage to the training grounds, it is recommended that you schedule your next challenge for next week. Battle Form Level 10. Challenge successful. Who on earth is inside? Kwang Sonin, bewildered, cautiously walked forward. Student Traogi. Congratulations on successfully passing the Battle Form Level 10 trial with a time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall evaluation. Outstanding. Strongest single physical attack. 27,304. Strongest single magic damage, 56,021. Highest total damage from a single skill, 106,021. If it weren't for the robot wolf surprise attack, I could probably have won this battle easily. It seems I need to quickly make a contract with a magic beast that can fight alongside me. As Traogi was thinking, he heard a voice call from behind. Brother Traogi. Kwang Sonin ran over, asking happily, Brother Traogi, have you completed the bloodline fusion? How are you so strong after just one day? It's nothing. I just completed the bloodline fusion technique this morning. Now I'm a six-winged angelic bloodline user. Kwang Sonin said with admiration, That's great. This is an extremely rare divine descendant bloodline. My phantom bloodline is only one of the relatively high-quality bloodlines. Traogi chuckled and then asked Kwang Sonin to take him to the magic beast market to contract a magic beast to enhance his combat power. Kwang Sonin, of course, happily agreed. An hour later, at the magic beast market, the highest grade silver flame beast cub can grow up to level 20. Right now, you can get it for only 110 academic points. The dragon horn rhinoceros, grown to level 19, has dragon bloodline. 210 points, only one available, first come, first served. Kwang Sonin led Traogi around the market and asked, Brother Traogi, do you like any magic beasts? Traogi thoughtfully replied, I tamed a gale wolf on Gale Mountain, but unfortunately, after defeating the demon spawn, I fell unconscious and missed a good opportunity to contract it. I hope to find a gale wolf cub with wind element innate magic to contract. No sooner had Traogi finished speaking than someone immediately called out, Gale wolf cub. I happen to have one. A young man wearing glasses approached to solicit. Hello, students. I'm Lu Tri-Hawk, a third-year student from the Logistics Academy, and also a level 22 breeder. I happen to have a gale wolf cub that I personally raised. Would you like to see it? Kwang Sonin suggested. Breeders belong to the life skill professions, and this student is also from Aradahan University. Compared to the merchants at other stalls in the market, the quality of the magic beasts he provides is likely better. Hearing this, Traogi replied, All right. All right. At this moment, Lu Tri-Hawk held up a two-colored-eyed beast and spoke endlessly. This gale wolf is only about 10 days old. Its mother is a silver-gray gale wolf. I've used appraisal magic to confirm its potential is also silver-grade. If you want it, it's only 60 points. Traogi was a bit disappointed. Silver-grade? Do you have gold-grade? Gold-grade. Let alone me. This whole magic pet market barely has any. If you really want one, once I get news of a gold-gray gale wolf pup, I'll notify you immediately. But the price will definitely be much higher. Never mind then. Let's look at this one first. Zoe picked up the gale wolf pup. The gale wolf pup seemed to like Zoe, whimpering softly as if pouting. Zoe, I feel like this pup has a bit of a problem. Its physique is too small. Clearly its development isn't good. Upon hearing that, Lu Tri-Hawk felt a bit uneasy. Gale wolves naturally have a smaller physique compared to other magic beasts, and the pup's physique is roughly like this. Zoe lifted the gale wolf pup high up and replied with a smile, No problem. I'll buy this one. You should know, there are no useless magic pets, only useless owners. I can see its future. After the successful transaction, Lu Tri-Hawk grinned widely and handed Zoe a scroll. This magic pet contract scroll is free. The total is only 60 points. Now you can contract a magic pet with this gale wolf pup, and later you can keep it in your personal contract space, which is really convenient. Lu Tri-Hawk was secretly overjoyed. Among this litter of gale wolf pups, only this one was in the worst condition. He was originally worried about not being able to sell it, but unexpectedly encountered a reckless person. Fortunately, he had already paid the academic points up front. If such a weak pup were to regress in grade during the contracting process, it would be difficult to deal with. Come on, I believe you will definitely become stronger. With that, Zoe began to establish a contract with the gale wolf pup. Thanks to the lucky elixir, which makes a person lucky for 12 hours after drinking it, it was still effective, and the flawed gale wolf pup became a super VIP magic pet that astonished the onlookers. This purple light, could it be the birth of an epic grade magic pet? To actually be able to buy an epic grade magic pet in this market, what luck! Hey buddy, are you selling that Gale Wolf pup? I'll offer 1,000 points. Zoe truly has discerning eyes. It turns out this Gale Wolf pup was a degenerated epic grade magic pet. After it received magic power from your nurturing, it immediately recovered its original grade and potential. Zoe scratched his head, forcing a smile, secretly thinking, epic grade? Looks like I underestimated the effect of the lucky elixir. The gasps of astonishment made Lou Tri-Hawk grit his teeth in anger. Damn it, I actually sold an epic grade magic pet for a low price to a freshman. Oh, Zoe, you haven't named it yet. Kwong So-nin reminded him. Zoe pondered for a moment and replied, let's call it Xiao Kuei. While Kwong So-nin and Zoe were playing with Xiao Kuei, Lou Tri-Hawk reneged, saying, Student, I apologize. Due to my oversight, this pup was sold to you at a silver grade price. Now, if you still want it, you'll need to pay an additional 1,500 points. Of course, you can also dissolve the contract and return the magic pet to me, and I will refund you 300 points. You'd best decide quickly. If you don't comply, don't blame me for being impolite. The surrounding crowd heard this and began to murmur. Clearly, Lou Tri-Hawk didn't properly check the pup's grade otherwise. How could he have sold it so easily? Lou Tri-Hawk has the Lou family backing him, and the Lou family is a long-term partner of the school. They're in trouble this time. No matter what, it seems the epic grade magic pet he just acquired might be lost. I've never heard of such a thing. To want to take back something after it's been sold. Zoe burst forth with power, a murderous look on his face as he said, Stop dreaming your pipe dreams here, get lost. With just a gaze, Zoe made Lou Tri-Hawk feel terrified and question his life. He was clearly just a freshman, so why was he so powerful just from his aura? Seeing Zoe approaching step by step, Lou Tri-Hawk trembled with fear, stammering, Brother, it's my fault. This is a complete misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You can just take this Gale Wolf pup. You know what to do. It's best if I don't see you again. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences. After saying that, Zoe and Kwong So-nin turned and left. The soft feeling in her hand filled Kwong So-nin with delight. Zoe, can I come over to pet Xiao Kuei again sometime? Anytime. At this moment, some passers-by finally recognized Zoe. Wait, isn't that Zoe, the top-ranked freshman? Zoe, the one headmaster Wang Hui took as his exclusive disciple. I heard he also received a gold medal for his contributions. Lou Tri-Hawk always relied on being a member of the Lou family to act recklessly. This time, he finally got caught. Make way, please make way. Oh, Lu Wucheng has arrived. Is he here to back up his younger brother? Lu Wucheng strode through the crowd towards Lu Zhishui. When Lu Zhishui saw him, he immediately complained. Lu Zhishui hadn't even finished speaking when he was kicked straight in the face. Do you know what it means for a freshman to receive a gold medal for contributions? Others might forgive you. Consider yourself lucky. Don't be an eyesore here anymore. Get as far away from me as possible. Lu Zhishui clutched his swollen face, wondering to himself, to provoke such a formidable figure. Back to the protagonist. It's an epic grade newborn wind wolf, after all. A little one like her can still instinctively use wind element abilities. While Zhou Yi was testing Little Q's abilities, the Snow Dragon Legion brought the extreme ice-cold lotus directly to Zhou Yi, making him grin widely. I didn't expect the Snow Dragon Legion to be so efficient. They brought it to me less than 3 days after I left the Gale Mountain Range. The extreme ice-cold lotus is finally in my hands. As long as I refine the extreme cold pill, Little Van's awakened bloodline crisis can be easily resolved. Remembering what teacher Wang Hui said, Zhou Yi immediately scheduled an appointment with an alchemist. We have booked alchemist He Dain, a 9th grade alchemist, for you. As the materials and security required to refine S-grade heaven and earth treasures are extremely precious, please proceed to the alchemy department for detailed discussion. Upon receiving the notification, Zhou quickly headed to the alchemy department. Unfortunately, Teacher Dain was at a meeting, so only his student, Lin Yi, was on duty. What kind of elixir do you wish to refine? If you have any questions, I can answer them for you first. An S-grade elixir, the extreme cold pill. As Zhou spoke, he took out the crafting materials, causing Lin Yi to exclaim in surprise. You seem to be a freshman. How do you have so many rare heaven and earth treasures? Zhou smiled humbly. If you have prepared the extreme ice-cold lotus and the ice crystal grass, you only need to pay an additional 800 academic credits for refining an S-grade elixir. Leave your contact information with me. Once the teacher finishes refining the extreme cold pill, I will notify you to pick it up immediately. After the two exchanged contact information, Zhou headed to class. There, he happened to overhear two students talking. Didn't you know? Many places have recently discovered creatures from other worlds. Really? Haven't you heard? Many legions and guilds have recently been recalled from the front lines. My friend in my legion revealed it. He said it's because traces of creatures from other worlds have been found across almost all of Zhongxia Nation. It seems the news of invading creatures from other worlds has spread everywhere. Zhou was deep in thought when someone suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. Song Xiaolan, are you also in this class? Of course. My instructor is Dean Wu Mang, so it looks like we'll be classmates from now on. Song Xiaolan extended her hand and mischievously said. Song Xiaolan laughed. Just then, the instructor for the magical beasts course walked in, and this person was none other than Su Meier. Before we officially begin class, I have a few important announcements to make. As rumored, many creatures from other worlds have indeed appeared in Zhongxia Nation. Even though these creatures from other worlds are not very strong, the nation considers their appearance to be very important. Facing this potential threat, Zhongxia Nation's legions have entered a level 3 state of readiness, and major school resources have also doubled their investment. Therefore, our Swan University will allocate resources to students monthly, increasing by 70% based on their ranking. Additionally, after completing school tasks, you will receive far more academic credits than before. The authority for the abyssal mode of the 3 major dungeons in the school will be open, but you need to use academic credits to purchase abyssal magic stones to unlock them. The students immediately started discussing excitedly after hearing this. The nation is distributing a large quantity of resources. This is clearly a determination to cultivate powerhouses at all costs. The abyssal mode is finally open. Now I'll be able to get even more resources. Even academic credits and quest rewards have been increased. It seems the school is taking major action. Students, I hope you calm down your excitement. Su Meier stood on the podium, snapped her fingers, unleashing her energy, and instantly silenced the students. No matter how resources are adjusted, as students, you only need to focus on cultivating stronger abilities. It seems I'm not the only one improving. Teacher Su is also much stronger than when I first met her. Zhou thought to himself. All right, everyone, let's begin today's lesson. Turn to page. A few hours later, the class ended. Now I've reached level 19. I already have the extreme cold ice lotus, so I don't need to enter the dangerous Gale Mountain Range anymore. And the Abyssal Goblin Dungeon is the ideal place for me to gain experience for leveling up. As Zhou was deep in thought, he suddenly saw Jiang Churan standing not far away. Xiao Ran, why are you here? I heard that the rewards for clearing the 3 school dungeons will also increase, so I wanted to invite you to go try them together. What a coincidence! I was thinking the same thing. After teleporting to the dungeon hall, Jiang Churan asked, Brother Zhou, which difficulty are you going to challenge? Abyssal difficulty. What about you? Jiang Churan quickly waved her hand. Abyssal difficulty is really too hard. There's a big difference between you and me. My strength can probably only challenge the hard difficulty. Zhou held her hand to comfort her. It's okay. After I clear abyssal difficulty, you and I can team up and challenge it again. Then it's settled. I'll go try the hard difficulty first. Good luck, brother. Jiang Churan replied shyly, then turned and left. At this moment, the appearance of one person caused a stir throughout the hall. Qi Mingxian. Why is he here? It's been a long time since I've seen a master come to challenge a dungeon. Don't you know? Breaking the Abyssal Difficulty Dungeon Clear Record can earn you a talent achievement reward. That's true. Without a special encounter, you can't get a talent achievement. No wonder Qi Mingxian rushed here. Qi Mingxian, class, Mage, level 23. Rank, Earthboard 86. How boring. I still need to hurry and challenge the Abyssal Difficulty Dungeon. Zhou Yi looked at Qi Mingxuan's information and thought to himself, then selected the Abyssal Goblin Dungeon and entered, causing a stir in the hall. Zhou Yi, isn't that the top freshman? Haha, but a level 19 Holy Knight daring to challenge Abyssal Difficulty. He really doesn't know his limits. Overestimating himself. His 400 academic credits are probably thrown out the window. Qi Mingxian, standing nearby, heard this and secretly scoffed. It seems the resource adjustments have made some people overly confident. You have chosen to challenge Abyssal Difficulty. Therefore, 400 academic credits will be automatically deducted from your account in exchange for an Abyssal Magic Stone. Teleporting to Goblin Underpass. Note, monsters in Abyssal Difficulty dungeons will become more aggressive as the difficulty increases. If you find it difficult to cope, crush the Abyssal Magic Stone to exit the dungeon immediately. Why is this place so desolate? Is this perhaps the result of the goblins occupying and destroying it? As Zhou Yi was thinking, a goblin ambushed him from behind, but Zhou Yi merely swung his hand lightly and sent the goblin to meet its ancestors. Just a few seconds later, an entire goblin legion surrounded Zhou Yi and simultaneously launched an attack. Monster, Goblin Warrior, level 22, quality, silver skills, ambush slash. The number of goblins this wave seems quite large, huh? But the stronger the enemy, the harder the challenge, right? With that, Zhou Yi swung his warhammer, instantly wiping out the entire group of goblins. Another wave of goblins immediately appeared, forcing Zhou Yi to calculate this time. It seems this stage's difficulty will involve a large number of goblin soldiers launching suicidal attacks, which will lead to too much mana consumption. I must conserve my mana to ensure I have enough to cast skills against the boss. Thinking to himself, Zhou Yi decided to use Glorious Shadow Slash, continuously wielding his weapon at extreme speed to create a series of lightspeed slashes, eliminating the monsters. Congratulations on defeating the goblin group. You gained 11,236 experience points. Level 19, 22, 743/54, 000. Indeed, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Even if I defeat many goblins, I can at most only reach level 20. I hope that after defeating the boss, the amount of experience points will help me break through soon. Zhou Yi continued deeper inside and soon found the boss. Monster, Goblin King, level 24, quality, epic skills, unknown. Note, the Goblin King has led the goblin race to occupy some human cities. You insignificant human, welcome to the land of death I've prepared for you. You dare to slaughter my entire race, you human die. With that said, the Goblin King swung his axe down, forcing Zhou Yi to leap high to dodge it. This goblin is really strong, huh? Even though its body is massive, its speed isn't affected at all. Thinking to himself, Zhou Yi gathered his strength and launched a counterattack. However, with the boss in its overlord state, a state that resists all physical attacks and can activate a shield to reflect a portion of damage, Zhou Yi's recent move was completely ineffective, like a mosquito bite on stainless steel. Knowing it was difficult to rely on physical attacks, Zhou Yi switched to using magic, creating magical chains that successfully restrained the boss, preventing it from moving. He then launched a direct strike, instantly taking the boss's life in a flash. Congratulations on completing the Abyssal Difficulty Dungeon. Completion time, 10 minutes 56 seconds. Based on previous records, you have set a new record for the fastest completion of this dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the boss and receiving 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. This Goblin King is an Abyssal Difficulty dungeon boss after all, yet I defeated it with just one move. I even deliberately saved a large amount of magic power and was preparing to use other powerful skills to deal with it. Just then, another notification appeared. When you refresh the clear record, you will unlock a talent. Rapid casting, eh? Your spell casting speed will be significantly increased, and even low-level spells can be cast instantly. As expected, refreshing the Abyssal Difficulty Dungeon clear record can grant a new talent. With the blessing of the A-grade rapid casting talent, my strength has been elevated another level. It's time to go back. The only regret is that I'm still not quite level 20 yet, because I have many credits right now. I'll bring Xiao Ran to challenge the Abyssal Difficulty Dungeon again later. At the same time, outside the dungeon hall, many who chose the Abyssal Difficulty Dungeon had to give up because they couldn't handle the intensity inside. At this moment, they and others who chose different dungeon difficulties looked at the leaderboard and discussed animatedly. No one has successfully cleared it yet. This Abyssal Difficulty Dungeon is just too hard. As soon as I stepped inside, I was surrounded by hundreds of silver-grade goblins. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I might have been trapped in there. No wonder it's Abyssal Difficulty. The intensity is just too terrifying. It seems we can only rely on top-ranked experts like Qi Mingxian. Jiang Koren stood in the crowd. Hearing this, she thought to herself, "Luckily I only chose moderate difficulty. That's why I cleared it smoothly. Now I just hope Brother Zhou can pass this challenge too." I heard that the Abyssal Difficulty Dungeon has also been opened in this freshman competition. And how many people have succeeded? That's right. It seems there's someone named Zhou, only a level 19 Holy Knight, who's at the top of the freshmen. He even set a new record. As the two young men were talking, someone shouted, "The dungeon record has been refreshed again." The young man, with an incredulous look, pointed towards the leaderboard and said, "Is that the name Zhou at the top of the board?" Number 1, Zhou, Abyssal Difficulty, 100% completion, with a time of 10 minutes 56 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest goblin dungeon clear record at Abyssal Difficulty. The crowd instantly erupted. Finally, someone has cleared Abyssal Difficulty. Zhou, why have I never heard that name? Could it be a senior from third year? Zhou, this person is at the top of the freshmen. But even if he's strong, he can't possibly defeat an epic level 24 Goblin King. I also just participated in the freshman competition. It's only been a few days. Why has Zhou improved so quickly? Just wait a little longer. Brother Xian probably entered the dungeon later than Zhou, so he's a bit behind. A young man laughed confidently at this moment, adding in his heart, "Once Brother Xian comes out with a new record, Zhou's rank on the board will definitely drop." Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Qi Mingxian emerged from the dungeon looking disheveled, causing the young man to worry and rush over to support him. Damn it, this Abyssal Difficulty dungeon is too hard. I wasted so much gold equipment, yet I still failed. Qi Mingxian cursed, then suddenly realized that hardly anyone in the crowd was paying attention to him as they had minutes ago. Instead, they were all gathered around the leaderboard, chatting excitedly. Although he was a bit confused, he didn't dwell on it for too long, and pulled out a potion to heal his injuries. It was only when his junior informed him that Zhou had cleared the Abyssal Difficulty dungeon in an unbelievably short time that he choked on his medicine in astonishment. "Look quickly, Zhou is out." "No way. He's only a level 19 freshman. How could he clear the Abyssal dungeon? How could I be inferior to him? I must get to the bottom of this. Only coming out now. He might have cheated." Qi Mingxian angrily threw the potion bottle in his hand, then put on an insincere smile and went to talk to Zhou. But before he could even finish his sentence, Zhou completely ignored him and walked past, heading towards Jiang Ran. "Congratulations on clearing the stage, big brother. I barely managed to clear the basic level stage. I feel like you're leaving me further and further behind." Zhou walked over and patted Jiang Ran's head to comfort her. "Don't worry, the Demon King is easy to deal with. Then I'll show you all the techniques to clear this stage. Besides, I don't need any more credits now, so I'll take you a few more times until you've mastered the key points. Then you can challenge the Abyssal Difficulty as well." While the lovebirds were being affectionate, the crowd was still praising Zhou, while Qi Mingxian sat in a corner sullen. He accepted the fact that under Zhou's radiance, He had become a fated star. Keeping his promise, Zhou took Jiangchu Ran to conquer the abyssal difficulty dungeon. As he fought, he buffed Jiangchu Ran's power and pointed out the demon's weaknesses so she could easily defeat them. Everything went smoothly until they both fought the boss. Challenging an abyssal level boss is no joke. How did Big Brother Zhou successfully clear it? It looks powerful, but in reality, it has very weak magic resistance. You can easily defeat it with powerful magic skills. Hearing that, Jiangchu Ran volunteered to fight the boss. Because the boss had weak magic resistance, Jiangchu Ran decided to first test the magic power within her demoness bloodline with a skill demon's eye, unleashing a giant wave of slashes. The demonic power contained in the slashes would explode upon hitting the target, dealing additional dark attribute damage to enemies. Unexpectedly, instead of defeating the boss, this move buffed its magic power, making it even stronger. At this moment, the boss stomped its foot on the ground, creating seismic waves that caused ground tremors, generating several waves that pushed back enemies and could stun them. Zhou unleashed his strength to resist this attack, simultaneously calling out worriedly, "Xiao Ran, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Big Brother Zhou. It's all my fault. I didn't control my magic power well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger. Don't blame yourself. Let me first try to deal with it and see if it works." After saying that, Zhou used Light's punishment to attack the boss, but the attack was blocked by its shield. Damn it, the skill's effectiveness isn't as great as before. Its magic resistance seems to have increased quite a bit. Thinking to himself, Zhou said, "It is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Let me try one more time. If we can't defeat it, crush the abyssal crystal. Don't forget, this is just a challenge replica. Don't harm yourself." After saying that, Zhou created magical chains to restrain the boss, but the boss easily broke the magic chains in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Jiangchu Ran blamed herself even more. "It's all my fault. I've made everything complicated. What should I do? What should I do?" This negative state of Jiangchu Ran caused the demoness within her to awaken. "Yes, it's all because you're too weak. If you could completely master the demonic power in your succubus bloodline, you wouldn't have to silently watch Big Brother Zhou fall into a difficult situation. Only by becoming stronger can you help Big Brother Zhou. It's time. Unleash your true power. Become stronger." Jiangchu Ran mumbled as if hypnotized, her eyes gradually turning a deadly red. In front, after several failed attempts, Zhou was about to activate his angelic divine body to protect Jiangchu Ran when suddenly, a surge of dark power flew from behind Zhou, cutting off the boss's weapon-wielding arm. "Xiao Ran." Zhou stared blankly at the girl behind him. "Big Brother Zhou, let me defeat the monster." Jiangchu Ran, in her demoness form, said with a charming smile, "Why can't I absorb this demonic power? Instead, it's constantly encroaching upon my strength." The boss yelled in confusion, "Don't rush. This is just an appetizer." With that, Jiangchu Ran waved her hand, transferring more magic power to the boss. "I want. Quickly give me more magic power. You look truly disgusting right now." Jiangchu Ran looked at the boss with contempt, then with one move, directly sent the boss to its demise. Congratulations to student Jiangchu Ran for defeating the Great Demon King boss, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. Finally, that hateful monster has been defeated. Jiangchu Ran retracted her power and then went to charm and touch Zhou, which sent him into culture shock. It took him a while to notice something unusual, and he asked with cold eyes, "Oh, is that really Xiao Ran?" At this moment, the demonic maiden Jiangchu Ran suddenly paused, then gradually returned to her usual Jiangchu Ran appearance. Jiangchu Ran then awkwardly clarified, "Brother Zhou, just now." "Yes, everything that happened just now was due to the demonic power within the succubus bloodline wreaking havoc." Zhou lifted Jiangchu Ran's chin and examined her for a moment, then sighed in relief. "That's good. I thought you had been possessed by a demon. How could that be? Right, Xiao Ran? Why don't we form a team and challenge it a few more times?" I believe that once you get familiar with the demon, you'll be able to conquer the abyssal difficulty dungeon by yourself. Besides, the great Demon King and we're old friends. I think it'll understand us. Huh, students are all like this anyway. The boss just needs to be defeated, but students who want to get more dungeon rewards have a lot more to think about. Joey said this with a sly smile, which even made the great Demon King in heaven panic. Outside, everyone was still reeling from Zhou Yi's successful clear record when they saw the leaderboard display a new record, clearing the dungeon a full minute faster than the previous record. And the one who completed it was none other than Zhou Yi, which shocked them greatly. No way, it's Zhou Yi again. Can he let others clear the dungeon in peace? He actually managed to clear the dungeon even faster this time. It's terrifying. Suddenly, a new clear record appeared on the board, surpassing Zhou Yi's record. First place, Jiangchu Ran. Selected abyssal difficulty. 100% clear progress. Time 9 minutes 23 seconds. It has been confirmed that this record is currently the fastest clear record for the Gopin abyssal level dungeon. Isn't she a new student who can only challenge 2-star difficulty levels? Now she can clear an abyssal level dungeon by herself. Jiangchu Ran is, after all, the second-ranked new student. Under Zhou Yi's guidance, it's possible she's performing beyond her level. At this moment, Qi Ming Xian's junior clasped his head and lamented, "Brother Xian, I finally understand how you feel now." After realizing the gap between oneself and a genius, that feeling of helplessness is truly unpleasant. And so, Zhou Yi and Jiangchu Ran each continued to challenge the abyssal level dungeon by themselves once more, then teamed up once, before returning to the hall. "Brother Zhou Yi, I heard that the Elemental Academy has a fireworks show tonight for new students. Shall we go watch it together?" Zhou Yi smiled and replied, "That's great. It's a good chance to relax a bit." So, the two set off for the Elemental Academy. Looking at the surroundings, Zhou Yi couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of the Elemental Academy, even the streetlights are controlled by magic. "I can't believe we've been clearing dungeons until evening without even realizing it. This time, conquering the abyssal level dungeon has brought great rewards, thankfully with your help. Your efforts were key. I merely provided a little assistance." Zhou Yi smiled and replied, just as he noticed a giant statue. He couldn't help but stop and ask, "This statue is?" "Ah, this is Mage Wei Yang, known as the guardian god of mages. He once successfully blocked several fierce attacks from the otherworldly army by himself, which is why his heroic deeds have been widely recounted. Regrettably, in the great decisive battle, he was ambushed by a lord-level demon and ultimately sacrificed himself heroically. Because his soul was completely annihilated, to the point of being beyond revival, he truly was a great hero. I still have very little knowledge of history. Could you tell me a little about the Age of Darkness in simple terms?" "Of course," Jiangchu Ran recounted. "Actually, to talk about this period of history, we must start from the Golden Age 80 years ago. Starting in the year 2544, many naturally gifted professionals rose one after another. This year was therefore called the Golden Age. Like the legendary heroes, Tempest Sword Saint Changping Hai and Blazing Flame Blade, Saint Li Xiaoyang, who even now still hold the front lines of the battlefield. However, just as everyone was full of hope, preparing to counterattack the otherworldly beings, the Age of Darkness suddenly descended, bringing with it the most insane invasion by otherworldly creatures. The powerhouses of the Golden Age, facing the threat of invading otherworldly creatures, sacrificed their precious lives one after another. After a long 30-year struggle and the heroic sacrifice of hundreds of millions of professionals, we finally achieved the peaceful time we have now. Now, the invasion of otherworldly creatures has descended once again, I'm afraid. I hope this is just your imagination. Don't worry too much." Chao Yi patted her head to reassure her. The large-scale appearance of otherworldly creatures this time only came through a spatial rift. Their strength isn't great. Moreover, we are no longer who we once were. Even if darkness descends again this time, it's those otherworldly creatures who will be unlucky. Kwang Sonin was amused by Chao Yi's words. "That's right. We've rested and recuperated for so long. We're already prepared to face the otherworldly realm again." Just then, fireworks shot into the sky, illuminating the entire heavens. Kwang So-nin excitedly grabbed Chao-gi's hand and pulled him along. Let's hurry to the viewing spot up ahead. It'll be even more beautiful there. Yeah. The next day, Chao-gi took a train back to visit his sister. Sister Tin, why isn't brother back yet? Don't worry. Your brother just said on the phone that he'd be back very soon. As soon as the Tin finished speaking, Chao-gi arrived at the door. Brother, welcome home. Chao-gi held his sister, smiling brightly as he replied. On the way here, I was worried about your condition, but seeing you in such good spirits, I'm relieved. Chu-gi is back. Chao-gi looked at a Tin, smiling as he replied. Sister Tin, long time no see. Chu-gi, how long do you plan to stay this time? Maybe about 3 or 4 days. After all, I took leave to come back mainly to complete Chu Van's final treatment. That's short? Then, very quickly, she eagerly asked, Brother, did you prepare any gifts for your adorable little sister? Of course. I specifically brought you this reward from completing the Abyss level dungeon. As he spoke, Chao-gi took out a horn from his inventory. Just blow this horn, and a gold-tier spectral fiend will immediately appear to protect you. Chu Van clapped excitedly. As expected of my brother, it sounds super powerful just hearing about it. Chao-gi patted his sister's head and said, I believe that once you're cured, you can become strong just like me. A few minutes later, Secretary True brought Doi Lit Na to Chao-gi's residence. Secretary True, Ms. Doi, you're here. Mr. Chao, yesterday I contacted Ms. Doi. She traveled here overnight from the neighboring city. Doi Lit Na smiled and said, Secretary True, you must know that an invitation from Chao-gi is not something I, in my current position, can ignore. Chao-gi humbly replied, Ms. Doi, you flatter me. I should be thanking you for traveling so far to help me. I almost forgot to congratulate you. You not only obtained the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus, but also refined it into an even more effective Extreme Cold Elixir. Extreme Cold Elixir? Chao-gi scratched his head and laughed. This was thanks to the help of a third-rank alchemist recommended by my teacher. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been successfully refined. We should still hurry and proceed with the final treatment ritual for my sister. Right. The main thing is more important. A moment later, Chu Van tugged at Chao-gi's pants, nervously asking, Brother, is it really going to be okay? Chu Van, no need to be so nervous. Don't worry, just take this elixir later, and you'll awaken your ice bloodline. The power of ice won't bother you anymore. Saying that, Chao-gi handed the extreme cold elixir to Chu Van. Chu Van took the extreme cold elixir, then confidently stepped into the magic array, her face determined as she said, Brother, I'm ready. Upon hearing this, Chao-gi immediately used skills like Blessing of Dawn, Grace of Protection, and Grace of Courage to buff Chu Van, creating the most favorable conditions possible for Doi Lit Na to treat Chu Van. Even though I'm a second-rank priest, my spiritual mastery of Holy Light still seems to be inferior to Chao-gi's. As Doi Lit Na was lost in thought, Chao-gi urged, Next, I'll have to trouble you, Ms. Doi, to activate the magic array. No problem. With that, Doi Lit Na unleashed her power to activate the magic array, simultaneously instructing Chu Van to immediately use the extreme cold elixir. In an instant, an enormous surge of cold energy erupted, causing everyone to instinctively step back. Chu Van's cold energy is erupting. This won't cause any problems, will it? A Tin asked worriedly. It's fine, I'll handle it. Zhou used the Holy Flame Wheel to counteract the erupting cold ice, and confidently said, Under the effect of the extreme cold elixir, I believe this is Chu Van's last cold energy eruption. Doi Lit Na carefully observed Chu Van's condition, then happily said, The most difficult hurdle has finally passed. Now we just need to patiently wait for Chu Van to complete her bloodline awakening. A moment later, Chu Van's healing process was finally complete. Zhou approached Chu Van and asked anxiously, How do you feel now? My illness seems to be completely cured. Chu Van replied playfully. Chu Van, quickly, check your personal information. See if it's changed. Chu Ven tried using her power and replied, "My ice bloodline seems to have granted me the talent of ice element control. Now, the ice elements and I are telepathically connected. I can control them and do whatever I want. Can bloodline awakening also grant new talents?" A normal bloodline awakening, of course, cannot grant bloodline talents. But you are my little sister, Zhou, and you awakened a rare ice bloodline. Zhou proudly replied, secretly thinking, "Both my sister and I have gained many benefits from the ice bloodline. Could it be that our ancestors were truly powerful ice bloodline professionals?" But even if it's true, considering the past situation, it's highly likely that our family declined long ago. Madam Doi, although Chu Van's ice bloodline has successfully awakened, for safety, please perform another comprehensive check on her. No problem. Doi Litna replied happily. At this moment, Secretary True spoke up. "Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou Van's body has fully recovered, and she has awakened her ice bloodline. The mayor places great importance on this matter and has specifically arranged for a batch of cultivation resources for both siblings to be sent over." Zhou shook Secretary True's hand and replied gratefully, "Thank you. I'll be returning to school very soon, so Chu Van will have to trouble Secretary True to look after her." "You're too kind. It's my honor." Watching Chu Van happily laughing with a tin, Zhou suddenly asked, "Have you thought about what profession you want to pursue in the future?" "A profession? Of course, a mage." Zhou nodded upon hearing this. "This profession suits you well. When you reach level 10, I'll help you find a specialized hidden mage profession book." "That's great. I can feel the dark power within me still awakening. I believe the day our power is unleashed isn't far off." Dark power? Chu Van's malicious gaze and words stunned everyone. Doi Litna immediately rushed over to check. Could there be something I missed? How can there be dark power? Suddenly, Zhou remembered the days when he and Chu Ven were children, before they awakened their powers, and often cosplayed as superheroes, saving the world. "Big brother, don't be tempted by the power of darkness. We must seal it to protect world peace," 3-year-old Chu Ven said. Back in the present, seeing his sister about to recite her childhood lines again, Zhou proactively pulled Chu Ven away. "I should take you to experience true ice." "Sister Tin, save me. My brother wants to eliminate me for the greater good." Looking at Miss Zhou Van's performance, I believe she will certainly become an outstanding person in the mage world in the future. Actually, she's not usually like this. While Secretary True and the Tin were defending Chu Van's childish behavior, Doi Litna had a serious expression, muttering to herself, "Dark power?" Immediately after the awakening process concluded, Zhou suggested that Zhou Van have a combat exchange. "Big brother, I will summon spirits and freeze all powers that hinder me." With that, Zhou Van launched elemental ice directly at Zhou, but all of it was blocked by Zhou holy light protection. "It seems your body has fully recovered. Next, I can arrange your training schedule." Zhou Van started to play hooky. "Oh no, big brother, I feel like the cold energy in my body is acting up again. It seems I can't continue training with you." And so, under Zhou strictness, Zhou Van reluctantly participated in the training. After the high-intensity training, Zhou Van lay exhausted on the ground, sighing. "Big brother, it turns out training is so tiring. The great mission of saving the world from now on is up to you to complete alone. There's really no helping you." Zhou sighed helplessly and summoned Chu Koi. "Chu Koi is a magic beast I just contracted. Let it train with you these next few days. But don't let it happen that you can't even defeat Chu Koi by then. That would be truly pathetic." "No problem. Now that I have Chu Koi with me, I will definitely try my best to cultivate," Zhou Ven said, while delightedly stroking Chu Koi. "Chu Koi, follow me. Let's quickly sign a dark contract and become partners." Zhou chuckled, looking at Chu Koi's 3 parts unwilling, 7 parts resigned expression. "Chu Koi, I will remember the price you paid." A few days later, as Zhou was carrying Chu Koi and preparing to return to school, Su Mei came to his house, which surprised him. "Miss Su, why are you here?" The National University and College Freshman Exchange Match is about to begin. The team battle requires 5 people to form a group to participate. I'm here mainly because I want you to confirm the roster of our school's expeditionary team. You are the top ranked in the freshman competition, so the important responsibility of leading the team naturally falls on your shoulders. Moreover, the team formation is to be completed by you, the captain. No problem, Joey replied happily. These are the profiles of the top 10 ranked freshmen in the competition, excluding you. You need to choose 4 people to be your teammates. Joey replied without hesitation. Miss Sue, I plan to choose the 4 highest-ranked freshmen as my teammates. Sue Maney criticized. You're being too careless. In team battles, it's normal for matches to extend into the later stages. This tests the team's sustained combat ability. So, the pastoral profession, which helps maintain recovery from a pseudo-professional state, is a critically important factor. Even if you are a holy knight who can provide many buffs, compared to a pastor, your healing ability is still insufficient. Furthermore, for a 5-person team participating in battle, you should choose 1 more pastor. Joey confidently replied. No need. As long as we can quickly defeat our opponents, we don't need to worry about healing ability. Teacher Sue, I am confident I can win first place in the individual category of the freshman exchange match. Moreover, in team battles, when I activate my angel bloodline, I can even single-handedly confront the entire opposing team. In the freshman competition, Zhou Yi's strength far surpassed other freshmen. With Zhou Yi, there's truly no need for a pastor. He can directly crush opponents from other schools. Thinking this, Su Mei compromised. If you're so confident, I'll report this list to Dean Wu. Oh, right. Has the matter of your sister awakening her bloodline been resolved? It's been resolved. I have to thank you, Miss Sue, for telling me about the extreme cold ice lotus initially. That's good, Su Mei replied with a smile. At this moment, Joey suddenly remembered something and asked, Miss Sue, do you know where I can find hidden profession advancement scrolls? Hidden profession advancement scrolls? Is it to prepare for your sister? Joey honestly replied. After learning that otherworldly creatures are coming through common cracks, I vaguely felt a sense of pressure. Therefore, I must find a way for Xiao Yun to quickly possess self-protective power. You're very thorough. Furthermore, hidden profession advancement scrolls are all available on the school's website, but it's not that easy to buy them. Su Mei spoke ambiguously and then quickly left. Zhou Yi was confused by Su Mei's words, but when he opened the school website to check, he understood. Restrictions on purchasing hidden profession advancement scrolls. The lowest level student needs to reach level 25, achieve at least an A-grade point average, complete school missions above A-grade, and rank in the top 10 of the ground rankings or top 100 of the heavenly rankings. So that's how it is. It's really hard to get hidden profession advancement scrolls. Even the cheapest hidden profession advancement scroll requires 20,000 academic credits to obtain. It seems there's no way for Xiao Yun in the short term, but I will try my best to achieve this goal within half a year. Just then, Joey received a new system mission. Detecting that the National University and College Freshman Exchange Match is about to begin, the achievement mission is now announced. The system will award corresponding achievement rewards based on the host's overall performance in the National University and College Freshman Exchange Match. After reading the information, Joey couldn't help but be delighted. The 2 previous achievement mission rewards allowed my strength to achieve incredibly astonishing upgrades. It seems I'll have to give my all this time too. Strive for the best results to get the most generous rewards. Elsewhere, the deans were holding a meeting to discuss the upcoming National University and College Freshman Exchange Match. The list of chosen participants for the team battle has been sent by Joey. I'll briefly tell everyone about it. The team captain is Holy Knight Joey, Spirit Blade Swordsman Jiang Churan, Taoist Song Hallen, Mage Tang Lingxi, Warrior Wei Tixin. Hearing Dean Wu speak, Wu Kaqin wondered, why is there no pastor in the team? Song Qi agreed, saying, yes, isn't such a team very dangerous? After all, Without a pastor's support, the team's margin for error will be greatly reduced. While the other deans were worried about this lineup, Chuho Aduong thought differently. On the contrary, I feel this plan is fine. I believe with Zhou Yi's capabilities, an additional pastor would be overkill. He thought to himself, after Zhou Yi unleashed his bloodline fusion, no one sitting here probably understands Zhou Yi's true strength better than he does. Even without teammates, Zhou Yi might even be able to win the team battle by himself. In fact, Zhou Yi can not only provide growth, but his defensive capabilities are also extremely outstanding, and many of his offensive skills are even more powerful. It's as if he alone takes on 3 different roles: swordsman, tank, and support. Zhang Ling, the dean of the Tactical Institute, who had been silent, now spoke up. I have no objections. With Zhou Yi's ability, he has a full advantage and also possesses effective strategies himself. Song Chi pondered for a moment and then decided. Then my side also approves. I hope Zhou Yi can display a surprising amount of strength in the exchange match. All right, it's decided, Wu Mao announced. The team formation issue has been resolved. Now, it's about training. Dean Wu will have to trouble you with their training next. After all, although this group of new students has extraordinary strength, their team cooperation abilities still need further practice. No problem. I'll have Sumi Ni inform them to gather at the War Academy in 3 days. Back to the male lead. While Zhou Yi was diligently completing daily tasks, he received a message from teacher Wang Hui about conducting private lessons for him. This is my first lesson after becoming his student, so it's very likely he'll teach me a new skill. But today, I should still choose the skill point reward. Please choose today's reward. Reward 1. Gain 15 attribute points. Reward 2. Gain 15 skill points. Reward 3. Random skill book. Reward 4. Random chest. Zhou Yi clicked to select the skill point reward and immediately felt a change in his body. As long as I complete daily tasks, I can gain attribute points and skill points. With the system here, it's truly easy to widen the gap with others. The next day, Wang Hui and Zhou Yi arrived at the training ground. Looking at the level 23 forest demon wolves in front of him, Zhou Yi asked, "Teacher, do I need to drive away these demon wolves?" This is the edge of the forest, where the Tianyu Guild that I founded has a leveling spot. There's no need to worry. Sure enough, less than a second later, a giant dragon appeared in the sky, letting out a roar that sent the wolves scattering in fear. Seeing Zhou Yi's astonished expression, Wang Hui explained, "That level 62 epic dragon is your senior disciple brother's demon dragon. It's usually responsible for intimidating the magic beasts of the entire forest. If even the demon dragon is this strong, how powerful must my senior disciple brother be?" Wang Hui smiled proudly and said, "Your senior disciple brother has already reached level 64, on par with me. And his combat ability is even above mine, which is why I confidently entrusted the Tianyu Guild to him." Zhou Yi couldn't help but admire upon hearing this. Level 64 at 30 years old, senior disciple brother's talent is simply defying heaven. Haha, over so many years, I've met many professional players, but you are truly the most talented one. Work hard, and I believe your future achievements have hope of surpassing even your senior disciple brother. All right, Xiao Yi, watch carefully. I will demonstrate a special skill to teach you. Then Wang Hui combined the Holy Light and Seeker Shield skills, creating 2 giant shields. The 2 shields then gradually closed the distance, and when they touched, boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, leveling a large area of land and leaving Zhou Yi stunned by the power of a third-class professional. Afterward, Wang Hui handed Zhou Yi a book. "Xiao Yi, this is the first skill I'm teaching you. You just need to link your consciousness to the skill book surface and use skill points to learn it." "Understood," Zhou Yi replied, then closed his eyes and followed Wang Hui's instructions, successfully learning the new skill. Holy Light Seeker Shield, A+, Level 1. Within a certain range in front, 2 shield walls are created. The 2 shield walls will slowly approach each other, and upon collision, they will cause a large explosion. deals a large amount of light attribute magic damage to enemies. Allies can pass through the shield walls, but enemies cannot. Note, this skill belongs to the Holy Knight's inheritance skills. After reading the skill information, Zhou couldn't hide his curiosity. A Holy Knight's inheritance skill? How do you also know Holy Knight skills? Holy Light Seeker Shield is a unique skill that your senior disciple sister created herself when she was a third-class Holy Knight. That year, I inherited this skill from your senior disciple sister, and now I will pass it on to you. You've learned the skill, right? Release it for me to see. Zhou did exactly as he was taught. Although its power wasn't great, Wang Hui still expressed his satisfaction and praise. Right now, your Holy Light Seeker Shield is only level 1. Being able to do it to this extent is already very good. This skill is specially prepared for your team battle. You can use the shield wall to divide the battlefield, thereby restricting the enemy's normal movements. Since you've mastered the new skill, next is the practical combat drill. As Wang Hui finished speaking, a dragon serpent descended and stood behind him. Glaren will mobilize the surrounding magical beasts to launch an attack on you. How many experience points you can gain by defeating them depends entirely on your own effort. No problem, teacher. Upon receiving the answer, Wang Hui immediately signaled Glaren. Glaren then let out a roar. The magical beasts within the sound wave's range immediately became ferocious and chose Zhou Yi as their attack target. A magical beast lurking in the bushes behind Zhou Yi suddenly darted out, intending to bite Zhou Yi's head, but he anticipated it and sent it packing with a single basic move. After that, Zhou Yi combined all his skills, from light element to ice element, to deal with all the monsters attacking him throughout the night until the sun rose. Looking at Zhou Yi's exhausted and breathless appearance, Wang Hui smiled teasingly. So desperate. I didn't expect you to have completely exhausted even your last bit of stamina and mana. Aren't you afraid there are still magical beasts? What, isn't teacher still here? Zhou Yi replied with a smile. While drinking a potion to restore his stamina, he secretly thought, but the feeling of gaining experience so frantically is really satisfying. Congratulations on leveling up to level 22. You received 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Zhou immediately used all the newly acquired points to upgrade Holy Light Seeker Shield from level 1 to level 3. Not bad. I originally predicted you could defeat nearly 100 magical beasts, but I didn't expect you to defeat nearly 400 in the end. Fortunately, with your guidance, if I relied only on myself, it would be very difficult to level up in 1 or 2 months. Zhou Yi said gratefully. Wang Hui then advised, after all, you boldly formed a team without a priest in the exchange match. As my student, you must remain calm at critical moments and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher, with me here, this year's championship title will definitely be ours. At the rest stop in the Gale Forest, an announcement was made over the loudspeaker. The National College Freshman Exchange Competition is about to begin. 218 colleges and universities nationwide are participating. Which school will ultimately claim the championship title? I'm not mistaken, am I? Swang University actually doesn't have a priest. Such an extreme team composition could almost only be used by a low-level school, right? Zhou Ru and Zhou Dan happened to pass by. Hearing the two girls speak, they approached to peek at the list and interjected. Zhou Yi is indeed the team captain, and Jiang Churen is the vice captain. After skimming through some online comments, Zhou Dan burst out laughing. Someone in the comments actually said that our school's team composition is wrong. Missing a priest. This comment says a team without a priest will definitely lose. So funny. Zhou Ru also joined in. They don't know how terrifying Zhou Yi's strength is. The two girls looked at Zhou Ru and Zhou Dan with judging eyes, then asked somewhat angrily, "Who are you people?" Su Qinglian, sitting not far away, watched as the two sides started bickering and said to Wen Tianrun, Run, please inform the staff that I will be covering their bill today." She secretly thought to herself, with Zhou Yi here, even if the school's expedition team doesn't have a priest, it won't matter. This year's championship will definitely be ours. Back to the main plot. After the lesson with Wang Hui, Zoe spent the entire day in the training ground fighting robots. Since reaching level 22, the intensity of the robots in the training ground has become too simple for Zoe, and the training effectiveness has consequently become worse and worse. Just as Zoe was about to ask Sumir for her opinion, Sumir called to inform him that Dean Wu would begin special training today for the students participating in the friendly match. So Zoe was immediately called to assemble at the War Academy auditorium. Besides Jiang Churan and Song Hallen, whom he already knew, there were two more people in the auditorium: Wei Taixin, an 18th level warrior, and Tang Lingxi, an 18th level mage. While the students were getting acquainted, Wu Mao used an appraisal skill to scan Zoe. To be honest, Zoe, under the guidance of Principal Wang Hui, unexpectedly leveled up so quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Churan couldn't help but turn to look at Zoe in surprise. "You've leveled up again?" "With the help of my teachers, I was lucky enough to level up a bit." "All right, time is pressing, so I'll keep it simple. To help you all prepare for this National Freshman Friendly match, I will be the instructor responsible for your training. Next, I will lead you in team battles and conduct professional training for individual matches and survival battles. In today's training, I will mainly assess your team cooperation combat capabilities. First, you need to form a team to challenge the Gopin Dungeon's abyssal difficulty. Of course, the Academy will cover all tuition fees for your participation in this abyssal difficulty dungeon. No wonder Miss Su has always urged me and Taixin to quickly reach level 18. It turns out she wanted us to prepare in advance for challenging the abyssal difficulty dungeon. Everyone's strength isn't bad, and we're forming a team, so even the abyssal difficulty should be easy to clear, let alone. Thinking this, Tang Lingxi secretly glanced at Zhou Yi sitting next to her. Zhou Yi alone could clear the abyssal difficulty, and with the four of us, failure would be impossible. Noticing Tang Lingxi looking at him, Zhou Yi turned and flashed a bright smile, which made Tang Lingxi blush and quickly rushed to hide behind Taixin, leaving Zhou Yi a little confused. Is my smile that scary? After receiving the information, the five-person team immediately entered the dungeon. Zhou Yi, looking serious, said, "This is our team's first cooperation, so I will arrange the tactical plan for everyone." "No problem," the others responded in unison. Wei Taixin is in charge of defense and drawing aggro. Jiang Churan and Tang Lingxi are responsible for magic and physical attacks, respectively. Song Hallen will be in the back providing power attacks, and I will be everyone's support. As soon as Zhou Yi finished assigning tasks, the goblins appeared. Wei Taixin charged forward first, slamming her fist into the ground, pushing the monsters back. The power from her punch surprised her. Her skill's effectiveness had increased by over 40% compared to before. Is this the captain's support ability? Tang Lingxi watched Zhou Yi unleash his skills and couldn't help but exclaim, "No way! His casting speed is really fast." The captain actually cast 3 growth spells in less than a second. Even a professional mage, like me, would have trouble matching that speed. Very quickly, Tang Lingxi didn't dare to be negligent and cast the Xiaoran Taixin, watch out for ambushes. No sooner had Zhou Yi spoken than a rain of arrows flew towards them. Thanks to the early warning, Wei Taixin managed to use her shield wall in time, successfully blocking the goblin ambush. Jiang Churan suddenly noticed something unusual. This is completely different from before. How can there be goblin archers? Monster, Goblin Archer, level 23, talent. Silver tier, skills, ambush, ranged shot. Reading the monster information, Zhou Yi smiled and said, "It seems the reason is that we have more challengers here." Goblins have also upgraded their attack methods. Having said this, Zhou Yi used Light's punishment to eliminate the goblin archers. "I'll deal with these annoying ones first. The rest is up to you." After all, Zhou Yi's purpose for entering the dungeon this time was to strengthen team synergy. Fighting alone would go against his initial intention. "No problem," Jiang Churan and Wei Taixin replied. Seeing everyone putting in so much effort, Zhang Hallen was further motivated and began attacking the goblins with talismans. At the same time, Wu Mao, observing the students battle through the screen, nodded approvingly. Compared to the freshman match, Zhou Yi's casting speed has more than doubled. Some skills can even be completed in an instant. Su Mir speculated. It seems that after he cleared the abyssal difficulty dungeon, the talent he chose was related to increasing casting speed. All things considered, Zhou Yi's progress is indeed astonishing. He had only just enrolled and already led Jiang Chuan to the top of the abyssal difficulty dungeon leaderboard. Wu Mao then smiled and said, "Therefore, I want to further test Zhou Yi, and I've specifically increased the difficulty for them a bit." Inside the dungeon, thanks to their seamless coordination, Zhou Yi's team quickly overpowered the numerically superior goblins. Towards the monsters approaching her, Jiang Chuan coldly snorted, activating her shadow/slash skill, striking multiple times at high speed, easily dealing with the monsters. The others were not idle either, and began to display their abilities. Song Halan tore a talisman, using the Five Thunder Righteous method to attack the monsters. Tang Lingxi, on the other hand, used wind magic, Dragon Fist, creating an ice vortex that swept through the monsters, then loudly called out, "Taixin, give them the final blow." "All right." Wei Taixin responded, immediately leaping high and using the sky-rending stab skill, delivering a barrage of kicks towards the monsters. By the time she landed, all the monsters were on the ground. Benefiting from the enhanced buff, the feeling of effortlessly overwhelming these goblins was truly amazing. Feeling exhilarated, Wei Taixin still wasn't satisfied, smiling as she looked at Tang Lingxi and asked, "By the way, are all these goblins really taken care of by us?" Tang Lingxi replied, Xiao Bai told me there are no more goblins around." Xiao Gi laughed loudly and reminded, "This level is just a warm-up. The boss of the next stage is the important part. Everyone can't let their guard down." Wei Taixin cracked her knuckles, her face confident, saying, "What's there to be afraid of, Gixie? Your pen's skill doubles my power. With your support, isn't it easy to clear this dungeon?" Tong Halan happily chimed in, "That's right. Classmate Xiao Gi alone could easily clear this dungeon." Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. The captain's strength truly makes me admire him greatly." Hearing that, Xiao Gi felt a bit of a headache and secretly thought, "Are you all setting crazy targets for me?" Kwang So-nin said nothing, just stood aside, covering her mouth and secretly chuckling. A moment later, the group arrived at a large door. Wei Taixin asked, "The final boss must be inside, right?" Xiao Gi replied, "That's right." However, with each step closer to the door, he felt something was off. "Never mind, it's better to go in first and then talk," he decided inwardly. Xiao Gi then reached out and pushed the door open. When everyone entered, a giant boss appeared in their sight, opening its mouth and saying, "You have finally arrived." Fools, monster, second-generation Goblin King, rank, level 25, epic quality, skills, unknown. Note, after the old king died, he is the new leader of the Goblin tribe, replacing the old Goblin King. Tang Lingxi exclaimed in surprise, "A level 25 epic boss, haha. Knowing that distinguished guests would visit, I deliberately prepared some gifts for you." After saying that, the boss laughed sinisterly, raised its weapon, and created a massive, gigantic fireball, throwing it towards Tang Lingxi. "This is a fireball spell. How can it be so powerful?" Whispering to herself, Tang Lingxi hadn't yet recovered. She stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the incoming fireball. "Lingxi, get out of the way!" Wei Taixin shouted, rushing forward to push Tang Lingxi back, then immediately created a shield to block the fireball. But the effect was not at all favorable. The shield only lasted less than a second before cracks began to appear. "No good, I can't block it at all." As soon as Wei Taixin finished speaking, the shield shattered, putting her in a critical situation, facing the fireball directly. Wei Taixin gritted her teeth and secretly lamented, "Damn it, with the captain's pen reinforcing me, my power clearly doubled. Yet, I can barely withstand even a normal attack from this monster." The boss suddenly let out a sinister laugh and spoke, "Don't rush. This is the end that I have long prepared for you. Turn to ashes. At the same time, its movements were relentless, continuously creating more fireballs and throwing them towards the group. One fireball had already rendered everyone helpless, but now, facing many fireballs, despair was inevitable. And this was precisely the moment when the value of a captain was shown. Everyone stepped back. Chaogi commanded. He moved to the front of everyone, using ice magic to create a large ice wall, much thicker than Wei Taixin's shield, to block the incoming fireballs. Captain, watch out. This isn't a normal fireball attack. As soon as Tang Lingxi finished her warning, she saw that the ice wall had consumed most of the fireball's energy, turning them into fireballs about the size of a ping-pong ball. Absorb, Chao Gi softly shouted, and the many fireballs were drawn into his palm. He squeezed hard, making them vanish, and said, "It's quite difficult to deal with indeed. This boss's strength far surpasses the one I dealt with before." Hearing this, Tong Halan proactively spoke up. "Then this time, let me fight first." Afterward, Tong Halan quickly formed hand seals, creating a series of talismans that flew around the boss. Heaven's mandate is clear. Spirit guides the way. Body talisman manifests. Obey the command, explode. As the word explode left her mouth, the talismans detonated, forming a large blaze that engulfed the boss. A second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth. The talismans were crushed in its palm, and the boss itself was completely unharmed. Tong Halan cried out in disbelief. "How can it have no effect at all?" At this moment, Tang Lingxi spoke with a serious expression. "Sister Lan, let me try attacking with my magic instead." Next, Tang Lingxi used fire magic, punishment arrows, creating a series of fire arrows that shot towards the boss. "Let it take my move too." Kwang Sonin shouted, using the demon's blade skill, slashing a few sword strikes towards the boss. The two people's moves intertwined, flying directly at the boss, causing a large explosion, and a shockwave spread in all directions. However, the result was that the boss remained unharmed. It was now surrounded by a layer of purple energy. A bit interesting, but this is where it ends. With that, the boss opened its mouth. In front of its mouth, a small purple orb immediately condensed, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger. Finally, the orb shot towards the group of people opposite. Duong Lin Hai despairingly said, "Our levels are too far apart. It seems we can't contend with this boss." Just as everyone had given up fighting, Chaogi stepped forward once again, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm still here." With that, Chaogi immediately created a golden shield, blocking the boss's move. Blocked. As Chaogi's voice echoed, the boss's ultimate move was once again dispelled by him. "Vetitum spoke up, Nika, let me chia meleatak." Chaogi smiled, placing a hand on Vithaitam's shoulder, and said, "An epic tier level 25 boss is indeed a bit too much for everyone right now. Leave the rest to me." After that, Chaogi used the Light of True Sight skill on the boss. Light of True Sight reveals the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. Actually, this Goblin King is one level higher than the previous one, but its attributes are doubled. If I use an S-tier bloodline secret art, I can also activate several times my strength. This obvious targeting of me is very likely a special test deliberately left by Dean No. If that's the case, I'll take this opportunity to show everyone. Angel's body, my true strength. With that said, Chaogi immediately transformed into an angel, his left hand wielding the power of holy light, and his right hand the power of ice. Outside the dungeon, Tamini anxiously asked, "Dean, the difficulty setting for this boss is inevitably too high. Is it really necessary?" No Mao explained, "Although their current strength is indeed extraordinary, other schools also have outstanding talents. And in the exchange match, the geniuses from Mado and Tonkin universities are their strong opponents. Therefore, I need to use a defeat to make them understand the cruelty of the match." Tamini softly said, "Defeat." Then she chuckled and added, "Dean, you really underestimate Chaogi." No Mao smiled back. "I hope he can strongly prove me wrong." At the same time, inside the dungeon, the boss looked at Chao Gi after he transformed and expressed interest, saying, "Interesting. He's even turned into a glowing little bird. Kid, use all the skills you've got. I'll grant your wish." Chao Gi then used the Glorious Pulse skill to attack the boss. The boss spoke up, "Brat, you've got quite the attitude, but remember you're the one challenging me." After that, the boss used the world-ending Firefall move to retaliate. The moves of both sides collided, causing a massive explosion, and energy waves immediately spread everywhere. Kwang So-nin quickly plunged her sword into the ground, using her magic to protect everyone inside. Tong Halan exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the true strength of classmate Chao Gi?" It was only now that she realized her own strength. The boss and Chao Gi are fundamentally not on the same level. Tong Halan suddenly looked towards Kwang Sun-nin and asked, "Chunin, has classmate Chao Gi ever used this form before?" Kwang Sun-nin replied with a smile, "This is my first time seeing it too. It seems Chao Gi has truly brought out his full strength." After the first exchange of blows, the boss and Chao Gi were both perfectly unharmed. The boss bared its fangs, smiled, and asked, "Little brat, is this all you've got? No matter what form you transform into, you still can't defeat me, can you?" Saying this, Chao Gi then used Sacred Light Chains, creating chains that flew towards the boss, tightly binding its limbs and body. This is just as the boss was surprised by the chains on its body. Chao Gi used Victory Spear to form many spears that stabbed down onto the boss from above. Next, offense and defense have switched roles. Chao Gi said, then added a move, Brilliant Storm, creating a fiery whirlwind that enveloped the boss. They were no longer isolated moves. This time, Chao Gi's combo dealt a tremendous amount of damage to the boss. "Damn it!" The boss roared in pain. Seeing this, Chao Gi smirked and said, "Don't rush, there's more." Chao Gi rushed forward, forcefully thrusting one hand into the boss's screaming mouth, unleashing Lightning Beam. A moment later, after Chao Gi's moves had passed, the boss reappeared, black blood flowing from its mouth. In a weakened state, it spoke, "It seems you still haven't used your full strength. I'm truly sorry I couldn't satisfy you." Chao Gi smiled and said, "It is indeed a bit of a pity. I originally wanted to try the Hand of God in the six-winged angel form, but I'll have to save it for next time. But seeing that you still have a breath left, I'll finally send you off." With that, Chao Gi extended two fingers, condensed energy, and fired it at the boss. At this moment outside the instance, No Mang exclaimed in fear, "Monster! This is a boss that I painstakingly adjusted. Even a level 26 professional would find it difficult to contend with. Chao Gi's current strength is truly terrifying." Next, No Mang turned to Tamini and asked, "Ms. Tu, do you have Chao Gi's normal combat data from the training ground?" Tamini smiled and replied, "Yes. Chao Gi just happened to test himself at the training ground today before coming here. He easily passed the level 10 combat form challenge in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds. No Mang heard this and chuckled. "No wonder you and old Chu are so confident in him." Tamini also smiled back. "But it's perfect. Chao Gi can prove his strength in front of you." Back inside the instance, as soon as the boss was defeated by Chao Gi's final move and disintegrated, a notification board immediately appeared. "Congratulations on clearing the Abyssal Difficulty instance. Clearance time is 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Rewards for clearing the instance are now being distributed below." Immediately, a leveling up light surged from Duong Lin Hai, making her face filled with surprise as she wondered, "Oh, I've gained 8,000 experience points." The Thiatam's face was equally surprised as he said, "I've gained 8,000 experience points too." Clearing the Abyssal Difficulty instance once yields more rewards than a week of training outside. As for Chao Gi, he deactivated his transformation, returning to his original form. Next to him, a notification board appeared. "Congratulations, you have gained 11,236 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 10 free attribute points, 10 skill points." Chao Gi secretly thought, "If this continues, I feel like I'll level up again very quickly." Just then, Kwang's son Nin ran over and asked with concern, "Brother Chao Gi, how are you? Are you injured?" Chao Gi stood up, dusting off his clothes, and said, "I'm fine, just used up quite a lot of energy." "We should still go check what rewards this boss dropped." "All right." So the group went to where the boss was defeated and found a golden chest lying there. When opened, the items inside immediately appeared before their eyes. Golden Tier Weapon, Flame Staff, requires level 24. Golden Tier Weapon, Fire Spirit Shield, requires level 24. Golden Tier Weapon, Fiend Fire Ring, requires level 24. Wei Thiat Tam exclaimed joyfully, "This reward. This is truly too generous, isn't it? And they're all Golden Tier equipment." "Chow Yi, so much equipment dropped." Chow Yi smiled and said, "It seems our luck isn't bad this time. These 3 pieces of equipment, do any of you need them?" The remaining 4 people each expressed their opinions. First, Wei Thiat Tam said, "The level requirement for this equipment is too high. I can't use it at all." Duong Lin Hu said, "The fire attribute growth isn't suitable for me. I can't use it either." Kwang's son Nin spoke up, "These equipment pieces aren't suitable for my profession or Halan's." Tong Halan suggested, "Chao Yi, you contributed the most this time. Please take these." Chao Yi didn't refuse. He collected the items and said with a smile, "What a pity. I'll take these items for now then. When we get back, I'll auction them at school for academic credits, then divide and send them equally to everyone." Wei Thiat Tam quickly refused. "No, Chao Yi. No matter what, you should get 70%. Without you, we couldn't have cleared the dungeon so easily." Tong Halan spoke up, looking embarrassed. "That's right. After all, you were the key to defeating the boss, and I hardly helped at all." Chao Yi smiled and said, "Dividing them equally is fine. This way everyone won't have to worry about academic credits for a long time." Kwang's son Nin also smiled and advised, "Everyone, please accept them without worry. After all, Chao Yi is the one who least lacks academic credits." Since it had come to this, the others found it inconvenient to refuse further, so they happily accepted. "All right then." After dividing the rewards, Chao Yi smiled and reminded them, "You must know that our goal isn't just to be champions in the competition, but also to protect the honor of our school." Wei Thiat Tam declared with determination, "Chao Yi, I won't disappoint you. In the next training, I'll double my efforts." Tong Halan spoke up, "Chao Yi, I'll also give my all, Captain Me too." Chao Yi replied with satisfaction, "Good. Everyone's determination to work hard is the key to success. I believe that in the exchange match, our squad will surely achieve a glorious victory." As soon as Chao Yi and the others exited the dungeon, they heard applause from No Mang. "Congratulations on successfully clearing the Abyssal Tier dungeon that I specially created. D No Miss too." No Mang continued to praise them profusely. "Your performance was excellent, exceeding my expectations." "Of course, especially Chao Yi. You brought me a great surprise." Chao Yi smiled awkwardly, scratching his head, and said, "I was just doing what I was supposed to do." No Mang asked, "Chao Yi, do you have any thoughts on taking first place in the exchange match?" Chao Yi clenched his fist and affirmed, "First place, of course. We'll definitely get it." "Excellent. To win the championship, you must have this kind of confidence." Hermione offered an idea. "Chao Yi's support and attack capabilities are versatile, allowing us to devise 2 sets of battle plans. Initially, we can have Chao Yi in a support role, temporarily concealing his true strength. Then, at the critical moment, he can unleash his full power, catching the opponent off guard. If we do that, first place in the exchange match will likely be even more secure." No Mang smiled in agreement. "A good idea. At that time, we'll let those old geezers witness Chao Yi's prowess." "Even geniuses have to be ranked," Hermione continued. "Only their team's coordination is still lacking a bit. They need to practice more in that aspect." "That's right. Tomorrow we can conduct special training targeting their weaknesses." "All right, that's all for today. Everyone, please go rest first. Of course, to keep you motivated during training, We've also prepared some disciplinary measures. Chow, he was startled and asked uneasily, "Disciplinary measures? Sir, could you reveal a little? It's no fun if I tell you. We have other things to do, so we'll be leaving now." With that, Su Mi Ni and Wu Mang immediately left. Ms. Su. Chow, he wanted to call her back, but Su Mi Ni seemed not to hear, and in a few steps, she was out of sight of Chow Yi and the others. Never mind. Chow Yi turned to his teammates and said, "If that's the case, everyone, let's train hard together and prepare to face the challenge of the exchange match." The group replied in unison, "Okay." Time passed, and on a normal day like any other, in front of the dungeon entrance, NPC A sighed and complained, "The Nightmare Difficulty Goblin Dungeon is really too hard." NPC B said, "That's right, I've tried twice, but I couldn't clear it. Nightmare difficulty is already so hard to deal with. It's hard to imagine how insane abyssal difficulty is." As soon as NPC A finished speaking, he heard someone say, "Ling Shi, do you think we have any hope of completing this abyssal difficulty dungeon challenge in 10 minutes? The two NPCs gasped softly, and at the same time turned toward the sound of the voice, seeing a group of 5 people laughing and walking past. The one who spoke was the black-haired girl in the group. This group was Chow Yi's team, who came today to challenge the dungeon. Regarding Wei Tai Xian's question, Tang Ling she smiled and replied, "We've been training together for so long, plus the captain's buffs. 10 minutes probably isn't a problem." Wei Tai Xian admitted, "That's true, and yesterday Dean Wu even specially taught me a few moves." Tang Ling she smiled and said, "Then I'll eagerly look forward to it today." After Chow Yi's group entered the dungeon, NPCA asked, "They're playing the Abyssal Difficulty dungeon like a racing game. What's their background?" NPCB replied, "They are the team representing our school in this year's National University and College Freshman Exchange match." NPCA cried out in shock, Freshman! I remember our class's expedition team. The highest level was only level 19. The lowest level among them is level 20. It's truly unbelievable. The strength of that guy just now seemed pretty good too." NPCB pointed to the leaderboard, sighing in admiration. "Not just not bad. Look up there, he's Chow Yi, ranked first in the dungeon clear records." Some NPCC, hearing that, curiously looked up at the leaderboard and immediately exclaimed, "Chow Yi. So it's him, the one whom even the top players on the local ranking board can't surpass." About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, "You little devils, go first!" The boss roared, using its world-destroying Inferno attack on Chow Yi's group. Wei Tai Xian laughed excitedly. "Finally, I've waited for you to attack. D!" she shouted loudly, her hands enveloped in red energy, bravely charging forward and smashing the boss's attack into pieces. She thought to herself, "Under the teacher's guidance, I now have enough strength to withstand your attack." Suddenly, the boss's voice rang out, "The weak are still the weak. Don't think that just because you've made a little progress, you can be arrogant in front of me." Wei Tai Xian was startled and turned her head to see a huge fist just inches away from her. Tai Xian, step back. Chow, he commanded, and he himself rushed in front of Wei Tai Xian, punching directly into the boss's fist. The next moment, the boss's entire arm was twisted and shattered, causing it to scream in agony. "My arm." Chow, he turned to Wei Tai Xian and smiled. "Tai Xian, it's already excellent that you can block the boss's first attack by yourself. Next, let's work together and defeat it." Tang Ling, she also smiled and said, "Tai Xian, you rest for a bit. Leave the rest to us." At this moment, the boss roared in fury, "Damn it, I'll make you all die." However, before the boss could act, it was bound by golden chains. Subsequently, a large amount of lightning current traveled along the chains into its body, making it scream in pain once more. Chow Yi, holding one end of the chain, smiled and said, "Now you know pain, do you? But don't worry, even if you cry out loudly, we won't spare you." Song Halan spoke up. "That's right." Her expression was serious, and she quickly formed hand seals. Heaven sealing, earth binding seal. A large number of talismans flew out, sticking tightly to the boss's body. Following that, Tang Ling, she also spoke up. Let me show you the move Miss Su taught me. Lightning magic thunderfall. A thick pillar of lightning struck down from above directly onto the boss. Finally, Kwang Sonin rushed forward, shouting, "One final strike." Along with that was a powerful slash that sent the boss's head flying into the air. The system announced, "Congratulations on clearing the abyssal level dungeon." The clear time was 8 minutes 36 seconds. The rewards for clearing are now being distributed. A moment later, Chao Gi and his group left the dungeon. No Mang immediately walked over and praised. "Not bad. Your clear time has broken the 9-minute mark. Your performance this time, even I can't find fault with it." Chao Gi asked in surprise, "Dean No, why are you here?" No Mang's expression turned serious as he replied, "I'm here to inform you that the date for the exchange match has been set. It's in 1 week. Because tomorrow, I have to lead everyone to the venue of the exchange match, Qingjing University." Hearing this, Tong Haolon cheered happily. "Great. The exchange match is finally starting." Kwang Sonin clenched her hands, excitedly saying, "All this training for so long has been for this very moment." V. Thiotom also laughed and said, "After training for so long, we can finally fight in a real match." Duong Lin Hai then curiously remarked, "Qingjing University, I wonder what it's like there." As for Chao Gi, he cracked his knuckles, a hopeful smile on his face, muttering, "I'm already tired of fighting dungeon bosses." Finally, an opportunity to clash with top talents from other schools. The next day, as scheduled, No Mang arrived to take Chao Gi's group to the exchange match venue. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them, "To ensure safety, I will lead everyone through the school's dedicated teleportation point. We'll be directly teleported to the exchange match venue, Qingjing University." At the teleportation point, Principal Wang Hui and the deans were already waiting. After exchanging greetings, the principal said to the students, "As outstanding freshmen, you bear the honor of the school. We have been champions for 4 consecutive years, and we eagerly hope you can bring the school the honor of a 5th championship." "Understood." Chao Gi's group responded in unison. At this, Wang Hui ordered Chu Hoa Jung to activate the teleportation array. In just a flash, Chao Gi's group, No Mang, and Tamini arrived at Qingjing University. This couldn't help but surprise Chao Gi. "We're at Qingjing University already? Didn't they say the 2 schools are more than 2 million kilometers apart?" Tamini replied with a smile, "This is thanks to Dean Chu's spellcasting. Otherwise, we'd have to take a train for several days to get here." However, this kind of ultra-long distance teleportation array can only be cast by a Tier 3 mage. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Welcome, teachers and students of Tahang University, to Qingjing University. Your arrival here brings us great honor. Old Trin, why are you here?" No Mang joyfully approached, shaking hands with Trin Vin Swan, a Tier 3 mechanist, and asked, "An old friend visiting. I must personally come and take everyone to their accommodations." Trin Vin Swan replied warmly, then looked at Chao Gi's group. "The youngsters you've brought this time really look promising. I heard that your school has several freshmen whose strength is quite extraordinary. Well, then we'll meet on the arena floor." "That's a given." After exchanging greetings, No Mang turned to instruct his students. The official opening ceremony of the exchange match is on the 10th. After the opening ceremony, the matches will officially begin. After a month of training, your team has probably reached its limit. Don't do any extra training these few days. Everyone can relax a bit. However, a large number of tourists have recently entered Qingjing, and it's possible that spies from other races may have infiltrated. These major Qinjiao events almost every year see demons from other races attacking human geniuses. All right, that's all for today. In the next few days, you can go out and explore, but you must pay attention to safety. With that done, Chao Gies group was led by robots to their individual rooms for rest. Welcome, sir, to the Qingjing University dormitory area. If you have any issues, you can ask for my help at any time. The support robot said. No need, but the service at Qingjing University is quite innovative, isn't it? Chao Gi stood by the window, gazing at the city for a while, then opened his system panel. He used all his accumulated experience points, successfully reaching level 23, and received an additional 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Sigh, the gap to level 24 is still so big. Anyway, many of my skills are still only C and B rank, even after advancing to the second profession. The skills a holy knight can learn must be at least B+ rank. I can even learn A+ rank skills, like Radiant Orb. Radiant Orb can enhance teammates' attributes, while Shadow Orb can deal destructive blows to enemies. If it's the third profession. But talking about the third profession now is still too far away. Never mind, I should just complete this system achievement quest perfectly first, then I'll think about it. A week later, the nationwide freshman exchange match of colleges and universities for Zhongsha Nation's 157th class officially began, and the first match was between the students of Swan University and Yongyang University. The overwhelming and lively scene in the stadium made Chao Gi exclaim in admiration. No wonder everyone wants to participate in the nationwide freshman exchange match of colleges and universities. Such a sight truly is incredibly shocking. Kwang Sonin, standing nearby, added that today was just the opening. By the finals, the number of spectators could at least double. While Chao Gies group showed their excitement, on the other side of the battlefield, the students from Yongyang University weren't as cheerful. How unlucky! We drew Swan University. Can't be helped. It's our bad luck. We can only be considered a stepping stone. Sigh, Swan University was last year's champion. Anyone who faces them just has to accept their fate. Hearing his teammates, the brown-haired guy snorted. At the same time, in the stands, everyone also began to chatter. That holy knight standing in the back seems to be level 23. That's right, this level can really suppress others. Luckily, it's just a support position. If it were an attack position, it might cause even bigger trouble. It looks like Yongyang University is definitely going to lose against them. Next, we'll see how many trump cards Yongyang can force out of Suhong's representative team. On the arena floor, the brown-haired guy also recognized Chao Gies' level. Although he was nervous, he still spoke bravely. However, on the battlefield, level doesn't prove everything. Both teams took their positions, began constructing the battle arena, and simultaneously activated their defensive stances. The robot announced and began the countdown. As soon as the 3-second countdown ended, the Yongyang students were about to rush forward to launch a preemptive strike when the brown-haired guy stopped them. At that very moment, the brown-haired guy saw the young holy knight on the opposing side wave his hand. A halo immediately enveloped the Swan University students. Their stats surged dramatically in an instant. The audience witnessing this scene couldn't help but be astonished. He unleashed several buff skills in just a few short seconds. Can you believe that? Holy Knight Chao Gi is indeed worthy of being Swan University's captain. Trin Vin Swan was also surprised by this. If this continues, your team's collective stamina has increased by 50%. No Mang smiled proudly. In this small team battle, their performance is naturally not bad. Trin Vin Swan fell silent, thinking to himself, luckily, our school's team also has a few trump cards. Otherwise, just Chao Gi alone would probably be enough to make things tough. Next, let's see if Yongyang University's response is worthy of being emulated. It's a pity that at this moment, in Yongyang University's eyes, Chao Gi's group was no different from menacing devils. One of them even trembled with fear and dropped their weapon. Captain, what should we do? The brown-haired guy's face was pale, but he still replied stubbornly. After clearly assessing the situation, Chao Gi suddenly sneered and said, everyone, directly attack and strive to defeat them in one blow. Kwang So-nin and Tong Halan responded in unison. As soon as she received the order, Duong Lin Hai excitedly created a fireball and said. Immediately, Duong Lin Hai unleashed countless fire arrows aimed at the Yongyang University students. The sudden attack left the Yongyang University students no choice but to grit their teeth and create a defensive shield. The captain of Yongyang University, while defending, said, suddenly, a student from behind turned pale and said, before their eyes was the image of Vong Thiet Tom charging forward with sharp eyes, using the sky-shattering fist. Her fist powerfully shattered the defensive shield. Not stopping there, Kwang Sonin then slashed down countless sword strikes from above, using the demon's blade. Next was a source of lightning energy, which, under continuous attack, created a huge explosion. Their relentless assault completely defeated the Yongyang University students. Seeing their defenseless state, the system announced, "This battle has ended. The winner, Swang University." The system flew higher and continued. "Thank you to both teams for giving us such a spectacular battle. Please wait a moment for the next team match to begin." As soon as the match ended, Kwang Sonin sighed. "My opponent is a warrior, but my turn is match 27. I have to wait a very long time." Tong Halan, next to her, also sighed and said, "I'm even worse off, turn 45? Who knows what year or month that'll be?" Chao Gi heard this and chimed in cheerfully. "I'm in the 6th match, and my opponent is a swordsman. It seems my luck isn't bad. I can go on stage in the second group." Kwang Sonin and Tong Halan could only look on with envy. How admirable! At that moment, in the stands, people began to whisper to each other. Chaogi didn't even make a move in the previous match. I'd like to see what his true strength is. Can a support class, Holy Knight, really participate in a solo match? I bet Chaogi is definitely hiding his strength. After all, he's the captain. Soon after, Chaogi's match arrived, and everyone immediately cheered excitedly. Chaogi! Chaogi, Luca, go for it! When they saw the two step onto the arena, the system began its introduction. The 9th match of the individual competition. Chao Gi of Swang University battles Lu Kwang of Chuanan University. 12 students prepare. The match is about to begin. This time, Chao Gi's opponent was Lu Kwang, a level 18 swordsman from Chuanan University. Lu Kwang curled his lip in a sneer and thought, "He's just a support class. Looks like my luck isn't bad. I hit the jackpot right at the start." The people behind Lu Kwang also chatted animatedly. Luca's opponent is the captain of Swang University. That's right. Looks like it'll be a tough fight next. Haha, a Holy Knight is just support. Luca will definitely crush him directly. Without making everyone wait long, the system began to count down. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the words fell, Lu Kwang quickly raised his sword and launched the first attack. He said disdainfully, "If you surrender now, I can let you lose with a little dignity." In contrast, Chaogi just smiled calmly and replied, "Haha, tell me to surrender? Endure 10 breaths in front of me first before you brag like that." Lu Kwang immediately slashed down with his sword and roared, "You punk! How dare you act so arrogant in front of me? Emerald Fish Blade." But Chaogi easily dodged countless sword strikes. His speed made Lu Kwang exclaim in surprise, "So fast!" He continued disdainfully, "However, this is where it ends." But Lu Kwang's feet were now bound by ice. He was utterly bewildered. By the time he looked up, Chao Gi had already raised his fist and charged forward. Lu Kwang cursed angrily under his breath. Damn it, using this trick. But Lu Kwang used fire magic to escape the icy grip on his feet. Lu Kwang furiously charged forward, slashing with his sword and cursing. Such meager talent. Unexpectedly, Chao Gi blocked it with his bare hand. His defense left Lu Kwang utterly confused. He blocked it. Next, Chao Gi powerfully punched Lu Kwang straight in the stomach. He yelled in shock, "No way!" His attack sent Lu Kwang flying tens of meters. Everyone below asked each other in alarm, what just happened? Hey, the captain was just knocked out like that. I didn't even see Chao Gi's attack clearly. The teacher sighed. Alas, the opponent is the captain of Swang University. It's inevitable that Lu Kwang underestimated his opponent too much. Although he's only a support class, his actual combat ability absolutely cannot be underestimated. After the smoke gradually cleared, Lu Kuang appeared with a blood-soaked face. His body could no longer move. The system quickly approached to observe and announced. The system announced. Chu Gi withdrew his fist and scornfully said, "I didn't expect he couldn't even block my sea-level skill punch." Everyone in the stands immediately erupted upon hearing that. What a terrifying punch. He incapacitated his opponent in just a few moves. Unbelievable, ha ha ha. Perhaps this isn't even Chu Gi's full strength. Outside, Chu Nok, a mentor from Tonkin University, suddenly exclaimed. Dean Trin nearby smiled and said. Chu Nok regretfully said, "Alas, if we had Chu Gi now, wouldn't we be unstoppable?" Halan, a level 19 archer, looked at Chu Gi with interest and slowly said, "His strength is really not bad. I didn't expect him to be quite proficient in support, close combat, and magic." In contrast, Chu Hu Bak, a level 18 priest, seemed worried as she thought. Even an ice elemental mage, and our family couldn't cast it that quickly. Suddenly, her bracelet glowed. Chu Hu Bak stared blankly and murmured. Seeing Chu Hu Bak's silent demeanor, Halan suddenly turned and asked, "Hu Bak, what's wrong with you?" Chu Hu Bak flinched, grabbed her bracelet, and replied. Immediately, Chu Hu Bak hastily made an excuse to leave. Her strange attitude left Halan bewildered. Chu Hu Bak quickly ran to a secluded place and called Chu Hang. As soon as the phone rang, Chu Hang quickly answered. He picked up the phone and asked, and specifically using the company phone. As soon as she heard Chu Hang's voice, Chu Hu Bak urgently said, "Furthermore, he's also surnamed Chu, and the purity of the cold ice bloodline in Chu Gi is even above 70%. Upon hearing the news, Chu Hang was immediately stunned. He asked in alarm. Chu Hu Bak replied. Chu Hang calmed down slightly. He pushed up his glasses and said, "On my end, we'll simultaneously begin an investigation to see if this Chu Gi truly comes from our Chu family." After hanging up the phone, Chu Hang stood up and looked out the window, feeling overjoyed. Chu Gi, cold ice bloodline. If it's really true, perhaps our Tianlon Chu family is saved. By now, on the right side of the arena, everyone was cheering in unison. The left side was equally enthusiastic, shouting. Liham's classmate beside him smiled and said. Liham gave a wicked smile and said. Noi Hop nearby suddenly interjected a reminder. Chu Gi's strength is very great. Even I can feel an extremely dangerous aura from him. Liham immediately became serious. He replied. Immediately after that, Liham unleashed his skill. The classmate standing next to Liham earlier said admiringly, Chu Gi probably won't even be able to touch a single hair on Brother Ham. Tuong Fuong chimed in. That's right. Chu Gi better not get beaten until he cries. The match was about to begin, and the stands erupted with excitement, cheering non-stop. Chu Gi is the strongest. Go Chu Gi. Chung-yi, Chung-yi. Modi University. Go Liham. At this moment, Chu Hang appeared. He said tiredly, Good thing we made it in time. Chu Dongni looked around excitedly and said, This match arena isn't any less impressive than our clan's territory. Suddenly, Chu Hu Bak appeared behind them. Chu Dongni quickly noticed and excitedly turned her head to call, Sister. She rushed to hug Chu Hu Bak. As Chu Hu Bak hugged her, she asked curiously, Dad Dongni, why are you two here? Chu Hang calmly replied, Isn't it because we're investigating Chu Gi's identity? He's very likely a descendant of the main lineage, scattered during the Age of Darkness. Upon learning that a clan member with the ice bloodline awakened, the clan leader ordered me to come here to verify it. It also happens to be a good opportunity to let your sister experience the style of Tahong's top new student. Suddenly, Chu Dongni pouted unhappily and said, Humph, what's there to see about a support class Holy Night anyway? Chu Hu Bak quickly corrected her sternly. Dongni, your thinking is wrong. So what if he's a Holy Knight? If Chu Gi's bloodline purity truly exceeds 70%, he is fully qualified to switch to a hidden class within the clan. Hearing this, Chu Dongni eagerly asked, Sister, among the younger generation of our main lineage, the highest bloodline concentration is only 40%, right? 70%? Is Chu Gi's bloodline purity really that high? Suddenly, Chu Heng spoke up, scolding. Dong Ni, before we came here, I told you to show some respect to Chu Gi. By seniority, he can be considered your older brother. Chu Dong Ni retorted irritably. Umph, even if he truly is a member of our clan, to be my older brother, he must prove his strength is worthy. Chu Yu Bak quickly interjected to console them. All right, since Dad is already here, we'll know after checking Chu Gi's bloodline concentration. We should just calmly watch Chu Gi's match. Finally, Chu Dongni agreed. All right then. At this moment, the system announced, the first match of the third round of the singles tournament is about to begin. Next, please welcome the two players to the arena, Lai Ham, Modi University, and Chu Gi, Tahang University. Lai Ham appeared in full armor, confidently saying, Originally, I planned to go in light, to quickly deal with you. But the captain said you're very strong, so I'll just have to go all out. Chu Gi calmly replied, Oh well, good luck then. Chu Gi subtly observed Lai Ham for a few seconds, thinking to himself, to be able to sense my strength, it seems the captain of Modi University is not to be underestimated. It's just that. He stared at Lai Ham and thought, so he's only level 18, 5 levels below me. I fear that if I just unleash one light punishment, he'll immediately pass out. Lai Ham, Modi University, a level 18 combatant, was already in position, ready to face the enemy. But when he met Chu Gi's gaze, he flinched. Facing Lai Ham gave Chu Gi a headache. Tomorrow's team match is against Qingjing University. I'll have to go easy in this match. I can't reveal too much of my strength. Melee skills will be my only option. This feeling of being restricted is truly unpleasant. Seeing them both ready, the system announced, Players, please prepare yourselves. The match officially begins in 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as it began, Chu Gi used Blessed Protection to create a colossal beam of light. The light shone directly at Lai Ham, making him hastily cover his eyes. Chu Gi's stance made Lai Ham even more disdainful. He does have some presence, but it's just for show. Immediately, Lai Ham quickly charged towards Chu Gi. He arrogantly raised his leg to attack. Low kick. But Chu Gi easily blocked it. He thought to himself, Is that all? Chu Gi swiftly countered with an upward elbow strike. Light elbow strike. The blow forced Lai Ham to quickly raise his armor to block. He thought painfully, It hurts so much. Why does my equipment feel completely useless? But he couldn't block for long before Chu Gi knocked Lai Ham flying. Lai Ham's body slammed directly into the barrier wall. Everyone in the audience was completely stunned. A fighter was suppressed and beaten by a support class. Truly something you only see if you live long enough. What's going on here? Chu Gi, Lai Ham is injured. Lai Ham's awakened talent is A-grade steel bones. His defense power probably far surpasses Chu Gi's. After being battered, Lai Ham recovered and stood up, asking, Are you really not from a martial arts family? Otherwise, how could your fighting skills be so much stronger than mine? Chu Gi shrugged his arm and replied, No. I just have a slightly stronger physique, that's all. Saying that, he unleashed countless punches, a divine fist combo. Lai Ham could only grit his teeth and defend. He angrily cursed inwardly. Damn it, an offensive this strong is impossible to escape. Chu Gi's relentless attacks forced Lai Ham to retreat further and further. Suddenly, Chu Gi coldly stated, It's time to end this. Seeing the punch about to strike, Lai Ham secretly worried. I can't block this punch at all. Immediately, Lai Ham cried out in fear, Stop. Chu Gi, I surrender. Hearing that, Chu Gi quickly diverted his strike. The powerful destructive force of the attack sent Lai Ham flying. Lai Ham painfully fell to the arena floor. Upon seeing Lai Ham's armor and body shattered, the system announced, In this match, Chu Gi is victorious. Congratulations to Chu Gi for advancing and securing a spot in the fourth round of the singles match. Chu Gi scratched his neck slightly, thinking, it really is too difficult to hide. I just couldn't help but go a little too hard when I got started. The entire audience was horrified by his strength. Everyone panicked, saying, "Unbelievable! I can't believe a support class, Holy Knight, can be played like this." A Holy Knight actually defeated a fighter barehanded. How can anyone explain this? Chu Gi's close combat slaughtering ability is truly terrifying. Chu Gi slowly walked over to Lai Ham's body. He heroically reached out to help him. Holy light skill. When he saw two nurses approaching, Chu Gi apologized. "I'm sorry, he surrendered too late. I really couldn't pull back my strength in time." As he walked past the nurse, Chu Gi said, "However, I did cast a bit of healing magic to stabilize his injuries. The rest is up to you." The nurse, stunned, replied, "All right." But when she saw Lai Ham's body, the nurse couldn't help but be shocked. Lai Ham's trembling state made the nurse exclaim, "His injuries are really severe." Lai Ham groaned in pain. "Ah, it hurts so much." The two nurses immediately rushed to give first aid. After carefully examining the wound, the nurse said, "This wound, it won't heal in 2 or 3 days, I'm afraid." Unbelievable, as a Holy Knight, Chu Gi could actually create such a huge explosion. When the match ended, Chu Hubok said, "See, I told you Chu Gi's strength is very high, far surpassing others in the clan and geniuses his age." After observing the previous match, Chu Heng replied seriously, "He sent his heavily armored opponent flying with one punch. That's truly monster-level strength." The ice bloodline in the clan, which can conceal its power within an occupation, also seems to possess a special elemental power. Chu Gi's overwhelming strength made Chu Dong-ni completely unconvinced. She awkwardly snorted and said, "I admit his strength is indeed very great." All right. Her adorable appearance made Chu Hang laugh. "Ha ha ha. It seems Chu Gi's strength has finally subdued Dong-ni." He turned to Chu Hubok and said, "Hubok, then could you please arrange a meeting between Chu Gi and me?" Chu Hubok nodded and hummed in response. At this moment, the system announced, "The battle between Kwang So Nin of Tuhang University and Tuong Phuong of Mada University has entered its decisive phase, and the final winner is about to emerge. Let's all look forward to it." Outside the stands, Chu Gi thought to himself, "Tuong Phuong's strength is even weaker than Lai Ham's. Little Nin will probably win easily." Sure enough, in the arena, Tuong Phuong was at a disadvantage. She thought angrily, "The contestants from Tuhang University this year are truly strong. I feel like I'm reaching my limit. I wonder how many more moves I can withstand." In contrast, Kwang So Nin continued to charge forward and attack wildly. She muttered, "Let's end this battle quickly." The move before her frightened Tuong Phuong. Her eyes widened, and she screamed, "This is—" Kwang So Nin slashed countless times through Tuong Phuong's body, shadow slash. Finally, Tuong Phuong couldn't endure it any longer and collapsed. The system announced, "Tuong Phuong of Mada University can no longer continue fighting. Congratulations to Kwang So Nin for advancing and securing a spot in the 4th round of the singles match." The audience was once again astonished by Tuhang University's strength. They exclaimed in shock, "Tuong Phuong of Mada University didn't even put up a fight. I can't believe that besides Chu Gi, this Kwang So Nin is also so strong. I wonder if their team match against Tonkin University tomorrow will be interesting to watch." Below the arena, Chu Gi approached and praised, "Little Nin, you fought very well in this match. Especially that final move, it was so cool." Kwang So Nin replied politely, "I was just lucky. My opponent was too weak." Kwang So Nin suddenly joked, "If I faced you, Chu Gi, I'd have no choice but to surrender." Chu Gi awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "You're kidding. How could I ever attack you?" Suddenly, someone ran over and called out, "Student Chu Gi, please wait a moment." Chu Gi turned his head in confusion and asked, "Are you looking for me again?" Chu Hubok panted as she introduced herself. "I am Chu Hubok from the Tien Lon Chu family. I came to find you because you awakened the ice bloodline. With such a high purity ice bloodline, you must be a member of our Chu family." Chugi asked curiously. Ice bloodline? Tianlan Chu family. Kwang Sonin, beside him, softly began to explain. Chugi, I know the Chu family. They and my Kwang family are considered ancient families, and they've stood tall in Tianlan province for hundreds of years, so they have a long history and their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Kwang Sonin continued, but I heard that in recent years, fewer and fewer members of the Chu family have awakened the ice bloodline. Given how eager the Chu family is for those who awaken the ice bloodline, you, Chu Gi, might be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Kwang Sonin's frank words made Chu Yu Bok awkwardly say, That is indeed possible. But Chu Gi calmly refused. No need. I don't need any of that. But you claim I'm a member of your Chu family. Do you have any proof to back that up? Hearing him ask that, Chu Yu Bok immediately took out the identification stone and said, As it happens, my father is here too. He also brought the bloodline identification stone. If you're a member of our Chu family, the identification stone will resonate with you. Chu Gi then reached out and touched the identification stone, saying, All right, let me try. As soon as he touched it, the identification stone emitted an enormous surge of power. Chu Yu Bok cried out in shock. Chu Gi, the purity of your ice bloodline actually exceeds 90%. But Chu Gi calmly smiled and said, I truly feel a sense of kinship with your bloodline. I never expected that by participating in a friendly match, I could also find the origin of my own ice bloodline. After the bloodline identification, Chu Yu Bok asked, Student Chu Gi, no, Brother Chu Gi, my father wants to arrange a meeting with you. Would that be possible? Chu Gi readily agreed. Sure. Chu Gi turned to Kwang So Nin and said, Then, little Nin, you can go back first. I need to go with her for a bit. Kwang So Nin smiled and replied, Okay, but Chu Gi, you don't need to feel any pressure. The Chu family can only be considered big in Tianlan. They're still not as good as my Kwang family. Chu Yu Bok immediately retorted, Our Chu family is actually quite powerful too. And then, Chu Yu Bok led Chu Gi to meet Chu Hang. Upon entering the room, Chu Yu Bok stopped and said, Brother Chu Gi, my father and sister are already waiting for you inside. At this moment, Chu Gi couldn't help but ponder. Initially, when Xiao Van was seriously ill, at their most difficult time, their Chu family didn't offer any help. Now that he had awakened his bloodline, they came knocking on his door. He really didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the room door opened again, and Chu Hang stepped forward, saying, You two have finally arrived. Chu Yu Bok then called out, Ah. Chu Hang walked up to Chu Gi and introduced himself. Hello, young friend Chu. I am Chu Hang. Chu Gi politely shook his hand. Hello, I am Chu Gi. Chu Hang smiled. I've long heard of young friend Chu's reputation, and now that I meet you, you are indeed extraordinary. As his necklace glowed, Chu Hang excitedly said, You possess such a high-purity ice bloodline. Suddenly realizing his attitude was a bit excessive, Chu Hang quickly said seriously, Actually, your father and I shared a common great-great-grandfather, and Yu Bok is your distant younger cousin. Unfortunately, your father passed away too soon. Chu Gi calmly stated, Those are all things of the past. Chu Hang excitedly said, Getting back to the main point, Chu Gi, if you agree to return to the main lineage and re-specialize into the hidden ice element profession, our Chu family will dedicate the power of our entire clan and all kinds of resources unconditionally to help you quickly reach the third awakening. Hearing that, Chu Gi asked, A hidden profession, but I've already specialized as a holy knight. Can I still re-specialize? Suddenly, Chu Hang excitedly said, You don't need to worry about that. We've already prepared this supreme re-specialization item. Moreover, with your high-purity ice bloodline, you can truly unleash the power of the hidden ice element profession. Chu Gi suddenly began to think seriously. The strongest support profession in his body system was already bound to the holy knight profession, and under the guidance of the holy light, he was able to grow at a speed beyond ordinary people to reach his current level. For him now, The Chu family's so-called hidden profession was simply not worth mentioning. After careful consideration, Chu Gi asked, "From what you're implying, if I don't respecialize, there's no way for me to receive the Chu family's cultivation, right?" Chu Hang replied with a bewildered expression, "That's not wrong to say. However, once you respecialize, countless skilled books in our Chu family's library await you. You will acquire a large amount of resources, and you won't need to worry about leveling up anymore." Chu Gi listened, then shook his head, refusing. "Acquiring a large amount of resources sounds good, but I still choose to decline." Upon hearing the refusal, Chu Hang became flustered. He quickly offered countless other options. "After respecializing, all your skills will be reset, skill points refunded. Your mental attributes won't decrease. Moreover, after you join the main lineage of the Chu family, within 6 years, we can definitely get you to level 50 and undergo the third awakening." Chu Gi firmly said, "Actually, the conditions you mentioned hold no appeal to me. I can acquire a large amount of resources from my school. I basically don't need to worry about increasing my strength, and furthermore, I prefer my current Holy Knight profession." Chu Hang asked blankly, "Holy Knight is only for support, but our Chu family's hidden profession is absolutely a superior position. Chu Gi, what more do you want?" Chu Gi angrily retorted, "Only for support, huh?" His words touched his pride. He angrily said, "In your perception, Holy Knight is just a support profession. That only shows how shallow you are. It just so happens that tomorrow is our match against Qingjing University. I will show you what a true Holy Knight is." Chu Gi decisively turned and left. Before leaving, he waved goodbye. "Classmate Hu Bak, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet on the arena tomorrow." Chu Hu Bak quickly stopped him. "Brother Chu Gi, wait a moment." Seeing that he had left, Chu Hu Bak immediately questioned Chu Hang. "Dad, why didn't you try to keep him a little longer?" Chu Hang said sternly, "Let him go. He still hasn't realized the limitations of a Holy Knight. After he witnesses the strength of Qingjing University tomorrow, it won't be too late to find him." Suddenly, Chu Dongni, from behind the chair, raised her hand to speak. "Wait a minute. I have a different opinion." Chu Dongni perked up and said, "Dad, everyone is being too lenient with Chu Gi. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to persuade him to join our Chu family's main lineage?" Chu Hu Bak replied awkwardly, "Well, that's all because." Chu Hang helplessly said, "Oh, it's better if I explain." He seriously explained, "Our Chu family's ancestor was the first Ice Bloodline awakened professional on Blue Star. Under the ancestor's leadership, the Chu family rose to power. Among subsequent generations, clansmen continuously awakened the Ice Bloodline, even producing several Third Awakening powerhouses. Everything changed with the advent of the Dark Era." Chu Hang recounted, "During the Dark Era, a large number of demons from another world invaded. The Chu family's ancestor immediately led the clan's powerhouses to battle. But the ancestor disappeared during a deep penetration into an otherworldly campaign. Without the ancestor's protection, all the Third Awakening elders were buried along with the otherworldly powerhouses. Although 5 Third Awakening elders managed to revive themselves through resurrection magic, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the otherworldly demon lord." Chu Hang gently sat down on the chair and mused. "Since then, the rate of Ice Bloodline awakening in our Chu family's descendants has greatly decreased. It's not even 1% of what it used to be. This eternal curse is extremely domineering. Merely relying on extending the bloodline cannot purify it. In a situation where there are no successors, the entire Chu family, while seemingly strong, is actually incredibly weak." He smiled and explained, "Therefore, if Chu Gi, with such a high-purity Ice bloodline, returns to our Chu family's main lineage, we will use the strength of the entire clan to cultivate him. Chu Gi's future strength might even rival that of the ancestor." He said seriously, "Right now, Chu Gi is on a continuous winning streak in individual matches, which is when his confidence is high. After he faces the Qingjing University team, he will understand that our Chu family is the key to his strength." Chu Dongni asked curiously. Dad, what if Chu Gi wins? Chu Heng hesitated. This? Chu Yu Bok then walked over, rubbed her head, and scolded. Why are you starting to side with Chu Gi? Tomorrow is your match too. Chu Dongni replied tearfully. Boo-hoo, I only said what if. The next day, in the arena, the audience eagerly awaited. Getting a ticket for this match live was really tough. Brother, you also came specifically for the battle between Suhang University and Qingjing, didn't you? Of course. This is a top university team battle. I can't believe it's already this exciting in the third round, like a final. Everyone chatted cheerfully. I wonder if Chu Gi can extend his winning streak miracle against Qingjing University? This time, Qingjing University is playing at home. I feel it's unstable. Chu Dongni sat in the back, thinking sadly. Her sister's team's chances of winning were indeed greater, but brother Chu Gi? No. Would Chu Gi really definitely win? Just then, the system announced, please welcome the representative teams of Qingjing University and Suhang University to the arena. When the two teams stepped up, the stands immediately erupted in cheers. Suhang University, Qingjing University, Suhang University. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Chu Gi immediately used a skill, Mystic Light War Maul. A giant maul appeared and slammed down hard on the stage. The stands were immediately stunned by this weapon, a war maul. So Captain Chu Gi of Suhang University knows how to use weapons. It's not strange for a paladin class, after all. But Chu Gi's aura seemed to have changed, yes, even from hundreds of meters away. Seeing his figure made me feel a little uneasy. Chu Dongni's eyes widened as she said, the aura Chu Gi is displaying today. Why does it feel not just a few times stronger than before? Chu Heng asked doubtfully. Could it be that Chu Gi hadn't shown his full strength before? At this moment, Li Yuan, a level 22 warrior, suddenly asked, what's Chu Gi doing standing so far forward? Does he want to take on the damage dealer role? Halan, a level 19 archer, replied. Given Chu Gi's performance in yesterday's individual match, being a damage dealer is quite normal. Chu Xiaobai, level 18 priest, reminded them, moreover, Chu Gi's level is the highest among our freshman players this year. Lu Zhou, the level 20 mage, spoke disdainfully. It's just a paladin with a bit of damage-dealing ability. What's the use of a high level? Wang Xian, a level 22 mechanic, also sneered, as a captain-level character. Only having that much strength is truly insufficient. Li Yuan spoke seriously. Last year, we were suppressed by Suhang University in the team battle, and everything went to waste, losing first place. He coldly plunged his sword into the stage. Li Yuan sternly instructed, this year our opponent is still Suhang University, so we must be 100% focused. Later, you must attack with all your might, even if you injure or cripple them. Don't hold back. They replied in unison, no problem. Outside, Dean Chung smiled and approached Wu Mang, saying, so, old Wu, Chu Gi alone has to handle both support and damage dealing. Can he manage on the field? Don't pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons then. Wu Mang replied with a laugh, ha 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 ha. You don't need to worry about it. Everything in the match speaks through strength. I have confidence in him. Wu Mang's confident attitude made Dean Chung secretly worried. Strange. Usually first-year students have very limited skill points. Multitasking is definitely not as good as specializing. Could it be that old Wu still has some hidden trump card he hasn't used? On the stage, Chu Gi solemnly said, when the match starts later, it'll be just like our training at school. I'll launch the attack first, and everyone else can react accordingly from the back. Wang Taixian excitedly said, ha 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 ha. Brother Gi is going all out. We can finally slack off. Even if the opponent is Qingjing University, we can easily handle them. Chu Gi turned back to instruct. It's still better to be careful. After all, the opponent was last year's runner-up. Later, if anyone gets injured, remember to come closer to me. I'll cast healing spells on everyone. Everyone replied in unison, understood. At this moment, the system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. As soon as it began, Chu Gi said, I'm going first. As he charged forward, countless skills appeared. God's grace, protective grace, Dawn's blessing, courageous grace. On the big screen, the system commented, facing Qingjing University. Chu Gi of Suheng University showed no hesitation. He chose to directly charge at the opponent. The entire stands buzzed. With both sides having similar strength, shouldn't they start with a round of long-range attacks to probe the opponent? This clearly shows Chu Gi's extreme confidence in his own strength. He can run quickly and also cast spells rapidly. He must have mastered this skill proficiently. Li Yuan became excited at this sight. He gave a malicious smile and said, "Humph, in such a hurry to die. Perfect. We've prepared the strongest long-range attack for you." In the back, Halan had already drawn her bow. Immediately, she shot an arrow, suppressing arrow. The arrow swiftly flew towards Chu Gi. Facing this arrow, Chu Gi showed no signs of flinching. As the arrow swiftly flew towards Chu Gi, Halan excitedly said, "My A-grade skill, suppressing arrow, can target all enemies, making it impossible for them to dodge. With no tank's interception, Chu Gi, let's see how you block these arrows." As the arrows were about to hit, Chu Gi, annoyed, said, "This is a bit troublesome." He casually crushed the arrow with his bare hand. His skill utterly astonished Halan. "What? He crushed my A-grade suppressing arrow with his bare hand. And it's even enhanced to level 8. Li Yuan at his side let out a cold snort and said, "A paladin in a damage-dealing position, only managing to get some defensive value, but it should end here. Once Lu Zhou finishes casting his skill, let's see how you block that." At this moment, a surge of power appeared on Lu Zhou's staff. He immediately unleashed that power and said, "Take this, Chu Gi, my strongest attack." A fire phoenix appeared, extreme fire phoenix. That fire phoenix aimed at Chu Gi and shot a fireball. That fireball immediately unleashed enormous flames, fire phoenix's breath. Chu Gi quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Not stopping there, Lu Zhou continued his attack, extreme fire phoenix, blazing impact. Seeing the phoenix fly towards him, Chu Gi calmly stood there and asked, "Is it just fire?" Lu Zhou angrily shouted, "He still hasn't run away. It seems Chu Gi will be handled by me." In the stands, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Qingjing University's top player, "This extreme fire phoenix is an A+ grade skill. Such a powerful skill. He can't possibly defend against it. I wonder how Chu Gi will cope. For Chu Gi to charge out alone, he's truly too arrogant." Chu Nak, from above, chuckled and said, "Right now, I think Chu Gi should wisely choose to retreat. With a speed advantage, he still has a chance to return to the team behind and defend." Upon hearing this, Tami burst out laughing. "Retreat?" Chu Nak angrily shouted, "To me, what are you laughing at?" Tami calmly replied, "Sorry, but when I heard you suggest that an A+ skill would make Chu Gi run away, I couldn't help but laugh." Chu Nak furiously retorted, "Humph, just you wait and cry when Chu Gi loses." Tami calmly said, "Is that so? I hope you truly have that capability." Inside the stands, the sight of Chu Gi advancing made everyone panic. Chu Nak asked blankly, "What's happening?" Suddenly, a massive surge of power appeared, surrounding Chu Gi. Chu Gi's current state was the A-grade Holy Flame Halo. The halo condenses holy fire, granting him the ability to manipulate the fire element, enhancing the light attribute for himself and nearby allies by 20% and fire-type skill damage, with the effect lasting for a certain period. Chu Gi arrogantly commanded, "Holy Flame Halo, absorb it all for me." Lu Zhou screamed in shock. How can this be? The phoenix had been drawn towards Chu Gi. He said, "Little firebird, come here and turn into my power." Immediately, the phoenix was completely subdued by him. Song Halan, seeing this from behind, proudly said, "It seems Qingjing University fundamentally doesn't understand the true value of our holy knight captain." Jiang Shiren continued, "Not even Shunling Fong, with his blazing dragon bloodline, could injure brother Chu Gi, let alone this fire-type skill." The phoenix was now firmly in Chu Gi's hand. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but I possess the Holy Flame Halo skill and can also manipulate the fire element. In the stands, everyone's eyes widened. They exclaimed in surprise, "A god! I think I felt the breath of a god." It's too terrifying. Chu-Gi actually obtained a god-bestowed skill. Too powerful. Chu-Gi can truly be called God-Gi. Chunak was equally astonished. She angrily asked, "A god-bestowed skill?" It can actually be a god-bestowed skill. The Holy Flame Halo. Even third-tier professionals can't easily obtain it. How did Chu-Gi get it? Tami smiled and replied, "Perhaps the Chu family is quite lucky. After all, it's normal for a genius to have a unique encounter." Chunak retorted, displeased, "Don't get cocky. We still have many trump cards we haven't used yet." Tami shrugged and said, "It's still the same old line. I hope you truly have that capability." Tami's indifferent attitude infuriated Chunak. "You." At this moment, Chu Dongni gazed at Chu Gi with admiring eyes. She asked, "Dad, what's a god-bestowed skill? Why does everyone seem so excited?" Chu Hang replied, "Because god-bestowed skills are the most unique skills." He explained, "They cannot be learned through any skill books, nor can they be passed down through any inheritance method. Only professionals blessed by the gods are qualified to obtain these god-bestowed skills. It's very clear that Chu-Gi's Holy Flame Halo was personally bestowed by the God of Light." Chu Hang began to reminisce about the past, saying, "As the Chu family possesses the ice-cold bloodline, naturally, there were many followers of the ice-cold goddess within the clan. But ever since the bloodline was cursed, the blessings of the ice-cold goddess disappeared." He helplessly hung his head and said, "Therefore, professionals worthy of a god's blessing possess unfathomable potential. The conditions we offered might indeed be too insignificant for Chu-Gi." Chu Dongni quietly turned and said, "So, this trip of ours was in vain then?" But Chu Hang firmly said, "No, there's still a chance. After the match ends, Dad will talk to Chu-Gi. He might be the hope for the Chu family's resurgence. Dad absolutely won't give up easily." At this moment on the arena, Lu Zhou looked at Chu-Gi with utter disbelief. "How can this be? My extreme fire phoenix, how did it disappear?" Seeing Lu Zhou's dazed look, Li Yuan gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Although I don't understand how Chu-Gi did it either. But it's certain that fire-type magic is completely ineffective against him. Lu Zhou, don't be discouraged. Try attacking with other elemental skills." He immediately snapped back to attention and replied, "Understood." Li Yuan raised the sword in his hand and commanded, "Halan, you also continue to use long-range magic to stop Chu-Gi from advancing. We absolutely cannot let him easily break through in front of everyone." Halan replied while firing a volley of arrows, "No problem." Lu Zhou also launched another attack eagerly. He suddenly smirked and said, "Chu-Gi, don't you dare get cocky. We have a way to deal with you." Immediately, a stone wall appeared, blocking Chu-Gi's view. Lu Zhou yelled, "Rock Rampart." Alongside that, Halan's arrows flew in from the side, a flurry of arrows. Swift wind arrow rain. Chu-Gi's expression turned serious as he thought, "You think that's enough to stop me from moving forward? Good thinking, but still too naive." Chu-Gi stood still and raised his hand to attack. Holy Lightheart Shield. Immediately, a shield appeared, repelling all incoming arrows. Chu Hubok was stunned to see the skill. She said, "It's the Holy Lightheart Shield, an A+ skill, and it seems its level isn't low either." Even Alan couldn't help but praise. Chu-Gi's defense is truly excellent, but in the end, it leaves him with no way to quickly break through. Hearing that, Chu-Gi nodded in response. "That indeed somewhat interrupts my combat rhythm. It seems I'll have to use a long-range skill to break their formation a bit." Suddenly, at this moment, Lai Yun realized something was wrong. He yelled, "Not good, retreat quickly." But at that very moment, Chu-Gi had already created a giant fiery tornado, sweeping everything around. Holy Flame Storm. Lai Yun jumped back and said, "Everyone get out of the way." Wherever the tornado went, It destroyed everything in its path with immense destructive power. Halan quickly dodged, secretly frightened. A holy flame storm of this magnitude, if one were unlucky enough to be caught inside, they would probably be directly eliminated. Suddenly, Lai Yuan asked, "Wait, where's Lu Chao? Could he still be inside?" Indeed, Lu Chao was struggling with all his might to hold on inside the tornado. He angrily cursed, "Damn it! Is he really a holy knight? The elemental skills he unleashes are even more terrifying than my own, a mage." Seeing Lu Chao still holding on, Chu Gi smirked and said, "It seems the fire isn't strong enough yet, but don't worry after all. I am the extreme fire phoenix, fully absorbing you." The flames grew stronger and stronger, and Lu Chao's shield was completely shattered. Chu Gi coldly shouted, "Burn!" Inside the tornado, Lu Chao screamed in pain, endlessly and hopelessly. His staff also fell and broke. After the fierce storm, Lu Chao's body was charred black. He lay down in pain, groaning, help me." Chu Gi fought more and more enthusiastically. He regretfully said, I couldn't finish you in one go, but next time you won't be so lucky." His arrogant demeanor infuriated Lai Yuan. He yelled, "You arrogant fool, you bok. Quickly go heal Lu Chao. I'll deal with Chu Gi." Chu Hubak immediately replied, "Understood." Chu Gi raised the mace in his hand and said, "Perfect timing." A stream of golden light shot straight towards Lai Yuan. Glorious slash. However, Lai Yuan stood there and disdainfully said, "Humph, watch me block it directly." As soon as the attack arrived, Lai Yuan quickly activated his shield, a blocking shield. Seeing the massive shield hovering in the air, Chu Hubak exclaimed in surprise, "That's the captain's shield." The glorious slash hit the blocking shield, creating a huge explosion. After this attack, Lai Yuan also collapsed, panting with exhaustion, secretly sighing. Chu Gi's power is truly terrifying. No wonder Li Xian, with such an ironclad talent, couldn't even defend against his punches. Suddenly, Lai Yuan's eyes flared with fire. He yelled wildly, "However, I'm not a pushover." He quickly counterattacked. Rage slash. Chu Gi casually used his mace to shatter the attack. He disdainfully said, "Just a flashy display, nothing more." Seeing his attack destroyed in an instant, Lai Yuan uttered blankly, "How can this be? How did he block it directly? Normally, this one slash of mine can even take down a level 20 golden tier magical beast." Lai Yuan was not convinced. He continued to rush forward with his sword. "I don't believe it." Chu Gi again. Just as Lai Yuan flew up, intending to slash down, Chu Gi quickly took out his mace and retorted, "Umph, then I'll beat you until you submit." The attacks of the two collided, creating immense power. Lai Yuan's strength greatly exhilarated Chu Gi. He excitedly said, "That felt great. As expected of Tonkin University's captain, you're the first person of my age who can directly match me in strength." Lai Yuan, struggling to block the blow, angrily thought, "Damn it, Chu Gi's attribute strength is even higher than mine. If this continues, my stamina won't be able to endure it for long." The next second, Chu Gi knocked Lai Yuan's sword away. He angrily scolded, "You can't even hold onto your own weapon? Have you run out of strength so quickly?" Chu Gi rushed to Lai Yuan's side and yelled, "Get back!" Lai Yuan was completely stunned. Not good, there's no time to dodge. In that moment of danger, a shield appeared, protecting Lai Yuan from the fatal blow. The blocked attack made Chu Gi feel displeased. His guaranteed hit was blocked. Just then, a gigantic centipede robot suddenly appeared from above Chu Gi. He quickly turned around and activated his shield, Holy Light Guardian. But that centipede's horn made the shield crack. In an instant, Chu Gi's defensive shield was shattered. He angrily charged forward to attack. "Break it for me." After the attack was done, Chu Gi quickly landed on the ground. He quietly thought, "The destructive power of this robot's hidden attack is really strong." Holy Light Guardian, at level 9, was shattered by one strike from it. Lai Yuan gasped as he stood up. seeing Vang Hien had just helped out. He quickly offered thanks. Xiao Yan, thank you for saving me. Vang Hien calmly replied, it's what I should do. If I didn't step in, I'm afraid we would have lost. Leave Chu Gi to me next. You go deal with the others. Vang Hien slowly revealed his skill, saying, I originally thought of concealing my strength to deal with Wei Hop from Magic City University. I never expected Chu Gi alone could push our entire team to such a dire state. Vang Hien continued to create another robot. This time it was a monster, B Robot Model GX 100, level 21, silver quality. Then a series of other robots, Light Rocket Robot S-Type, level 21, silver quality. Scout BT 200, level 22, silver quality. Seeing a pile of robots in front of him, Chu Gi thought in surprise. Vang Hien is only level 19, but these robots are all around level 21 to 22. No Mang on the stands glanced at Dean Trin and smiled. Dean Trin, it seems your Qingjing University also has a trump card hidden. Dean Trin confidently replied, of course. He proudly looked at Vang Hien and said, Vang Hien possesses the S+ talent, Heart of Machinery, able to create robots higher than his own level. No Mang said with interest, an S+ talent, so that's it. The victory of this team battle will depend on the two of them. In the arena, Chu Gi suddenly smiled and said, a mechanist's human wave tactic. His eyes blazed with fire. Chu Gi excitedly said, let me see the intensity of your human wave tactic. Vang Hien angrily ordered the robots to advance and shouted loudly, you dare to charge directly into my mechanical army? You're asking for death. The robots immediately fired countless bullets, which flew powerfully and swiftly towards Chu Gi. Next, the B-robot also flew up powerfully. Finally, the tank stood in the distance, firing continuously. Chu Gi quickly activated his shield to block, Twin Heart Shield. Chu Gi coldly watched the incoming bullets without cease. Suddenly, he said go. The shield immediately moved forward, pushing back all the bullets and robots. Next, Chu Gi immediately used the skill Holy Light Cross. A gigantic cross appeared, encompassing his body. The robots began to be electrified, and in an instant, they exploded into pieces. Vang Hien watched his robots explode and angrily cursed. Damn it, my robots are made with fire-resistant materials, yet they couldn't withstand it either. Vang Hien suddenly pulled out a keyboard and said, I also have robots of this level. Then he pressed a key. A series of robots continued to be created. Vang Hien angrily said, I don't believe your spiritual power won't run out. Charge. At the same time, on Chu Gi's teammate's side, Vang Thiet Tam casually destroyed robots and laughed. Ha ha ha. Vang Hien definitely wouldn't have expected that. He thinks he has an advantage in this situation. At this moment, Chu Gi glanced at the notification board and quietly calculated. Just enough time. A new move was about to appear, Holy Storm. As soon as Vang Hien saw it, he quickly ordered, it's that terrifying skill again, retreat quickly. But it was one step too late. Holy Storm had already been activated, destroying all robots on the arena floor. At the same time, Vang Hien's screen kept displaying red notifications. Machine 74 lost connection. Vang Hien angrily gritted his teeth. Just at the start, 1/3 is already lost, damn it. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and muttered, it seems the human wave tactic is useless against him. I'm out of options. I can only use my last trump card. Vang Hien quickly summoned a giant machine. Come out, HX Arbiter. A machine appeared with a jaw full of teeth. It was like a shark preparing to unleash a massive surge of power. At the same time, the grappling hooks around HX's body also moved up. Vang Hien yelled wildly, HX Arbiter combine. Immediately, HX created a small opening for Vang Hien to enter and combine. Moreover, HX's body grew larger and larger and began to touch the arena's protective shield. As soon as it touched the shield, the system immediately sounded an alarm. Check. This area is under restriction. Urgently upgrade defensive field to high level. Seeing this giant robot, Every viewer felt extremely panicked and said, "This is truly too exaggerated." An epic-tier mechanical creation has appeared for the first time in the nationwide university and college tournament. Finally, a new monster appeared, HX Arbiter, level 23, epic quality. Just then, a girl was looking toward the arena and constantly exclaimed, "The new students of this year's batch are all monsters." At this moment, in the arena, seeing that Wang Hian had taken out his secret weapon, Lai Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Bro Hian's arbiter has appeared." Lai Yuyan looked at Kwang So-nin and said, "You guys are definitely going to lose this time." But Kwang So-nin ignored his words and continued to charge forward to attack. She angrily slashed at Lai Yuyan and said, "Humph, Bro Chugi won't lose." Lai Yuyan hastily dodged backward. He continued to speak with disdain. "Is there more? Why bother?" On Chugi's side, Wang Hian, inside HX, loudly said, "Chugi first, let me show you the Arbiter's powerful firepower." Firepower shells were fired. Chugi watched them fly towards him without any hesitation. He calculated to himself, "Covering fire, can't fight head-on." Immediately after, Chugi began to pick up rocks and launch them. He agilely weaved back and forth to avoid those firepower shells. Chugi looked at the firepower shells behind him and muttered, "Can't you do something new?" But he didn't know that right in front of him, another firepower shell was rushing towards him. Fortunately, Chugi dodged it. As soon as it passed Chugi, the firepower shell immediately exploded. Chugi looked at its destructive power and couldn't help but feel lucky. That was dangerous. Wang Hian inside laughed wildly. "Run away, run away." Wang Hian continuously attacked. He asked, "This time, you have nowhere left to run, right?" In a critical moment, Chugi had to take out his mace to shatter all the incoming firepower shells. At the same time, HX suddenly reached back and pulled out a sword. It coldly slashed out, a single slash straight into the ground. With just one sword strike, the ground was cracked in half. Wang Hian, inside the Arbiter, incessantly mocked, "Chugi, do you only know how to run away?" He continuously slashed out countless other sword strikes, then continued, "Is Suhang University full of cowards like this?" His words touched Chugi's pride. He immediately retorted, "Run away? Fine, let's fight head-on." Seeing Chugi provoked, Wang Hian secretly cursed. He got a little provoked and couldn't hold back. Such foolish behavior. He quickly pulled the lever down, feeling disdainful. With such willpower, he can still be the captain of Suhang University? It seems Suhang University is going downhill. The Arbiter continued to slash down, but this time, Chugi chose not to dodge and instead countered with his mace. The mace immediately knocked away the Arbiter's sword. Then, Chugi immediately unleashed his attack. Hand of God. A powerful beam of light appeared above. It was as if that beam of light was absorbing everything around it. The Arbiter also started getting electrified. The match monitoring system also angrily cursed. What on earth is going on? The shield's energy is suddenly being absorbed. Suddenly, a system outside the stand spoke up, saying, "Initiate emergency protocol." The systems below also quickly flew up. Those systems quickly entered the barrier. Each match's supervisor will be a powerful light magic stones, controlled, can be used to restore the protective shield of the match. On Li Yuan and Jiang Churen's side, that beam of light had attracted Jiang Churen's attention. Seeing Li Yuan charging forward, Jiang Churen quickly jumped backward to evade. Jiang Churen looked towards Tang Lingxi and yelled, "Retreat." On Hallen's side, arrows were whizzing out. Song Hallen and Wang Titan quickly retreated. As soon as Jiang Churen's words came out, the two glanced at each other briefly and retreated simultaneously. On this side, Li Yuan also noticed the anomaly. He loudly ordered, "Don't chase anymore," but Lu Zhou angrily asked, "They're scared now, why shouldn't we chase?" The Qingjing University group quickly gathered. Li Yuan looked towards the source of energy and said, "Something's wrong. This power current isn't right." At this moment, a giant hand shape appeared from within that beam of light. The entire audience screamed in fear, "What is this?" Wang Xian, sitting inside, had also seen it. He was utterly terrified. A God-tier skill, such a terrifying aura. Only an S-rank skill could manifest like this. Wang Xian's face began to turn pale. Although it was only one rank higher than an A+ rank judicator, the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. Yet he started to feel excited. Wang Xian excitedly said, "No. How can I be scared before even fighting? It's just a God-tier skill. I don't believe you can still defeat me." Wang Xian seemed to merge with the judicator. He furiously unleashed attacks. Judicator, limit type. The serrations on the sword began to work at full capacity. Wang Xian wildly unleashed a series of slashes. His face began to lose control. Wang Xian immediately attacked. Consecutive slashes. A series of slashes flew straight towards that hand. He thought he had defeated its success. But a beam of light appeared, shattering that joy. That hand powerfully pressed down on the judicator. A massive energy surge created an incredibly powerful destructive force. Everyone in the audience was terrified. Everyone was startled by the destructive force and screamed. At this moment, on the arena floor, robot fragments slowly flew toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi coldly kicked it away. After that attack, the judicator was shattered, and Wang Xian was also defeated. Helen, distraught, spoke up. She sorrowfully uttered two words, "Lost." At this moment, Wang Xian, enduring all his injuries and pain, raised his hand and called Zhou Yi. His trembling voice continuously called out, "Zhou Yi." But what greeted him was Zhou Yi's cold back. The entire audience immediately erupted. "Damn, the holy light is so strong. It's amazing, terrifying, like a nuclear explosion." The entire audience simultaneously chanted his name, "Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi." He happily walked amidst the cheers. "Zhou Yi, Zhou." Dean Chung spoke in a daze. "The God-tier hand of God skill. It's not unfair that our Qingjing University lost." His heart was in immense pain. He had originally thought that with Wang Xian, winning this year's championship for Qingjing University would be as easy as turning a hand. After watching the match, Dean Chung continuously broke into a sweat, never expecting a monster like Zhou Yi to appear. Melee, support, magic, no matter which category. He is incredibly strong, even omnipotent. Dean Chung turned to leave. Before leaving, he spoke to Dean Wu. "Dean Wu, your Swan University has a very good seed. I've been teaching for over 30 years. Zhou Yi is the most brilliant person." He regretfully continued, "Among the many geniuses I've met." Dean Wu burst out laughing in response. In the stands, everyone joyfully chanted the names of Swan University and Zhou Yi. "Swan University. Zhou Yi. Swan University." The cheers rang out unceasingly. "Zhou Yi." Jiang Charan looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel bewildered. "It's too crazy." Wang Titan walked along, happily saying, "Too easy. Qingjing University is nothing special." Song Hallen asked suspiciously, "Easy? Without Zhou Yi, relying solely on that Wang Xian, we wouldn't have been able to deal with him." Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. "That's right. Epic tier level 23 robot, without classmate Zhou Yi, we would 100% lose." Wang Chexin laughed heartily, saying, "Everyone said it was a situation without Brother Yi, but aren't we with Brother Yi now?" Jiang Charan laughed in response. "Next year, the stadium will be expanded in half a year. This year's freshman exchange match venue is enough for 200,000 spectators." Jiang Charan happily said, "Adding the live broadcast and the popularity of the freshman exchange after this battle, all of Zhongsha Kingdom will resound with Brother Zhou Yi's name." Zhou Yi softly chided her. "This girl is getting more and more disrespectful." In a certain room, a woman watching the live match commented, "Zhou Yi's strength isn't bad." She proudly said, "A prodigy like him is exactly the talent our Chenwu Guild needs. It's just that his level is a bit low. We'll have to wait until after his second advancement to invite him into the guild." A man walked over and suggested, "Chenwu is the top guild in Zhongsha Kingdom, even for logistics personnel. The level must reach 30 and second advancement. It's just that after this battle, Zhou Yi's combat data will definitely be sent to the higher-ups of the major guilds. By then, It might not be too late for us to try again, right? She immediately retorted, "No, it's not." The woman looked at Joey with interest and said, "With the old guild master here, even if we can't immediately recruit him now," she confidently stated, "this junior brother of mine will definitely be a member of our Tianwu guild eventually." At the hospital, everyone in Wang Xian's ward was constantly worried. The doctors discussed nonstop. Recovery spell, concentration spell, cannot stop. Everyone's magic before it's completely depleted must be reported. Everyone was trying to save Wang Xian. During this time, everyone was extremely busy. Second team's priest, prepare well. Replace the first team's healing priest. Damn it! Why is this holy light so ferocious? And a dispel spell that can't be dispelled? Joey hit him too hard. At this moment, Li Yuan suddenly spoke. If it weren't for the arena's magic shield activating, it's hard to say if Brother Xian would even be alive, and the rest of us definitely wouldn't be unscathed. Everyone on the team collectively bowed their heads in apology. Li Yuan stepped forward and said, "Dean, I'm sorry we lost. We failed the school given its vast resources." Dean Cheng waved his hand and said, "I don't blame you this time. Joey is too strong. This time, our Qingjing University's team match can only get third place." Hearing this, everyone asked in surprise, "Third place? Dean, even though we lost to Swang University, we can still defeat Motto University." "That's right, Dean. If we also lose to Motto University, our school will be humiliated. This is a great shame." Dean Cheng glanced at Wang Xian and said, "Wang Xian is seriously injured, and all 200 machines in the previous battle have been reported as damaged. Our Qingjing University no longer has any team members who can fight against Wei He of Motto University." Wang Xian lay on the hospital bed, constantly harboring resentment. "Joey." He secretly felt unconvinced. "You are indeed very strong, but after my second advancement, my heart of machinery will truly unleash the power of my S+ talent." Wang Xian was so angry that he clutched the bedsheet. "By then, you and I will definitely have a decisive battle." At the same time, in that room, Zhou Heng sincerely bowed his head and apologized to Zhou. "Zhou, I apologize to you. I really was mistaken. A holy knight can act as support while also possessing extremely strong offensive capabilities. Of course, in all my years, I've only met you, Zhou, who can do it. Zhou, you truly are a peerless genius, 1 in 10,000. However, Zhou calmly exposed the truth. "Mr. Zhou, cut the flattery. Just tell me what you want." Zhou Heng laughed and said, "Those with strength are straightforward." He spoke frankly. "I've reported to the clan. The Patriarch and the Elder Council have both promised that as long as you return to the clan, they will definitely cultivate you with the full strength of the clan." Zhou asked, puzzled, "The Patriarch and the Elder Council?" Seeing his confusion, Zhou Heng explained, "The number of Zhou family members is vast. Each year, when resources are allocated, how many resources each branch can receive? It all depends on their own abilities. Within the large Zhou family, various interest groups are intertwined. The biggest interest groups are the Elder Council and the Patriarch." Zhou Heng suddenly adjusted his glasses seriously and said, "Under normal circumstances, the two sides would absolutely not cooperate. But regarding your matter, Zhou, both sides have reached a common goal." It seemed that everything originated from himself, which made Zhou a bit surprised. This isn't bad at all. With the promise of the Zhou family's power group, I won't have to worry about any mess after returning to the main Zhou family branch. But my teacher is Principal Wang Hui. Without the Zhou family's help, I can still get resources and level up quickly. Zhou, he thought carefully. The most important thing is that I still have this super sharp weapon, the system. After thinking it over, Zhou decided, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't plan to re-advance." His answer made Zhou Heng distraught. He sadly asked, "Is it true that our Zhou family really has no way to rise again?" Seeing his sorrowful expression, Zhou comforted him. "However, I know someone who possesses the ice bloodline. Perhaps in the future, she will consider your Zhou family's hidden profession." Zhou Heng despondently banged his head against the wall. No, no. The three great hidden professions of the Zhou family. Besides possessing the ice bloodline, it must also reach a certain concentration. A normal ice bloodline cannot undergo the advancement. Zhou Yi pointed at him and asked, "My sister's ice bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours, so that should probably be enough, right?" When he heard him say that, Zhou Heng's eyes lit up. He joyfully grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and asked, "Your sister also awakened the ice bloodline?" Suddenly, Zhou Heng started trembling with laughter. His spirits starting to lift again. Zhou Heng laughed joyfully. "This is great. I can finally see the rise of the Zhou family. I can face my ancestors now. Heaven bless my Zhou family. Heaven bless my Zhou family. Is it true? Is her ice bloodline concentration really more than 3 times higher than mine? Then that's a bloodline concentration of almost 10 points. 3 great hidden ice element professions, free to choose from." His frenzied appearance made Joey curse silently. He's gone crazy. Unable to let him get too excited, Joey reassured him, "Don't get too excited yet. Whether she chooses the Zhou family's professional cultivation path, we still need to ask for her opinion." Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. All right, whatever you say. When can we go see your sister?" Hearing this question, Zhou Yi pondered. For him, joining the Zhou family had no great use. Firstly, he couldn't change professions. Secondly, he could obtain resources from the system and teacher Wang Hui. But for Zhou Yun, it was completely different. Although he could also provide cultivation resources for her, it definitely couldn't compare to the full support and nurturing of a clan. If Father Zhou and Mother Zhou encountered trouble and the Zhou family didn't help, then now, all compensation falling upon Zhou Yun wouldn't be too much. After some careful thought, Zhou Yi decided to call Zhou Yun, feeling uneasy. He had left Xiao Kuei with her before the match, and he wondered if Xiao Kuei had been mistreated. As soon as he called, Zhou Yun quickly answered. The moment the call connected, Zhou Yun, hugging Xiao Kuei, excitedly called out, "Brother!" Seeing this scene, Zhou Yi muttered to himself, "I knew it." She excitedly spun Xiao Kuei around and praised. "This battle was truly amazing. It was a complete domination. Many girls at my school admire you. They all want to get in touch with you." Zhou Yun chattered on. "I won't give them your contact. The sister-in-law in my heart must be strong. Very strong, super strong. She must have broad shoulders, firm arms, toned skin, and full, muscular legs." Zhou Yun happily said, "She can wield a sword weighing hundreds of kilograms, and she can also embroider flowers and sew clothes for you with a needle." "Stop talking nonsense. If there's something to say, just say it." At this point, Zhou Yi seriously recounted. "A while ago, some people came looking for me, claiming to be from the Zhou family." He briefly introduced. The main branch of the Zhou family has a total of 3 great hidden professions: Ice Archer, Frost Swordsman, and Ice Mage. Archers and swordsmen are inherited physical professions, while Ice Mage is a magic user profession. Based on your ice bloodline concentration, you can choose any of the 3. Hearing this, Zhou Yun paid even closer attention. She seriously looked at the 3 images in front of her and decided to choose the magic user profession. "Brother, I'll choose this profession. Ice attribute magic attacks are suitable for me." Zhou Yi reminded her, "Once you accept the Zhou family's professional cultivation plan, you'll need to go to Tianlan province, to the Zhou family's ancestral land, for at least 3 to 4 years of study and training. You need to think carefully." Zhou Yun replied firmly, "I've thought it through." Zhou Yun sighed with emotion. "My brother shines so brightly. As his sister, I absolutely cannot be inferior." She thought to herself, "If I can get resources from the Zhou family, then I won't need to consume my brother's resources, nor will I be a burden to him anymore." After she had made her choice, Zhou Yi promised, "Once I've finished everything here, I'll go with you to Tianlan province." And then, The two of them finished their conversation. After talking with Zhou Yun, Zhou Yi continued on to the freshman arena. The system happily welcomed everyone. Welcome everyone to the fourth round of the nationwide intercollegiate freshman exchange tournament. Today, we will select 8 peerless prodigies to advance to the fifth round of the singles matches. The system announced. Before that, I will announce the rewards for the top 8 powerful players in the singles matches from the Summer Flame Professional Alliance. The system presented a potion and said, S-Rank Magic Potion. The audience was extremely excited. Damn, another S-Rank Magic Potion. As expected of the Summer Flame Professional Alliance, so generous. Amazing. Even a third-tier professional would covet it. Jiang Chu Ran, who was beside him, suddenly turned and said, Brother Chui, last year's champion's reward was only an S-Rank Magic Potion. Chui replied, because it's Tier 3. The Alliance needs to cultivate more geniuses. Jiang Chu Ran nodded in response. That's right. Suddenly, the system continued to announce the rewards. Players who advance to the top 4 can obtain S-Rank resources, while the champion of the singles match, it presented a new weapon and said, will receive a legendary grade weapon crafted by Grand Forge Master Qi Jun of the Summer Flame Professional Alliance. This reward even surprised Chui. A legendary grade weapon. This is the highest grade weapon humans can forge. The amazing rewards made every player eager to win. The championship must be claimed. After announcing the rewards, the system announced, all players, please enter the arena to prepare for the match. Jiang Chu Ran went first. She smiled and said to Chui, Brother Chui, cheer for me. Chui cheered. You can definitely do it. At this moment, Chuyi's opponent stepped onto the arena. The two officially faced each other. Feng Cham, wearing armor, said, Chui, I know you're very strong. He swung his sword and shouted, but I'm not weak either. He secretly felt delighted. Normal professionals pursue balanced attribute development, but I'm different. Feng Chang confidently muttered, I only chose to add points to strength, so I'm absolutely confident in my strength. At this moment the system sounded. The match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Chui advanced with his hammer. Feng Chang also charged forward. He laughed provocatively. Chui, you're here. Do you dare to fight me head-on? The opponent quickly attacked first. Violent slash. 2 streams of power collided. In just a moment, the opponent's sword showed signs of breaking. The next second, Chuyi's hammer shattered the sword, and he continued to strike directly at Feng Chang. He painfully collapsed, his voice full of disbelief. How can this be? I only use strength attribute value. How can your strength suppress mine? Chui slung his hammer over his shoulder and sneered. Is that all? At this moment, the entire audience immediately erupted. Even with just a little added strength, he was suppressed. Just how terrifying is Chuyi's strength? Chuyi's attribute values are too mysterious. There's serious suspicion of hacking. The teammates below from the Demon Lord University also shouted in disbelief. How can this be? In a test of strength, Brother Chang actually lost. Elder Su spoke dazedly. Feng Chang, with equipment bonuses, his strength reaches around 370 points. To achieve this one-hammer suppression effect, Chuyi's strength attribute must be at least over 450 points. He suddenly remembered the terrifying scene from earlier and couldn't help but feel unconvinced. What's more, his intelligence attribute is extremely high. It's terrifying. Elder Su asked worriedly, Wei He, are you confident you can defeat Chui? Wei thought for a few seconds before replying. At the same time, on the arena, Feng Chang struggled to get up. He gritted his teeth and said, Feng Chang stood up abruptly and shouted. Chui said respectfully. Feng Chang immediately rushed to attack. Chui was not to be outdone and countered. The heavy hammer struck Feng Chang directly. Feng Chang screamed in pain, then was sent flying far away. The people from Modi University below immediately shouted. The system quickly received the information and announced. Chui was immediately engulfed in cheers. After the nurses came over to examine Feng Chang, they all said with dismay, Tisk, it's that difficult holy light again. Hurry, Quickly begin treatment. Don't waste words. He's Chu Yi's opponent. With that, the three of them took Feng Chong for treatment beside Chu Yi. One day after the match, the people from Swang University gathered in a room to discuss strategy. Wu Mang said, "Two people from our Swang University have entered the top three." Wu Mang praised Song Halan. Song Halan happily replied. Next, he spoke to Jiang Churan. Jiang Churan, with your strength, you could probably advance to the top 8. It's just that your luck was a bit poor. You met Wei He, who is the champion seed. Wu Mang seriously said. He gently turned to Chu Yi and said. Chu Yi seriously accepted. Next, Wu Mang continued. He looked at the people behind him and said. After making the decision, Wu Mang immediately lectured them on tomorrow's tactics. Jiang Churan sat on a nearby chair, lost in thought. The individual half match of the 4th round was called the Brutal Losers Bracket. Only 2 out of 70 contestants will enter the individual match of the 5th round, and after that, advancing to the top 4 of the 6th round means getting a rare S-grade resource. Jiang Churan secretly vowed, "If I can get it, my strength will definitely improve by another level." Suddenly a voice rang out. Wu Mang happily continued. However, tomorrow's team battle will focus on their training. You just need to protect them and try not to intervene. Chu Yi nodded and replied. Suddenly, 2 female students walked in. When they saw Chu Yi, they exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's Gotti." This voice attracted countless other female students. They rushed towards him. "It's really student Chu Yi, the real student Chu Yi. Oh my God, he's really so handsome. He's looking at me." Chu Yi asked in confusion. They immediately replied. He asked, bewildered. Immediately after, the crowd took out countless photos of Chu Yi and shouted, me too, I want one too." "Thank you, God Gi. You're really super handsome. God Gi, we'll always support you in the next match. Good luck." "Oh my God, classmate Chu Yi is actually blushing. So cute. God Gi, you must take good care of yourself. Absolutely don't get hurt." Wah, seeing these pictures, Chu Yi's face completely darkened. "Is this me?" Song Halan, sitting next to him, softly said. "Chu Yi is quite popular, isn't he?" At this moment, a spirit appeared in Kwang Sonin's mind, saying, "Will brother Chu Yi be taken away by them? I'm really worried. If I can't keep up with brother Chu Yi's footsteps, I'll be left behind." Kwang Sonin secretly made up her mind. "There are only 2 spots for 70. I must get one." She whispered, "Brother Chu Yi, I'll definitely get it." Seeing that she had been provoked, the spirit was overjoyed. At the same time, Chu Yi suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked back in bewilderment. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm being stared at? That evening, the individual semi-final match of the 4th round began. The players were then transported into a primitive forest. Everyone wondered, why is it a forest? Is it possible that the venues are different every year? I remember last year it was a castle. Someone replied, the individual semi-final match of the 4th round is a dungeon created by AI, which integrated and simulated newly acquired war data from professors and military elders of various universities. A girl holding a staff in her hand cautiously looked around and continued, in order to make the dungeon more like a battlefield. The initial creation incorporated random settings, so the venue will be different every year. The girl continued, not only that, the magical creatures we have to face each year are also different. Kwang Sonin walked carefully, secretly observing in her mind. The environment is really humid. Suddenly someone asked, so what should we do now? We have to. At this point, the voice was suddenly cut off. The system appeared and announced, welcome students, this dungeon is Misty Forest Maze. The system explained the rules. Every half an hour, mysterious magical creatures will appear around the desolate village. There will be a total of 3 waves of magical creature attacks. The magical creatures only have the desolate village in their minds. You need to try your best to kill the magical creatures before being devoured. Finally, the 2 students who kill the most magical creatures will advance to the 5th round of the individual competitive match. Before starting, the system reminded that this dungeon has no life-threatening danger and no rewind function is set. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone happily said, "We just need to kill monsters, that's it. It's still very simple. That's right. Nothing to worry about. We've entered the dungeons many times for practice. No problem." Kwang Sonin silently observed everyone around her. The unknown magical creatures appearing randomly made everyone very uneasy. The system announced, "The first wave of magical creature attack is about to begin." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple mist appeared. Kwang Sonin seriously looked in the direction of the mist. "It's here." However, even after the mist had dissipated, no monsters were seen, only the leaves constantly rustling. Kwang Sonin wondered to herself, "Still haven't appeared?" At this moment, the person behind suddenly clutched their neck and groaned. "It's so itchy." That person angrily cursed. "Damn it, why is it so itchy?" Hearing this, Kwang Sonin was utterly terrified. A purple substance grew on that man's neck, making him scream nonstop. "So itchy, so itchy." The more he scratched, the faster the substance spread. "So itchy, so itchy." He frantically lunged towards Kwang Sonin and screamed for help. "So itchy, so itchy, so itchy. Help me. Fellow student, help me." After that fellow student was officially taken down by the monster. The system announced, "Lamb Thursday from Danton University was devoured by a demon and has withdrawn from the instance." Kwang Sonin secretly wondered. She couldn't see any demons appearing at all. It must be demons that can conceal their forms. Next, more fellow students were affected. Everyone panicked and continuously screamed. What exactly is happening to them? Not seeing any monsters, but witnessing too many fellow students being taken down made everyone panic. What's happening? Where did these demons come from? We can't even see the demons. How are we supposed to fight them? Amidst the chaos, only Kwang Sonin quietly pondered, "I can't panic. First, I must calmly find out where the problem lies. The demons must have a weakness." Kwang Sonin wondered, transparent, ethereal, or just non-existent. It was able to affect so many people in such a short time. It's an infectious demon. How do they spread? While she was deep in thought, a small purple object suddenly flew towards her and latched onto her arm. Seeing the purple object sprouting, Kwang Sonin narrowed her sharp eyes at it. Bacteria, fungi. Immediately, she created a flame and incinerated the purple object. After destroying it, Kwang Sonin immediately understood the problem and spoke up. "So that's how it is." Kwang Sonin transformed into her demon form, then loudly announced to everyone, "There are spores in the air. Once they land on you, they'll grow rapidly. Use fire element skills to cover yourselves." The others immediately followed Kwang Sonin's words, igniting their flames. But there were also fellow students who didn't have fire element skills. They had to speak up and ask for help. "Damn it, I'm a warrior. I don't have any fire element skills. Fellow student, help me." "No, we're in a competitive relationship. This isn't the time for sentimentality." After a while, the fellow students without fire element skills were immediately taken down by the monsters. The system announced, "Alien from Hongtan University was devoured by a demon and has exited the instance." True Hugh Kiet from Lumion Academy was devoured by a demon and has withdrawn from the instance. Lo Ban Ban from Tan Dang Academy was devoured by a demon and has withdrawn from the instance. At the same time, Kwang Sonin solemnly murmured, "Burning these spores isn't considered killing them. I have to find the demon that's releasing the spores." Just then, mushrooms suddenly grew from the tree trunks, bearing their fangs and releasing countless bacteria. Because of this, Kwang Sonin quickly found the demons. She rushed forward and told everyone, "They're on the trees." As soon as Kwang Sonin took down a monster, the system announced, "Kwang Sonin from Tahang University killed a demon +1." Other monsters also continuously emerged. Kwang Sonin flew in fearlessly to attack. Blaze Dance Mirage, Black Flame. The system sounded a series of announcements. Kwang Sonin from Tahang University killed a monster +1. At the same time, in the arena for freshmen. The team battle had also begun. The system spoke. Both teams have taken their positions, beginning to construct the battle arena. Activating defensive stances. Tahang University vs Maichao University team battle now begin. As soon as the words fell, both sides fiercely charged into attack. Seeing one side charge, the other was no less competitive and also lunged forward. A red-haired individual immediately used his skill to strike. Blaze storm. Countless fire whirlwinds were created and flew straight at the opponent. Facing him, the cloaked individual retaliated. Attribute water. The two techniques clashed. The water blade cut through the fire whirlwind. But at this moment, Damvi appeared and extended his claws, severing the cloaked individual's water blade. He contemptuously said, "Your water blade's hardness has been lowered." While Damvi was still rejoicing, an arrow came flying from behind. Luckily, Chu-gi handed him a shield in time. Chu-gi reminded him, "Damvi, don't let the adrenal glands of battle disturb your judgment. Watch your back." Then Chu-gi turned to the blonde girl behind him and called out, "Chuang-tin, your responsibility is to provide protection for your teammates. You must see in all directions and hear all around. Such a lapse cannot happen again." Chuang-tin was terrified by the reminder. She fearfully shut her eyes tight and shouted, "Understood." The red-haired girl from the opposing team looked at them angrily. How dare they treat us like training tools? The man in green armor furiously roared, "Brothers, can you tolerate something like this?" In response, the entire team's resolute voice replied, "No." He ordered, "Charge." The man in green armor loudly commanded, "Charge for me. Deal with him." Both sides immediately charged at each other. But at the same time, Chu-gi's phone chimed with a notification, making everyone stop. Kwang So-nin happily showed off her victory to Chu-gi, successfully advanced. Chu-gi thought helplessly, "This girl." The cloaked individual was furious when he saw Chu-gi's disrespectful behavior towards his opponent. He loudly yelled, "Playing on your phone on the arena stage, showing no respect for your opponent at all. I'll definitely show you what I can do." But just 1 second later, that person bravely fell. The system announced, "In this college team competition, Su-Hang University wins." The next day, news of the freshman competition spread everywhere. After the 4th round of individual advancement matches concluded, the 5th round of advancement matches would begin early the next morning. For matches out of 8 contestants, selected 4 to advance. On the afternoon of the second day, the 6th round of advancement matches saw 4 advance to 2. The 2 contestants who advanced were Chu-gi and Noi Hop. A streamer immediately filmed a hot news introduction. "Students, today is the day of the championship showdown for the much-anticipated individual competition." This person imagined Chu-gi and made a pained expression while talking about his background. He comes from a humble family. Both parents are deceased. Step by step, he became stronger on his own. In the college entrance exam, he became the strongest holy knight in history, astonishing everyone, Chu-gi. Then he changed his tone to talk about Noi Hop. He is a prodigy from a century-old lineage family, possessing top talent and a special bloodline, warrior Noi Hop. This person showed an excited expression and said, "Who will ultimately ascend to the throne of the individual competition champion? Let's look forward to it together." The streamer will live stream the entire battle process for everyone. Remember to like and don't get lost. After watching the streamer's video, everyone started buzzing with discussion. Gadi fighting against Vong Hien. That team battle will truly be exciting. This time, fighting Noi Hop will definitely be an overwhelming victory. Didn't you see Noi Hop's match a few days ago? The style of that battle was very brutal. I don't think this battle will be that easy. It's a pity that Goddess Kwang So-nin met Noi Hop in the 4-2 match. Otherwise, Su-Hang University contending for both champion and runner-up would have been interesting. At this moment, the clear blue sky was suddenly shattered by the sound of helicopter blades. Everyone quickly spread out to make way for the helicopter to slowly land. As soon as the door opened, Upon seeing the people inside the helicopter, the local residents erupted in excitement. It's Su Hang University. As soon as Su Hang University stepped out, they received countless praises from those around them. Goddess Kwong is truly beautiful, a divine beauty. God Gi, I'll always support you. Song Halan, don't be discouraged. You'll definitely make it next time. God Gi, please take a picture with me. Please sign my autograph. Wherever Chu Gi went, cheers followed. Chu Gi, Chu Gi. Suddenly, someone noticed another helicopter approaching. He loudly exclaimed, Motto University is here too. The cheers immediately shifted to Motto University. Noi hop, Noi hop, Noi hop, Noi hop, Noi hop. Director stepped forward and greeted No Mang. Good morning, Director No. Today, the champion and runner-up of the individual competition will emerge from our two schools. Second place in the match, first place in friendship. No Mang happily replied, Good morning, Director Two. But in his heart, he contemptuously thought, based on Noi Hop's strength, do you really think you can contend with Chu Gi? That's just wishful thinking. At this moment, Noi Hop had already noticed Chu Gi from afar. Noi Hop secretly resolved, Chu Gi, the final battle is finally here. I will definitely defeat you and win the championship. Finally, the battle commenced. Before stepping into the arena, Chu Gi suddenly broke into a devilish smile. The system announced, Let's welcome the contestants of both sides, Chu Gi and Noi Hop, into the arena. The match is about to begin. All spectators, please take your seats, observe civilly. Countdown 5. In the stands, the audience cheered enthusiastically without stopping. Come on, make this match a blast. Mighty Chu Gi, Super God Chu Gi, Senior Brother Noi, absolutely don't lose. Go, Noi Hop, defeat Swan University's might. So many people who stepped on my foot. At the Chu family, Chu Hang was also watching this match with old Master Chu. The match only had 3 seconds left in the countdown. Suddenly, old Master Chu asked, This kid from the Noi family, since childhood, he's been called the #1 prodigy, receiving all the top-tier resources from elite families for cultivation. Can Chu Gi win? Chu Hang replied seriously, Yes, he can. After I analyzed Chu Gi's exams and all his battle records, his growth rate is astonishing. His strength absolutely surpasses his peers at a top-tier level. Chu Hang looked at the screen and continued, Noi Hop is an outstanding descendant of the Noi family, truly a genius. But Chu Gi, on him, it seems one can see the shadow of an ancient ancestor. At this moment in the arena, the countdown ended. The system announced, Start. As soon as the words fell, Chu Gi used God's blessing, courageous blessing, holy light cross, holy light protection, weapon blessing. Noi Hop held his sword and charged straight at him. Noi Hop flew up, his face filled with anger, and swung a move towards Chu Gi. But Chu Gi's entire body emitted a golden light. The two sources of power clashed, creating a thunderous sound. Noi Hop narrowed his eyes, staring intently at him. Chu Gi's face was cold. Chu Gi swung a move towards Noi Hop, who immediately jumped to dodge it. Noi Hop, with sharp eyes and furrowed brows, plunged downwards. Noi Hop's eyes were bloodshot, his face terrifying, as he roared loudly, Frenzy! His entire body glowed red. Noi Hop grabbed the saber in his hand and shouted, Blazing Blade Arts! Noi Hop, in a fighting stance, delivered sharp saber slashes. Chu Gi calmly dodged. Chu Gi dodged the attacks, thinking, Frenzy, a berserker signature skill. All 4-dimensional attributes will be enhanced to varying degrees. However, correspondingly, after the 3-minute frenzy ends, his entire body will enter a weakened state. Aside from the unforeseen consequences of the frenzy skill, he also unleashed the Blazing Blade Art skill. This skill is similar to a buff skill. It can allow him to fight, while also dealing fire attribute magic damage. Chu Gi dodged each attack. Noi Hop rushed towards Chu Gi like an arrow. Chu Gi, in a ready stance, thought, as expected of the top new student of Motto University. Chu Gi, with sharp eyes and no fear on his face, dodged. Noi Hop angrily roared, "Thunder Slash!" A fiery red ring of light appeared on the saber in Noi Hop's hand. Thunder Slash, an A-rank skill for warriors, using extremely fast speed to swing and slash. The higher the skill level, the higher the strength attribute, and the faster the slashes, capable of reaching slashing speeds like thunder. Noi Hop's eyes were bloodshot, his face furious, as he thought, "I've already leveled this skill to level 9 through tens of thousands of training sessions." Noi Hop's powerful slash was parried by Chu-Gi, who held a hammer in his hand. Both sides clashed, creating a dramatic scene. Noi Hop angrily gritted his teeth, thinking, "Such great strength." Noi Hop increased the force on his saber, thinking, "My battle saber weighs thousands of pounds." Under the enhancement of Thunder Slash, the kinetic energy generated is incredibly terrifying. Even solid metal alloys, I'm confident I can cut through them. Chu-Gi's face showed no sign of fear. "But I'm actually at a disadvantage in this match against him. It's not easy to go head-to-head with him." Chu-Gi pushed hard, sending Noi Hop flying back. The weapon in Chu-Gi's hand transformed into a golden stream of light. Holy Light Cross, level 9 B rank. Chu-Gi's hands cast a golden light that appeared like a giant sword. Noi Hop confidently smiled and said, "I've already prepared for this move of yours." Noi Hop knelt down, his terrifying face shouting, "War Frenzy!" His entire body emitted a red light. A powerful golden light surged. Dinda looked at the scene before him in shock. The two sources of power collided, creating a massive impact. Noi Hop knelt in the middle. Noi Hop's entire body seemed to be protected by an extra layer of armor. Noi Hop stood up, his smile becoming even more terrifying, his hand on his large saber. The system panel appeared before Chu-Gi. Noi Hop's awakened talent, War Frenzy, S rank. War Frenzy extends duration. Noi Hop's four-dimensional attributes are increased, and all damage taken is reduced by 80%. But after the Berserker state ends, these wounds will return to Wei's body, doubled. Wei rushed towards Chu-Yi. He looked at him and thought that he was attacking so quickly. It seems he wants to win quickly against himself. Wei's Berserker talent can be active for a maximum of 2 minutes. The best way is to prolong it until the Berserker time ends. But, even with 80% damage reduction, he could still defeat him. Wei swung his blade towards Chu-Yi, who blocked every attack. The two weapons clashed with a loud sound. Wei attacked Chu-Yi, secretly thinking that facing a paladin with many healing and recovery skills, a prolonged battle would be a very foolish strategy. That's why from the start, I chose to activate the Berserk skill and the Berserker talent, instantly boosting my strength to its limit. A huge explosion occurred, and the crowd below started murmuring. The crowd was astonished. One person said, "How could he choose a direct confrontation? Wei is currently in his peak state. The best way now is to prolong the time." Deity attacking like this proves he's extremely confident in his own strength. I trust Deity. Wei moved quickly, slashing a line towards Chu-Yi, whose entire body leaned back to dodge. Chu-Yi raised his hand, and a golden light shone forth. He said, "Swift victory." A large imprint appeared in front, and behind Chu-Yi, a giant golden arrow appeared. Wei was enveloped in a red light, his face fierce as he yelled, "Come at me!" A huge explosion ensued. Wei laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha! Your swift victory is useless." Chu-Yi calmly raised his hand to his forehead, casting a spell, and said, "It's a bit too early to laugh. Light punishment." Underneath, lightning bolts swiftly and fiercely attacked Wei, but he was protected by a shield. Wei frowned, thinking, as expected of the strongest defensive method. Wei held his blade, fending off the lightning bolts, thinking, even with 80% damage reduction, it still hurts a bit. If I hadn't activated Berserker, I probably would have lost with one hit. Wei looked up as the lightning bolts weakened, thinking, but each time light punishment summons a lightning bolt, it takes at least more than a second to recharge. Wei stomped his foot, thinking, if that's the case, I just need to seize the interval between charges and quickly defeat Chu-Yi. Wei charged forward again, but was hit by a lightning bolt. Wei was shocked, his face panicked and disbelieving, thinking, how can this be? How can the lightning attack of light punishment be so fast? I clearly studied all the skills he used in previous matches. Could it be? His light punishment is already at level 20. A lightning bolt struck Wei. A powerful attack. A small sphere excitedly exclaimed, so ferocious, so brutal. I must emphasize again, you are currently watching the final round of the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. The crowd covered their eyes, exclaiming, so vicious. A girl screamed, ah, and covered her face with her hands. Wang Xian smirked. Wei screamed in pain. Ah, why? Wei looked at Chu Yi in front of him, disbelieving, thinking, why? He and I are clearly only 10 meters apart. Chu Yi seemed to become gigantic in front of Wei He, who felt tiny, as if a single finger from Chu Yi could crush him. It was like a step that couldn't be climbed, couldn't be broken through. Wei He yelled, I don't believe it. A red light moved in his palm. Wei He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, yelling, secret art. Heavenly shadow blade formation. A strong explosion erupted with dust and smoke rising. The huge explosion filled everywhere with thick smoke and dust. Chu Yi still stood tall, his face impassive. A red streak flashed past. Chu Yi glanced at the wound on his face. The red blade plunged violently into the ground, creating cracks. In front of Chu Yi, countless blades rained down. Chu Yi looked at the scene before him, thinking, body into chi. Legend has it that the ancestor of the Wei family attained enlightenment during the Demon Realm War, blending soul and demonic power, and refined tens of thousands of countless blades and swords. It could kill the demons of an entire city in an instant. Tens of thousands of blades and swords lined up in front of Chu Yi, casting a gloomy red. Wei hasn't reached the level of the Wei family ancestor, but this form of body into chi is still eye-opening. Chu Yi smiled and said, finally, I don't have to play with you anymore. Suddenly, the blades and swords moved, falling at extremely high speed. Tens of thousands of blades and swords rained down. Chu Yi extended his hand to cast a spell, gently moving his finger, saying, if I used the previous move, the audience would be very disappointed. So this time, I'll showcase a fusion skill I created myself. Everyone behold. A cold gust of wind blew. I seal 10,000 miles. Chu Yi stood in the center of a giant blue vortex, his hand extended forward, controlling the power. Chu Yi took a step, and the ground beneath his foot immediately began to freeze, spreading everywhere, creating a layer of ice that covered the entire arena. The excited voice from a flying camera announced, audience and fellow students, Student Chu Yi's skill has completely covered the entire arena. We can no longer see the situation in the arena. The crowd excitedly shouted, what's happening? One person angrily cursed, damn it, what big move is this now? How can there be ice magic? The elder stood up agitatedly. Chu Hung exclaimed in surprise, elder. The elder, with a face full of surprise and panic, pointed forward and shouted, Chu Hung, did you see that? Such a diffuse ice elemental power. Chu Yi extended his hand forward, casting a spell, and tens of thousands of swords slowly began to freeze. Tens of thousands of swords were frozen and bound by golden threads. Chu Yi clenched his hand, his eyes sharp. The golden rays pierced through the ice, immediately shattering it into pieces. Chu Yi gripped the pendant on his wrist, which was still surrounded by golden threads. Ice shards flew everywhere, and Wei was sent flying. Wei crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. As the ice curtain slowly vanished, the host's voice rang out. Contestant Wei, he has lost consciousness. Contestant Chu Yi wins this battle. The crowd joyfully shouted, we won. Chu Yi is first. Senior is too strong. The host's voice rang out. Congratulations to Chu Yi, and thank you to contestant Wei. They've given the audience a spectacular and wonderful peak battle. This is absolutely the most exciting battle in the exchange competition of the past 10 years. Let's all cheer for this generation's top talent. Chewie raised his hand high and smiled, with fireworks exploding all over the sky behind him. The flying camera's voice rang out. The singles competition segment will conclude. Next up will be the team battle and survival battle. Let's all look forward to it. Wu Mang happily said, so young, yet able to use the Wei family's secret technique, body into chi. If this were the exchange competition a few years ago, he would undoubtedly be a top 1 contender. What a pity he met Chewie. Jiang Chu ran, standing beside him, stroked her ponytail, and smiled cheerfully. Wu Mang looked at Chewie, who was walking and yawning, and thought, according to my current imagination, for Chewie to defeat Wei he would probably have to unleash his seraphic divine body. This time, he only used one punishment of light, and the fusion of light and ice elemental skills. A formidable young man. Wu Mang patted Chewie's shoulder and praised. Well done. This time, our Swan University also won the championship in the singles competition. Song Halan spoke up. That's right. Although we've continuously won the team battle for 4 years, we haven't won the singles championship in these 4 years. Brother E truly brings honor to us. Wang Taixian happily and confidently said, tomorrow's team battle will be against Mado University, now that Wei is seriously injured. Mado University poses no threat to us. The championship for the team battle is already in the bag. Song Halan exclaimed in surprise. Hey, remember to be humble. Don't get too arrogant. Jiang Chu ran hugged Ling Shi, smiling brightly. Brother Chewie, just now Xiao Shi said that you can definitely disguise yourself as a great magic user. Ling Shi blushed shyly, pulling her hand to cover her face, saying, Student Chu, I was just... Jiang Chu ran happily called out, Brother Chewie, let's all relax tonight. Chewie scratched his head. The bustling scene of a night street. The game Eternal and reality merged, perhaps around 300 years ago. The birth of magic beasts. Anti-truck and chefs. Your arranged emergence of professions means that all kinds of delicious food on the entire Blue Star will increase by thousands and tens of thousands of varieties. And the most prosperous administrative district of Tonkin City, Dongtan District, has a famous food street. Whether it flies in the sky or runs on the ground, anything can become a delicacy, satisfying customers' appetites. The vendor's voice rang out. Grilled dragon meat. Grilled dragon meat. 20-year-old baby dragon. Fresh meat. Melts in your mouth. Wolf King's blood jelly. Wolf King's blood jelly. Nourishes yin and strengthens yang. Preserves beauty. Deep-sea monster fish balls. Made from the meat of a level 30 deep-sea overlord fish, crispy and chewy. Deliciousness that can't wait. Song Halan, arm in arm with Ling Shi, walked with Wang Taixian saying, that looks delicious, doesn't it? Ling Shi smiled, holding a candied haw. Jiang Chu ran and Chewie walked ahead, chatting happily. A Liang stood afar, looking at Jiang Chu ran, and said, a gem. A Liang then threw 2 skewers to the person behind him, adjusting his hat, saying, 100 points, 100 points. The other person was startled and said, what are you doing? A Liang immediately said, meeting such a peerless woman is rare in a lifetime. Missing her would be a lifelong regret. The other person was surprised. She has a boyfriend. That person sneered. So what if she has a boyfriend? Won't a Liang just come out and get her? He turned his face, his expression cold, his sharp eyes bloodshot. A Liang was suddenly terrified. Seeing this, the other person sarcastically asked, giving up? That's not your style. A Liang stammered, pointing at Chewie. God. A moment later, Jiang Chu ran bent over, panting. This food paradise truly lives up to its name. We've been walking for an hour, and we haven't even walked through half of it. Song Halan, with her arm around Wang Taixian, said, this place has 6 interconnected roads, so it's naturally not easy to finish exploring. You 2 pick a spot and save seats for us here. We'll go buy some food. Wang Taixian scratched his head, saying, I want to rest too. Song Haolan stood behind him and pushed him, saying, "Rest your head. Let the couple have some peace. Are you a third wheel?" Ling she stood behind, turning to look at the specialty of the 55-year-old olive wine shop. The proprietress happily introduced, "This olive wine can increase agility level. Each bottle is 800 milliliters. Taking it out to drink yourself or gifting it to others is not bad." Hearing this, Kwang So-nin pointed at the bottle and said, "We want one bottle." The shop owner immediately brought out a bottle of wine and two small glasses, saying, "Dear guest, your olive wine is 200,000 mid-grade coins. Please pay now." Immediately after, the phone rang. 200,000 has been transferred. Kwang So-nin held the wine glass, looked at Chu-gi, and said, "Brother Chu-gi, congratulations on winning the championship in the singles match." They both clinked glasses. Chu-gi said, "Cheers." Kwang So-nin drank the glass of wine in one gulp. After drinking, Kwang So-nin suspiciously said, the alcohol content of this wine doesn't seem very high." 10 minutes later, Kwang So-nin, red-faced and tipsy, vaguely asked, "Brother Chu-gi, why are there two Brother Chu-gis?" Chu-gi looked at her and asked, "You're already drunk so quickly?" Kwang So-nin happily laughed and counted, "One Brother Chu-gi, two Brother Chu-gis, three Brother Chu-gis." Chu-gi looked at her, sighed, and said, "You're a level 19 professional. Of course, ordinary drinks like wine can't get you drunk, but this olive wine is brewed using D-grade natural treasures olives. Although its alcohol content isn't high, it's extremely easy to get people drunk." Chu-gi then stood up and said, "It's getting late. Little Tong and the others haven't returned yet. Let's go find them." Kwang So-nin reached out her hand and said in a whining voice, "Brother Chu-gi, I'm not going." Before she finished speaking, a voice rang out, "Handsome brother." The girl, holding a wine glass, looked at him seductively and said, "My glass is empty. Can you buy me a drink?" Chu-gi glanced at her. Chu-gi pointed behind her and said, "There's half a bottle of olive wine here, 100,000 mid-grade coins. Pay up." The girl laughed loudly. "Handsome brother, you're so interesting. It makes this big sister quite fond of you. Why don't we find a quiet place to continue talking?" Kwang So-nin's face was flushed and flustered, her long hair partially obscuring her eyes, her lips slightly parted. Kwang So-nin angrily pushed her away, shouting, "You're too close." She whispered in Kwang So-nin's ear, "Little beauty, you're wrong. I see that you and this brother aren't lovers, so how can you block his romantic luck?" She thought to herself, Chu-gi, this year's strongest newcomer, and Kwang So-nin, his friend. Too many people think Kwang So-nin is Chu-gi's girlfriend. But I know these two aren't lovers. A clueless young man and a girl who just realized she's in love. It will still take some time for these two to break through the paper-thin barrier. This is truly a good opportunity for me to make my move. If I can make Chu-gi kneel at my feet, all the resources he can obtain will become mine." She moved closer to him and said, "Brother, don't you agree?" Kwang So-nin, red-faced and angry, stammered, You. Chu-gi then took her hand. Kwang So-nin looked in surprise at the hand Chu-gi was holding. Chu-gi said expressionlessly, "I don't mind Chu-nin blocking my romantic luck." Chu-gi held Kwang So-nin's hand and left, not forgetting to add, "Besides, I think you're quite ordinary, not even considered romantic luck at all." She gaped, "Ordinary?" Chu-gi held Kwang So-nin's hand and walked through the crowd. Kwang So-nin then stopped. "Brother Chu-gi." Brother Chu-gi turned back to look at her. Kwang So-nin looked up red-faced and said, "I like you." Chu-gi was surprised. Chu-gi exclaimed in surprise, "Chu-nin." Kwang So-nin, her cheeks flushed, said, "I know I shouldn't say something like this before the match, but I don't like so many girls surrounding you. When I see them, I want to." Behind her, another incarnation seemed to appear. "Kill them all." Kwang So-nin threw herself into his arms and said, "Can I be your girlfriend?" She fell into his arms. Before falling asleep, she said, "Your girlfriend." Vong Thiet Tom, holding a bun, hadn't even bitten it yet when he was stunned. Huh. Tong Haolan, Vong Thiet Tom, and Lin Hai, holding their buns, their eyes wide with surprise, looked at the scene before them. Blue sky, white clouds. The alarm clock rang. Kwang So-nin vaguely remembered last night's "I like you," and sprang up. Kwang So-nin, red-faced, poked her head out and looked around. No Mang saw her and called out, "Chunin, you're a bit late getting up today." "Time for breakfast," Wang Taixai and waved at her. Ling Shi, Song Haolan, and Chu Gi looked her way. Chu Gi hurriedly turned his face away and ate ravenously. Song Haolan and Ling Shi narrowed their eyes at him. Kwang So-nin pulled a chair, doubtfully thinking, "Could it be that I dreamed? Was it really just a dream?" Kwang So-nin, red-faced and bewildered, picked up food, while Chu Gi remained calm as if nothing had happened. Ling Shi and Song Haolan leaned closer to each other, looking at her. Last night, Chu Gi held her in his arms, looked at the three of them, and said, "Please pretend you didn't see what just happened." Song Haolan, not understanding, asked, "Why? Don't you two like each other?" Chu Gi looked at Kwang So-nin, who was fast asleep, and said, "The Kwang family of Shuyan Province is an ancient family that existed before the Eternal Game descended. The Eternal Game, hundreds of years ago, had already become a first or second-tier family power in China. Now I have some reputation, and I'm a direct disciple of Master Vong Hui. It doesn't look bad." Chu Gi looked up at the sky and said, "But such achievements are insufficient in front of the Kwang family. I don't want to make Chu Ni uncomfortable. When I possess absolute power, any influence or family will be nothing but dust. This is all just a matter of time." Song Haolan covered her mouth with a bun and whispered, "On Gi, a true pure god of war, I'll support you forever. From now on, I'm your and Sister Nin's top shipping fan." Chu Gi broke out in a cold sweat. No Mang put down her chopsticks and said, "A total of 10 universities and colleges will participate in the National Inter-University Freshman Team Competition Finals. Each university and college needs to play one match against the other 9 universities and colleges for a total of 45 matches. Based on the order of wins, the top 3 will be ranked. Today is our 9th team match. As long as we win this match, the championship title for the team competition will be ours. I hope everyone can defeat Mado University without arrogance." They all responded in unison, "Understood." No Mang cheerfully raised her hand high. She looked at Tun Kyo and said, "Tun Kyo, as a substitute player entering the field, don't feel too much pressure." Tuong Phuong, standing nearby, added, "Tun Kyo is a summoner who will provide great support to the team. Everyone on the field must prioritize protecting her." Dinda spoke up, "As the team leader, I could use words to encourage everyone, but it's not necessary. Noi Hop is severely injured and still hasn't woken up. Our representative team's strength has significantly dropped, not to mention Chu Gi is here, so we can't possibly win first place." Dean to secretly thought, "I never thought there would be such an all-rounder among freshmen. If we compare the strength of all our school's players as 1, then Chu Gi is 2 or even 3. He's unbelievably strong, just like a monster. No, that's not right. He is a monster, someone who can almost sweep all the top universities and colleges." Dean to clenched his fists and encouraged them, saying, "But I still have to say, even if we lose today's match, we cannot lose Mado University's honor, letting other universities look down on us. I need everyone to give it their all. Can you do it?" The crowd responded in unison, "We can. Let's go." Led by Dean 2. Behind him were 5 Mado University students with strong momentum. Tun Kyo pondered, even with Noi Hop here, it would still be a losing outcome. Will Mado University be third again this time? But 7 years ago, the team captain was severely injured and couldn't play. Based on the super strong coordination and strength of the team members, they defeated their opponents. Coincidentally, That year it was also Mado University and Tahang University. Tun Kyo touched her face, thinking, if I use that method, can I let Mado University await me in desperation and recreate the miracle of 7 years ago? A drone flew overhead, and a voice announced, the highly anticipated team match between Mado University and Tahang University is about to begin. But before the match begins, please allow me to announce the rewards for the top 3 of the Havim Professional League's team competition. First, all players from universities and colleges ranked 3rd in the team competition, including substitutes, will receive a set of pre-made 3-star gold-grade equipment according to their level. For 2nd place in the team competition, everyone will receive a set of pre-made 4-star gold-grade equipment. And for 1st place in the team competition, all university members will be awarded by the Havim Professional League. Each person will receive a set of 2-star epic grade equipment. The crowd below exclaimed in awe, wow, the atmosphere is electrifying, so admirable. The rewards for this inter-university exchange match have not only doubled compared to last year, they're truly wealthy. This is inhuman. I'll risk everything against you rich people. Chu Gi rested his chin on his hand, pondering. In terms of value, the legendary grade weapon for the singles champion is even higher than epic grade equipment, but it's not as good as the team competition champion's reward. A set of equipment has 7 pieces: top, bottom, belt, shoes, weapon, necklace, ring, and each university's representative team, plus substitutes, totals 10 people. 70 pieces of epic grade equipment, plus their value, are enough to forge 2 legendary grade weapons. Wang Taixian laughed happily, clasping her hands confidently. Ha! This time it's really a bargain for us. Epic grade equipment, get in my bowl. The host's voice rang out. The rewards have been announced. Please welcome the representative team of Tahang University and the representative team of Mado University. Both sides, please step forward. The crowd below cheered. Tahang University. Jungi, Jungi, Jungi. Go Mado University. The players from both sides have taken their positions. Chu Gi's group is full of confidence. 3, 2, 1, begin. Tun Kyo's group had cold expressions. The atmosphere was tense. Chu Gi's group immediately charged forward. Chu Gi held a hammer, and Von Thiatom was happy. Tun Kyo closed her eyes, raised her hand to cast a spell, and a ball of light accumulated before her eyes. Tun Kyo held her hands out in front, muttering an incantation, summoning the infant dragon spirit Regius, summoning the beast swarm spirit Zaxazin, summoning the giant snake beast Taditha, and summoning the hell guardian beast Cebius, summoning the lion king spirit Kamala. Around Tun Kyo, 5 powerful spirits appeared. The spirits roared and charged towards Chu Gi. The lion king Kamala roared, unleashing a powerful attack with a yellow energy source from its body. Lin Hai held up her staff and dispelled the attack. Lin Hai immediately retaliated against the recent attack. The beast swarm Zax charged forward, their tails arcing. Tong Halan joined her 2 fingers together, casting a spell, and talismans flew out. The talismans stuck to the tails of the beast swarm. Tong Halan extended her hand, and they all exploded like fireworks. Von Thiatom, on his side, was fighting Haditha. Kwang Sonin spun the weapon in her hand and charged forward. Kwang Sonin made several slashes at Cebius. On his side, Chu Gi dodged the opponent's torrential attacks, his sharp eyes thinking, not bad. Actual combat really is the fastest way to improve. Our coordination compared to before has increased by at least 30%. Tuong Fuong and the blonde girl were astonished, mouths agape, while Tun Kyo calmly continued to cast her spell. With a few moves, Chu Gi knocked away everyone in front of him. Chu Gi punched hard towards Tun Kyo, but she remained calm, closing her eyes to cast a spell. Tun Kyo closed her eyes tightly. Immediately after, she suddenly opened her glowing, sharp eyes wide. A giant hand appeared, blocking the hammer. Chu Gi frowned in annoyance. The giant hand held back the hammer. Tun Kyo furrowed her brow, struggling to resist. Lang Veen Veen Chiu, with bloodshot eyes, used its hand to block the attack. It then punched down hard, causing Chu Gi to grit his teeth and struggle against it. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Lang Vim Veen Chu roared, and a blue circle surrounded it, shooting out projectiles. Tun Kyo was shocked. Tun Kyo gritted her teeth and summoned Haditha. Lang Vim Veen Chu, with bloodshot eyes, grabbed Haditha by the neck and squeezed hard. Lang Vim Veen Chu exerted force, and black blood splattered everywhere. Lang Vim Veen Chu tore off Haditha's head, looked at Tun Kyo, and said, "There's no need for these tricks. Why did you summon me?" Tun Kyo covered herself with her hands and fearfully said, "Attack." Tun Kyo fearfully pointed at Chu Gi and said, "Defeat him." Monster. Lang Vim Veen Chu, level 24, legendary talent. Note: Lang Vim Veen Chu is a naturally fire-controlling legendary beast, extremely rare. Meeting it, I don't know whether to feel lucky or unlucky. Lang Vim Veen Tiu Zhou. Chu Gi solemnly thought. The legendary summoned creature, Lang Vim Veen Chu. Lang Vim Veen Chu looked at Tun Kyo and said, "All right, welcome death." Tun Kyo fearfully waved her hands. "Wait a moment. I'm not." Rocks flew everywhere. Tun Kyo covered her face, realizing. So that's what it meant. Lang Vim Vin Tiu Luget? Vong Thia Tom asked in surprise. How can it be a legendary summoned creature? Lin Hai held her staff, casting a replicated water shield. A blue sea of light enveloped her. Lang Vim Vin Tiu Dot Get? Tong Halan spread her hand, muttering a spell, and loudly declared, Yellow soil as foundation, Earth Chi as origin, Earth spirits of the four directions. Obey my command. A large rock protruded. She thought, replicated water shield is an A+ defensive skill, and Little Hai has increased it to level 8. In the previous solo match, it defended against a continuous attack from the assassin player of Tonkin University, but now it can't even block a single blow from Lang Vim Veen Chu. Lang Vim Veen Chu shattered the rock with a single punch. Vong Thia Tom rushed in front of Tong Halan, casting a shield wall. A red barrier appeared. Lang Vim Vin Tiu Luget Fawat. It clasped its hands together and slammed them hard onto the barrier. Tong Halan turned around and said, Luckily, with Brother Gies' enhancement, the skill's effectiveness has more than doubled. Otherwise, Lang Vim Veen Chu would have already breached my defenses. A legendary level beast is too strong. Brother Gi, what should we do now? Chu Gi raised his hand high, casting the Sacred Light Heart Shield spell, and a seal appeared. Lang Vim Veen Chu slashed fiercely at Chu Gi with its claws. Chu Gi looked at everyone and said, Leave this fight to me. You all get out of the arena. Tong Halan Lin Hai and Vong Thia Tom all said in unison, What? Vong Thia Tom immediately said, What kind of joke is this, Brother Gi? This isn't a student from Mado University. This is a legendary level beast. It doesn't know how to hold back. Chu Gi looked at her and said, Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking? I have a way to deal with the Crimson Flame Ape. The only thing is, once the fight starts, I won't be able to look after everyone. Kwang Sonin looked at him with worried eyes. Brother Chu Gi, you don't need to worry about us. We can. Lin Hai immediately said, Although my abilities are small, I hope I can contribute a little strength. Tong Halan's eyes widened and she loudly said, Brother Gi, we are a team. Lang Vim Veen Chu threw a powerful punch. Chu Gi explained, Fighting a legendary level beast, if you're not careful, you'll die. Even if a priest resurrects everyone. After being revived, you'll suffer a 30% loss and also enter a weakened state for 3 months, unable to undergo practical combat training. Have you ever considered these losses? Chu Gi placed his hand on Kwang Sonin's head, stroking it. He said, I know you're worried I can't handle it alone, but in reality, your presence only distracts me. Moreover, Chu Gi looked at Kwang Sonin with gentle eyes. It's just a legendary level beast, that's all. The people below the arena were astonished. A girl exclaimed, A shocking reversal. A scene from 7 years ago might be replayed once again. The summoner Tun Kyo, Mado University's substitute player, summoned a legendary level beast. The commentator said into the mic, "Can Chu Gi successfully turn the tide and save the situation? Which team will ultimately claim victory in this team battle?" The redhead smirked. "Haha, a legendary level beast. This is too good. Chu Gi is dead for sure." Like equipment, a beast's aptitude is also divided into bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary tiers. Even within the same tier, different aptitudes mean different strengths. For example, the same charge skill in the hands of a bronze tier beast might only show an effect equivalent to a human F rank or E rank. But in the hands of a legendary level beast, the power of a single charge skill would be at least A rank, possibly even S rank. What's even more terrifying is that legendary level beasts possess various negative resistances, making them extremely resilient and not easily killed. The Goblin King in Tahang University's Abyss Tier dungeon was merely epic tier. A legendary level beast appearing in the team battle of this exchange match is truly unbelievable. Chu Gi's undefeated myth is about to end. The commentator exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on? Why did they forfeit?" Tong Halan Lin Hai and Vong Thiet Tom all had a ring-shaped seal appear at their feet. When you forfeit in the arena, you cannot take damage. Chu Gi turned to look at Kwong, Sonin behind him. She immediately understood and said, "I'll forfeit too." Rectangular fragments appeared around Kwong Sonin. Chu Gi remained standing there, supporting her. Kwong Sonin stopped, turned back, and said to him, "Brother Chu Gi, good luck." Lang Vim Veen Chu slammed hard onto the barrier with a punch. Chu Gi leaped to dodge it. It roared, and a red glow enveloped both of its hands. The ground began to crack, and rocks flew everywhere. Smoke billowed, and 2 drops of red blood fell. Lang Vim Veen Chu looked at its severed tail with a pitiful expression and said, "I'm injured." Chu Gi transformed, holding a gigantic hammer, standing high above, radiating a golden light. He said, "Little Neen, everyone has left the arena. I have nothing left to worry about. Next, let me see just how powerful your legendary level beast truly is." Dam Vi said in shock, Am I dreaming?" Tun Kyo immediately said, "Chu Gi actually managed to injure a legendary level beast in one strike." Lang Vim Veen Chu looked at Chu Gi and said, "Human, I sense a high-tier bloodline aura on you." Lang Vim Veen Chu thought. The Lang Vim Veen Chu clan is a naturally legendary tier race, born as rulers capable of dominating a region. And in my memories, my mother once warned me that there are a few supreme bloodline races that absolutely must not be provoked. The image of being held and comforted by its mother in the past. Now, on this human, it feels the aura of a supreme bloodline for the first time. If he wasn't too weak, even if it meant risking a backlash from the summoning magic, I would immediately flee. Fortunately, he's just a human with good luck, who merely fused with a supreme bloodline. Lang Vim Veen Chu raised its fist, surrounded by a circle of energy, and said, "I was careless. Human, next, I will unleash my full power." It charged forward. A blue energy appeared in its hand. Its bloodshot eyes, 2 fingers brought together. A weapon appeared in its palm, one end thorny, the other connected by a chain that joined 2 blades. Lang Vim Veen Chu gripped the circular weapon. Chu Gi calmly said, "Come here." Chu Gi raised his hand. Holy light radiated, and a golden chain shot out. Lang Vim Veen Chu raised its hand and cast a spell. It threw the weapon in its hand, colliding with the chain. Chu Gi then cast a brilliant light spell, and a powerful blue energy source appeared. Lang Vim Veen Chu was knocked away. It gripped the weapon in its hand and stabbed it into the ground. It dragged a line on the ground, its bloodshot eyes looking up. Chu Gi looked at it, surprised that it had no injuries. Old Master Chu frantically said, "Quickly, pause the match. We cannot let our family's hope be lost here." Chu Hang hurriedly turned and ran, saying, "I'll go find Nomang now." Old Master Chu turned his face and shouted, "Even if we risk offending Tahang University, we must pause the match to protect Chu Gi." Dean Trin worriedly said, "Teacher, no, give up. If Chu Gi dies because of this, our China will lose a great general. Others said, that's right. Chu Gi will definitely grow to become a powerful figure. If he dies because of this match, it will hinder our progress, which is putting the cart before the horse. Chu Heng rushed in and said, Teacher No, please give up. My Chu family is willing to compensate to Han University 100-fold. The person standing next to No Mang said, we absolutely cannot let Chu Gi be hindered for this illusory ranking. Teacher No, quickly declare it. No Mang picked his ear and asked, what do you all take me for? No Mang remembered the past, asking the principal, what is Chu Gi's true strength after all? The principal of Tahan University clasped his hands behind his back and said, rest assured. As long as it's not a legendary tier magic beast above level 26, Chu Gi can handle it. No Mang looked at the screen and thought, after level 20, whether human or magic beast, the power gap between levels is extremely vast. Under similar aptitudes, a level 26 magic beast is equivalent to a level 24 magic beast, having only just reached level 24. The gap to level 26 is still 2 levels. He then said, it's fundamentally impossible for Chu Gi to win. Chu Heng frantically said, aren't you afraid of Chu Gi? Lang Veen Veen Chu held its weapon high. Its bloodshot eyes slammed down. Chu Gi cast Light's Punishment, and a bolt of lightning flashed. Lang Veen Veen Chu was struck by lightning, roaring in pain, thinking, this divine power makes my limbs feel numb. Chu Gi then said, one more strike, Light's Punishment. It roared fiercely in pain. It used an attack to block it. It roared and said, human, let me see what you've got. Come on. Chu Gi, from above, secretly thought, Light's Punishment is now an A-rank skill at level 14, enhanced by light elements, divine protection, and an S+ angel talent. After transforming into a 4-dimensional angelic body, its power doubled. The Light's Punishment I summoned could easily swiftly kill epic tier goblins in an abyssal tier dungeon, but striking him only causes temporary damage, after which he immediately recovers as if he hadn't been hit. Chu Gi looked at the unfazed Lang Veen Veen Chu and thought, what terrifying recovery power! It launched forward, and with one leap, it stood before Chu Gi. Golden energy flashed across its eyes, and fabric chains surrounded it. It angrily raised its face and yelled, what an irritating joke! Chu Gi looked at the scene before him and thought, I once fought a legendary tier demon and defeated it. But the opponent was severely countered by light attributes, fundamentally unable to unleash the full power and talent of a legendary tier. I need to study a bit so I can win the next time I face a legendary tier. Lang Veen Veen Chu increased its attack speed. His speed has become faster. This proves that his resistance to light elemental magic attacks is increasing. His adaptability is truly strong. No wonder so many of us humans sacrificed ourselves during the Dark Ages. Magic beasts are indeed much stronger than humans. Relentless attacks. Chu Yi spread his arms and chanted a divine blessing, bestowing protection, blessings, and courage upon them. Chu Yi secretly thought that strengthening the opening skill meant adding it before the angel's body transformed. Only after using the angel's body and then using the enhanced skill would it be the true peak state. Ling Yen Yuan Xiao Li Tai. The ground cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. Li Xian exclaimed in surprise, Chu Yi can still get stronger? The person standing nearby said, good thing he didn't directly attack Xiao Qiao. If the summoner dies, the summoned creature will also disappear. Zhang Feng asked, could he forget about that? The lion roared, and Zhang Feng immediately cried out, don't be careless, protect Xiao Qiao well. Li Xian hummed, and all three immediately got into position. At this moment, Chu Yi appeared with his body covered in golden energy, holding lightning bolts and incantations in his hands. And Wukong also seemed to erupt with power, surrounded by blazing fire energy, transforming into fiery armor. Then he combined his two weapons into one. Immediately, it transformed into a gigantic, towering Rui staff. At the same time, a hand dozens of times larger appeared, striking down at him. Everything shattered into pieces by the power of the two of them. Then the hand struck the ground with such force that it left a clear imprint. Immediately, an explosion erupted, and everything around shattered. Everyone was terrified, running chaotically in a panic to dodge. At this moment, the third-generation mage of the Xia Yan Alliance stepped forward, opening a spell book to cast magic. Then water droplets circled and converged in one spot as she cried out, "Water Guardian!" A few seconds later, the water droplets formed a circle with fierce currents. Finally, it became a shield, protecting them from the fiercely burning force. Seeing this, the person with the black bun suddenly sighed in relief. "Phew, we're saved!" The girl with pink hair also clapped joyfully, saying, "It's the third-generation mage of the Xia Yan Alliance. We can relax now." And the guy in the t-shirt next to her also spoke up. "You scared me to death. I was just wondering if the pastor in the gym would help us revive if we died here." At this moment, with a serious expression, the third-generation mage of the Xia Yan Alliance pondered as she used her hand to control the magic, flipping through the pages. Anticipating a fierce battle today, the Xia Yan Alliance had raised the magic defense level to 7 before the match began. A level 7 defense screen is enough to block the full power attack of a peak second-generation mage, but then she paused, holding the magic book, still immersed in her thoughts. Chu Yi's one skill comprehensively shattered everything. This is something that hasn't happened in 100 years. It seems our Zhongxia nation has gained another top genius, an honor for Zhongxia, an honor for humanity. At this moment, a pair of feet stopped. Their parents stood silently, with panicked expressions upon seeing the fierce lightning bolts. A moment later, Ling Yan Yuan Xiao appeared, its face fierce and murderous. It gnashed its teeth, exhaling smoke and fire, contemplating. "Damn it, just relying on the power of light and ice elements, swimming in my flesh, constantly destroying my regenerative power. Damn humans, damn holy light." Then, enraged, it slammed its hands onto the ground, causing the earth to crack, and roared, "How can a great evil child like me be killed here?" Immediately, Chu Yi delivered a thunderous punch to its face. His body was smaller than Ling Yanyuan Zhao's, but the punch was so powerful it sent it sprawling backward. Then it screamed. A second later, he charged towards it with his foot and said, "Die." Chu Yi delivered a powerful kick, making it lose its balance and fall backward. At this moment, a dazzling golden light fell, and fragments of rock and earth flew everywhere in the air. Suddenly, a bird and a lion appeared, roaring ferociously. Then a voice spoke, making Zhang Fong and Sun Qiao break out in a cold sweat. "Do you surrender or continue?" Then Sun Qiao closed her eyes, withdrew her magic, and slowly replied, "We." Her voice echoed throughout the arena, "Surrender." At this moment, Director Su breathed a sigh of relief, and old Master Chu was smiling contentedly. A moment later, the surveillance camera's encouraging voice rang out. "The winner of this team match is Swang University. Let's congratulate Swang University on winning the championship. Let's cheer for player Chui. Without his turnaround, we wouldn't have witnessed such an exciting battle." Cheers erupted everywhere. "Chui, Gotti," he continued. 10 universities and colleges, 45 matches are all concluded. I now announce the final rankings of this team competition. First place, 9 wins, 0 losses, Swang University. Second place, 8 wins, 1 loss, Modi University. Third place, 7 wins, 2 losses, Qingjing University. All the spectators cheered excitedly. Swang University, Chu Yi Gadi. Suddenly, a brown-haired person commented, "It's hard to imagine that Chu Yi is only 18 years old, and his combat power is already this strong. In the future, in the peak professional league of Central Xia, Chu Yi's name will definitely be there." After that, he returned to his original form, tired and sweating from the recent match. Suddenly, a white-haired person's voice exclaimed, "Brother Chui." It was Jiang Churin. She ran up to ask him, "You used the angelic body. How do you feel now?" Immediately, the orange-haired person quickly pulled the cameraman to record this scene. "Hurry! The camera on the couple." My traffic all depends on these two. The online screen displayed. Number of people watching live stream, 50,000. At this moment, he gently stroked her head and softly said, I'm sorry. I made you worry. Although I'm still a bit weak. But because of the tier upgrade, his action made viewers excitedly comment, they're definitely a couple. I absolutely can't be wrong. One person pleaded in the comments, please, stop with the public display of affection. My heart aches from this abuse. God, belongs to everyone. Others exclaimed, the human fairy is so beautiful. Suddenly, a hand covered the screen and a faint cough, ahem, followed by a series of comments. Who's still blocking the screen? I just saw the best part. Can the streamer do it or not? Streamer, deal with this person, and I'll send you a big rocket. It was Wu Mang. His hand crushed the camera with a slight force, but his face still wore a bright smile. He said, after the match, no private live streaming is allowed. Don't you understand this rule? Let me teach you. Immediately, both their faces turned pale, drained of all color. Then he turned to Chu-Yi and said, go back to the villa first. I'll explain the final event of the survival match to everyone. The survival match. A moment later, at the villa, a voice rang out. The survival match is the final event of the team competition. All contestants from 10 universities and colleges will enter the instance dungeon for free exploration. Wu Mang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and continued gravely. Unlike the simulated instance dungeon of the individual round 4 match, the survival match instance dungeon is a real open-world type instance dungeon. Therefore, in the survival match, everyone will encounter many sudden situations. Even those with great power might have bad luck and be eliminated right at the start. He demonstrated a person gaining 100 points after defeating several monsters. The rules of the match are also very simple. Defeating magic beasts of different levels can earn points. Next, if a person raises a white flag, their score is -500, and their opponent gains 500 points, he continued. Eliminating contestants from other schools will earn half of their opponent's accumulated points. Over 7 days, the school with the most accumulated points will win. He then spoke about the map in the Secret Realm. The scope of the Secret Realm instance dungeon is extremely vast. Each day, contestants can only search a specific area as the match progresses. The searchable area will gradually shrink. Everyone must move into the new search area within the specified time, otherwise, they will be automatically eliminated. There's also one point you must remember. The entry location into the Secret Realm instance dungeon is random. If you encounter the void area at the border, leave immediately. At this moment, Wu Mang's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Then he said, the void area is riddled with countless spatial cracks, capable of killing a third-tier professional in an instant. Immediately after, everyone echoed, understood. A moment later, in the dead of night, a pair of feet slowly approached. The person walking was Director Su. He arrived at a base, and then the automatic door opened. The atmosphere inside grew heavy, a prolonged silence, where one could hear others breathing. At this moment, a voice spoke. Director Su, you've finally arrived. As he approached the table, he asked, besides, all the team-leading mentors from Swang University gathered together. What are you planning to do? Director Chen calmly replied, Director Su, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, Swang University will also take first place in the survival match. He paused, then continued, are you willing to accept that? The scene shifted to another location. Just then, a blue-haired girl was casting magic. Above, a camera was live streaming, and the MC's voice could be heard. Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament, the survival match, is about to begin. This match will be lengthy, totaling 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, no live audience will be present. Instead, there will be uninterrupted live streaming via the app. Please allow me to introduce the Secret Realm Instance Dungeon for this survival match. Then a very sturdy-looking stone object, covered in smoke, gradually appeared, and an encouraging voice declared, it's not an ordinary instance dungeon. According to reliable information, this is a beast tribe battlefield ruin. Its name is... Immediately, the gate gradually appeared, and the MC continued, the myriad beasts' desolate ruin. Seeing the gate, all the players were filled with excitement and delight, and a voice spoke. We don't need to check what year or month this beast tribe battle occurred, but we can be sure it's full of unknowns and dangers. Fierce magic beasts of no low rank hide in the wilderness, their sharp claws and fangs always ready to welcome the challenge of anyone who dares to trespass. He continued, every inch of land, every piece of rock, could potentially conceal forgotten divine artifacts or bury heavenly treasures. Only those with enough wisdom and courage can unearth its secrets. Someone heard this and joyfully exclaimed, divine artifacts, heavenly treasures. If I get them, won't I succeed? The black-haired man frowned at him and thought, what naive school is this? An instance dungeon that can be freely explored must have already been thoroughly searched by the military. How could there be any treasures left? At this moment, the gate slowly opened, and an encouraging voice declared, contestants, take up your weapons, stand firm in your beliefs, bravely face the challenge. We await your legends. Seeing Chui, the black-haired man worriedly thought, I hope I don't run into him too soon in the instance dungeon. Just seeing the shoulders of the man in the t-shirt was enough to exude majesty. At the same time, another figure appeared, revealing only a long cloak that reached almost to their ankles, creating an impression of elegance and power. Those were Chu-Yi and Wei-He, standing back to back. At this moment, Chu-Yi was deep in thought. Even with physical contact, there's no way to teleport together. It seems finding them will take some time. While immersed in thought, he heard Wei-He's footsteps leaving and immediately turned his head. Immediately, he used his power to increase his speed. 1,000-mile sprint. In an instant he was gone. He indifferently said, Fool, your score is 0 right now. How could I possibly attack you? Then he created a hammer, a sinister look on his face, and exclaimed. Meanwhile, in another location, a green light emanated from the forest. It was Halan. She was silently observing with her eyes closed. Suddenly, a red figure moved among the trees. She maintained her posture and deduced the person's location. At this moment, Halan opened one eye, drew her bowstring, aimed, and pondered. Then the arrow shot out. Seeing the arrow approach him, the other person secretly guessed. The next second, Noihop quickly dodged. Then he called out, his sharp gaze fixed forward, and immediately the arrow stopped. At this moment, Halan said, hearing her words, he gently scratched his face and hesitantly replied. Then he thought to himself. Then both of them moved together. She walked and said, You're the only one who entered my search range. He understood and replied, Okay. Elsewhere, the black-haired man observed the match on a tablet, confused, muttering. Hearing that, the man in glasses lying on the bed, reading a book, slowly replied, Moreover, the secret realm dungeon is full of dangers. It's smart to choose to cooperate right at the start. The survival match will become more exciting later on. This is only the first day. By the 7th day, the devices carried by the contestants will show the locations of others. Eliminating other contestants. Now that's exciting, isn't it? Hearing those words, he nodded. Just then, in the battle, a series of monsters of different species aggressively rushed forward. Chu-Gi used his ability, lowered 2 fingers, and uttered. In mere moments, he defeated all of them. After that, he continuously gained points. A moment later, in another location, green monsters came rushing, ferociously saying. The next second, Chu-Gi's right arm glowed with a blue energy stream, and he called out. Then he snapped his fingers and walked away, and the ice instantly shattered. Next, he eliminated giant spiders. At this moment, Chu-Gi swung his hammer hard behind him at a spider, easily defeating it. The system announced. A moment later, he defeated the monsters. Then Chu-Gi smiled contentedly and touched the blue circle, thinking to himself. He looked at the information, contemplating. The system displayed. Then Chu-Gi pointed at the information, thinking to himself. the information displayed. Suddenly, he stopped in surprise, confused. Chu Gie's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Although Dam Vi and Trong Triad's ranks and combat abilities weren't as good as Thiat Tom and the others, among the students participating in the match, they were still average. Why are their accumulated scores so low in the rankings? The news board displayed. At this moment, his hand suddenly paused. Chu Gie's expression filled with surprise and confusion. The news board updated. Then he pondered. It's not yet time for the circle to shrink, so there's no possibility of being eliminated by the secret realm for not reaching a specific area. Then Chu Gi recalled Dam Vi's determined look when fighting a ferocious giant snake and pondered. Suddenly, he had an ominous premonition. Then Chu Gi thought of those who cooperate with a malicious smile. At the beginning, members of each team are isolated, so cooperation fundamentally doesn't form. Therefore, this situation likely only occurs in the later stages. Just then, the announcer spoke. Please reach the safe zone within 3 hours, otherwise, it will be considered a failed challenge. Hearing that, he was surprised. This. A moment later, elsewhere in the secret realm, something moved through the ravine with lightning speed. That person exclaimed, "Such bad luck!" That was Chewie. He sprinted quickly toward somewhere, contemplating as he ran. This is the first time the scope has shrunk to such an unusual extent. I must run with all my might to reach the safe zone within the time limit. Tan Wei's matter can only be put aside for now. Suddenly, a ray of blue light appeared on the mountaintop. Then he changed direction. Then Chewie used a skill to run to the mountaintop. Lin Shi's aura. At this moment, Tang Lingxi was using magic to attack the orange-haired girl. Water arrow. Suddenly, Wukong appeared, weapon in hand, surprisingly counterattacking her. Tang Lingxi turned back in a panic. He unleashed a powerful blow and spoke. Annoying woman. She quickly created a shield to block the blow. The very next second, she countered. Stone hammer. Then a giant spiky sphere appeared above his head. The sphere fell and crushed Wukong, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Tang Lingxi frowned in annoyance and spoke. TSK Tisk, truly troublesome. Didn't your teacher tell you not to underestimate any opponent? And also, do you think my memory is bad? At this moment, Luo Sheng jumped up, seemingly launching a surprise attack on her. Tang Lingxi got into an attacking stance and said, "That I forget there are 2 of you?" After that, she firmly planted her staff into the ground. Just as she was about to unleash her attack, suddenly, large and small rocks flew towards her. Stone Spirit Bond. After that, Luo Sheng was enveloped in rocks, forming a sphere, and Wukong was crushed. Both were motionless and unable to resist. At this moment, Tang Lingxi gasped and spoke. Will you surrender voluntarily, or should I severely injure you and eliminate you? Suddenly, hands clapped, making a sound. Tang Lingxi was surprised to see Li Jian hiding in the corner and thought in astonishment, there was still one more person hiding? He also saw her and exclaimed, I didn't expect Su Hung University to have such an outstanding elemental mage. It seems Miss Tang's talent has always been hidden by her teammates. What a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, the pack of hounds next to him immediately lunged towards her. She loudly retorted, Too many words. She used her water arrow skill to swiftly deal with the hounds. At that very moment, a hound unexpectedly appeared behind Tang Lingxi, and so it bit straight into her arm. Seeing this, Li Jian gleefully shouted, Good opportunity. Bite off her arm. He secretly thought, without a magic staff, the speed and power of casting spells will be greatly reduced. She's at a disadvantage. She can't be my opponent. Without any fear, Tang Lingxi gave a cunning smile and said, You also have to seize a good opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared right beside her. This caused Li Jian to scream in panic. Without a magic staff, how can you? Following that, a large explosion occurred. The pressure from the explosion sent Li Jian flying. Even his 2 hounds were completely destroyed. After the explosion, the system immediately displayed a notification. Examination shows contestant Li Jian of Tsinghua University is severely injured and unconscious, unable to continue the match. This announcement declared, contestant Li Jian has been eliminated. Contestant Tang Lingxi gains 1250 accumulation points. At the same time, Tang Lingxi lay weakly on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Oh no, my magic power is depleted. One of the individuals who ganged up on her saw this and immediately seized the opportunity to try and finish her off. Wukong decisively threw a sharp knife towards her. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere. This sight astonished him, and he thought, "What?" The one blocking his knife was none other than Chui. He raised his foot and angrily cursed, seeking death. Just one kick from him caused a large explosion. At this moment, Tang Lingxi tried to open her mouth and call out, "Chu." She used her last bit of strength to shout out the last two words before fainting, "Gca." After that, the match review system announced that contestant No Kang of Yuechi University was found to be severely injured and unconscious, unable to continue participating in the match. Contestant No Kang has been eliminated. Contestant Chu Gi has gained 1240 accumulation points. Suddenly, while Chu Gi was treating Duong Linhai's injuries, he unexpectedly glanced at someone. It turned out he was looking at Lac Tang, who was planning a sneak attack. His murderous gaze startled him, and so the system announced again that contestant Lac Tang of Chuangjung University forfeited. Contestant Duong Lin Hai has gained 1860 accumulation points. After those three announcements, Chu Gi thought, these three clearly aren't from the same university participating in the match to eliminate Lin Hai. This isn't a mere coincidence that could achieve such cooperation. A moment later, he helped Duong Lin Hai to another spot to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification. Rank 69. Trong Triad. 680 accumulation points, eliminated. Even Duong Lin Hai received the exact same notification. Rank 69. Trong Triad. 680 accumulation points, eliminated. This made her exclaim angrily, "This Trong Triad must have also been surrounded and attacked. These vile, shameless people." Next, she turned to Chu Gi and expressed her doubt. "Gca, this whole thing has been very strange from start to finish. The entry points into the secret realm are clearly completely random. How did they manage to quickly gather on the first day, and also accurately locate our people to launch a surrounding attack?" He voiced his thoughts on the matter. "I suspect they used some special method to check others' locations." These words made her furiously shout, "This is cheating. How dare they do something like this in a national match?" However, he added, "If this is a special skill possessed by a certain member, then according to the rules, it's difficult to categorize it as cheating. But if they used undetectable means..." His eyes filled with killing intent as he declared, "I will make them lose everything and their reputation shattered." Suddenly, Duong Lin Hai sadly said, "Sister Nin and the others are still scattered everywhere. It's very likely they've been surrounded and attacked. I'm afraid." Hearing this, Chu Gi gently comforted her. 9 universities have joined forces. They must be aiming to weaken me 6 days before the end. That is, you all. Then, on the last day, they'll target me. It's an unavoidable truth that these villains will face being surrounded and attacked." Furthermore, he confidently asserted, "In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trick is ultimately useless. Everything they do today, 6 days later I will definitely make them pay back double." His arrogance made her blush with embarrassment, and she secretly called out in her heart, "Gca." After she had stabilized, he quickly grabbed his sword and left, but didn't forget to instruct, "Don't get angry. Your injury hasn't fully healed yet. Drink some magic potion and rest here tonight. I'll go clear out the magic beasts around here." A few days later, the match's reconnaissance plane announced, November 20th, 2064, the final day of the survival match for the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, 74 contestants will carry out the final massacre to determine the ultimate ranking of the survival match. The location information of every contestant will be displayed on the contestants' AI bracelets. Let's all wait together and witness the birth of a powerhouse. The audience began to buzz amongst themselves about the final day of the match. The final day massacre of the survival match is truly worth looking forward to. After 6 days of fighting, Tahang University only has Chu Gi, Duong Lin Hai, and Kwang So Nin left. Isn't that right? 9 universities have a total of 71 people. The numerical advantage is too clear. I wonder if Chu Gi can withstand the combined attack of the 9 universities. At this moment, the reconnaissance plane announced, locations revealed. Inside the secret realm, in the vast desert, a group of people were waiting for someone. Someone spoke up and said, Chu Gi and Duong Lin Hai are still heading towards our location. Noi Hop looked at the map and quickly gave orders. Kwang So Nin is in the northwest direction. Her strength isn't bad, but it hasn't reached the monstrous level like Chu Gi's. Moreover, more than 10 people are approaching her location. Alan, take 5 people and converge with the others there. Jumut eliminate Kung Shenyin. We have 47 people here to deal with Chu Gi together. Halan replied without hesitation, all right. Immediately after giving his orders, Noi Hop loudly encouraged the other contestants. Based on Chu Gi's current speed, he'll probably be here in about an hour. This battle concerns our final ranking in this exchange tournament. Everyone must be 100% focused and fully prepared. In another location, a sharp slash whipped through the air, and Kwang So Nin easily sent other contestants flying. Anyone who charged at her was utterly defeated. Halan was also present and spoke up. Chu Nin, it's been a long time since we've had a serious fight. She drew her bow towards Kwang So Nin and said, consider this me taking advantage of superior numbers. When the match ends, we'll have a fair duel. Her words made Kwang So Nin sneer and reply, Chu Lan, why wait until later? Her power began to surge, and she arrogantly declared, previously, Chu Gi always exerted his strength, which made you all think I was easy to bully. Today, I will open your eyes. Seeing her transformation, Halan realized in surprise, it's the complete transformation effect of the succubus again. She couldn't believe it. I can't believe Chu Nin has mastered the succubus bloodline to such an extent. Even with 24 people, this battle will require our full strength. So she quickly shot arrows to support the other contestants attacking Kwang So Nin, and at the same time loudly ordered, go. In the desert, 2 monsters were fiercely fighting, but suddenly, a great power appeared from somewhere, making both of them run away. Wei He and Wang Xian waited patiently. Suddenly an aftershock appeared. Dust flew everywhere, making Wei He realize who was coming and call out. As soon as he finished saying the 2 words, those were Chu Yi and Tang Lingxi. As soon as he saw him, Wei He smugly said, he stated that, in order to deal with you, we have gathered all 47 top contestants from various universities and colleges. His words made him sneer and ask sarcastically. Then he bluntly disparaged them. His insult touched the contestants' pride, making them angrily curse. However, Chu Yi showed no fear. On the contrary, he arrogantly asked them. Next, he pointed at them and challenged. If you didn't have the numerical advantage, I doubt you'd even have the courage to stand before me. Come on, your weakness, even united, is useless. His contemptuous words made them extremely furious. He, meanwhile, calmly declared, without delay. The battle began with Wang Xian being the first to initiate. Next were 2 of his other friends. Following that, others joined in. Chu Yi jumped off the giant's shoulder and loudly told Tang Lingxi. At the same time, a series of notifications appeared on the system panel. A moment later, he landed on the ground with a thud. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his weapon in hand, and the skill system panel appeared. One move from him easily took down countless contestants. With every swing, a group of contestants fell. His ability made one contestant exclaim. However, another contestant argued. At this moment, in front of Chu Yi were summoned monsters. He charged towards them without hesitation. One monster reached out to him. Its fist and his collided, and then his power shattered that monster. The contestants still hadn't stopped their attacks. Defensive stance, activate. Lights protection. Mana defense. Layers of defense were activated. Chu Yi's power shattered one layer of defense, not all of them. The three pink-haired contestants saw this and smugly said. Their words made Chu Yi chuckle and ask back. Then he pointed at them and smugly said. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand descended from a sky. As soon as this hand appeared, Wang Xian turned pale with fear. The other contestants were no exception. They were so scared they froze. But then they quickly reacted and shouted to each other. Unlike everyone else who ran away, Wang Xian remained in place, ready to face the challenge. Wei saw this and yelled, despite the system continuously sending red warnings of. He explained, the iron plates were assembled together with your analysis. I've watched that battle where I fought you 100 times. The strength, the impact range under the hand of God. As he tried to assemble the iron plates, he explained, if all the machinery could be gathered to form a dispersed, force-resistant defense, perhaps it could withstand a fatal blow. Just as Wang Xian finished assembling the iron shield, Zhou Yi's hand of God was about to strike. Without any fear, Wang Xian shouted, "Come on!" So the hand of God collided with the shield, and then that hand easily crushed the shield, pressing it down until the ground itself shattered. Smoke and dust filled the sky. Zhou Yi, like a deity from above, questioned loudly, "Your lives are in my hands. Surrender, or be killed." Wei still wouldn't give up. He loudly called his name and launched an attack. Zhou Yi. His attack rushed towards him with a shout, blazing ore block. After launching that attack, Wei panted with exhaustion and thought to himself, as long as Zhou Yi can block this attack, he won't need to worry about what's behind him. Immediately after, the other contestants also charged forward one by one. Gale Slash. Silver Sword. Shell Kick, watching them gang up on Zhou Yi. Wei thought confidently to himself, our people are ready. Even if we can't eliminate Zhou Yi in one go, we can directly inflict heavy injuries on him. Seeing the whole group attacking him together, Zhou Yi sighed. I am finally. He blocked an attack with one hand and loudly said, too lenient with you all. Without hesitation, he struck each person in the group of contestants. Light punishment. After being defeated, Wang Xian thought regretfully, he's stronger than before. I originally thought it would be a great battle. Unexpectedly, it's still a one-sided crushing defeat. If I had known this earlier, there would have been no need to ally with the 9 universities and colleges at all. He looked at the system prompt asking if he wanted to surrender and sadly concluded, this time, I'll become a laughingstock for the entire nation. Wu Mang laughed loudly, full of triumph. He looked at the screen displaying the battle and exclaimed, 9 allied schools, Dean Chung, you must have put in a lot of effort to deal with Swang University. Dean Chung, hearing this, feigned ignorance and replied, Dean Wu, what are you saying? I don't understand. Wu Mang was annoyed by this attitude and said, there are no outsiders here. Stop pretending. Then he rattled off a list of names participating in this group attack and concluded, Wei He of Medu, Helan of Shengjing, Li Jian of Qingchang, Wukong of Yueqi, Luo Sheng of Chaoyang. Unless you're an idiot, anyone can see what your intentions are. Furthermore, he posed a more affirmative question than a challenge. A normal university wouldn't have this guts. Medu University holds the second position steadily. There's no need to get involved in this muddy water, unless it's Qingjing University, the organizer this time. Who else could have the ability to bring 9 universities and colleges together? Dean Chung worriedly thought to himself, Qingjing University, which had the advantage in this competition, was still so badly defeated. To save face, we could only resort to this desperate measure. Returning to the day they met to find a way to deal with Zhou Yi, he had loudly questioned, Principal Su, if Swang University takes first place in all 3 major categories of the exchange competition, what will that do to the reputation of other universities and colleges? Principal Su, not all bothered, retorted, Dean Chung, don't use these words as an excuse. My Medu University has always been third in previous years. This year, Being able to win second place is already satisfying enough for me. I don't have time to compete for first place." Hearing this, Dean Ching immediately offered favorable terms to solicit cooperation. "As long as you agree to join, my Qingjing University is willing to contribute an S-class resource to each school as a token of our sincerity for this cooperation." Seizing this opportunity, Principal Su immediately demanded 2 points. Anything less is out of the question. At this point, Dean Chung was forced to agree, exclaiming, "Deal." Next, he disseminated the plan to the deans present at the meeting. "Tell your people not to eliminate contestants from other schools. Cooperate if possible. Try to cooperate. It's best if you can cooperate to eliminate all contestants from Swan University, except for Zhou Yi, within 6 days. If you encounter Zhou Yi, flee immediately. Wait for everyone to gather, then confront him together." Back in reality, Wu Mang spoke up, asking the deans who had secretly participated in this plan, "You are usually considered prominent figures. Why are you all silent now?" Then he turned and called, "Dean Feng He." Seeing himself called, he hurriedly replied, "Huh." He sternly asserted, "Dean Feng He has excellent morals, high virtues, and always acts like a gentleman. Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation by participating in this dishonorable affair?" Without hesitation, he cunningly replied, "Dean Wu, why do you say that? Cooperation in this competition is a reasonable strategy to begin with. We haven't violated any rules." His attitude made him let out a cold snort of displeasure. Suddenly, Wu Mang's voice grew sharp, questioning, "Do you think a few tricks can stop Zhou Yi from winning the championship? That's ridiculous." He confidently affirmed, "Zhou Yi's strength is clear for all to see. He's not someone you can deal with using a few tricks. A true powerhouse never fears a challenge. Even if targeted by anyone, Swan University can still claim first place." Elsewhere, a contestant pressed the teleportation button, but strangely, the system sent a red warning. "Cannot teleport. Please wait patiently." This made Wang Xian exclaim in shock, "What?" At the same time, outside, the contestants defeated by Zhou Yi were all groaning. "It hurts so much. I surrender, I surrender. Let me go back. I need a healer. Why can't I teleport?" It seemed Wang Xian had sensed something was wrong. "This is bad." At that very moment, a strange space appeared in the void. A pair of gigantic eyes emerged from behind Zhou Yi. At the same time, the deans all saw this through their screens. Wu Mang wondered blankly, how did it appear in the secret realm? Dean Chung hurriedly ordered, "Quick, forcibly teleport all students back." Something strange suddenly happened at the teleportation gate. The person in charge of the teleportation gate anxiously stated, "Space-time is unstable. I have no way to activate the teleportation magic." These words made all the deans panic and exclaim, "The students in the secret realm are the most outstanding warriors in the future of Manhua nation. If there are losses here, it will be a huge blow to the nation. This is a nationwide live stream. If other countries see it, my nation's honor will surely plummet. Right, no matter what method, we must rescue all the students." Even Wu Mang worriedly wondered, can Zhou Yi return safely? Suddenly the screen was jammed. The broadcast lost signal. "Please reconnect." This startled the deans, who clamored, "What's happening?" They spoke loudly to each other in panic. At such a crucial moment, "What are you doing?" "Hey, did you just see a strange demon beast appear behind Zhou Yi?" "Huh, no, I didn't." Hearing his warning, he immediately reacted and turned his head to look. The void beast instantly brushed past him, so he hurriedly summoned his weapon. Then he struck it fiercely with a blow. However, it suddenly vanished, leaving him bewildered. He said to himself, "It's gone." At this moment, Wang Xian's robot had landed on the ground. He stood safely on the ground. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately asked, "What do you know?" The moment he landed in front of him, he revealed the monster's name. It's a void beast. Furthermore, he revealed, it has always been sealed within the secret realm, not appearing for decades. It's merely a creature from the tales of previous generation professionals, born in the endless void, transcending normal perception, freely traversing space-time cracks, appearing and disappearing unpredictably between reality and illusion. Extremely difficult to capture, its most terrifying ability is to tear space, creating chaotic space-time currents. Once caught in them, there's absolutely no way out. Just as he was asking him how it broke through the secret realm's seal, a sky-shattering scream suddenly rang out. The appearance of the void beast made the contestant scream in panic. What the hell is that? Run! So Zhou prepared to punch it. His punch, immensely powerful, flew towards it. The void beast sensed the pressure of this attack and opened its eyes. It suddenly appeared in front of Zhou and then delivered 2 slashes to his legs. These slashes caused him a bit of pain, making him grit his teeth. Just then, another spatial gate opened. That gate sucked Zhou inside. He wasn't panicked, but prepared to counterattack. His strike landed directly inside the spatial gate. Just as he was exerting himself fighting this gate, the void beast suddenly prepared to attack him from the spatial gate. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his move and loudly shouted, "Sacred Fist!" The terrifyingly powerful attack tore through the air, streaking horizontally like an angry, roaring lightning bolt. That brilliant dark pink arrow was very quickly and completely controlled by the void beast in half an instant. Su Ran quickly hugged Zhou to escape the aftershocks of the fierce attack. Under immense pressure, they both crashed onto the cold ground and were flung quite a distance. Helan, tightly gripping her bow, shouted loudly, "Wei He, gather everyone to jointly attack the demon beast." Amidst the swirling white smoke, Su Ran gently propped herself up on Zhou, the young man's face beneath showing clear exhaustion from the dire situation he had just experienced. With difficulty, he managed to ask about her situation. "Xiao Ran, why are you here?" She replied with relief, "Luckily I made it in time." Then she calmly explained the entire situation. "I noticed that the others couldn't retreat from the secret realm, so I guess there must have been an unexpected incident, which is why I came here." However, at that very moment, Zhou suddenly detected something abnormal. Danger! The void beast's target seemed to have shifted to a new one. Luckily, a golden ray of power stopped it in time. The result was an earth-shattering explosion that cracked all the rocks, and the unfortunate Helan, standing nearby, was directly caught in it. Upon hearing, Su Ran immediately panicked and called out her teammate's name, Helan. Zhou took the opportunity to assign a task to the other party. "Xiao Ran, I've been poisoned and need time to remove the toxins. Please try your best to protect the other students." The void beast became even more rampant and arrogant, now facing only on Kiet. The moment it swung its sharp claws straight down, Su Ran successfully appeared to create a defensive vortex in the nick of time. "Retreat?" The helpless young man could only stammer a few unclear words. Aye. Not stopping there, the monster's other giant hand suddenly swept horizontally, clearly having no intention of letting its prey go. In this critical situation, a familiar voice suddenly appeared, preparing to activate its power. "Get out of the way!" Skill enchanting sound. Anket's body immediately tilted sharply backward, narrowly escaping that fatal blow at the decisive moment. The void beast cursed furiously. "Trash! You don't know your own limits." Chuang Sam could only dodge repeatedly before an enemy overwhelming in both size and physicality. Where did this thing come from? He struggled to resist, even knowing that the situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous. A terrifying wave of pressure surged throughout the space, accompanied by cruel laughter mixed with disdain. "Ha ha ha, you're fundamentally no match for me. A bunch of ants, yet you still dream of challenging the god of time and space." Zhou was currently activating 2 skills, slow healing and death resistance, on himself. This void beast skill is too bizarre. As soon as you get close to it, it immediately opens a spatial crack, so others can't get close. If attacked from a distance, once detected, it will flee. The entire battlefield has now turned into an extremely chaotic scene. Piles of players gathered, Yet they couldn't do anything against that ferocious beast. Among the distressed group, Olivia was suddenly entangled by a pink rope that shot out unexpectedly. The one who came to the rescue was none other than Sonin. After entrusting her to Lin Hai, he immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Lin Hai, take care of the injured student. She, of course, quickly accepted. Okay. Olivia suddenly went mad and screamed. Ah! It's over. Lin Hai tried to treat the opponent's frozen arm. Calm down a bit. Let me seal your wound. Her face instantly darkened with fear. It's over. It's beyond saving. We're all going to die here. It shouldn't be like this. She reassured softly, seemingly having great faith in Chu Gi. Cheer up a bit. Brother Gi is very powerful. He will save everyone. But it didn't get through to the other person at all. This isn't what the teacher said. Lin Hai, indignant, grabbed Olivia's intact arm. What do you know? Meanwhile, she was now completely panicked to the point where her speech became jumbled. Ah, it's not like this. It's not like this. How can it not be like this? It shouldn't be like this. What she revealed next truly stunned her, as if the entire world had suddenly plunged into gloomy darkness. The battle between the Void Beast and the players continued fiercely on the distant battlefield. Countless lights from various attacks flashed across the front. The more Lin Hai listened, the more her expression showed extreme tension, her eyes wide with undisguised horror. A sharp slash flew from a distance, unhesitatingly cutting the innocent victim's body in half. She dared not delay another second and immediately turned and left, hoping to save the dire situation. The battle reached its climax as Sonin was now trapped entirely within the sharp teeth of the Void Beast's mouth. The moment Chu Gi, Halan, and Lin Hai realized the truth, it was already too late. Before he could regain his composure, it continuously unleashed powerful tremors to prevent the enemy from advancing. Chu Gi desperately rushed towards the black hole, swallowing everything in the distance. Chu Nin. Lin Hai, from behind, urgently called out his name, Brother Gi. She tried to explain the situation. The Dean of Tan Thursday Academy has placed void moth eggs on us. Under the circumstances of the Queen Moth, a special method can locate people within thousands of miles, then drawing conclusions from the clues. That's why the players from the 9 universities and colleges were able to quickly gather. His sudden turn made Vong Hien jump a little. He immediately clarified. I didn't know about this. I thought it was a coincidence. Lin Hai continued to provide information. Aside from tracking, the Void Moth is a semi-native beast of the Void Beast. That's why we encountered it in the secret realm. It mistakenly thought we were thieves, which is why it kept attacking us. Chu Nin is probably in grave danger. Chu Gi intently looked at his glowing hand, secretly formulating a plan. Lin Hai, help me with something. Find all the moth eggs from everyone, as well as the Queen Moth. Hearing that, she gradually envisioned what the other person was about to propose. You want to. His entire body was now covered in overflowing vitality, as if every cell had simultaneously awakened. I didn't protect Chunin well. As long as I can find her, even if it means leveling the secret realm or traversing the entire void, I won't regret it. Those golden eyes clearly knew no lies. Instead, they were filled with burning determination. Let me become the bait. Just then, another voice unexpectedly interrupted their conversation. Chu Gi, I have a way to subdue the Void Beast. Tun Kyo spoke with difficulty as he tried to get up. Chu Gi, the Tun family has an extremely special sealing technique. Even when facing an existence far exceeding one's own level, it's possible to seal it. However, great power always comes with unforeseen risks. The only thing is, once the sealing technique is activated, it will instantly drain all the magic power from the caster's body. If one cannot withstand the impact of the magic power draining away and fails to overcome that life and death moment, then there's only one path, death. Then Tun Kyo's eyes showed clear sorrow as he expressed his helplessness. But I can't do it. Lin Hai once again angrily shouted. Then why are you saying this? But with things having reached this desperate point, Chu Gi had no choice but to desperately cling to the last thread of hope. Let me. Tell me how. Through the method Tun Kyo provided, Chugi immediately took action. The spirit moth, carrying its magical light, gently probed the pile of moth eggs. Almost instantly, several eggs exploded. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the space before them suddenly cracked. With his wish fulfilled, he clenched his fist even more tightly, growing stronger. In a different form, he was ready to face the challenge. Chui wasn't a summoner. If he wanted to use it, he could only borrow tools, but a summoner themselves was the most special and best tool. Finally, he calmly made a decision. I will gather all my magic power into this to make it a summoning tool. Chui rapidly wielded his shifting hammer, fiercely sweeping it while telling himself, if you hold it, you can activate the sealing secret art. Seeing the brat still standing firm, the void beast began to waver. What? You can fight me for so long. However, it was always blindly overconfident, even sighing for him. Too bad. Any effort against me is useless. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light erupted and slammed into its body. The subsequent impact made his blonde hair flutter, and the void beast, hit by the terrifying attack, was utterly horrified. How can you? Chui continued to swing his hammer, threatening in a low voice. Don't go. It immediately burst out laughing. You fool, haven't you realized yet? You can't catch me at all. As soon as it finished speaking, the crack quickly closed. Although it wanted to win, it still nervously observed every movement. Yet he completely caught up, making it cry out in alarm. This is bad. Just as the void beast feared, Chui resolutely built momentum. The devastating blow battered it to pieces, to the point that its own environment was also utterly shattered. This guy, the long-accumulated anger finally erupted. Just because you happened to meet me once, you think you can be arrogant? The cosmic membrane, like a sharp blade, flexibly charged forward to tear at him. Arrogant human, let me open your eyes to the power of a true god of space and time. In that critical moment, he suddenly remembered. Chui, listen carefully. What Tun Kyo had carefully instructed was, a summoner's magic power can help you traverse dimensions or summon powerful magic beasts. Therefore, holding it, you can not only unseal but also trap it in the crack, but my magic power is limited and cannot help you completely. Chui seized the opportunity, using all his sacred light giant shield to Light's punishment to protect himself. The more perilous the situation, the faster his mind spun. After entering the turbulent space-time, you must seize every second. Launch an attack on the void beast to make it reveal its weakness and fall into a vulnerable state. Despite his strength waning, he still unleashed his ultimate move, Holy Fist Combo. Having endured endless torment and accumulating injuries, Chui persevered. The void beast, originally having the upper hand, naturally became complacent. Brat, don't get ahead of yourself. I will definitely repay this humiliation today. Without waiting for his opponent to finish, he trembled and muttered to himself, I can't take it anymore, while raising his hand, because finally, Light's punishment glowed brightly, guided by him, forcibly condensing to block and trap the opponent's soul and body, making its movements sluggish and unable to attack him anymore. However, killing 1,000 enemies comes at the cost of 800 to oneself. Chui was almost completely exhausted. 2 angelic divine forms. I've already wasted too much magic power. A wondrous bright light slowly took shape along with a whisper. Plus, continuously using skills, my strength. Only when it realized its actions were restricted did it freeze. You. His fingertips, bathed in holy light, subtly moved. Sacred incantations swiftly formed a cage, holding the void beast captive at his command. What else could it do but helplessly surrender? Chui, completely drained of energy, let himself fall, suddenly recalling faint memories. The expectation of winning 5 consecutive high-level championships for the school, and Sonian gently whispering. All vivid memories unexpectedly stirred his slumbering heart. He saw her suddenly land and gaze at him intently. Or even when she, in her succubus form, lightly touched his lips. It seemed Chu-Yi felt that the other party had just transmitted something to him. Amidst his intoxicated daze and panting, his vision was suddenly drawn. So Nian cradled an alluring heart, beckoning, "Remember to find me." In that very moment, he awoke, his eyes blazing with a strange red light. A powerful Chu-Yi swiftly seized the momentum to unleash a move. He used all his strength just to gain the opportunity to lock down the Void Beast. "Stay here obediently for me." It quickly asked in confusion, "What?" Golden sacred streaks moved one after another. They transformed into countless ropes, tying down the Void Beast. Finally, it could no longer be arrogant. The absolute control forced it to dizzily plead, "I surrender, I surrender, I surrender." The system simultaneously displayed, "You have subdued the magic beast. Do you wish to accept it as a summoned beast?" Faced with the tempting gift, Chu-Yi only focused on interrogating. "Hand over Xiao-Ran." It mumbled in confusion, "Who?" only to shriek when he made his move. "Ah, my eyes, my eyes." "Ah, I know. You're talking about that girl, right? Ha ha ha. She's perfectly fine, still very good." In the icy region, he hadn't noticed yet, the flower bud suddenly stirred. Each petal, shaped exactly like the universe, gently unfurled. It turned out that Chu-Ran was sound asleep amidst the flow of the space-time flower. Ling Shi, who had been anxiously waiting outside, suddenly noticed and tilted her head, and she had waited for a safe Chu-Yi to return. The students around also anxiously asked, "How's Xiao-Ran?" "Chu-Yi, have you subdued the Void Beast?" Meanwhile, the faction wanting to overthrow him began to waver. "Hey, the teleportation has recovered. Should we still make a move?" On the other side, after receiving Chu-Ran from him, she blurted out in confusion, "Second brother." Without a word, he stretched and took a stance, the giant hammer swiftly pointing straight to the heavens. Wang Xian was stunned and shouted, "Chu-Yi, what do you mean by this?" His friend beside him quickly interjected, "What do you want to do?" Finally, what they got in return was, "The match is still ongoing," scaring the whole group to frantically dodge. "Umph, Chu-Yi is crazy, ah." Chu-Yi continued to proudly carry his weapon, resolutely facing everyone. "Surrender, or challenge me." What could you do but surrender helplessly and choose the answer? I'm truly impressed. Even at this point, you're still. We were never enemies to begin with. The news that Sun Xiao from Magic City gave up her right flashed simultaneously, and Elan helplessly explained, "That's right. I just wanted to care about you a little." Even university player Yu Chi-Chayong helplessly admitted, "God Yi's desire for victory is too strong," and calmly reached out his hand. Chu-Yi's accumulated points soared rapidly. Over 10,000 to nearly 50,000 were all absorbed by him, making the other group curse. "They're all gone. What's left for us to fight?" After everyone left, Chu-Yi immediately went limp and collapsed, scaring her. "Second brother." Ling Shi, while supporting Chu-Ran, worriedly asked, "Your injury?" His weak voice faintly resonated, "I've exhausted all my magic power. If they take advantage of this, I might not be able to endure it." His eyes seemed to begin to dissipate, but his determination was still burning. "We are among the top 3 in the accumulated points ranking. The survival match must be first place, and first place truly belonged to Chu-Yi with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Jiang Chu-Ran and Tang Lingxi respectively. Seeing the system acknowledge his achievement, Chu-Yi suddenly laughed and sighed softly. "As a team leader, I haven't disgraced Swan University." At that moment, the live battle report was also updated. Swan University achieved 500,000 accumulated points, securing first place. Qingjing University took second place. Third place was Magic City University with a significant point difference. The National College Freshman Exchange Survival Competition is now holding its 183rd session, from which countless geniuses have emerged. The host sincerely conveyed, "Among these geniuses, many have become pillars of the nation. And you, now, will also represent the hope of our country and all of humanity." But the students were only busy chatting. "Tomorrow we can go choose our epic level equipment. That's amazing. After 20 days of hard fighting." We can finally relax. Tonight, I want to eat a really full meal. Chu thought, after resting. He immediately attended to serious matters. He observed each line of the system notification. Congratulations, you have received innate Earth Milk, 50 free points, and 50 skill points. His heart was overjoyed. God-tier talent, God-tier skills, God-tier treasures. What he originally thought would be a difficult task had now become a sweet reward. The 20-day exchange match required first place in every category to be considered a completed mission. It was much harder than the university entrance exam and the mission to kill demon children. He didn't expect the mission rewards to be so generous. He could no longer hide the joyful smile on his face. An S+ sword Dao talent, an S-rank skill, plus a portion of heaven and earth treasures will definitely bring immeasurable upgrade potential to me. Of course, I'll choose to accept it. Immediately, a stream of light enveloped every corner of his cells. The miraculous feeling was so clear that it immersed him. Is this the power of the divine sword heart? This kind of pure, high-level energy gradually gathered above Chuyi's head. Only when he had fully grasped them did they dissipate. He felt hazy, as if he had just woken from a long sleep. Before his eyes was a vague, chaotic void, faintly gleaming with golden light. Early in the morning, Chuyi swung his sword to test his strength after the upgrade. Even though he only moved gently, the surrounding rocks and earth were still heavily damaged. Chuyi stood in a daze amidst the sea of dust and smoke, pondering. Just a casual wave can create such terrifying destructive power. Such power is truly unbelievable, and it seems the divine sword heart has also granted me other abilities. He then meticulously observed the gift. Sharper than the light of blessed weapons, this was a special attack sword chi that only appeared when one had mastered swordsmanship to a certain degree. It even exceeded his expectations, so he quickly raised his hand. Normally, only professional players, swordsmen who practice day in and day out, could activate sword chi. Yet he now possessed it. A dazzling light instantly sliced through the air. Before, I was barely managing, but now it's like I've become a sword master. If I learn more skills, everything will go smoothly. For example, the system Sword Flash skill. A normal attack combined with Sword Flash could deal 18 damage, and this is still just a level 1 enhancement. That slash carried immense pressure, shattering the stone wall, and he speculated that as Sword Flash's skill level increased, the damage would double, becoming even higher. However, Chuyi was not deluded. He sighed soberly. But this can only remain theoretical for now. If I had a sword master to duel, I could better calculate the upgraded power that the divine sword heart has given me. Unexpectedly, with just a fleeting thought, he contacted Sonin. Brother Chuyi, did you call me here so urgently because you wanted to duel me with swordsmanship? His request for her help was well-founded. As a direct descendant of the Kwang family, Kwang Sonin had begun practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of the Grandmaster since the age of 3. She always kept her responsibilities in mind and persevered tirelessly, because after 10 years, they called her a genius swordswoman. Sonin shyly thought to herself, in terms of overall strength, Brother Chuyi is naturally the strongest, but in terms of tactics, I am absolutely confident. The moment the confrontation began, Chuyi's aura immediately changed. Little Nin, you must give it your all. She showed no fear. Instead, she seriously prepared to initiate. Brother Chuyi, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Sonin swung her weapon, unleashing an overwhelming strike. It was so terrifying that it broke the item he was using in half. However, this was exactly the moment Chuyi had been waiting for. While she was still suspended in midair, he had already made his move. Sonin's eyes flashed with surprise. I wasn't mistaken, that's sword chi. After landing and slowing down steadily, she exclaimed, is Brother Chuyi's sword talent really that extraordinary? Unexpectedly, before she could regain her footing for a few seconds, the next attack suddenly approached. Sonin, without a hint of hesitation, used her experience to raise her weapon and fend it off. The demonic shadow sword, filled with immense energy, immediately counterattacked. They went back and forth, locked in a continuous struggle for hundreds of moves. They fought so intensely that they didn't even notice No Mang's appearance. Am I still dreaming? When did Chu-yi start using such a powerful longsword? He meticulously observed everything and analyzed. Chu-yi's sword moves, each attack, give people a sense of surging divine power. Kwang So-nin's sword moves are fast and peculiar. His long-held experience helped him see more clearly. Kwang So-nin seems to be able to exchange blows with Chu-yi very skillfully. If it wasn't because he had more skills and at a higher level, then it was because Chu-yi was intentionally suppressing his strength and agility to be similar to Kwang So-nin's. The moment her weapon flew from her grasp, No Mang immediately concluded. Even when the blade touched, the shock generated could still disable her arms. The precious item So-nin always carried with her was thus seized by him. She gasped for breath, unable to speak properly. "Brother Chu-yi, no more fighting. I surrender." Chu-yi gently asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing his concern, she assured him, "I'm fine, just a little exhausted." As soon as they stopped, he approached, praising, "Truly astonishing. So you, Chu-yi, our sword master. Why didn't I see you use swordsmanship during the competition?" He quickly replied, "Hello, Dino." Then he scratched his head with a silly smile, explaining, "Ha ha ha, just keeping a little something in reserve." But internally, he was overjoyed. The conditions for receiving the new talent are extremely strict. Neither resetting high-level dungeon records, nor having a specialized class, just relying on getting a new talent out of thin air is a bit conspicuous. It still can't be fooled. Suddenly, Chu-yi remembered and asked, "Dean, no. Did you need something from me?" He then proceeded to explain the reason. "I'm here to pick everyone up for the Alliance's celebration party, and I also have something to tell you." Images of the scene suddenly flashed through No Mang's mind. Feng He is dead. When the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance investigator found Feng He had already died in the dormitory. He recounted the details of the crime one by one. Hearing Feng He's students testify that he used the excuse of insect syndrome to locate people in the secret realm more conveniently, and promised S+ rank resources as a benefit. It was clear that the dean had been plotting for a long time, luring people to sneak into the laundry room and place insect eggs in the contestants' clothes. Unfortunately, the trail didn't last forever. He then revealed the current breakthrough difficulty. The students knew nothing else. Chu-yi was startled and confused. Is the lead broken? However, No Mang insisted on giving him an answer. "Don't worry. The Alliance is thoroughly investigating everyone Feng He has had close contact with over the past 10 years. Results will be available in a week. The celebration party is about to start. Let's go." At the same time, he frankly pointed out the deeper meaning behind this event. Top forces from Zhongshan Nation will appear at the celebration party. The main purpose is to invite everyone to join their teams and guilds. No Mang led the group, using his knowledge to introduce this glamorous party. To win you over, they will offer conditions that can be called very extravagant. Money, beautiful women, power, resources. As expected, as soon as they arrived, people came to solicit them. Once these conditions are accepted, one will be bound to that force. As your team's advisor, I'm not against you joining any force, but you must not make your choices lightly. At this moment, applause rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen." Feng Yu raised his voice to begin. "Everyone here is a student from the 10 most outstanding colleges and universities in this National College Freshman Exchange competition. Reaching this stage was not easy, therefore. Each and every one of you will receive a reward from our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance." Afterwards, everyone was distributed individual items. The bank card in your hands contained 20 million zhongxia provided by our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. This item immediately sparked considerable curiosity. At the same time, each of your authorities within our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance will be upgraded to the level of an elite peripheral member, which is the highest authority outside of our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance's core members. The benefits Feng Yu offered sounded incredibly appealing. In any salvation base in Zhongshan Nation, purchasing equipment or medicine will grant you a 20% discount. Of course, if any of you wish to become a core member of our Xiaoyan Alliance, you can also contact me directly. After listening to this grand speech, Chu Yi couldn't help but exclaim, 20,000 for each person, 100 contestants means 2 billion. The Xiaoyan Professional Alliance is truly wealthy. The people around also started discussing, 2 million Zhongxiati? We've never had this much before. With this money, you can buy a portion of B+ resources. It's a huge bargain. Reason quickly helped him realize, but this is also the most direct way to demonstrate their strength. At the same time, an announcement rang out. The rewards for the top 3 in the solo match, team match, and survival match will be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raised his wine glass. To all esteemed guests, the celebration party officially begins. Please enjoy the food and drinks. Below, everyone enthusiastically cheered back. T-dash. At this moment, No Mang proactively gathered his team members. Congratulations to Su Hang University for winning first place in this exchange match. The contestants immediately joined the lively atmosphere. Cheers. Dam Vi excitedly came over to celebrate. Second brother, we could only get first place in this exchange match thanks to you. I toast to you with this glass. No Mang also quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. If it weren't for Chu Yi, our school's final ranking among the 3 major universities would very likely be last. Beautiful girls then rushed over like enthusiastic fans. Chu Yi, I'll also toast to you. Brother Chu Yi, me too, me too. Almost everyone around wanted to take this opportunity to greet him. And us too. The awkward situation made him a little embarrassed. Are you all trying to get me drunk? Suddenly, Chuang Sam's familiar powerful voice rang out. Chu Yi. He respectfully clasped his hands, using this meeting to express his gratitude. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived until the healer arrived. You saved my life. If you ever need me in the future, I will certainly not refuse, even unto death. Then he immediately drank the entire glass of wine, symbolizing a gentleman's oath. I will certainly not refuse, even unto death. Sonin, who had been standing nearby witnessing everything, felt incredibly curious. Brother Chu Yi seems to have gained another group of special fans. Immediately after, Vong Hian also rushed over, pushing Chuang Sam aside to squeeze to the front. Me too, me too. Hugh Bok quietly observed from behind, with many questions in her heart. Dad, is it my imagination? Why does Chu Yi's divine aura feel much stronger? Chu Hang confirmed with certainty. It's not your imagination. His aura has surpassed that of most second-rank divine professionals. This information left her stunned. What? It's only been a few days. He also found it hard to believe, but the truth was right before his eyes. Such a clear change proves his strength has advanced yet again. Truly a terrifying speed of advancement. The party then gradually concluded. Soon it was the next day. A modern aircraft appeared on the campus. The modern machine gently landed in front of all the students. The cabin door slowly opened. When everything was stable and ready, Feng Yu in the cockpit spoke up. Everyone's on board. Your rewards need to be collected at the headquarters of the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. The headquarters is located in Din Sun district of Tonkin City and can only be accessed by specialized fighter jets. Dam Wei, sitting inside, was extremely excited, seeing such cool equipment for the first time. Oh, these are all the latest X-1000 Phantom fighter jets. Sonin, sitting in front, also knew a lot about them. The X-1000 Phantom fighter jet is from Trung Ha Quoc's largest fighter jet manufacturing company. For maximum acceleration, it reaches 3 times the speed of sound in just 10 seconds. These words made the curious boy Dam Wei even more excited. Yes, yes, that's right. This one costs nearly 1 billion. At the same time, Feng Yu had finished preparations, telling them to pay attention and sit tight. Immediately after the plane took off, Dam Wei slammed straight into the cabin because he hadn't fastened his seatbelt. At a speed faster than an ex-lover changing their mind, he was continuously flung in all directions. It flew so fast that only a faint trail of light remained visible. Finally, when the plane came to a complete stop, his head was spinning with stars. "We're here." So Neen also experienced a similar situation, but what was special was that she landed neatly on Chu-gi. As soon as she recovered, she quickly rushed back to her seat, her face flushed with embarrassment, while he tried to say a few words to ease the awkwardness. "So fast. The fighter jet. Din Sun District is 20 kilometers from Tonkin University. Accelerate forward, and we'll be there in 20 seconds." And so, they successfully reached the checkpoint. Around them, everything was still smoothly carrying out its operations. Feng Yu then switched roles to a tour guide. Din Sun District has a total of 40 ground access points. There are 15 aerial channels. External fighter jets entering Din Sun District must undergo a comprehensive scan, so they have to queue. The drone then meticulously scanned as programmed. Beep. Registration number 00638. Xiaoyan Professional Alliance's aircraft, authorized for special passage. They were then allowed to pass through the teleportation gate. Enter. Inside was the magnificent and imposing headquarters. So Neen excitedly gazed at the scenery through the cockpit window. Next to it, I think, is the flag of Tonkin University. Feng Yu also enthusiastically explained. That's Tonkin University's floating island. Besides schools, many legions and guilds will also be built in Din Sun District. Chu-gi stood behind, silently observing. The Xiaoyan Professional Alliance's mechanical floating island displays even stronger magic energy fluctuations. Every machine on the island has an enhanced defense mechanism. All the students then gradually left the spacecraft cabin, lining up one after another. Feng Yu once again officially introduced. "This is the headquarters." Suddenly, a voice caught Von Hien's attention. "Let me pass." But when he turned around, he saw a giant creature. "It's a huge dragon," one student happily explained. "Mythical creatures can be treated as magic pets if their average level is 60. It must belong to an extremely powerful three-term professional." Then Feng Yu talked about the work process. "Each of your rewards needs to be collected at the headquarters office. The staff will take you there." Each student was guided in turn. "Student Von Hien, please follow me." "Student Kwang Sonin, please follow me." "Student Noi Hop." The most special person was personally guided by her. "Chu-gi, you won first place in the singles match, first place in the team match, and first place in the survival match. I will take you to collect your rewards. Please follow me." Because the road was a bit far, the two started making small talk. "You were the best performer in the entire exchange match. The Xiaoyan Alliance values you highly. I wonder if you're interested in becoming a core member of the Alliance." "I'm sorry, I currently have no intention of joining any force." "Don't you want to hear the conditions of our Xiaoyan Alliance? Our alliance has very few rules." "No need." He rationally noticed the loophole in her words. "Even few rules will have constraints, and besides, I'm only a freshman. It's impossible to be tied down by another force now." Feng Yu, meanwhile, was very much looking forward to it. Genius always has their own plans, ha ha ha. No rush. When the two arrived in front of a secret door, she dramatically announced a piece of news. "Your rewards are divided into 3 categories. First is the champion of the singles match, a custom-made legendary weapon, the champion reward for the team match. A full set of custom-made epic grade equipment, the champion reward for the survival match. Choose any item from the Xiaoyan Alliance's resource vault." Then she led the way, not forgetting to explain. "Now I'm taking you to the highest level artificer in the Xiaoyan Alliance, Kai Quan. He will forge your legendary weapon. This room is Master Kai Quan's forging room." The special door in front gradually opened. "It will be a bit hot." Immediately, a cloud of smoke billowed out from inside, blurring figures. Feng Yu stepped forward and introduced. "Master Kai Quan, the champion of the singles match, has arrived." His imposing, murderous aura made it seem as if he would crush anyone. His deep voice spoke. "Your name is Chu-gi." Without a hint of fear, he politely replied. Master Kai Quan, this student is Chu Gi. His scrutinizing gaze flickered, silently assessing him from head to toe. He seemed quite satisfied. His tone softened somewhat. Very good. Currently, your level is 23. Based on the requirement of one piece of equipment per 5 levels, I will design a level 25 legendary weapon for you. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want? Chu Gi quickly stated his request. I want a longsword weapon, with enhanced attributes towards strength and intelligence. Observing their conversation, Feng Yu was secretly astonished, mixed with some admiration. To forge better equipment, Master Kai Quan had learned an extremely special ocular skill. Ordinary professionals who suddenly faced this kind of light would be suppressed speechless. Truly, he is the all-around champion of this class. Facing Master Kai Quan, he didn't change his expression at all. At the same time, Chu Gi added more details about his weapon crafting desires. Regarding the special effects of the equipment, there are no major requirements. It just needs to perfectly match my Holy Knight profession and possess sufficient damage output. But he already had meticulous calculations in his mind. Gold-tier weapons have 2 types of 4-dimensional attribute enhancements, while legendary tier weapons will have all 4 attributes enhanced. But as a Holy Knight who engages in melee combat and casts spells, both strength and intelligence attributes are more important. Based on his prior understanding, Kai Quan seriously stated his assessment. I've watched all your combat videos. Sharp and imposing, choosing a long sword is very suitable. Then he excitedly conjured a sun-drenched holy light stone, a bold idea forming in his mind. I have a few thoughts. Feng Yu recognized it at once. That only drops from the Holy Relic Dungeon. It's an epic tier forging material, with an annual output of no more than 10 pieces. Then, as if in telepathic communication, she and Chu Gi exclaimed in surprise. Sun-drenched holy light stone. Kai Quan entered scholar mode, explaining in easy-to-understand terms. The sun-drenched holy light stone is a treasure from the center of the sun. Weapons forged from it will cleanse and quickly annihilate undead, demons, and dark creatures with divine light. As soon as he finished his lecture, he focused his mind and summoned materials. Adamantite. With a shout, a series of stones were pushed up by the magma layer. Gold tier adamantite, legendary tier abyssal obsidian, epic tier spirit shard, gold tier dragon soul core, legendary tier holy tear. He waved his hand, and raging flames pulled the stones into a vortex. Blaze heart, void essence, time sand chronos, eye of the storm. Kai Quan concentrated his entire being to form a seal, beginning the process of refining the essence. Lava for refining. Under thousands of degrees of high heat, the volcano immediately erupted, creating an earth-shattering explosion. It swiftly purified the evil-infused creatures, causing them to cry out in agony. Too hot, too hot, I'm dying. He used his superior forging technique to refine the essence into a towering column of magma. Divine forging great hammer. The flow sucked the dark spirits inward. Thunder God's power attached to the hammer. All the power converged and emitted a dazzling orange-gold light, causing Feng Yu and Chu Gi to look up in awe at the powerful weapon refining scene. Heavy hammer strikes, crushing impurities. At this point, Kai Quan began pouring the molten rock into the mold. Internal stress eliminated, properties softened, earth tilts. When the material solidified, he used tongs to pull it out. Light flows, surface like a mirror, revealing sharpness, shining brightly. He continuously tapped and hammered the blade surface, carving runes. Runes flicker, magic flows everywhere, forging a divine artifact of myriad laws. Next, for the water tempering process, he plunged it into water for rapid cooling. Demon dispelling might, forming an ornament, runes flickering. Magic flows everywhere, forging a divine artifact of myriad laws. Soul of the war god, attached to the blade, selfless combat intent, infused into the edge, breaking enemy formations, blood untainted. In the final shaping step, Kai Quan forcefully hammered the metal. Core forging. This operation created sparks that flew everywhere. Feng Yu quickly created a protective barrier. Only when the finished product was complete did he exclaim, "Good!" The glorious holy sword he forged glowed with a powerful golden color, sturdy enough to pierce through anything. Then he took a deep breath and shouted loudly to build momentum, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, Kai Quan threw the sword with the speed of Jace and boys, going to meet his ancestors. It shot through, leaving only a dazzling streak of light. Chu Gi made an accurate grab, feeling a slight heaviness in his hand. He lifted the sword and carefully examined it. He panted after the arduous process, diligently giving the final instruction. A legendary tier weapon must accept you as its master. Release your energy and suppress it. He quickly followed the advice, closing his eyes, focusing his consciousness, and pouring his strength into it. Both energy sources merged and released incredibly powerful electric sparks. At that moment, the system reported, "Special Bloodline, 6 Desires Iron Envoy." Chu Gi began to observe it meticulously, from the glossy blade that could reflect like a mirror to the sturdy wooden hilt. He contentedly marveled inwardly. For major attribute enhancements, 3 special effects, truly worthy of being a legendary tier weapon. Especially this first attack speed enhancement, meaning in actual combat, if an opponent strikes once, I can strike 3 or 4 times. Seeing the expression on his face, Kai Quan could easily guess his thoughts. "It seems you are very satisfied with it." Suddenly, Chu Gi couldn't help but be astonished by his unusually changed appearance. "Master Kai Quan, you are." The person opposite tiredly explained, "Forging high-tier weapons requires a huge expenditure of magic power. Becoming like this is common." Feng Yu also leaned in and whispered, "The creation of a legendary tier weapon requires going through many complex processes. Only Master Kai Quan's special talent allows him to complete it in a short time. A normal artificer would need at least 2 or 3 months." He slowly turned his back to them, and before saying goodbye, kindly reminded, "You two should leave. I need to rest." Most of the materials used for the glorious holy sword are divine type. If you want to upgrade its star tier later, it's best to use divine type materials as well. Otherwise, it will damage its power. Chu Gi, extremely grateful, quickly bowed his head to thank him. "Thank you, Master Kai Quan." Feng Yu quickly pulled him away, shifting the conversation to another topic. "Next, let's go collect the rewards for the team match." At the same time, Kai Quan, feeling refreshed, casually plunged into the bubbling lava flow. The next predicament made him feel a bit awkward. Several Black Bunny cosplayer tailors surrounded him to take his measurements. "Hello, Student Chu Gi, with the team responsible for all your epic tier equipment." The purple-haired girl flirtatiously lifted his chin. "May I ask, what are your requirements for this equipment set?" Chu Gi hastily pulled his shirt down and replied in detail, "I need a light armor set, with enhanced attributes leaning towards strength and intelligence." The other party professionally scheduled a delivery. "Understood. The equipment will be forged in 1 month. A special escort will deliver it to your school." With the work done, the tailors immediately started chatting excitedly. Such a slender waist, and the muscles are delicious, so innocent too. Witnessing the scene of the naive deer lost among a pack of hunters, Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh. An innocent student being played with in the palm of their hands. Then she snapped her fingers, signaling a new announcement. "Next up are the rewards for the survival match, which you choose from here." Following that gesture, a circle of information appeared around the two of them. "You can choose 1 item." Chu Gi carefully read the dense lines of information on the selection board. Facing the countless items before his eyes, he calmly and thoroughly examined them. All are S-tier life-saving divine artifacts. Taking out even one could make a professional user fight to the death, breaking their head and spilling their brains. Then he decisively pointed at the item he liked. "I want this one." Feng Yu appreciated this decision, but was also a little curious. The Space Leap Stone is indeed an effective escape tool, but why didn't you choose a resurrection type? He confidently affirmed without hesitation, "Definitely, I want it." In reality, he already had his own calculations. Resurrection-type items are indeed very rare, but I already have the rebirth crucifix given by the system. Moreover, the Space Leap Stone also has other uses for me. Feng Yu immediately granted this wish. All right, then hand over the box containing the mysterious green gem. It's yours now. Chugi looked at the acquired spoils of war with satisfaction. Suddenly, a sobbing voice, as if tearing at his soul, continuously cried out, pleading, "Let me out! Let me out!" Noticing his strange expression, she asked, "What's wrong? Your face suddenly looks very troubled." He chuckled and casually replied, "It's nothing. Maybe I just need some rest." After completing the work, she professionally handed back a business card with a message. "All right, the reward has been collected. My mission is also considered complete. Of course, if there's any dissatisfaction with the epic tier equipment and legendary tier weapons, you can contact me directly. Our other classmates are probably already waiting for us in the hall. Let's go." Soon, he was brought back to the gathering place. The two Hu Bok sisters, upon seeing his familiar figure, excitedly ran towards him. "Brother Chugi, Chugi." He turned around and asked, "What is it? Let's find somewhere else to talk privately." However, that wasn't their intention. "No need, we just came to say goodbye." This afternoon, all teachers and students participating in the exchange will be teleported back by the St. Scripture University's magic array. I also have to go back to my clan with Dong Ni. In a secluded corner that few noticed, a beetle was secretly observing the conversation below. If you have time, please bring Chu Van to Thienlon Province. Both are descendants of the Chu family. They will surely be nurtured with all the family strength. This is good for both of them, so he nodded in agreement. After Chu Van graduates in half a year, I'll take her. Wishing everyone smooth sailing. After the brief meeting, Chu Gi stood there, seeing everyone off for a bit. Only after they had all left did he glance up with sharp eyes. He instantly appeared on the branch where the beetle had been a moment ago. Observing the surroundings and finding nothing suspicious, Chu Gi frowned slightly and thought, was that feeling of being spied on just an illusion? Suddenly, someone called from below, "Brother Gi, we're about to go into the market to buy some specialties. Are you coming?" He flatly refused. "I'm not going." A moment later, Chu Gi returned home and slammed the door shut. His heart was troubled. Could it be that the previous injury hasn't healed yet? Is my spirit too strained? Suddenly, a severe headache struck. As if a giant maw was devouring his brain, a voice suddenly echoed, "Human, let me out." On the ground, strange patterns and a peculiar glow suddenly appeared. Right in the center, a bizarre figure gradually emerged. Chu Gi knew very well why it appeared, but still couldn't help but advise, "You've signed a contract with me. Why struggle?" The void beast truly roared in indignation, unwilling to comply. "Ridiculous! I, your lord, have lived for thousands of years, only to take orders from a snot-nosed brat. If it weren't for that strange final spell, you wouldn't be my opponent." He fearlessly exposed its crimes. "You've injured 63 people and killed 10 others, causing the Havim Professional Alliance to invest a huge amount to heal and repair the secret realm. If they knew the culprit was still alive, what do you think your fate would be?" The void beast still stubbornly resisted. "Humph! Threatening me, your old man, is all you're capable of." After talking so much and still not being understood, Chu Gi was gradually losing patience. The Alliance's triple transmission mages can use the soul-shattering spell to erase the consciousness of high-level magic beasts, turning them into obedient puppets. Perhaps you're not afraid of this, but even if you die, your flesh and blood can still be sold at a high price. Provoked by these words, it gnashed its teeth and spat out a phrase, "Despicable." But right after, he considerately offered an S-grade space jump stone. "Fight me. You are very seriously injured. It's not convenient for me to bring you to a healer. You need to replenish your energy." The void beast paused for a beat. Staring at the stone, complex emotions flashed in its eyes. Chu Gi suddenly blurted out a cryptic remark. 1 year. He paused, then continued to make a condition. Your energy is useful to me. Obediently help me for 1 year, and I will cancel the contract and return your freedom. It harbored great hostility towards humans, so it wasn't easily swayed. Why should I trust you? Why bother explaining? He just needs to threaten. You have no other choice. Either trust me or face death. Saying that, Chugi took out another item as a token. Your companion beast. I'm returning it to you. The void beast cautiously took it and placed it on its head, handling it with extreme care. Just as he was about to leave, it suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." As he tossed the stone into its mouth, he preempted, "There's something you might want to know." The void beast slowly uttered each word. Xiao Dai told me when it was first captured. In the end, it revealed a shocking piece of news. It's not truly human. At the shopping center, the calls of vendors were everywhere. Blazing Fury Blade. Comes with a fire special effect when used. Only 998. Customer, don't hesitate. Today's a special price. Buy a set of armor, get a nail clipper free. Genuine goods at genuine prices, no scams. At one stall, Chunin was busy trying on jewelry. Nadia enthusiastically promoted the items nearby. "Miss, this hairpin is encrusted with ice crystals. Not only can it upgrade your temperament, but it also has a defensive effect." She enthusiastically introduced their benefits. The remaining gem has been enchanted with the magic of a wood elemental mage. It can quickly heal wounds, perfectly suited for a professional as beautiful and powerful as you. Chugi suddenly appeared from behind and gently placed a hairpin in Chunin's hair. "This suits you better." She couldn't hide her delight in her eyes. "Brother Chugi." His appearance made Chunin wonder. "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" He smiled and explained, "Everything's done, so I came to check it out and pick up some local specialties to bring back." Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Nadia smiled, secretly sighing. "Oh, handsome boy and beautiful girl. This scene is too beautiful, I ship it, I ship it." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Miss Jiang, Miss Jiang." 3 pairs of curious eyes looked out. The owner of that voice was none other than Wang Hao. "I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." Ironically, Chunin didn't know him. "Who are you?" Temporarily ignoring this awkwardness, he respectfully introduced himself. "Miss Jiang must be forgetful. I am Wang Hao, grandson of Wang Batian, the second-ranked lightning-type genius of the 3rd generation of the Thunder Prison Wang family." Nadia couldn't help but find these words amusing. The first time we meet, someone calls themselves a genius, and a second-ranked genius at that. Ha ha. He still wanted to elaborate a bit more. "1 year ago, for Miss Jiang's birthday, I once gifted an ice soul sword, but she was already fed up. It's the Wang family again, haunting us relentlessly." Chugi knew what she meant and immediately consoled her. "On my way here, I saw a snack street over there. Let's go for a walk there, okay?" He then put his arm around her shoulder and they left. "We're leaving now," but someone was annoyed by this scene. "Impudent." Wang Hao angrily summoned a lightning orb. "How dare you? Just a commoner. Yet you dare to touch the Jiang family's pearl." He shouted loudly, ordering, "Kneel before me." At the same time, he threw the orb towards him, but before it could even touch a single strand of his hair, it was blocked by a barrier. Although a bit surprised, thanks to his perceptive eyes, he learned Chugi's information. He curled his lip in disdain. "So he's just a holy knight hiding inside a turtle shell. This commoner's rank is very low. His profession is useless. Defeating him is as easy as turning over one's hand." Sonin flared up because someone dared to disparage your boyfriend. You, as a man, who would let a girl protect him. So he quickly stepped forward to propose a challenge. "I'll take you on." Then Chugi set the rules. 3 moves. If you can touch even the hem of my clothes, I'll apologize to you. Otherwise, you'll have to kneel and apologize to me. Just so you know, if you break anything, you'll have to pay for it. Nearby people caught a whiff of drama and rushed over to watch. There's a good show to watch. Young people are so quick to anger. They can even get into a fight, just walking down the street. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. What kind of nobody dares to challenge me? He didn't hold back and immediately unleashed his full power. You're asking for death. Thunder rain attack. A series of lightning bolts descended from above, but none could penetrate the barrier. Chu Gi remained perfectly unharmed, emerging from within like a dignified and mighty god. The surrounding people watched and discussed excitedly. He doesn't know his place. He can't even break through the other person's defense. Witnessing this, Wang Hao also began to feel a bit hesitant. Outwardly, he stubbornly argued, "That turtle shell is quite tough. I'm afraid all his elemental points are added to defense. Ridiculous." But inwardly, he was cursing. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so difficult to deal with. However, someone dubbed a second-rate genius wasn't so easily defeated. He quickly gathered energy and summoned 2 purple lightning leopards. But that was just an appetizer. These lightning leopard phantoms are my ultimate move, commoner. I'll let you know the consequence of offending me, Wang Hao. They charged straight towards Chu Gi under their master's control. For this move, he also had to pull out his weapons: Soul Pillar of Purity, Cross of Salvation. Then he immediately threw 2 holy light artifacts forward. In just a flash, the 2 lightning leopard phantoms were utterly destroyed. Wang Hao had to quickly shield himself to avoid the shockwave of this attack. Only then did he feel fear. How can this be? Who is this guy? As much as he struggled on his side, Chu Gi was just as relaxed on the opposite side. You still have one more move. Go on. His mind quickly searched his memories, but he couldn't recall the identity of the person in front of him. No way. I've never met this person among the geniuses of the great families. He's just a holy knight with a worthless profession. His strength couldn't possibly be above mine. Wang Hao still didn't want to give up, slowly drawing his sword from its sheath. I don't believe you can block this move. Like a flash of lightning, he charged straight at Chu Gi with his sword, using the lightning blade slash technique. He also quickly reacted, countering with the holy light cross. Immediately, a beam of light shot down from above directly onto his position, sending dirt and rocks flying. From above, he looked at the person lying face down below with contempt. So this is all a lightning genius amounts to. It took several minutes for Wang Hao to lift his head, revealing a rather deep crater in the ground. Nadia at the counter suddenly realized something. Why did you seem so familiar just now? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Holy night, holy night. Finally remembering, she quickly discussed it with her colleague next to her. It's Chu Gi, ranked first in this year's freshman exchange. The other person also sighed. No wonder, no wonder. The girl next to him is his girlfriend, Jiang Koren. The discussion was quite loud, so he overheard everything. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. He was secretly astonished. A freshman? He's just a freshman? Watching the 2 figures leave, Wang Hao resolved to take revenge. Chu Gi, I'll let you live for now. Wait until my elder brother and I return, and I'll make you pay. As for that woman, his hatred seemed even deeper. And Jiang Koren, you promiscuous wretch, daring to toy with the Wang family? My elder brother won't let you off. The next day, warm sunlight shone everywhere. Chu Gi's group entered, and students standing on both sides whispered, "It's the representative team from Swan University. Look quickly, that's Chu Gi. He's even more handsome than on stage. TSK, TSK. No wonder she's Goddess Jiang, with that figure and appearance. Even a girl like me is captivated." Wu Mang grinned. He expressed his sincerity, thanking Holy Scripture University for their warm reception. Chung Tian felt a surge of anger just thinking about having to be a backdrop for them. But he still had to act friendly. This year's exchange match made your Swan University really stand out. We've all become your stepping stones. The old man was so delighted he couldn't close his mouth. He replied humbly, "Why say such unpleasant things? The match is secondary. Friendship comes first." The other party added, "Haha, that's right, I'm third place." There was no more time for pleasantries as the mage urged them on. "Please prepare, everyone. Teleportation magic circle." All the mages shouted in unison, "Activate." Halan took the lead in greeting her newfound friend. "Goodbye, Xiaoran." She also smiled and waved. "See you next time, Xiaolan." Everyone took advantage of the last moments to say a few words. Next time, I'll definitely defeat you. In your dreams. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared through the teleportation, and then they reappeared in their school hall. Wang Huijiang welcomed the nation's young talents with open arms. Welcome back, little heroes of Swan University. They greeted the three people in unison, the principal, Dean Chu, and Dean Song. He smiled contentedly. Our Swan University excels. All the hot news is our championship news. Song he also smiled and praised. You all performed very well. You've worked hard. Next, the principal stepped forward to officiate the award ceremony. The exchange competition is actually a battle among universities and colleges to test everyone's teaching capabilities. Of course, it will involve merits and rewards. The names of 5 people were called out one by one. Although they were substitute members, they also demonstrated their excellence in the matches. Then he loudly announced, "Each of you will receive 5,000 academic credits," which made their eyes widen in surprise. For those who don't know what 5,000 academic credits means, simply put, based on the 500 academic credits per run for the Abyssal Goblin Dungeon, that's enough for 10 runs. Assuming a normal student wants to complete school assignments to accumulate 5,000 academic credits, it would take at least 1 academic year. The award ceremony was still ongoing. Jiang Choran, Song Halan, Wei Tai Xian, Tang Lingxi. Your performance in the competition was excellent. The reward is 20,000 academic credits. The 4 replied in unison. Thank you, Principal. It was the last person's turn, and also the most important one. Chu Yi was the team captain, achieving first place in both team and individual categories. He defeated both Wang Xian and Wei He, and even turned the tide to save his teammates in the survival match to remain at the top. Therefore, Wang Hui announced that he would receive 100,000 academic credits from Swan University's reward. Hearing this number, his eyes lit up. 100,000. The people around him were also stunned. 100,000 academic credits is equivalent to 3 billion lower-tier currency. Zhang Zhe frowned in rebuttal. Who taught you to calculate that way? 100,000 academic credits are enough to exchange for several S-rank divine skills from the school's vault. What can lower-tier currency buy? Huang Bin, too astonished, blurted out. 100,000 academic credits. Even if you buy a pig, you could train it into a top-tier demonic beast. Su Chang, seeing his friend's foolish remark, angrily slapped him hard on the head. What are you saying? How can you compare Brother Yi to a pig? He clutched his head, pain written on his face, and defended himself. I didn't mean it that way. Another person also exclaimed, It's truly crazy, but Brother Yi deserves it. Chu Yi smiled contentedly, already calculating how to use them. His academic credits were almost depleted anyway. No need to worry about the next dungeon. The school's Twisted Forest dungeon is restricted to levels 23 to 26, so he'll try it later. The award ceremony was over. Wang Hui then instructed, Swan University will not be stingy with those who have made contributions. Everyone go rest. Everyone shouted in unison, yes. After they had left for a while, he stepped forward and called out, Teacher. He stopped and casually asked, What else is there? Chu Yi hesitated and said, Teacher, I have something I'd like to ask you. He had already guessed his student's intention. Is it about Feng He, the dean of Qingsan University? He nodded. That's right. But Wang Hui had no intention of revealing the truth. This matter involves many things, so much so that even figures like Wu Mang, the dean, cannot know about it. Not telling you is also for your own good. However, with just one sentence, he stopped Wang Hui. What if I'm involved in it? Then he turned his head and looked back, only to see him carve a line in the void. Chu Yi explained, The demi-beast of the void beast told me that the one who captured it wasn't truly human. Is this related to Feng He? Looking at the crack in the air, he sighed. I originally thought that your bloody battle with the void beast would require you to fight to the death to drive it away. I didn't expect you to even have the strength left to subdue it. At this point, Wang Hui no longer had any other reason to refuse, so he took out a book. If that's the case, I'll tell you. Feng He is a pseudo-human. Hearing the strange term, he couldn't help but wonder. Pseudo-human. The other person flipped through the pages. On it were ancient writings. A pseudo-human is a half-human, half-demon creature, created by the chaotic evil god, possessing the appearance of a human, the heart of a demon. They are monsters serving the evil god. In a steady tone, Wang Hui slowly explained. Based on the evidence, the Void Beast's rampage was due to Feng He's certificate, demonstrating his loyalty to the evil god. He further analyzed, death and chaos are the two things the evil god likes most. Chu Yi recalled the rumors he had heard. So he hesitated. The other person didn't quite agree with this. That's just what's said to outsiders. Because the truth wasn't like that. When he was investigated, he transformed into a servant of the evil god, attacked the investigator, and escaped. Wang Hui tried to prompt a student in front of him. Chu Yi, do you know why Feng He chose to make his move during the exchange match? He confidently replied, because the exchange match brings together the most outstanding new students of Zhongsha Nation. Once something happens, the impact is huge. But the other person added another reason. This is just one of them. The most important thing is that under the secret realm of Myriad Beasts Desolation is the weak point of the evil god seal. He recalled what had existed in the past. The reason it's called Myriad Beasts Desolation Void is because 1,000 years ago, there was a war of the beast race, but the cause of that war was the descent of the Chaos Lord Evil God. This was a life or death struggle. The Chaos Lord Evil God also wanted to descend to the human world through the crack of Myriad Beasts Desolation Void. The beast race used the power of their entire race to seal the Chaos Lord, but their civilization was destroyed as a result. Chu Yi frowned, listening intently to the reminder. Besides causing chaos, Feng He might use the Void Beast to probe the crack of the Beast Desolation Void. If he knows you've subdued it, he will definitely come back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Wang Hui reluctantly mentioned, decades ago, the Chanyu Guild obtained a skill book on angelic divine race attacks. I originally planned to give it to you around this time, but it seems I can't wait any longer. A moment later, at the entrance of the Chanyu Guild headquarters resource vault, he led him forward and pointed. The resource vault is the core of the Chanyu Guild. It stores rare skills and century-old divine artifacts. To protect the guild, multiple layers of defense have been set up. The door is guarded by 2 legendary level 60 demon beasts, the Azure Leaf Earth Lion. He also meticulously explained the small details. The door is carved with forbidden magic cloud patterns. Any unauthorized magic fluctuations will be absorbed and amplified by these cloud patterns. Even a third-tier professional cannot forcefully break through. When Yang Ba saw someone approaching, he looked up in surprise. Wang Hui cheerfully greeted. Old Yang, it's your turn to guard the resource vault this month. He casually replied, someone else will take over tomorrow. You came at just the right time today. Let's have a few drinks. Chu Yi secretly appraised the other person beside him. Although he's suppressing his aura, his magic fluctuations are even stronger than the Dean's. This proves he's a third-tier professional. He now officially proposed. All right, but you have to give me a Divine Thunder skill book first. He keenly noticed. Oh, you want it for your new student? Nothing could escape Yongba's eyes. Wang Hui smiled as he introduced the two of them. That's right, Chu Yi. This is the brother who went through life and death with me back in the day. You can just call him Yongba. He politely spoke up. Hello, Yongba. He wasn't unfamiliar with this face either. I've seen your match, a young hero, truly deserving of his reputation. He awkwardly scratched his head. You're giving me too much praise, sir. He used his skill while teaching. Humility is a good thing, but don't be too humble, or others will perceive you as weak, and trouble will come knocking. Wang Hui thought those words were a bit too much, and quickly reminded him. Old Yang, you're still so naggy. It's just because you like lecturing that kids don't like you. Yang Ba still stuck to his way of thinking. If you don't listen to elders, you'll suffer later. With that, he took out a book from within the glowing circle. He turned around and handed it to Chui. Take it, he suggested the best way to a student. Perhaps you still have many extra skill points. Just use the skill book directly. He carefully took it. Understood. Then he checked his points again. Each day's tasks increased more than the previous day's tasks, so he had indeed accumulated quite a bit. Looking at the book in his hand, he gave a command to the system. Start. Immediately, a series of book pages transformed into glowing sheets of paper and entered his mind. In the center stood a six-winged angel with a shining golden sword. The system announced, 100 skill points consumed, divine skill, lightning heavenly revelation, S-Rank learned. At level 1, it increases abnormal status resistance by 50%, increases lightning-type skills by 50%, lasting 14 seconds. Just as a divine move shattered the shadows, the screen displayed 100 skill points consumed, divine skill, lightning heavenly punishment blade. S-Rank learned. At level 1, it can summon divine lightning to condense on the weapon, allowing for extremely fast slashes, dealing lightning attribute damage. Next, countless golden chains appeared, with a skill point cost of 100. Divine skill, lightning heavenly prison shackles, S-Rank learned. At level 1, it can control divine lightning to form a prison to trap enemies. While Yang Ba and Wang Hui were happily chatting, Chui behind them was enveloped in lightning and hovering in the air. Immediately after, everything around him, with him at the center, began to shine intensely. Thousands of violent lightning bolts shot in all directions. This sudden bombardment accidentally destroyed the surrounding area, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the situation. Even the golden lion had to growl and look cautiously towards the explosion. He looked at the screen in front of him. Divine skill, lightning, activated at level 1. Skill effect has merged with the divine talent Sword Heart. Lightning damage increased to 20%. Even he himself didn't expect that one skill book would contain 3 divine level skills. This was a huge gain. After the lightning phenomenon gradually subsided, Wang Hui approached and commented, "It seems the harvest wasn't bad." As a divine descendant race, the skills learned by the angel race must be at least A+ rank. No one understood his current power better than Chui himself. His strength was immense, and his elemental affinity was extremely high. Plus, he mastered many high-level skills. No wonder these divine descendants are all so powerful. In contrast, Yang Ba's assessment was much more direct. A+ is considered low among divine descendant races. There are even skill books above S+ rank. Hearing this for the first time surprised him a bit. Could it be that S+ isn't the highest rank? He poured wine as he explained. S+ rank skills are the highest level mastered by human professionals, while divine descendants master skills above S+ rank. Wang Hui suddenly had an idea. The skills you've learned, I'll let a junior take you to get acquainted with the guild. Immediately after his snap, a pair of high-heeled feet appeared beside them. Ning Xian respectfully bowed. "Old guild master, you called for me?" He still remembered what she had expressed last time. "Officer Wei, didn't you always want to meet my student? I've brought him here." This elegant and beautiful woman was one of the 3 great officers of the Heavenly Vu Guild. She proactively extended her hand to introduce herself. "Student Chui, hello. I am an officer of the Heavenly Vu Guild. Wei Ning Xian. Originally, when I was at Tonkin University, I wanted to find you, but unfortunately, by the time I got there, you had already returned." He politely shook her hand, but couldn't help asking, "Find me?" Wang Hui stepped forward to explain. "Officer Wei is responsible for recruiting new members for the Heavenly Vu Guild. She can't help herself when she sees good potential." Yang Ba also offered a few reminders. "Chui is only in his first year. Don't bother him with guild matters. The old guild master and I are catching up a bit. You take Chui for a walk around." Ning Xian immediately complied with their orders. "Yes." During this process, she also introduced some basic things. The Heavenly Vu Guild was established 45 years ago. This is the guild's first stronghold. Many guild members' homes are arranged here. Originally, This was just a forest mountain range, but after many years of development and 5 expansions, it has gradually grown to resemble a prefectural-level city. Both stood observing the scenery from the city wall. She added about future plans. Moreover, we will begin our 6th expansion. Just then, Chui seemed to notice something and looked up. Immediately after, his pupils constricted as if he had seen something beyond imagination. This is, above the cliff, a silver dragon was slithering. Every time it stomped, the ground shattered slightly. After finding a comfortable spot, it continued to fall into slumber. He looked at the majestic scene before him as if in a dream, unable to believe that it was an Eastern dragon, a legendary magical beast, something rarely seen even on TV shows. Ning Xian's face also showed clear pride. This dragon is the guardian divine beast of the Heavenly Vu Guild. It has protected us for 32 years. Don't go near that mountain range. Its temper isn't good. Cheng Yi, having been warned, no longer felt curious and turned to observe what was below. The procession of people made him wonder, what are they going to do? She explained thoroughly. That's a dungeon tower. The guild's headquarters has 3 dungeons, gold, epic, and legendary, provided for guild members to challenge. Then she generously shared an opportunity with a newcomer like him. Do you want to try? Use my card. Cheng Yi had been thinking of trying it anyway, so he didn't refuse. It was a good chance to test out his new weapons and skills. Ning Xian could only helplessly watch her accumulated points drop rapidly. You little brat really have no sense of loyalty. As soon as he was teleported inside, a notification appeared. Entering the nightmare-level dungeon, Whispering Plague Domain. He had only been there for a few seconds when a massive crowd of native beasts noticed him. Dungeon requirements, level 20 to 30, 1 to 8 players. On the border, there's a place corroded by plague. Those who enter will face monsters corrupted by forbidden magic, turning them into near-dead beings. They will lose their sanity, attacking the living wildly. The first stage is the Corpse Tide. The pale, ugly hordes rushing forward are normal level 20 zombies, with lunge and bite, and rush attack skills, and there are also intermediate level 22 zombies, with an additional skill called Howl. It was then that Cheng Yi began to unleash the golden lightning power surrounding his hands. Lightning bolts shot forth, slicing through the zombies like a fruit-slashing game. The move just now was the Divine Thunder Apocalypse's Aura, S-Level 1. Abnormal status resistance 50%. Lightning skill damage increased by 50%. It lasted 14 seconds, which quite satisfied him. Apocalypse's aura can raise my strength by a level in an extremely short amount of time. Cheng Yi also made full use of the skill's limitations. Although Apocalypse's aura at level 1 can last for 14 seconds, it's enough for practical combat. The next move was even more violent than the last. Power erupted like a golden lightning vortex. He was confident that with it alone, he could rampage several times over. A notification quickly appeared. Congratulations, you have cleared the first stage. 200 zombies killed in 35 seconds, opening the passage to the second stage, Mutation Village. The trial just now made him very happy. The power isn't bad. If I level up, I can deal with these monsters even faster. As soon as he stepped through the teleportation gate, Cheng Yi had to cover his nose. The stench of rotting corpses was overwhelming. The second stage, Mutation Village, had opened. He became more cautious than before. It's even heavier than the poisonous gas of the Kungfong mountain range, and visibility is also affected. It's better to be careful. Strange sounds echoed around him, and the dazzling light quickly vanished completely. Humans are truly putrid. He quickly selected his next skill. The second stage will test you first, legendary grade weapon. The nameless ones hidden in the shadows were still excitedly chattering. Kill him, kill him, kill him. So low level. Another trash has come to die. My darlings are so hungry. What a useless holy night. So stinky. I'm about to vomit. I'll tear him to shreds later. They hadn't reveled for long before they were met with a slash from Cheng Yi. I found you all. Get out. The misty darkness gradually dissipated, revealing their forms. Level 25 zombie hounds, with super fast bite and leap attack skills. Its head took the full force of his shining sword strike. But they weren't fighting alone. They were controlled by something behind them. Level 25 butcher zombies, with powerful cleave, whirlwind slash, and furious roar skills. In its hand was an enormous and sharp blade, poised to attack its prey. But this appearance only excited Chung-E further. Perfect timing. My final new skill is Divine Thunder Punishment Blade, S Level 1. Summons Divine Thunder to condense on the weapon, slashing at extremely high speed, dealing extra thunder attribute damage. Without hesitation, he brought down a decisive strike straight forward, splitting the attacking zombie in half. As soon as the move finished, he complimented himself. Not bad. Its physique is even tougher than the zombies from the first stage, yet it could last for 2 seconds. The ground in front was split in two. The zombie forces seemed to be divided, looking at each other frozen for a few seconds. Then they began to communicate, discussing strategy among themselves in their peculiar language. Immediately after, another one unleashed a furious roar, using itself as the center to instantly activate the berserker emotions of allies within a certain range, making them courageously and fiercely attack the enemy. Sure enough, the stunned group suddenly became invigorated. Their mouths also got wilder. The stench of this holy night is so strong. Today is your death day. Just a puny human. Coming here truly shows you don't know your own limits. Chung-Gi, standing opposite them, didn't understand why they were babbling nonsense. What were they blabbering about? He just wondered for a bit, then plunged in to clear them all out at once. The S-Rank flash sword skill uses extremely fast speed to unleash slashes, causing a large amount of mixed damage. The zombie hunting dog transformed at an alarming speed. Its fangs grew so large that its flesh ripped apart in chunks. Then its head split into two extremely grotesque halves. That brutal evolution scene did not diminish Chung-Gi's resolve. Instead, he leaped up, swung his hand, delivering a beautiful parabolic slash, sending the zombie-hunting dog flying far away. Suddenly, a dangerous aura from the level 26 plague spreader rushed towards him, making him shiver. Chung-Gi turned in time to block the attack, while the system provided more information, plague hand breath. Once a player is infected by the poisonous gas, they are immediately afflicted with the plague, losing a certain percentage of HP every second, potentially becoming helpless until paralyzed. With astonishing precision and skill, he deftly flipped his weapon sideways. He decisively sliced off the monster's head, causing it to fall helplessly in midair. Chung-Gi was annoyed, shaking off the sticky slime from his hand, muttering, "How disgusting!" when the cold, mechanical voice announced, "Death resistance. Any injury suffered by the body will be recovered at a rapid pace." As he retrieved his weapon, he analyzed, "Previously, I used a war hammer for long-range attacks, but in close combat, I would discard it to use the pure white blade skill, then switch to a long sword for easy counterattacks." Among the hordes of approaching zombies, Chung-Gi was somewhat disappointed. The efficiency of defeating 20 monsters within 1 minute was too slow. It wasn't good at all. Perhaps the heavenly punishment ring should only be used on stronger monsters to achieve maximum effectiveness. No sooner said than done. He unhesitatingly formed a seal on his forehead, simultaneously focusing his mind to activate his latent energy. For this situation, magic skills were better. Soon, the divine technique, Storm, created a gigantic whirlwind. Countless enemies were sucked into the fierce surge of power, successfully killing the butcher zombie, plague spreader, and zombie hunting dog. Chung-Gi immediately stepped through the teleportation gate as the notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have passed the second stage, having killed 100 zombies. Using 1 minute and 50 seconds, the path to the third gate, Forbidden Wind Road, has been opened. Please continue forward." He thoughtfully observed the Forbidden Wind Road, which was covered in a gloomy, dark red hue. The level 45 zombie priest pompously descended the steps, speaking with a lazy and sophisticated tone. "You've entered this place, perhaps filled with doubts about life." As he approached, the priest skillfully planted a bait in his opponent's heart. "It's all right. The gods welcome all those who have lost their way. Chung-gi was suspicious of the information he had just received. Gods, the priest continued to whisper to build faith. Yes, under the guidance of the gods who hold life and death, we will find the truth of life. Then the priest slowly wove a fanciful illusion. Life is inherently weak and short, but if you follow our gods, you will be granted immortality and escape the cycle of reincarnation. This is the ultimate honor, helping you surpass the mortals struggling in life and death. Finally, he extended an enticing invitation to hook the big fish. Come here, abandon the sword that represents narrow-mindedness and join us, to together enjoy the endless blessings that immortality brings. It seemed that this powerful blessing had drawn Chung-gi into a maelstrom of internal struggle. Immortality. Noticing that he was mesmerized as desired, the priest smirked with a calculating smile. Indeed, young one, this is the opportunity that people always yearn for. Chung-gi voiced the question that surged in his mind. I have something to say. The priest magnanimously accepted all questions. Young one, the gods are willing to listen, but that certainly didn't include the horizontal slash across the head and his opponent's arrogant words. I couldn't care less. The gleaming blade, as well as the contemptuous words, exposed that vile decay. Immortality turning into that form is just selling out life. It's better to just die and be done with it. After preaching his religious ideals, but failing to persuade anyone, the priest turned to curses. Foolish human, you will regret this. Even with his body severed, he still gave orders with a decisive voice. Go, holy maidens, let him know the consequences of offending the gods. The nuns swiftly obeyed, immediately summoning their weapons. Then they slowly opened their eyes, revealing a sinister darkness within the fiery red. They formed two rows, spears clutched tightly, ready to fight at any moment. Facing this murderous aura, Chung-gi excitedly gripped his staff. Sparks of electricity crackled around him, and the ordinary wooden staff instantly transformed into the SSS-Rank divine sword heart. He swung his arm to meet the enemy legion's overhead attack. That counterattack created an earth-shattering explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. Chung-gi completely vanished after the residual shockwave, while the nuns were still stunned by their opponent's sudden appearance and disappearance. He unexpectedly unleashed the divine S-Rank heavenly punishment lightning ring, swiftly dealing with them. One nun could only watch helplessly as her comrades turned to ash. Then she threw her head back and shrieked furiously. Chung-gi approached, his face full of amusement. So, you can make sounds after all. Then he eliminated the nun with just one slash. The speed at which the opponent was defeated was too quick, making him assess. They looked imposing, but were surprisingly weak. Chung-gi killed countless elite zombie priestesses with just one swing of his sword. Again and again, the blade in his hand continuously drew eye-catching arcs, severing their limbs. Even the sharp spears were flung away and slid across the tiled floor. The torrential attacks swept away countless enemies. The priest, observing the chaotic battle from the sidelines, now spoke. Look at this swiftness. This flesh and blood is all used to fill the cracks of the world's sins. Even at this moment, that fanatic remained stubborn. Our wails are music offered as a dedication to God. The higher the pitch, the deeper the altar's foundation will sink into the infernal lava. Chung-gi stood firmly on the decaying floor. Behind him were countless charred remnants. He darkened his face and issued a challenge. It's your turn now. The priest merely smiled gently, as if facing a wayward lamb. Immediately after, his pupils glinted with malevolence, and black smoke gradually gathered. Just you? Chung-gi paused momentarily at the sight before his eyes, but before he could react, his legs were tightly bound by streams of death chi. When he regained his composure, Chung-gi quietly observed the magic circle arrayed around him. Shock and doubt continuously invaded his feelings. When did this formation appear? Recalling his easy victory just now, Chung-gi drew a conclusion. They were attacking, but in reality, they were setting up a magic formation. No wonder their attacks, though dense, had very weak destructive power. It was a covert operation. Suddenly, an arm reached up from beneath the formation and grabbed his leg. Chung-gi stared down in astonishment to see many priests continuously emerging. His face showed extreme confusion at this inexplicable situation. Chung-gi looked down, his expression gradually becoming serious. My body suddenly feels heavy, and my strength is also fading. The encompassing pressure made him feel suppressed, as if there's a giant monster under this ground pulling me down. The thing holding Chung-gi back was a formation called Carving Spirit Constraint, a group skill that requires 10 seconds to set up, inflicting a rotting curse, weakens enemies within range, disrupting their spirit and will. As soon as the system's words finished, he immediately took 2 hits of damage from it, causing his attack, defense, and health to all decrease by 100. He activated a skill, and a golden light appeared, dispelling the tentacles clinging to his body. Luckily, I have death resistance. Magic immunity can block a portion of the dark curse. Chu-gi looked at his nearly half-infected arm and fell into deep thought. From a distance, the priest continued to entice. Young one, accept the blessings of the divine. You shall exist in this world in your most beautiful form. In contrast to the priest's arrogance by the demon door, half of his body was trapped in the magic circle. Not bothering to pay attention to the surge of power trying to grab him again, Chu-gi scoffed. It's always the same lines. Are you a robot? From within the red glow, a brilliant spark flickered. The azure flame halo condensed behind Chu-gi's head. It was the crown of sacred flame, granting the ability to manipulate the fire element, enhancing his own fire and light element damage skills for the entire army by nearly 40%. A pillar of flame descended, engulfing both him and the magic circle. Chu-gi broke free from his restraints, his body ablaze as he flew up, shaking off the burnt priests. They were burnt to ashes, looking like fireballs flying everywhere. The summoned arrow of light, a spear of victory, shot straight towards where the priest stood. But the dark shield blocked the attack, not only absorbing a large amount of damage, providing immunity to physical and magical attacks, but also reflecting a portion of the damage back as dark corrosion. Chu-gi did not falter, continuing to swing his sword, unleashing a flash sword strike directly at the protective barrier. As the massive power struck, the priest's shield gradually shattered, leaving him stunned and speechless. Then he raised his hand to defend, shouting out an invocation. Great Asia, show your wrath and punish this insignificant ant. Chu-gi, in the middle of his attack, heard this name and also fell into deep thought. Asia. Suddenly, he noticed the 3-eyed statue leaking yellow light. Then his pupils contracted, revealing an expression of incredible shock. This Asia name, is it the evil god the monstrous beast spoke of? Is it here too? He stopped his attack, looking directly at the transforming priest, who was enveloped in black mist. Chu-gi gripped his divine sword heart tightly, carefully analyzing. Although I don't know what will happen, I definitely can't let him succeed. This shield can absorb a large amount of damage and also reflect it, so I must use a powerful strike to break his shield. He swung his sword, unleashing a mighty divine thunder heavenly revelation, roaring simultaneously. If one strike isn't enough, then another. He continued to use the divine thunder heavenly punishments ring, and this slash not only shattered the priest's shield, but also decapitated him. The body, engulfed in black mist, collapsed, and the half-transformed head, still retaining an expression of shock, flew far away. It landed on the ground, splattering horrific liquid everywhere. This sight did not make Chu-gi drop his guard. He quickly transformed into his angelic body. The shadowy corpse converged into one entity, creating a dark being with glowing red eyes. You brat, you refuse to submit, so let me devour you on behalf of Great Asia. Chu-gi smirked defiantly. You look much better now than you did a moment ago. The enraged priest charged, firing black orbs directly at his enemy. He didn't stand still either, deftly dodging them. Chu-gi skillfully weaved through the red pillars of power erupting from the dark orbs. He seriously scanned the surrounding situation once more, then calmly clasped his hands and cast a spell, Holy Light-Seeking Shield. At his invocation, A holy barrier appeared from above, striking a beam of light downwards. Chu Gi continued to chant, "Divine thunder, heavenly prison chains." As soon as he finished speaking, streams of power transformed into lightning, pinning the priest to the ground. He was still conscious, screaming in agony, "Let me go, you hateful fellow!" Despite being suppressed, he refused to yield, shouting with hatred, "You will pay for what you've done. Great divine being, punish this blasphemer." Chu Gi disdainfully shattered the priest's delusion. "Don't imagine your evil god can save you. Accept the punishment of light." He raised his hand for the finishing blow, unleashing his ultimate skill, heavenly prison chains, accompanied by words that summoned thousands of chains to pierce through the formless body. He screamed in pain, "Let me go! Great Asia will surely obliterate you." The system panel appeared, displaying the skill details. Divine Thunder Heavenly Prison Chains. Rank S-, controls Divine Thunder to form a prison. Locks enemies in place. Chu Gi looked at the golden screen and reanalyzed. Professional skills consist of 5 main types: attack, defense, enhancement, weakening, and restriction. Additionally, there are summoning and crafting, but they are rare. Among these, restriction skills are extremely rare. Ignoring the priest struggling to escape the golden chains, his thoughts continued. Control, on the other hand, is the most effective type of skill. Restriction skills used in actual combat can also produce unexpected results. Then Chu Gi concluded, as the priest helplessly struggled. With control skills, some powerful ones might be easily avoided by others, but there's no need to worry about hit rate. Even while imprisoned, the priest wailed in vain. Great Asia's wrath will burn you to ashes. Your soul will forever be tormented in agony. He then wondered, what exactly is this Asia you speak of? The entity's main eye widened, black blood vessels spread to its incredibly terrifying pupils. The thing looked up at the giant statue and screamed a string of words. Lord Asia is the supreme divine consciousness, possessing boundless power. With a wave of his hand, he can destroy a myriad of enemies. Traitors will be devoured, and the loyal will receive eternal life. Chu Gi disdainfully kicked the priest's hideously deformed head closer. Eternal life? With this appearance of yours? A grotesque monster. The priest immediately yelled back in protest, "Ignorant fool!" Then, recalling his painful past, he used to be an unknown priest living in a small, peaceful village, cherished by the villagers and treated like family. Therefore, he always tried to cure the villagers' illnesses, but a terrible plague swept through the entire village. Everywhere was filled with suffering and helplessness. They pleaded for help, but he was too weak and could do nothing. He continued to recount how he repeatedly ran into the city to seek higher-ranking priests, begging them to save the villagers. Under the discriminatory gazes of those people, the priest didn't care about the shame and rejection, only hoping they would show compassion and lend a helping hand. Then he went to the perverted archpriest's place to beg, but the harsh truth was they didn't want to enter his village, considering the villagers mere ants, not worth wasting power on. Yet he still returned, rushing back with desperate good news. "I'm back. We're saved." From that moment, even though the priest's body was rotting, his abdomen stained reddish-black by dark power, he still smiled brightly, holding a demonic cross, and ran quickly towards the villagers. The priest knelt beside the cursed person, clutching the cross, secretly hoping for some miracle to appear. The corpse suddenly exploded, sending him sprawling onto the ground. At this moment, he was shocked to realize he had been deceived. It was a lie. Afterward, the priest and the villagers buried the remaining bodies with immense sorrow. The villagers grew weaker, and more people died. Their cries constantly echoed in his ears. "Reverend priest, please save me. Reverend, I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Please have mercy on me." At that time, he hated himself for being useless, hated the coldness of the high-ranking priests. His tears of helplessness flowed, making his words tremble. "I'm sorry." But at his most desperate moment, a mysterious power summoned him. After that, the priest used immense power to drive away illnesses. The villagers were no longer suffering, and even those who had died were brought back to life. Faces once tormented by suffering now smiled. No one was plagued by illness anymore. Looking at those soulless bodies, the priest thought he had done the right thing by making the exchange. This appearance was just a small price to pay. It was all very much worth it. Even now, he remains a loyal fanatic. Lord Asia chose us. I will surely spread Lord Asia's glory further, so that more people may receive Lord Asia's blessings. Chu-gi sighed wearily at such blind worship. This guy is beyond saving. It's probably impossible to get any useful information from him. Then he decisively swung his blade, splitting the priest's body in two. Even at the brink of death, the priest earnestly prayed to the god he worshipped. Lord Asia, show your power, save your loyal servant, destroy this enemy. Chu-gi mocked him with a cold gaze. Still hoping for your evil god? Then he coldly delivered the cruel truth, like a final blow. I'm afraid he abandoned you long ago. Today is your day to die. Yet the priest still screamed, stubbornly clinging to his undying faith. How dare you look down on Lord Asia? Even if I die, I'll drag you down to hell with me. He responded to those arrogant words with a faint smile. Self-destruction isn't that easy. Without giving his opponent time to act, Chu-gi cast a magical chain to stop his intention. Then he raised his hand to summon holy light, his voice echoing like a judgment. Holy Cross! The seal immediately activated, locking the priest tightly. Though writhing in agony, he still tried to pray to the deity who never responded. Lord Asia, save me. But the stone statue showed no reaction, ignoring the black liquid splattering onto it, along with the system's notification. Defeated the zombie bishop. Chu-gi returned to his normal state, gently landing on the ground. The reward interface immediately displayed the items he received. 12,323 experience points, Advanced Life Recovery Potion, Mana Recovery Crystal, Guardian Chest Plate, Guardian Greaves. He reached out to take them and casually remarked, "Not bad, I guess, even if the experience points weren't enough to level up." Chu-gi suddenly sensed something unusual. The evil aura hadn't completely vanished. He kicked the weapon off the ground with his foot, then quickly caught it. Afterward, he advanced towards the statue, preparing to strike a decisive blow. Hateful thing, this ends here. A blinding golden light pierced through it, shattering it into fragments in an instant. The system once again broadcast a message. Congratulations! You have destroyed the evil god's statue and received an extra reward, which surprised him slightly. Red text appeared along with an information box, detailing the new item. Divine Essence Crystal, an ancient relic containing divine power, allows holy class characters to undergo a second advancement. Appears in dungeons related to deities or evil gods. Chu-gi observed the glowing object floating before him. This is my first time encountering an item related to a second advancement. It seems I'll have to clear this dungeon a few more times. As soon as he stepped outside, Ning Xian approached, praising him. Not bad. Your first dungeon clear time was 10 minutes and 25 seconds, which puts you in the top 20 of the rankings. Chu-gi handed her the spoils of war, hastily proposing a deal. Deacon Wei, all of these are for you. I want to enter the dungeon one more time. Ning Xian quickly tried to dissuade him. Going back and right after clearing it? Why? This dungeon is not a joke. It's very draining on your energy. Records set by previous players flashed in Chu-gi's mind. He clenched his fist and declared decisively. The first time was for reconnaissance. This time, I want to challenge the fastest clear speed. I feel I can break the current first place, clear time. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then reminded him. Chu-gi affirmed without hesitation. Realizing she couldn't stop him, Ning Xian could only advise him. All right, be careful. I won't take any of this dungeon's rewards from you, kid. Keep them for yourself. At the same time, Zheng Ming suddenly appeared. Aunt Ning, you're here? She exclaimed in surprise. Zheng Ming, when did you get back? He scratched his head awkwardly. Just now. I just used 2 new guys to clear out those disgusting otherworldly creatures. I'm exhausted. Chu-gi happened to overhear their conversation and wondered, cleared out otherworldly creatures? Was it that spatial rift? He quietly entered the new dungeon, his mind still mulling over what he'd been taught. When I arrived at Feng's mountain range, I discovered that low-level otherworldly creatures could pass through common spatial rifts. According to the teacher, the nation immediately raised the combat alert to level 3 and dispatched troops to clear the area around the rift. On the other side, Ning Xian worriedly asked, were the battle casualties high? Zheng Ming's expression fell as he recalled his eliminated teammates. High. Our team had over 12 people, but only 8 returned. And this was with the Legion protecting us. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have made it back either. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed softly. A third of the casualties. That's such a shame. Ning Xian suddenly crossed her arms and gently chided Zheng Ming. Have you called your mother yet? This child, taking on such a dangerous mission. You didn't even say a word. He replied with a forced smile. Didn't I come to find you, Auntie? I hid the mission from her. If I tell her now, I'll definitely get a scolding. She shrugged and casually said, I can't deal with that. He immediately clasped his hands, earnestly begging her to cover for him. Don't, Auntie. Look, I'm fine, right? Instead of answering him, Ning Xian turned to look at the approaching person and quickly asked, Chu Gi, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? He calmly explained, Officer Ning, I've already come out of the dungeon. She was so surprised she covered her mouth. Ah! He pointed to the newly reset dungeon leaderboard. Divine Breath Domain, Nightmare Difficulty, Rank 1, Chu Gi, Level 23, Clear Time, 1 minute 59 seconds. Then he gave a proud smile, see? Ning Xian muttered as if unable to believe her eyes. Less than 2 minutes to clear a nightmare difficulty dungeon. He's only level 23. Chu Gi quickly made a new request. Officer Ning, I want to try abyssal difficulty. She let out a sigh, her eyes showing clear helplessness mixed with disbelief. You truly are a prodigy. Go ahead, take my card. Clear it as many times as you want. At this moment, Zheng Ming couldn't hide his astonishment. Aren't you Chu Gi, the top freshman from Swan University? 2 months had passed, but his achievement of clearing the Divine Breath Domain was still being talked about everywhere. Students at the school couldn't hide their admiration. Damn, the clear record for the abyssal difficulty Divine Breath Domain has been refreshed. 1 minute 29 seconds. That's unbelievable. 1 minute 29 seconds. Back then, I was still stuck at the first door. Scary. This is the true strength of Chairman Wong's personal disciple. Immediately, someone in the crowd also chimed in with admiration. Did you guys see the Divine Breath Domain's Nightmare Difficulty record a few days ago? Only 59 seconds. I was numb. Even the clear speed of a second-tier professional isn't as fast as his. Chu Gi left the dungeon with a joyful expression, inevitably thinking of the pleasant events of the past few days. These 2 months have truly been fulfilling. After Teacher Wang Hui found out I was clearing the Chanyu Guild's dungeons, he directly gave me his accumulated points card, so I could clear them freely. Then he reviewed his status panel. Without the restriction of accumulated points, I naturally had to work hard to quickly level up. That's why after 2 months at the Chanyu Guild, I finally reached level 29. Now I can accept the professional advancement quest. Chu Gi secretly planned his next steps. Later, I'll contact Teacher Wang Hui to get the Paladin's professional advancement letter. Just then, his phone rang. Beep. It was a summoning message from Principal Wang Hui. His phone still had the cute keychain that Shiran had given him, the hottest pet blind box monster in Ningen City. It took me a long time to get this particular model. A moment later, Chu Gi was in the principal's office. Hello, teacher. As soon as he saw him, Wang Hui lavished praise. Just as I predicted. 6 levels in 2 months, not bad. He approached, patted his shoulder lightly, then said cryptically, I could have led you to hunt monsters in the wilderness to quickly reach level 40, or even 50. But do you know why I didn't? He answered without hesitation. That way, The third-tier professional created would lack foundation, lack fundamental training, and wouldn't be able to fully utilize their strength. Chu Gi seriously added, professional players can only become top-tier powerhouses by relying on themselves and training in life-or-death situations. Wang Hui cast a spell, causing a golden light to flash as he commented, "It's not easy for you to understand this point." He placed the advancement letter in front of him and began to explain. In the world of powerhouses, there's no shortage of those who level up using their parents' resources, but even at second tier and third tier, they struggle to survive. Since you're already level 29, you should prepare for your second tier advancement. Wang Hui continued to explain. The second tier advancement for a paladin is an archangel. It greatly enhances your control over holy light and improves abilities that were weak in the first tier. But for you, your power already far exceeds the norm. This is the advancement letter. Open your consciousness, and you'll see the conditions for the transition. A system panel appeared before Chu Gi. Item: Paladin's advancement letter. Effect: upon meeting advancement conditions, activating allows advancement from Paladin to Archangel. He calmly closed his eyes, concentrating on absorbing the power from the advancement letter into himself. At this moment, a series of notifications appeared. Advancement conditions. First tier profession is Paladin. Level reached level 29. 100 holy crystals. 100 remorseful intentions. Chu Gi scratched his head, wondering. Remorseful intentions refers to the remorseful intentions of heretics who worship evil gods. Teacher, do you still remember what I got from the Abyssal Difficulty Divine Breath domain? Wang Hui heard his question and replied, you have to use a specific skill to make it generate remorseful intentions. It must be used within half an hour after death, otherwise the soul will dissipate. Chu Gi frowned and brought up another question about the penance skill. Teacher, how did you know I had this skill? Wang Hui calmly replied, I heard you cleared the Divine Breath Domain dungeon, so you must have obtained that skill. With your strength, you've probably gathered 100 holy crystals, right? He felt a little emotional and thought to himself, so, the teacher had already planned his second advancement for me early on. Then he replied to him, that's right. Wang Hui then continued, then, as long as you complete the fourth task, you can proceed with your second advancement. He also advised Chui, recently, there's been a mission on the school's network related to cultists. The chances of getting remorseful intentions are very high. Go back and check it out. After hearing that, he only replied with one word, yes. After arriving home, Chui immediately searched for information about missions on the school's official website. A series of information appeared, making him ponder. Swan University is one of the top 3 universities. The total number of students isn't considered large. Combining all 4 years, there are only over 5,000 people, not even 1/3 of other universities. As he pressed the search button, he analyzed. Since Swan University's admission resources are very high, they can't recruit many students. Even though there are few students, the missions are diverse. All of them are credit missions. For now, I'm only interested in missions related to cults. The results were immediately displayed. The objective of the combat mission was to defeat a level 34 fleeing cultist, with a reward of 400 credits. The investigation mission's content was traces of cultists discovered in Longfeng City, Chongshan Province. Investigate and report. The reward was 100 to 1,000 credits. Chui rubbed his chin, deep in thought for a long time. Remorseful intentions requires 100 strands. The first mission is out of the question. Let me check where Longfeng City in the second mission is located. As soon as he thought it, he immediately searched for the location. Although it wasn't a large city, it had the specialty abyss fruit, so it must be more developed than Lijiang. If there were cultists operating there, the chance of getting remorseful intentions wouldn't be small. Chui clicked to accept the mission. Suddenly, a warning popped up. This has been confirmed as a high-risk mission. 2 people who accepted this mission have lost contact. Do you wish to proceed? This situation surprised him. It's actually a high-risk mission. Then he frowned and analyzed. Just like dungeon difficulties, school missions are also divided into 4 tiers: simple, normal, dangerous, and this high risk. A cautious glint flashed in his jade-green eyes. For a high-risk mission, the mortality rate must be at least over 70%. However, this did not deter Chewie. As expected, no cult-related mission is simple. I must prepare a bit before I go. He raised his hand and summoned the guiding void butterfly. The butterfly respectfully replied, "Master, do you have any instructions?" He didn't answer, but silently used his positioning skill. The illuminated magic map immediately appeared with detailed information. The skill used the guiding void butterfly, using magic power to mark the spatial coordinates of a void beast, sensing its position and instantly teleporting to the designated point. "Chew," he instructed the guiding void butterfly. "If I encounter insurmountable danger, I can also rely on your speed to escape quickly." This trip to Longfeng City to carry out the mission would have an added layer of assurance. After everything was done, Chewie walked out of the campus and thought, "I just need to buy enough magic recovery potions from a school website, and then I can depart." From a distance, 2 female students exclaimed upon seeing him, "It's Gotti. Gotti is still alive." The other person also smiled and praised. "He truly deserves to be called the leader of the Golden Age. This intensity of aura, even a 4th-year senior can't compare." In the War Academy's exclusive alloy training room, the dean, Wu Mang, was practicing by facing a swarm of robots alone. While fighting, he asked Sumi, "You said Chewie accepted a high-risk mission and left school." She answered Wu Mang's question. "That's right. The mission location is in Longfeng City, Chongshan Province, and it's related to cultists." Wu Mang knocked away several robots and continued, "A cultist mission. It seems he's preparing for his second advancement. That kid has the same idea. Also, that familiar name made him vaguely remember. But I think I heard another teacher mention that mission in Longfeng City before." Sumi glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed. The mission in Longfeng City was initially a normal level, but after 2 level 26 and 28 students lost contact, it was upgraded to high risk. The school predicts only a second advancement professional can handle it. Wu Mang replied with a string of words while still fighting the robots. "There's probably some hidden trick there. For other students, it might be a bit troublesome, but for Chewie, it's nothing." As he finished speaking, he had already severed the head of his current opponent. Then he pushed off the ground and lunged forward. His analysis continued. "These 2 months in the Chanyu Guild's dungeon have given him a lot of training. Even Chewie at level 29 wouldn't be at a disadvantage against a second advancement professional, not to mention he has many trump cards." Wu Mang annihilated the robots with a single move and at the same time made a decision. Changed Chewi's classes to a leave of absence status. As for the rest, there's no need to interfere. Finally, he instructed Sumi. "Remind him when he gets back that the leave itinerary still needs to be followed." The high-speed train was running at full speed on the railway track. This was a direct route from Swang to Longfeng, 100,000 kilometers long, passing through many dangerous areas. To get there, one needed to start from Ning'an University's teleportation square, use 12 teleports and 7 high-speed train rides to reach Yongxing, Chongshan Province. Chu leaned his head wearily against the window. "Next, I just need to take the subway for 2 hours, and then I'll be there." Suddenly, his phone rang with a message notification. "Brother Chewie, have you arrived yet?" He quickly replied, "Almost, 1 more hour." The other end replied, "Okay, call me when you get there." Bai Na, sitting next to him, complimented, "Wow, your phone keychain is a chittermouse beast, a specialty of Ning'an City. You're also from Ning'an?" Chewie friendly confirmed, "That's right. Are you too?" With a bright smile, she confided in him, "You could say I'm half Ning'anese. My grandma lives there, and I grew up there when I was little. Now I can only go during summer vacation. After all, Suang Province is too far from Chongshan Province. Are you going to Longfeng City for tourism or something else?" Chewie replied vaguely while using his appraisal skill, "I have something to do." What about you all? Are you traveling to Longfeng City? The results showed that both of them were level 13 pharmacists. Bai Na, unaware that she was being investigated, still spoke frankly. Oh, right. We're planning to go to Longfeng to relax in the hot springs. I'm Bai Na. This is my best friend Lu Kiet. Your level is high. I can't appraise it. But your aura seems to be a combat type secondary. After Chu Yi's she started to boast. See, I told you. My sixth sense is pretty accurate. I really admire combat professionals like you. However, in his eyes, these words were a bit awkward. The aura between lifestyle professionals and combat professionals is clearly very different, so being discovered is quite normal. With the sincere intention of deepening their connection, Bai Na proactively took out her phone. Little brother, let's be friends. My best friend and I are both pharmacists. Later, if you need to buy any medicine, whether it's recovery potions, mana potions, or healing potions, we'll give you a 20% discount. Chui was a bit embarrassed, but couldn't refuse. Okay, thank you. Finally, the high-speed train arrived at Longfeng City. Bai Na spoke after getting off the train. Time really flies. She and Lu Kiet pulled their luggage and said goodbye to Chui. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. But because she was busy talking, she bumped into someone walking in the opposite direction. Taven saw a young woman with a delicate appearance in front of him and immediately cast aside all shame to introduce his evil cult. Beautiful sister, I'm really sorry. Look, the Holy Spirit cult can bring endless happiness to everyone. He continued to explain to Lu Kiet. Our church recently has a very special event that will demonstrate divine blessings. If you're interested, you can come and learn a little. He didn't even spare Chui. This young man, your aura is extraordinary. You must be destined to interact with deities. Anyway, these words were merely flattery to him, but he still glanced at the flyer the other person handed him. After reading it, Chuyi's suspicions grew manifold, and he let out a hum. This attitude made Tavan's face turn pale, forcing him to back down. Immediately after, he snatched the paper back and ran off, leaving a blessing. May the Holy Spirit Lord protect you forever. Lu Kiet seemed to not know much about the Holy Spirit cult. She read the paper and said, Is religious culture in Longfeng City really that popular? But Bai Na quickly snatched it. Quick, throw this away. It brings bad luck. Lu Kiet wondered at her friend's strange action. What's wrong? Is something not right? Bai Na then explained in detail about her family's past experience. It's normal for you not to know. My brother has worked here for many years and told me that a year ago, Longfeng City started to show traces of religious activity. At that time, the Holy Spirit cult was considered a mysterious organization. Many people gained increased attributes after joining the cult. They leveled up, but then everyone realized that although their appearance didn't change, their personalities completely transformed as if they had become different people. Bai Na continued to tell her sad story. My brother's friend was originally gentle, but after joining the Holy Spirit cult, he became irritable. His fits of anger terrified the whole family. Although the cult said it was a sign of a loyal devotee, I still felt something was off. After she finished telling her story, Lu Kiet wondered, So what exactly is a miracle? But by this time, Bai Na had already thrown the flyer into the trash. She replied with a look of annoyance. Why bother with it? We can't touch these things. Who knows what's really in them? Chui crossed his arms, reflecting on what had just happened. Although I was here at the beginning, Mount Fong and I had also briefly seen divine light with our consciousness. But miracles are not always good things. Perhaps this is a clue to track down evil cults, as they often disguise themselves as normal religions. Soon, night had fallen over Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights of the Hingyang commercial building shone brightly, illuminating a corner of the street. A crowd gathered on the 9th floor, everyone buzzing with excitement. Can we really witness a miracle today? I don't know. I came for the miracle too. My neighbor said that after he encountered a miracle, his mental attribute directly increased by 20, and his strength also increased. Guman stood among the crowd, and after hearing this, he scoffed. Using miracles to lure people into gatherings. They have some skill. Tuong Thuong naturally realized this. Nonsense. How else could the Holy Spirit cult become a major religion in just 1 year without tricks? Although he was being mocked, he still focused on the mission. That's true. Remember to record their entire counterfeiting process later. Zhao Ling, standing next to him, gently reminded, Gu Man, just collecting clues about the fake miracle is enough. Don't investigate too deeply. An A+ mission. One mistake, and you'll lose your life. When a level 19 combat professional spoke, how could he dare to say no? Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll just collect clues. Absolutely no direct contact. Hearing a satisfactory answer, she immediately turned to ask her team's level 18 mechanic. Tuong Thuong, are the small robots all set up? He replied with a beaming smile. Rest assured. The entire room was under surveillance when Wuhan, who was using an appraisal skill, suddenly interjected. Why can't I see that person's professional rank information? Chu Gi stood clearly in her view, but her screen continuously showed an error. The other 3 people simultaneously activated their appraisal function. I can't see his rank either. Guman, what about you? He was no different from True Lin. Can't see him. The fact that none of us can probe his level means he's at least level 20. Tuong Thuong showed his doubt. A regular gathering of the Holy Spirit cult. How could it attract an expert above level 20? Wu Han continued, dropping a shocking piece of information. There's a divine aura on him. Could he be a member of the Holy Spirit cult? While they were all talking at once, Chu Gi suddenly shot a cold gaze their way. All 4 of them panicked, their blood seemingly freezing in their veins. True Lin didn't hesitate to give an order. That look made my heart tremble. He must be a second-turn expert. Absolutely do not attract attention. Wuhan softly replied, Understood. The other 2 men silently accepted the command. At the same time as the others were appraising him, Chu Gi was also analyzing them. These 4 don't seem like ordinary citizens, but it's not really related to me. My target is the Holy Spirit cult. Suddenly, the jingling of a bell cut through everyone's thoughts. The atmosphere immediately became bone-chillingly silent. The representative opened his speech. Welcome everyone to the Holy Spirit cult's gathering. Everyone here is fated with the Divine Lord. I am Father Latuvine, and I will guide you to divine grace. Chu Gi stood behind, silently observing. 1 level 18, 2 level 17s. Not very high. Let me see what tricks they're up to. Meanwhile, Tu Veen was still rambling on. The Holy Spirit cult worships the Divine Lord. Its doctrine guides to light and salvation. In the eyes of the Divine Lord, all beings are equal. He continuously painted a picture of prosperity for the believers. As long as you are devout enough, the Divine Lord will grant grace. From free training dungeons to precious cultivation resources, like magic-boosting potions and rare treasures that increase vitality, everything is available. Finally, he launched his attractive final move. Every month, the church will give each member 8,000 low-grade currency as operating funds. This bombshell immediately stirred the crowd. I work hard all month for only 4,000, but in the church, I can receive 8,000, plus free cultivation resources. Maybe I can change my luck and really become a powerful expert. Tu Veen ceaselessly poured honey into everyone's ears. This is the Divine Lord's love for everyone, so that everyone doesn't have to worry about life's concerns and can fully devote themselves to faith in the Divine Lord. His next word served as a signal for the 2 assistants beside him. Ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Spirit cult's Divine Lord's power is infinite. Next, I, as the Father, will personally demonstrate the immense power of the Divine Lord to everyone. He walked to the base of a statue of unknown quality and effect to perform. This is a rare opportunity granted to us by the Divine Lord, to witness the glory of the divine with our own eyes and feel the boundless divine grace. Chu Gi thoughtfully looked at the item in front of him. I can't appraise it, but I can feel a dense magical aura on this statue. It's probably a magic artifact. True Lin's group also harbored their own thoughts about it. The Holy Spirit statue. They're about to start faking miracles. This time, we must collect all the evidence properly. Tu Veen stood facing the statue, stretched his arms high, and shouted with all his might, "Holy Spirit, Divine Lord, show your power." The expectant faces of the crowd below made him speak, with even more fervor. "Let these devout believers witness your great miracle." No sooner had he finished speaking than an assistant shook a small bell in his hand. To the sound of jingling, the statue gradually emitted a soft golden light. Soon, it formed a dazzling halo, forcing Chu-Gi to raise his hand to shield his eyes. He stared in astonishment at what was called a miracle, now appearing as a goddess embracing her believers. Someone shouted, "What is this?" This question seemed to open the floodgates for everyone's excitement. "A miracle! It's a miracle! This light fills my body with strength." The figure from the statue began to cast a series of incantations. The believers couldn't help but dazedly confirm with each other. "Strange. Does everyone hear something?" That miracle even spoke. Gu Man's group was also surrounded by incantations, and everyone except Wu Han seemed to be under a mind control spell. Then Zhao Ling suddenly looked at her trembling hands and said, "I've become a second-tier professional." These words surprised Yu Han, who was standing inside the protective shield. Zhao Ling. Beside her, Gu Man laughed wildly. "So many mid to low tier items. These resources are enough for me to become the strongest warrior." Jiang Shang also couldn't escape the demonic tide. "Mom, I'm now a top-tier mechanist of Zhongsha Nation, enough to make the family proud." She shivered witnessing this scene. It's high-level hypnosis magic. Yu Han helplessly stared at the continuously spreading miracle. The mental control immunity necklace can only be activated once every half an hour. Now I can only wait for the necklace to cool down, wake up a teammate, and then force a breakthrough. Zhou Yi was the second person unaffected. He grabbed the head of someone nearby and pondered to himself, "Evil hypnosis magic. Could the Holy Spirit cult really just rely on this method to attract followers?" Tu Yuan looked at the outcome brought by the miracle, completely satisfied. As expected of the holy relic bestowed by His Holiness, its effect is unparalleled. He immediately ordered his subordinates standing behind him, "Start acting. We just wasted some time, and they're also in a hurry over there." The enchanting bell chimed once more, and sound waves spread out from the direction of. Soon, the entire hall was enveloped by rings of brilliant golden waves. As soon as the bell stopped, ripples of magnetic energy seeped into every corner of the ninth floor. 5 strangers slowly appeared on the altar, following a trail of black smoke. Tu Yuan respectfully bowed and greeted, "Your Holiness." Zhou Yi's eyes flashed. "This feeling is—" The cultist, Feng Li, opened his mouth and immediately questioned, "Tu Yuan, why did it take so long?" He hastily clasped his hands and explained, "Your Holiness, there's a reason for what happened. The propagation of the Holy Spirit cult requires some time," he indifferently warned. "They are merely consumable items. Don't waste time next time." Feng Li reached out and touched the statue. "This time, after the sacrificial ceremony, you will officially join the Holy Spirit cult." Accepting the blessing of the Divine Lord, Tu Yuan was overjoyed by the unexpected good fortune. "Thank you for the Divine Lord's commendation." Zhou Yi observed for a moment and had an epiphany. Cultists, without using evil god power, look like ordinary people, difficult for professionals to distinguish. But a holy knight like myself, blessed by holy light, is extremely sensitive to evil aura. The aura of the evil god on those 5 people is as clear as ink on white paper. On the altar, Li Feng continued his deification ritual. "Holy Spirit eternal, forever indestructible, great divine Lord. The offerings are fully prepared for you. Please rest assured and enjoy them." Looking at this scene, his mind continued to wander. The chief priest is only level 27. Why is he necessarily a higher level person? I'll wait and see if I can get more information. After all, 5 cultists will never be enough. In front of the statue, a golden light flickered, and Feng Li's group spread their arms, repeating in unison, "Holy Spirit eternal, forever indestructible. After hearing Holy Spirit Eternal, forever indestructible 5 times, the God statue grinned with satisfaction from ear to ear. It opened its mouth and spat out waves of sparkling, swirling sound. The believers below felt refreshed and exhilarated, like rain after a long drought. He felt the frantic atmosphere around him and secretly clicked his tongue. This is drawing out their souls. The cry of Holy Spirit Eternal, forever indestructible, now came from each believer around him. His mind raced. The soul is the key factor for revival, whether it's a priest saving people or a strong person saving themselves. Ordinary people have weak souls, so they won't manifest after death. But whether strong or weak, the soul is extremely important. Joey truly sensed the cult's evil. They set up a net to control everyone's minds, but this illusion actually drained their soul power. He couldn't forget the violent situation he had heard about. Those who joined the cult, externally they looked the same as before, but their personalities were completely different, like 2 different people. They finally found the answer to the recent series of strange events. The significant change in personality of those who joined the Holy Spirit sect must be related to their defective souls. Chu Gi watched the waves of golden energy being drawn from the bewildered believers around him, secretly puzzled. What exactly did that statue want to do by collecting these people's souls? Zhao Ling entered the 9th floor with a belly full of determination, but now she was also ignoring her soul being eroded. Wu Han used all her strength to pull her back, her heart pounding. If they kept waiting for Zhao Ling, they would all die. They couldn't just sit and wait for death. Zhao Ling, wake up quickly. She decided to risk everything and activate the ice spirit art. Spirits of ice, heed my call and gather. Let your power freeze. Seeing thin layers of ice covering Zhao Ling, she cheered happily. There's hope. But her joy was short-lived. The ice melted in an instant. It's useless. The ice magic was dissolved again. Wu Han's blatant actions attracted the attention of the monastery. Someone wasn't hypnotized. He waved his hand, unleashing a torrential demonic force. Darkleaf, go. Chu Gi saw the wave of death energy flying towards her and didn't hesitate to use the holy light shield. But to his surprise, more than 2 people among the believers hadn't been hit. Lu Ran quickly cast the radiant shield. The sturdy golden shield blocked in front of Wu Han, successfully fending off the magic attack. Since her cover was blown, she seized the opportunity and continued to launch a radiant fireball spell towards Feng Li. He was indeed worthy of being the high priest of the Holy Spirit sect. He merely flicked his hand and repelled the dangerous blow. After dealing with the trivial spell, he immediately exposed her. Radiant art, you're from the Church of Light. Even as a level 25 light mage, Lu Ran was still bewildered by how easily her follow-up spell was dispelled. How can this be? My radiant art is already at level 15. This skill once quickly killed a level 26 golden tier explosive bear. Her suppressed strength quickly brought her back to her senses. She unhesitatingly opened a teleportation scroll. Now, she was blocked by a cultist with a mere wave of his hand. This isn't good. The cultist's strength far exceeds my imagination. I must leave here immediately. Easy come, easy go. That's just a song title. How could Feng Li let her escape his grasp? Attempting to sabotage the ritual, and now you want to run? Do you think this is a place you can just come and go as you please? He cast a summoning spell, and sticky mud from the floor coiled tightly around her. Lu Ran keenly took a step back with force. But on Feng Li's side, 2 more cultists simultaneously combined their efforts, unleashing wind blade art and fireball art. A surging golden light enveloped her. Power of light, gather by my side, form an unbreakable shield. 2 against 1. She was caught in a pincer attack, facing enemies from both front and back. Damn it, there are 2 mages among the 5. If there was only 1 mage, she could have torn the teleportation scroll and escaped while the opponent was casting. Even though her plan had gone awry, Lu Ran still had to brace herself and continue fighting. Power of the divine, gather in this light, cleanse the evil in the world. But she wasn't optimistic. Even worse, another melee class was coming her way. If he gets close to me, I'll definitely die. She frantically launched spells at her opponents, hoping to break through their barrier. At 58 years old, after changing class to a stealth practitioner, I, a light mage, was directly recruited by the Church of Light for training. The Holy Spirit sect members weren't pushovers, letting themselves be cut down. They counterattacked, forcing her to struggle to dodge. After 4 years of training, this is my first time going out for practice. I originally thought I could single-handedly destroy this religious activity, but must I pay with my life? Chu Gi observed the battle situation with a sigh of weariness. Unable to watch any longer, he waved his hand and unleashed the flail of repentance. The Hengyang commercial building had been silent until now, but in a blink of an eye, the floors exploded in succession, making a deafening rumble. Lu Ran knelt, staring blankly at the devastated chasm before her. This is, on the other half of the building, Wu Han was struggling to support her teammate. Did he just kill them? The monastery official pointed frantically in one direction, warning, "There's another saboteur." Such dense, holy light energy. Feng Li was certainly not blind. He opened his mouth to question Chu Gi. "You're a high-ranking knight of the Church of Light." He didn't answer but condemned him instead. Heretics gathered despicable scum burdened with heavy sins. Lu Ren trembled all over, wanting to stand up. She seemed to have made her own judgment. 2 mages, 1 warrior, all above level 25, with supportive magic. Yet he was killed so quickly. Could it be a second-tier professional? Longfang City has indeed long been noticed by the church. Feng Li, of course, wasn't pleased to hear criticism. He decisively waved his hand for the 2 remaining cultists to charge out. "Overestimating yourselves. Go." Chu Gi didn't even put Feng Li in his eyes, let alone 2 minor figures. He merely swung his sword once and dealt with his opponents cleanly. He couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. Just 1 move? This is impossible. The gloomy, aged head clattered his abacus. "Run, I must run." He decisively kicked the monastery official forward as a sacrificial pawn to clear a path. "Block him." The official hadn't expected to fall into this situation. It was clearly a path to death. Chu Gi didn't mind the prey offering itself up, and coldly sliced him with a single stroke, completing his fate. Afterwards, he didn't delay in summoning the blue butterfly, leading the void butterfly to follow. It obeyed, darting into the door of death aura that hadn't yet disappeared. Lu Ran timidly approached him, a respected high-ranking divine official. She timidly introduced herself. "I am Lu Ran, a light mage from the Motto branch of the Church of Light." The closer she stood, the clearer it became to her. If she looked closely, the concentration of holy light was more than just terrifying. This was truly the incarnation of holy light. She could even feel the enjoyable aura brought by the holy light around his body. Chu Gi curiously asked, "You're from the Motto branch. Why are you here?" She didn't hide anything and simultaneously expressed her gratitude. "I was out training, accepting a mission, so I came here. Fortunately, you, honored sir, were here. Otherwise, I would have been in danger this time." He turned his back and walked away, indifferently replying, "It's nothing important." She rushed to follow, confirming, "May I ask, honored sir, which divine official of the Church of Light you are? I've never encountered such strong holy light power." Chu Gi made a hand gesture and frankly stated, "I am not a member of your Church of Light." Along with a booming sound, Lu Ran was confused, wondering not. She looked at the desolate altar after a snap of his fingers, then blinked, wanting to confirm again. Such a dense holy light aura. Aside from the clerics of the Church of Light, who else could possess it? A bold speculation popped into her head. Could it be the Holy Sun? Lu Ran frantically searched her memory. Holy Sun, Holy Maiden were honorific titles reserved for the top prodigies within the Church of Light. This was also a type of privilege. They could receive the absolute best training within the church. They were trained because they were invincible at their own level, even capable of defeating enemies beyond their level. To avoid being targeted by cults, Holy sons or holy maidens always concealed their identities before emerging. Only high-ranking divine officials knew. Having confirmed enough, she looked around. "Honored sir, should we wake everyone up now?" He, of course, wasn't idle with such trivial matters. No need. Chaos has already been caused. Let the Public Security Bureau handle it. The situation is complex. Carelessly waking them up could cause unnecessary fear. Chu-Gi walked towards the corpse of a cult of Holy Spirit member and explained. The Public Security Bureau has experience dealing with unusual situations. They will comfort the citizens better. She scurried after him, fawning. "You truly think of everything, honored sir." He clasped his hands together, performing the penance technique, using the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of the soul. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of golden dust fell from his hands onto the corpse. The surroundings were even covered in lilies. "Repent." The shadow of death aura twisted and flew out at his command, followed by distorted souls hovering in midair. A mournful sound echoed through the space. "I am guilty. I repent for the sins I have committed." After the battle, Chu-Gi extended his hand to retract the magic. He clenched his fist, his mind filled with thoughts. "Only 4? Still too few." I released the bishop for the void butterfly to track, aiming to find more cultists. By now, it must have caught up. Lu Ran stood behind, silently observing and questioning herself. My penance, though I have a foundation, is far inferior to the Holy Son's. If I could cultivate with him, I would definitely become much stronger. I just don't know if he would notice me. While they were lost in thought, the Public Security Bureau personnel arrived outside. As soon as they rushed in, they shouted warnings. "Hands up! Everyone drop your weapons." The enforcement department of the Longfong Public Security Bureau. Standing amidst the soldiers' encirclement was a tall man. That was Wang Hao, the captain of the Public Security Bureau's action team. He approached Lu Ran and politely asked, "I am Wang Hao, captain of the Public Security Bureau's action team, respected professional. May I ask what happened here?" She reflexively raised her hands in surrender and naively replied, "Hello, Captain Wang." Then she quickly recounted the incident. The cult of Holy Spirit is an evil cult. They use tricks to gather ordinary citizens here, preparing to extract their souls for sacrifice. Wang Hao looked visibly worried. "Extract souls? Did you stop them?" Lu Ran quickly waved her hands, stammering in denial. "No, I didn't, not me." She turned to Chu-Gi, but he was gone. "Oh, where did he go?" Lu Ran sadly complained about the other person. "Holy Son, why did you abandon me and leave?" Meanwhile, Wang Hao was busy directing the cleanup of the scene. Team 1 is responsible for evacuating the public, ensuring their safety, and taking care not to cause panic. Team 2 will inspect the scene, collect evidence. No suspicious items should be overlooked. A mysterious hand appeared from nowhere, casting magic. His voice echoed everywhere. "Team 3, proceed with treatment. Prioritize the seriously injured. Act quickly, ensure lives are saved." Everyone hit by the magic immediately showed signs of being brainwashed. "Who are you people? What are you doing? I want to go home." Click just now. Wasn't I participating in a gathering? Where am I? Strange. Why do I feel pain all over my body, and my head feels heavy, as if someone is knocking inside my head? Tuong Thuong rubbed his eyes and complained, "Ugh, my head hurts so much." After regaining his senses, he went to his teammates and asked, "Did we succeed?" No wonder the person in front of him was pitifully naive. Wu Han explained, "What are you thinking? You were hypnotized by the cult of Holy Spirit. I was lucky to escape thanks to a magical artifact, but I didn't expect them to have 5 more masters behind them, at least level 25 or higher." He was completely shocked upon hearing that. Level 25? How are we supposed to survive then? She continued to reply, "He is a second-tier divine official. He wiped out the cult of Holy Spirit with one strike." Tuong Thuong was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. A second-tier divine official. This is him. Oh, right. My robot must have recorded his entire battle process. We can upload it online. It's sure to cause a sensation. No sooner said than done. He brought out the robot to verify in front of everyone. Before they could even watch, the surroundings shook violently. Jiang Shang and his group stood frozen, motionless for a moment. Elsewhere, a dark atmosphere enveloped everything. In the center, a figure was encased in a mass of magical slime. Feng Li spoke resentfully, his tone filled with hatred. Damn it! Who is he exactly? How could such a person appear in Longfeng City? He staggered forward, asking himself hundreds of questions. Is he from the Church of Light? No, that's not right. I've always been discreet in my work. I couldn't possibly attract the attention of a master from the Church of Light. They were all hypnotized, leaving no trace. What went wrong? Feng Li flung open the large door in front of him. The sacrificial ritual was ruined, and 4 cult members were lost. His Excellency will surely be furious. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. What should I do? In another development, influenced by the magic, a blue butterfly appeared from nowhere, bringing hope to turn the tide, and mysterious cracks also appeared on the wall. Zhou Yi used his hand to pry open a crack, revealing his handsome face. Space positioning borrows the power of the Void Beast's perception to locate space coordinates. From there, it opens a space rift leading to the intended destination, allowing for instantaneous spatial travel. Back in reality, Du Feng saw the familiar figure and asked, "Bishop Feng, you're back." Without reservation, he cut straight to the chase. I sensed the disappearance of 4 precious cult members. What exactly happened? Feng Li hurriedly knelt down to apologize. There was an incident during this mission. Someone possessing strong holy light power intervened and ruined the sacrifice, even killing our people. That person's strength is extraordinary. I am no match for him at all. Du Feng relentlessly pressed him. Then why are you still alive? He desperately pleaded for a way out. This humble one's crime deserves death 1,000 times. I beg your Excellency to spare my life. I am willing to atone for my sins and find even more offerings to compensate for this loss. He coldly uttered, "Few successes, many failures." After hearing that, he trembled all over. Your Excellency, I truly gave it my all, but that mysterious person was too strong, I really. Zhou Yi had already disguised himself as a cultist and stood among them. He quietly observed the situation. The evil energy from the black orb is too dense. This must be the core. Over 100 cultists gathered. This conspiracy is definitely not just about collecting souls. Du Feng didn't want to waste any more time and reluctantly overlooked it. Forget it. Your explanation is useless. Fortunately, although the sacrifice was interrupted midway, the ritual was completed and did not affect the overall plan. Feng Li timidly and hesitantly spoke. Your Excellency, do you mean the sacrifice was successful? But the sacrifice was clearly cut short, and the soul power that the Master needs has not been fully collected. Could it be? Could it be that we've angered the Master? He couldn't help but yell. You fool! Do you think we are still holding sacrifices in various parts of the city just for that pathetic bit of soul power? Having run out of options, he turned to another cultist and demanded further explanation. Bishop Su. Yes, your humble servant. Explain it to this fool. Your humble servant obeys. The cultist, Su Ling, showed an evil expression and slowly explained. Your Excellency, this is the great plan to destroy the world. Over the past 5 years, the cult of Holy Spirit has conducted 307 sacrifices, all placed at key points in Longfeng City. Each sacrifice activates a nodal point. He continued to meticulously explain every detail. Zhou Yi listened intently, not missing a word. If these nodal points connect to form lines, they will create a magic array covering the entire city, named the Chaos Purgatory Array. To execute this plan, we've infiltrated many cult members into various strata of Longfeng City, spreading the doctrines of the cult of Holy Spirit among the populace. Attracting more and more people with desires to join the cult of Holy Spirit, expanding our forces and providing enough manpower for the plan. At the same time, we added colorless and tasteless magic potions to the city's water supply. The potion subtly affects the body and mind, weakening them and making them easier to control. Upon hearing this, Zoe was filled with thoughts. No wonder those professionals were so easily hypnotized. What is the purpose of their activating this so-called Chaos Purgatory Array? Meanwhile, Su Ling's voice still echoed in his ears. We have dug numerous secret underground passages beneath the city, connecting to the sacrificial points. These passages are filled with magic array runes that channel converging energy. He continued to reveal the timing. Tonight, the magic array has activated. The souls and vitality of all living beings in the city are continuously being taken and transported through the passages to the sealed place of the Chaos Lord. The more he spoke, the more his face was tinged with malice. The lives and souls of everyone in the city are sacrificed. The great Chaos Lord is about to awaken. He will bring endless chaos and darkness, remaking this world. The great Chaos Lord is about to awaken. He listened, his expression gradually growing serious. Chaos Lord and Evil God. Then he summoned magic, preparing to make a move, using the lives of everyone in the city to awaken the Evil God. I absolutely won't allow it. At this moment, Fong Lai hurriedly apologized. My lord, please forgive me. I know nothing about this. Doc Fong rebuked. Bishop Fong, you're so foolish. How can I be at ease in trusting you with important matters? While speaking, he suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Who's still there? Chu Gi was startled, his eyes wide open. He aimed at where Chu Gi stood and activated magic, causing a shocking explosion. Fortunately, Chu Gi had defended himself in time, so he was unharmed. As soon as the smoke cleared, Chu Gi prepared himself for battle. Divine Lightning Apocalypse State Level 1. Entering Apocalypse State increases abnormal status resistance by 50%, increases lightning skill damage by 50%, lasts 14 seconds. Sword Flash activates extremely fast, hitting the target and dealing a large amount of mixed damage. Fong Lai recognized the familiar face immediately. It's you again. Lin didn't hesitate, rushing in to cast magic. Obsession Rift / gathers obsessive power into the weapon, creating a black crescent moon that possesses strong metal-cutting force. Chugi wouldn't give up. Divine Lightning Punishment Blade S-Class Level 1 summons Divine Lightning, condensing it on the weapon to slash at extreme speed, dealing extra lightning attribute damage. To his surprise, Doc Fong also knew him. Chugi, it's you again. What a small world. Hearing this, he immediately snitched. My lord, he's the one who sabotaged the ceremony at Honju Market. How dare he come to the headquarters? Today, he must come here and never leave. He couldn't take it anymore, directly slapping him in the face. You carelessly let someone follow you, you imbecile. I really want to take your life right now. Fong Lai rubbed his cheek in pain. Next to him, he kept disparaging the opponent. You're so foolish, yet you dare to boast. If it weren't for your bloodline, how could you be a bishop? Look at how miserable and lowly you are. Without my compassion, you'd be a mere ant your entire life. And you dare to say he'll never return? You wouldn't even know why you died. Meanwhile, the two continued their fierce battle, the clash between the golden and purple magic, creating tremors that bombarded the surroundings. After a while, both temporarily separated, Chu Gi retreating to maintain a safe distance. He used his magic eye to analyze his opponent but couldn't appraise him, feeling a slight admiration internally. Much stronger than the bishop I met before. He's a two-transition master, no less. I've met my match this time. Lin below wasted no time, swinging his scythe to unleash a deadly move. Phantom Scythe Attack unleashes scythe blades, summoning black crescent-shaped blades from multiple angles to attack enemies, causing multiple instances of damage and disrupting their actions. His rapid scythe spinning formed a magic circle, absolutely cinematic. He stared at Chu Gi, praising him without reservation. Just a level 29 Holy Knight, yet you can withstand 3 of my attacks. You have some skill. Then he coldly unleashed his next move, intending to finish off his opponent. But this is as far as you go. Dark Vortex, with himself at the center, condenses dark power to form a giant black vortex, possessing a strong suction force on all surrounding living beings, causing prolonged dark erosion. Talin's magic was like sharp slashes, flying out chaotically everywhere. At the center where he stood, a black hole had already formed, poised to swallow everything around it. Chu-Gi tensed, struggling against the intense suction. The situation grew worse. He summoned Holy Light Guardian, slamming his holy sword into the ground to create a foothold. The two sides constantly pulled back and forth, and the surrounding rocks and earth shattered into pieces. Talin spoke disdainfully to his opponent. "My dark vortex devours even light. You're just struggling in vain. A one-transition Holy Knight indeed has some skill, but compared to a two-transition like me, it's like an ant to a dragon. You're 14 levels below me." Chu-Gi had already realized the disadvantageous situation, his mind filled with calculations. Although the Divine Holy Angel Guardian can resist most dark erosion, this black vortex is frantically absorbing my magic and stamina. If I continue to deplete myself like this, I'll be drained dry sooner or later. His eyes glowed with dark fire as he confidently challenged, "In the face of absolute power, how long can your candlelight last?" Chu-Gi refused to give up, retorting fiercely, "My light is enough to crush your tricks." A brilliant aura flashed behind Chu-Gi. He made up his mind and devised a combat plan. Fighting him in terms of magic and stamina is definitely not advantageous. I need to strike fast and win quickly. At this point, Talin hesitated slightly. He questioned himself. The purity of this holy light far surpasses that of a normal holy knight. Could he be the secret weapon of the Church of Light? But his level is really too low. However, no matter his background, he won't leave this place alive today. Doc Fong, fearing a prolonged situation, immediately spoke up. Bishop Tu, stop him quickly. But it was too late. He had completed the transformation process. Concentrated aura talent, divine halo skill, level 11 grade A. Archangel divine form secret art S+. Then, he summoned a photon ray aimed directly at the opponent. Talin was startled by the scene. He couldn't believe his eyes. This dark vortex was a flawed fusion of chaotic origin. It could even devour the power of a level 50 expert. How could it be so easily separated? Impossible. All the cultists spare no cost to kill him. He wanted to overwhelm the opponent with numbers. Although the cultists weren't strong, their numbers were vast, completely capable of draining his stamina and magic power. Talin loudly shouted orders. Feeling the agonizing dark bonds of chains, a series of chains lunged to seal him. Next was a water formation, surging forward to drown the opponent. Chu-Gi calmly reached out and drew his light sword, his gaze sharpening. Then, with a wave of his hand, he successfully broke the water formation. However, the battle hadn't stopped yet. The numerous cultists frantically charged in. Too many small fries. He had to clear them out first. Chu-Gi spread his arms wide, feet firm as a mountain, summoning light shields on both sides, Gemini Heart Shield level 11. The cultists who just charged and were mercilessly knocked back. A series of cinematic moves were unleashed as he single-handedly ravaged the battlefield. Talin, seeing himself overwhelmed, quickly retreated to defend. Then he also unleashed a counterattack, Shadow Triple Slash. He didn't make many movements, just stretched gently, and powerful magic light emanated, even knocking back his opponent. A moment later, the battlefield became less chaotic. Talin was slammed against the wall, and Doc Fong angrily cursed. "Worthless! You couldn't even capture a level 29 paladin." Fong Lai could only tremble and exclaim, "What kind of joke is this? How do you fight this monster?" Chu-Gi clenched his hand, feeling the power flowing within him. Fortunately, with the Archangel Divine Form transformation and all the buffs, he was nominally level 29, but in reality, he was close to level 40. Plus, the Holy Light suppression of evil power allowed him to overpower opponents beyond his level. Doc Fong raged, releasing blood-red killing intent. "Useless. You will all pay once the ritual is complete." However, Seeing the coward crumpled on the ground, he loudly demanded, "Bishop Fong, what are you doing?" Fong Lai was so scared he went crazy, stammering incoherently. He can't be level 29. He must be carrying some kind of concealment item. Great master, I'll seize the opportunity. I can't just go up there and die in vain. Chu Gi took advantage of their lapse in vigilance and lunged forward to fight. Doc Fong furiously ordered, "You good-for-nothing coward, charge now and block him for me." But the wimp just stood rooted to the spot. "Master, I'm still looking for a good opportunity to strike. Now is not the time." He concentrated his divine power, his eyes like a hawk fixed on the two in front of him. Then he charged, weapon gripped tightly, pressing it against Fong Lai. Doc Fong seized the chance, grabbed his head, and used him as a human shield. Fong Lai took the full blow, F.A. "Father, why?" Cough, cough. Then he coldly threw the body of his comrade down, continuously cursing. "Worthless." Witnessing the inhumane scene, he questioned, "Was he your son?" "It doesn't matter if he was or wasn't. To die for the Lord of Chaos is the greatest honor of his life." Chu Gi was speechless with him. For that void evil god, he could even abandon his own kin. He truly has lost his mind. He replied, his tone 3 parts mockery, 7 parts madness. "When chaos descends, billions of beings will be my children. Chu Gi is no match. Don't die in vain for a city that's about to be destroyed." He heard the opponent mention his name, so he couldn't help but wonder. "You know me?" Doc Fong didn't hesitate to reveal. "First place in the National College Freshman Exchange Competition, with outstanding performance. I've long heard your name from the exchange competition." While engrossed in conversation, Chu Gi suddenly felt something unusual. It turned out that Talin wanted to launch a sneak attack, but he promptly swung his sword in defense. Before he could deal with this guy, Doc Fong behind him had already made a move. He exclaimed worriedly, "This isn't good." In a flash, Chu Gi had teleported, disappearing from the enemy's encirclement. Then he suddenly appeared, giving Talin a devastating blow. Spatial jump, void beast skill. Immediately after, thousands of invisible punches targeted him directly. Azure Fist chain attack. Level 9 B rank. He was pummeled repeatedly, screaming in pain. "Ah!" Doc Fong observed the grand scene and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you stole the void beast and acquired it without any effort." Without responding to him, he coldly activated his next skill. Light's punishment skill, level 16 A rank. He quickly dealt with Talin, but his heart was filled with questions, knowing that he could have already tamed the void beast. After some deliberation, Chu Gi confidently declared, "Principal Fong Hack, you are the crazy traitor." Knowing he couldn't hide forever, he confirmed, "That's right." Fong Hack stepped out from within the magic array, saying with a smug tone, "The Chaos Lord will reclaim this world, and I will become one of the rulers of the new world." His eyes were glazed white with the desire for power. He stumbled forward, threatening the person in front of him. "The Chaos Lord would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, both you and the Void Beast belong to me. One is a gift, one to nourish the Chaos Lord's power." Chu Gi still stood facing him without any fear, his mind filled with thoughts. Belief in an evil god indeed greatly enhances one's strength. Fong Hack is a level 49 second job assassin, but he's under more pressure than Director No, who is level 52. I've activated Angelic Patrol to boost my strength, but facing him is still very difficult. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, thousands of sharp rocks emerged. In a flash, he was sealed by them. Chu Gi quickly summoned light magic, struggling vigorously amidst the rocky terrain. Fong Yi looked at the bloody scene before him with great glee. "Struggle all you want. Every minute you prolong it, 5 souls will become nutrients for the Lord of Chaos." He spread his arms wide, summoning an additional matrix of sharp stakes that rained down on his opponent. Fortunately, Chu Gi had enough time to defend by casting magic, the Holy Light Protection skill, level 13B+. His attack suddenly changed direction. He watched with wide eyes, but essentially couldn't react in time, and was hit by the move on his right bicep, blood splattering everywhere. Chugi looked at his severely injured shoulder, slowly recovering. It's not ordinary corrosion. This is the concretization of the evil god's power. The dull pain made him so uncomfortable that he had to grit his teeth and cut out the demonized flesh. Feng He, immersed in his dark transformation, laughed maniacally. Ah ha ha! His mouth spewed a massive wave of shock energy towards him. The sudden surge of power, however, couldn't make Chugi flinch or flee. With just a sword, the hero redirected the energy, tearing through the sky with a roar of apocalypse. His body momentarily shifted, controlling Feng He from behind. He stood still, looking up at the approaching light, unable to do anything. A pillar of light descended powerfully, like heavenly lightning striking Feng He's head, at Chugi's command. The light punishment skill, level 16A rank. Fortunately for him, he possessed a sharp mind to erect a shield in time. You want to control my actions, then use light punishment to deliver a fatal blow to me, right? His thin lips kept uttering annoying words. Your counter tactic is quite standard. Too bad you forgot I was once the dean of the War Academy. In a corner of the room, there were iron chains covered in mysterious red aura, as if possessing souls, rushing to help him turn the tables. They quickly pulled him back to free Feng He. Chu Gi was dragged towards a stone table, while his ears kept ringing with Feng He's voice. All these combat strategies are what I taught my students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, he was focused on something else more important. Abyssal chains, formed by concentrated chaotic power, especially effective against divine attributes. Once entangled, it will not only seal all light-based skills, but also continuously drain the life force of the victim. While Feng He was kneeling, awaiting the glorious moment about to unfold. Struggle all you want. This is your end. Chu Gi, however, lay on the stone table, his limbs chained and stretched taut in 4 directions, a truly uncomfortable sight. This is bad. These chains suppress holy power. Waves of thunderous lightning appeared high in the sky, signaling an ill omen. Feng He joyfully squeezed Chu Gi's cheek. His long, black fingernails dug deep into Chu Gi's face, making him spit blood in pain. His face eager, anticipating a new era of human suffering. He licked the blood still clinging to his hand. Feng He sensed the scent of evil energy gradually appearing in the air, giving his lifeless eyes a distinct vitality. Suddenly, rocks fell from the sky like a nocturnal thunderstorm. Even standing in the middle of the courtyard, both remained unharmed, as if the falling rocks knew to avoid people. Chu Gi looked at the faint red shadows gradually forming around him. Those were aggrieved souls appeared, wandering aimlessly as evil energy enveloped the mortal realm. Feng He's mood became gleeful, like a clown immersed in chaotic delirium. Listen, these are the footsteps of the Lord of Chaos, who is about to arrive. Thunderous lightning strikes crashed down, shaking the entire continent. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, leaving behind a gloomy, apocalyptic atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chu Gi was still stunned by the scene before him. Hundreds of souls drifted past the stone table he lay on. Along with the strangers, 2 acquaintances of Chu Gi, Bak Na and Lu Kiet, drifted past him like mindless robots. Both stood silently with the others, waiting for the evil energy to envelop their souls. The swirling evil energy transformed everyone into soulless stone figures, standing tall around him. Chu Gi couldn't help but be enraged by the inhumane actions of the one Feng he worshipped. Beast. He, however, coldly retorted to his ideological opponent. This is a necessary price. Fools like you would never understand. The chaotic situation forced him to silently ponder a new plan. Although I could directly let the Void Beast take me out of here, all the people of Ling Feng City would surely die. Therefore, I must stop him, even if I'm not his match. I absolutely cannot be a deserter. Chu Gi secretly summoned a glass vial containing a golden liquid. Pre-Heaven Earth Softness S+. Greatly enhances all negative resistances. Increases physical recovery speed. He nervously gulped down the strange liquid quickly. Negative resistance plus 100%. Physical recovery speed plus 100%. This act, in Feng He's eyes, was merely like a fish struggling to escape in its final moments. Struggle. Chu-Gi ignored the taunt. The radiant halo shining behind him boosted his will to fight, using the name of the divine to awaken the soul's consciences. Seeing his enemy's confident appearance, Feng suddenly looked panicked. What do you want to do? In return, he amiably sentenced the destroyer of worlds. Repent. Chu-Gi used a skill to absorb the remaining spiritual energy from the figures lying scattered on the ground. Fatigue was evident on his hazy face. Collected the concept of repentance 104 times. Inside Chu-Gi, he forced two streams of true chi and inner chi to collide. The extreme pain from the reckless act, beyond his endurance, made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly saint warriors rose powerfully within him. Furthermore, the Ice Corps Legion also continuously followed Chu-Gi's call. The two incompatible types of chi collided, creating a powerful shockwave within him. Chu-Gi gritted his teeth and endured, forcing his body to assimilate the two streams of chi. Feng stared blankly at the spiritual energy surrounding him. This power, what does he still want to break through? His dull mind suddenly processed things surprisingly quickly. Second transmutation. When he understood his intention, Feng covered his face and burst out laughing. Forcing a second transmutation. Haha, you've truly opened my eyes. It seems despair has clouded your mind. He demonstrated his thorough knowledge of this technique to the person gritting his teeth while performing it within himself. Under normal circumstances, second transmutation requires vast resources to withstand magic gemstones, precious rare elixirs. These are all necessary items to strengthen the body and enhance power, and powerful experts are needed to guard against external interference during a breakthrough. Now you're still suppressed by the shackles of the abyss, your holy power suppressed, imprisoned all alone, without any energy supply. The fierce battle of the two elite legions made Chu-Gi's nerves twitch continuously. The power within your body will become uncontrollable. Like wild horses unbridled, they will violently impact your body, tearing you into pieces. Once you fail, his face filled with interest as he saw his enemy writhing. Lightly, your rank will drop. Severely, your soul will scatter. Though confident, Feng still cast a spell, preparing to bring it down upon him. But you're a very strange kid. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance cannot allow you to successfully achieve second transmutation. Chu-Gi's mind hazily sensed the intense conflict occurring within him. The two forms of chi silently assimilated, while Feng remained arrogant and insolent. Just died during your second transmutation. The final skirmish took place silently, marking the end of the prolonged, simmering pain. The icy specters gradually transformed into sharp crystals. The angelic guardians, meanwhile, turned into shimmering golden leaves. The two warring factions now assimilated into each other as items. The pain ended, allowing Chu-Gi to bear fruit on the path of salvation in the three darknesses. Congratulations on acquiring the Arbiter's exclusive skill. Arbiter's Descent, Divine Summon, Divine Revival. Acquired unallocated attribute points beyond the 100 mark. His physique, imbued with astonishing divine power, also made his face grimmer. Due to his flashy debut, Feng chose to ride the whirlwind, flying straight into the stone wall. Chu-Gi unleashed an airborne strike, sending its chi force into him. His body froze, falling into a rigid state, unable to resist. Feng's entire body was sent flying through the air from the powerful blow. The ancient citadel also took the full brunt of a nasty headshot from Chu-Gi's wrath. Since he was hurled high into the air, it took Feng a long time to land, like a crude sack of dirt. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe he had lost his lower half. But instead of anger, he gaped his mouth, revealing a sinister, horrifying smile. It's useless. Do you think a mere second transmutation, Holy Knight skills can injure me? A thick layer of black chi was discharged to fill the void in his body. He then shakily stood up thanks to the evil chi. He had summoned the vengeful spirits waiting to rush into battle. Ants like you. I don't know how many I've eaten. Why would Chu-Gi fear that deadly aura? No need. Your last words are too noisy. He raised his hand to the sky, forming a complex formation in the sky. Arbiter's Descent, Level 1, S-Rank. Using a normal body to activate divine punishment, summoning a holy force field to inflict immense damage upon dark creatures. After the skill ends, they fall into an exhausted state, with all attributes reduced by 40% for 2 hours. His eyes, blazing with fire, stared at Feng He, who was lunging at him. You who are wicked, I sentence you. The hero played the judge, deciding the fate of that tenacious rat himself. Death sentence. Lightning rained down like wrath. Each bolt aimed directly at the traitor. The more he was struck, the more Feng He seemed to gain spirit to provoke Chu Gi. You won't succeed. My master's power remains. The sudden heavy atmosphere made him suspiciously eye Feng He's next move. Like other souls, he offered himself in service to chaos. Several black magic tendrils were suddenly unleashed and flew out immediately. They surrounded him, so fast that Chu Gi couldn't react in time. Chaos emitted a guttural voice of unknown identity. Submit. How great it would be to destroy together. Thick resentment, like deadly poison, permeated his body through his skin cells, making him spurt a mouthful of pitch-black blood. The ground was strewn with piles of skeletons, covered by its lamenting cries, transforming the oppressive scene into a true earthly hell. Suffering is the truth. Join us. Ah! Red, bloodshot eyes appeared on his expressionless face. Chu Gi had fallen into a version of himself that even he didn't recognize. Fortunately, his strong willpower helped him regain control of his true self. Chaos used its tentacles to squeeze him tightly, brainwashing with roars. Become an eternal part of me. The divine power within Chu Gi reacted strongly, causing a painful backlash to his mind. He used skilled combat techniques to break free from its encirclement. His entire body was enveloped in the power of holy light, helping Chu Gi confidently wield his sword and charge forward. His consciousness, though corrupted, was far superior to mere hypnosis. The broadsword pierced straight into the heart of chaos, but unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent. The deep wound caused a dull, throbbing pain, making the amorphous monster constantly gasp in pain. The open wound revealed Chaos's vital point. You actually dared. Chu Gi paid no mind to that meaningless anger and responded indifferently. Why wouldn't I dare? Holy night. His soft words could overshadow the clashing sounds between the evil tentacles and the holy blade, specializing in subduing all kinds of evil. The powerful aura of divine energy made the layer of tentacles vanish into the wind. An explosion erupted as the evil energy vibrated, unable to maintain stability to control its main body. Chu Gi stood there in a daze, looking at the scene, casually lowering his defensive shield to rest during the intermission. A demonic blade quietly emerged from underground. Hearing a sound behind him, he turned around, puzzled. But before he could understand what was happening, Chu Gi was struck across the back by Chaos with a blade, making him choke on his own saliva. The swift attack splattered his blood onto its white teeth. Its disgusting tongue licked away the delicious blood. As soon as the blood entered its body, it quickly severed the mental chain that sealed its wild instincts. I am very pleased with. I am the Lord of Chaos, a deity. A deity cannot be killed by a mere human. The outcome between you and me was decided from the very beginning. Become my slave, and I will grant you the power of a demigod. Hearing those filthy words, Chu Gi's fighting spirit surged even more while he healed himself. The power of a demigod. How about we make a deal? You can use me as a punching bag, and I'll teach you what god-slaying power is. And also, there's a limit to impersonating gods and ghosts. He flashed a contemptuous smile while speaking to Chaos. At most, you're just a clone of an evil god. That's why I, a human, can wound you. If you keep talking arrogantly, people will laugh their teeth off. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, it stammered. This is impossible. You. Chu Gi clutched his head, muttering to himself. Damn it. This body can only hold out for 2 minutes at most. I don't have much time left. He summoned a miraculous holy power. God, a sky-piercing column of light was created by his cold swing, shaking a vast area of land. A legion of holy celestial soldiers appeared, ready for battle, summoned by him. God summoning, level 1, S-Rank. Some had already drawn their bows, awaiting orders from above. The ancient angelic legion's contract magic requires 30% of life force to summon angels to battle. Attention! The angel's existence time will consume the host's spiritual power. And then there were a few calm ones, quietly pondering everything. Seeing the mighty legion, chaos became somewhat flustered, yet roared to save face. Lowly creations like you, don't even think of stopping me. Under Chu Gi's silent command, the tightly closed eyes of the legion opened. Initiate purification. Execute divine punishment. The entire headquarters descended upon the battlefield, causing holy light to erupt, acting on heaven's will to punish the rebellious. An explosion of rage swept away everything in its immediate vicinity. Even the stone architectural structures gradually turned to dust before the terrifying power. The violent shockwave spread to the vast forest, causing trees to shake incessantly. At the center of the crater created by the recent impact, Chugi knelt on one knee, his entire body covered in wounds and golden cracks. A notification quickly displayed next to the hovering crimson crystal. Obtained the crystallization of evil God's power. Damage occurred. Quality cannot be assessed. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of cloudy blood plasma, his voice hoarse and heavy. So that's how it is. His entire body soon completely collapsed onto the cold stone ground. You're not even a clone. In the empty field, without a soul in sight, only hazy dust swirled around as if Chu Gi had been forgotten by the world. The moon and the brilliant stars above silently watched the lonely figure of the pitiable young man. One might have thought he would simply sleep a long rest after the exhausting battle, but even as his bones groaned with painful cracks, his hand once again bravely pushed himself up. However, in his current state, even turning over had become a luxury. Warnings continuously rang out. Life characteristic unstable. Please heal quickly. Chu Gi's dazed eyes focused on the appearing text. Life characteristic critical value breakthrough. Heartbeat currently 8 times per minute. Blood pressure 50/30ths. Total 17 bone fractures. Organ damage reached 63%. Immediate treatment recommended. He devoted all his remaining strength to activate his trump card. A dazzling light slowly gathered in his trembling hands. Divine Genesis, restore. On the other side, Lu Qiet continuously called the name of the person lying motionless on the bed with extreme worry. Nana, you're awake. Bakna. Fortunately, Bakna is showing signs of waking up. Ah, her mind is still a bit hazy after a deep sleep. Weren't we still at the hot springs? Why suddenly? She immediately updated the other party on the situation. A miracle, it's a miracle. Right now, outside, a colossal pillar of light is erupting, tearing through the clouds. From it, countless adorable angel-like entities were bestowed. They vigorously danced around the bodies of the people scattered all over the road. This phenomenon is the Divine Genesis, Restore Level 1, Tier 5, that Chu Gi just summoned. It has the ability to release a divine domain covering the entire city, purifying pollution. It saves everyone whose souls haven't dissipated within its range. After the skill ends, he will fall into a state of divine exhaustion, with all attributes returning to 0 for 10 days. Amidst the pitch-black night, the conversation between the Void Beast and Chu Gi echoed. You forcefully underwent a second transformation. All your meridians are ruptured. And you even activated a life-saving skill. This time, not being sent to the salt mines means you're incredibly lucky. Oh, why didn't you let me guide you? You could have gasp. You could have hidden behind. What difference would that make compared to those evil cults? He uttered each word weakly, gasping. Gasped before deciding on the second transformation. I remembered the day of class transfer at school before the college entrance exam. At that time, I chose to be a holy knight. Images of himself in shining armor flooded his mind with humility, followed by the highly skilled movements of swinging the weapon in his hand. Honesty, bravery, a blazing cross symbol, serving as an undying belief in justice, was deeply etched onto the hammer. Compassion. finally delivering a powerful finishing blow to the ground, fulfilling one's duty, doing what is honorable. Even as blood gushed from his mouth, Chu-gi held firm to a deep conviction: to pursue justice and righteousness throughout one's life, that is a holy night. He breathed out with difficulty, exhausted, gasped if I clung to life and feared death. Then I would be going against my initial intention. What good is strength then? Activating a skill once more, locate. A blue magic circle was immediately activated right where Chu-gi was lying. Swang University. Just then, a voice from the cliff above suddenly called out, "Leader, what's happening here?" Wang Hao frowned, observing the situation below, and secretly deduced, this scale of combat is not something we can predict. But I'm certain there's a strong individual who, in the night, used his life to protect the entire Longfeng City. He is a hero of our Longfeng City. By now, Chu-gi had successfully teleported back to his dormitory. Gasp, gasp, all notification screens simultaneously turned red, indicating an extremely serious situation. Checking. Soul damage detected. Life signs in critical danger. Divine exhaustion status. All attributes returned to 0 for 10 days. Before his vision gradually closed, he managed to utter a heartfelt word: "Teacher." The last thing he could see was a countdown displaying 239 hours, 55 minutes, 5 seconds. A little later, his vision gradually returned. This time, there were no more warning system panels. Chu-gi slowly opened his dazed eyes. His breathing suddenly showed signs of bubbling. He slowly sat up from the biotank, surrounded by countless medical tubes attached to his body. Throughout the recovery process, I've been in a coma for 2 days. Wang Hui, sitting nearby, suddenly questioned, "You're awake? How does it feel to be on the brink of death?" Destroying the evil gods, sacrifice ritual single-handedly. Should I call you brave or reckless? Chu-gi could only awkwardly scratch his head. The situation was urgent back then. The golden veins running across his body were still there, causing him to cough strenuously. "Cough, cough, cough," the man calmly explained in detail. "All your body's meridians are tore like a fishing net. Ordinary healing spells can only mend your physical body. Therefore, I'll place you in a medicinal spring to stabilize your life force." He also didn't forget to meticulously instruct, along with the threat: 5 dragon pearls, precious healing holy artifacts, are submerged in this medicinal spring. You must absorb all of them. If you dare waste a single drop. Suddenly, Chu-gi interrupted. "But teacher," he yelled indignantly, "this is clearly your foot-washing water." Wang Hui merely gave an extremely innocent smile to deflect. "Don't concern yourself with these details. What matters is that your life was saved." His expression instantly turned serious again. His hand skillfully opened an electronic panel. "Let me tell you what happened during your 2 days in a coma." The captain of the Longfeng City Public Security Bureau's action team not only completely preserved the battlefield traces, but also specifically collected residual samples of the holy light. Both intently observed the image displayed in midair. "Looking at this fluctuation graph, your wind frequency and holy power completely match. If someone with a keen eye investigates, they could immediately trace it to you. Therefore, regarding the Longfeng City incident, we will publicly state that I did it." Chu-gi clearly disagreed with this view. "Teacher, I don't need to hide behind you." However, Wang Hui insisted, "You are still young, and your rank isn't high. If your achievements are carelessly publicized, it might attract the pursuit of evil cultists. Those people won't spare anyone who threatens them. Therefore, I used some privileges and classified your matter as SSS level confidential. After you undergo your 3rd transformation, these honors will naturally be returned to their rightful owner." His delicate eyebrows furrowed in dissatisfaction, his memory recalling the life and death moment in the recent fierce battle. He then declared clearly, "Teacher, after I defeated the evil god, I discovered that its true form was merely a crystallization of the evil god's power, and simultaneously summoned it as concrete proof." Chu-gi was ready to let Wang Hui gaze upon it for as long as he wished. This is the true face of the evil god. It doesn't look special, yet it has harmed so many people. Just by touching it, one could clearly feel a multitude of silently moaning souls, filled with resentment. They gathered into a disgusting, pitiful clump. Witnessing this horrifying scene brought his anger to its peak. Just a fragment, yet it dared to cause such turmoil. Wang Hui immediately gathered an immense amount of aura into his palm, causing the surrounding space to ripple incessantly seal. In just a blink of an eye, he successfully covered the cursed crystal with a glowing fabric. Scene change. Hong Lin's pruning motion suddenly stopped when he heard the familiar name, Wang Hui. He abruptly turned around with a hint of confusion. Wang Hui? Why did he go there? Yu Lin honestly reported, "Our internal intelligence indicates that Wang Hui's direct disciple, Chu Gi, went to Longfang City to complete a mission. Along the way, he discovered Fong Hak's actions and immediately contacted Wang Hui, who had just arrived." Hong Lin gently placed his hand under his chin, looking thoughtful. To be discovered by Wang Hui, that's truly not easy to deal with. Go inform all sub-branches to enter a deep dormant state. Try to avoid provoking the military. The other party immediately accepted the order. Yes, his gaze remained fixed on the vibrant rose in front of him. Why do I feel like the name Chu Gi sounds a bit familiar? Yu Lin's next word suddenly made Hong Lin realize. 2 months ago, Chu Gi disrupted Fong Hak's plan during the freshman competition. At that time, we even suspected he had tamed a void beast and monitored him for a period. Only then did he realize Chu Gi's identity. It's him. I remember now. He's that capable brat. The corner of his lips suddenly curled into a scheming smile. In that case, let's give our little friend a truly unforgettable welcome gift. A firm understood was heard in reply, along with the sight of a plucked flower falling silently onto the cold floor in the dark night, a scene of utmost cruelty. At this moment elsewhere, Shenlin Fong stood alone under the pouring rain, facing a brightly lit high-rise villa. His mind was now in turmoil, filled with existential doubts. That brat, living in such a rundown place, without any family backing, how could he cultivate such bizarre strength? It's truly strange. Just then, a strange object suddenly crashed into the window of the building, inadvertently attracting Lin Fong's attention. Huh, who is it? The very next second, a piercing sound ripped through the quiet night from outside. Roar! His eyes instantly widened in utter surprise, unable to process the situation. Inside, a tall, dark figure was threatening Chu Van's safety. Women and children are my favorite. Their fear, I can even smell it. It's absolutely wonderful. A hoarse voice emanated from a mouth with perfectly white teeth, looking incredibly savage. Coincidentally, you are both a woman and a child. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Bin instantly gathered dark energy in his palm and charged straight forward. Double the joy. However, at the most crucial moment, something unexpectedly shot in, causing a violent collision that spread thick smoke and dust everywhere. His brain, unable to process the sudden situation, caused his movements to completely falter. That was none other than Lin Fong, who, in a burst of power, had saved the person in the nick of time. The opponent was astonished and exclaimed, "Flaming Dragon Bloodline!" Luke Bin furiously attacked again. Someone has come looking for death. Lin Fong, on his side, was ready to fight at any moment. At the same time, a sudden flash of lightning struck Chu Gi's mind, as if he had detected something abnormal from a distant location. He decisively broke free from the restraints of the medical wires, his entire body slowly floating in the air amidst splashing bioliquid. Void Beast guiding Butterfly. Just a second later, Chu Gi was seen in full attire again, his voice stern as he gave the command. Spatial teleportation. Locate Chu Van. His expression was now filled with seriousness. Little Koi's life value is still decreasing, which means little Van is in grave danger. Stop wasting words. Locate her. The Void Beast closed its eyes tightly to concentrate on sensing with its mind. The butterfly formation quickly displayed itself clearly. It revealed, "To avoid future trouble, I will dedicate all my strength to protecting your body. But as for how much damage you sustain after teleportation, you'll have to pray for yourself. Space suddenly cracked like fragile glass, and Chugi's figure simultaneously plunged straight down. Soon enough, the tense battle between Lin Fong and Luke Bin could be seen. Though at a disadvantage, he still kindly asked about the person behind him. "Little girl, can you still stand up?" Chu Van hesitantly confirmed, "Yes." The other party then suggested, "Go find your brother quickly." His opponent, facing an equally matched foe, had also sustained quite a few injuries to his face. "You little brat, you really don't know your place. To make yourself like this for a woman, is it worth it or not?" Lin Fong struggled to breathe heavily. Worth it or not worth it? Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful flame that pierced through the enemy's body. "That's none of your business." Luke Bin seemed to have taken the full wrath of the dragons and officially turned into dust. All that remained were his desperate screams of agony. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The surging heat gradually dissipated with the cold night wind. Lin Fong wiped the hot blood dripping down his chin. The wet, burning sensation further awakened his mind amidst the chaos. Chu Ven quickly rushed into Chugi's arms as soon as they reunited. "Brother!" However, he still didn't seem to have fully recovered, his expression suddenly sinking significantly. "Ah!" She hurriedly recounted the entire situation. "You finally arrived. That guy was so scary just now. He wounded little Koi." Chu Gi gently patted his sister's head to reassure her. "Don't be scared, Big Brother is here now." His attention suddenly fell upon Lin Fong, who was struggling and trembling all over in the distance. Why is Shen Lin Fong here? Despite this, he still managed to provoke him. "Chu, the savior has finally arrived. This brother of yours truly lives up to his title. I even thought your sister would turn into roast pigeon." Chu Ven stood between them both and defended him. "You're not allowed to talk about my brother like that." Lin Fong just sneered. "Little sister, your words really hurt me. For better or worse, I risked my life for you." However, her stance remained clear. "I will definitely repay you for saving my life, but you're not allowed to speak like that. Ever since I was little, no matter what danger I faced, my brother would always block it for me first. He's the best brother in the world." He struggled to use his hand to staunch the bleeding wound on his chest. "Hey Chu, your sister, on the other hand, knows how to be grateful. How come when it comes to you, there's not even a single word of thanks?" Drops of plasma slowly dripped onto the cold ground, accompanied by intentionally provocative words. Is this the extent of a holy knight's upbringing? Chu Ven was about to retort indignantly again. "Hey!" But Chu Gi pulled her shoulder to stop her. "Xiao Van, he's just jealous that I have such a good sister. He's unhappy. That's why he's spouting nonsense here." The two siblings thus performed a back-and-forth act. Although Shen Lin Fong did save Xiao Van, this could be a bitter scheme, ploy to gain sympathy by suffering. This is a typical mindset of wanting something, but not being able to get it. So you deny its value. "Really? Exactly right." Which made Lin Fong furiously mumble, "I." He was literally spitting blood with anger. "Nonsense. I'm jealous of you. Ha ha ha. How could I be jealous of you?" However, due to overexertion, he temporarily lost consciousness, his eyes turning completely white and blank like empty shells. The moment Lin Fong's body lost balance and fell, the stake piercing his abdomen became a support, pinning his entire body in midair. A dark red liquid stained the entire steel pole as he slowly slid down due to inertia. Chu Gi just stared, witnessing the entire gruesome scene from beginning to end. His hand gently pressed Chu Van's head against his chest to protect her from psychological trauma. A weak voice suddenly came again. "Chu Gi, don't dally. Quickly save me. I haven't logged out yet. Don't just stand there like a block of wood." He only responded with another taunt. "Shen Lin Fong, you can still argue despite being so injured. It seems your injuries aren't severe." Then he slowly exposed Lin Fong's unusual behavior. "Compared to you, I'm more curious why you appeared at my house, and coincidentally, just when Chu Van was ambushed." He instantly fell silent, a flood of memories rushing back in his mind like a rewound film. Do you know, recently there's been a popular way to play, called the Hero's Path of Reminiscence. What is that? It turned out Lin Fong had heard news from lively discussions. It was about visiting the old residences of powerful individuals, to feel the traces of their growth there. If we can learn even a little, wouldn't our strength increase? What the heck? Don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Lots of people are going recently. He coughed repeatedly while concocting some random excuse. Asterisk cough cough, cough asterisk. Can't I just be passing by? Do you think the whole world is like you? Wherever you go, people flatter you. He secretly thought. Such an embarrassing reason definitely cannot be revealed. Chu then suddenly felt extremely panicked as Chu Gi's body gradually became heavy. Brother, what's wrong with you? At this moment, he was completely dizzy from physical exhaustion, but still managed to leave one last comforting word. Sorry, I scared you. His arm, riddled with golden veins, even oozed a thick liquid. She called him frantically with a broken voice. Brother! A piercing sound echoed in the deadly silent atmosphere. Witnessing Chu Gi lying motionless, with countless wounds all over his body, Chu Van was utterly terrified. She quickly covered her mouth to stifle her sobs, tears slowly welling up in her eyes and rolling down her cheeks. In a state of extreme panic, she grabbed the nearby phone as if it were a lifeline, her voice trembling. What do I do now? Chu Van called on the phone, tears streaming down her face, sobbing and pleading. Brother, don't scare me. Please answer the phone quickly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, accompanied by loud teasing that made Chu Van even more startled. Chu Gi, your room is more lively than a battlefield. It turned out the newcomer was Wang Hui. He approached, snatched the phone still in Chu Van's hand, and reassured her. Don't rush, let me handle this. Just then, Chu Ran rushed in from outside, repeatedly calling out, Brother Chu Gi. She quickly helped Chu Gi up, then handed him a strange blue liquid, saying anxiously, Brother Chu Gi, quickly drink all of this. It'll be better. Wang Hui was not idle either, swiftly channeling energy to heal Chu Gi, while grumbling, You really know how to suffer, kid. I just pulled you back from the brink of death, and you, without protective magic, bravely charged into chaotic space-time currents. Surviving is a miracle. I'm not a healing type. I can only temporarily stabilize your wounds a bit. After a period of dedicated healing, Chu Gi finally woke up, looking bewildered at the people in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder. Teacher, Chu Ran, why are they here? Wang Hui frowned, clearly annoyed, and spoke. The Void Beast knew you were severely injured when you traveled through the chaotic space-time currents. After bringing you here, it quickly came to find me. I was with Chu Ran at the time, so we followed it here. This aura, it's exactly like that of the cultists in Longfong County, but they didn't go looking for your whereabouts. Instead, they ambushed Chu Van. I guess they don't know what happened in Longfong County. It's only because you revealed your face that they want to take their anger out on Chu Van. Wang Hui urgently reported the bad news. The military has secretly launched a nationwide purge against the Holy Spirit cult. They are in the shadows. We are in the open. We can't stay here any longer. You need to go to the Chu family's home immediately. Chu Gi completely agreed. Go to the Chu family? This is a good opportunity to take Xiao Van home, where she will also be very safe. Though a little annoyed, Wang Hui was still worried about Chu Gi's injuries and said, You are too severely injured now. You cannot undergo any form of teleportation. You can only take the common Heavenly Sky type spaceship nearby to go to the Chu family. The Heavenly Sky is an A-grade safe spaceship equipped with protective armaments. In 48 hours, it can reach the Chu family's territory. I will inform the Chu family to come to the Heavenly Sky port to pick you up. Chu Ran immediately responded, I'm going too. This time, I must go to protect Brother Chu Gi. While everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey! Wang Hui seemed to notice that strange sound as well, so he continued speaking while looking around. We don't know how deeply the Holy Spirit cult has infiltrated. Therefore, your trip must be disguised as ordinary tourists. The less conspicuous, the better. Then that strange sound rang out again. Hey. At this moment, Wang Hui's gaze finally landed on the damp corner of the wall, where a figure was cowering and desperately wailing. Hey, can't you see me? Have I disappeared? Have I become transparent? Do you treat me as air? I'm injured too. Wang Hui walked over, observed the person, then slapped his forehead and chuckled. Look at my memory. Come on, let me check your wounds. Aren't you that kid who was defeated by Chu Yi in the freshman competition? Lin Fong chuckled awkwardly after hearing that. Thank you, Principal, for your concern. Soon, at the Sky Harbor, Chu Yi was settled in his familiar wheelchair. Beside him were Chu Van, Su Ran, and the strange man they had just met. Seeing Chu Yi confidently take that seat, Lin Fong immediately showed clear displeasure. Your face shows objection. I protest. Why does he get to sit in a wheelchair, disguised as a young master, while a descendant with the Yanlong bloodline like me has to serve him as a mere attendant? Undaunted, Su Ran looked directly into Shen Lin Fong's eyes and coldly stated, one more mouth means one more risk. Originally, we didn't want to bring you along, if not for your meddling. Hearing that, Shen Lin Fong immediately jumped up, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Hey. The principal was urgently summoned and specifically ordered me to participate in this operation. Do you think I want to? I am a noble Yanlong bloodline. Just as he said this, Chu Van, who was beside him, suddenly cut him off with joy. The airship has arrived. A thick mist covered the front, completely obscuring the view. A long time later, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the scene behind it. Towering before their eyes was a massive spaceship, far exceeding all imagination. From the ship, a golden glowing tentacle slowly descended to the ground, gracefully like a ribbon. Upon seeing it, Chu Van was overjoyed, rushing forward and shouting, It's a giant flying octopus. Hello, Senior Octopus. She excitedly, with bright eyes, pointed forward and eagerly said to Chu Yi, Brother, look, the tentacles are glowing. Hearing that, Su Ran immediately spoke up to explain. In a calm tone, that's mana light charging energy. The airship stopped here precisely to charge energy. Once enough mana is charged, the airship can take off. Furthermore, these tentacles have additional functions. They serve as stairs when boarding, transform into protective shields during combat, and can even fire mana cannons. In a flash, they stepped onto the airship. Inside was a world of overwhelming luxury and convenience. Just then, an urgent announcement blared from the loudspeakers. Attention passengers of the Skyline. The boarding gate will close immediately. Please, passengers who have not yet checked their tickets, do so promptly. Seeing that Chu Yi's face looked unwell, Su Ran, worried his injury might recur, quickly supported his arm and asked kindly, Brother Chu Yi, do you want to go to your room to rest? The airship's operation can cause some discomfort. The rooms have specially reinforced isolation arrays. Hearing her concern, a faint smile curved Chu Yi's lips. He deliberately teased Su Ran. Little Ran, are you trying to treat me like a child and protect me? This remark made Su Ran's cheeks blush. She stammered, I didn't mean that. I'm just worried you might feel uncomfortable. Chu Yi seemed unwilling to let her off the hook, continuing, on this journey. You worried I'd be hungry, then worried I'd get sunburned, and even pinch me to make me take medicine. Chu Yi looked directly into Su Ran's eyes, his tone gentle but firm. I know my body's condition well. You don't need to worry too much. Suddenly, a flamboyant figure appeared. A girl in gaudy attire approached, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, So beautiful! Without hesitation, she reached out and caressed Chu Yi's face, sighing, Look at this skin. It's whiter than snow. Her eyes revealed a craving mixed with adoration and pity. She cajoled, I find you both captivating and heartbreaking. Why don't you come with me? I'll invite the best priest to heal your disabled body. Hearing those words, all three people accompanying Chu Yi were astonished, their faces clearly showing disbelief. Sue ran quickly, regained her composure, her eyes flashing with anger, and immediately swung her whip towards the woman with astonishing speed. Furious at the indecent act, Sue ran growled, her eyes spitting fire. "Get your filthy hands off him, or I'll cut them off." The glamorous woman gazed at her well-manicured hands, then let out a mournful sigh. She sneered, her tone full of mockery. "The little guard is really getting violent. I just wanted to invite the young master for tea and to chat, but your master hasn't even spoken yet. What are you so eager for? Oh my, young master, could it be that your guard is your lover?" Sonine gritted her teeth, her face scrunched up, as if she was just waiting to rush forward and tear her into 100 pieces. "No wonder. I just touched you a little bit." Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat me alive. "Little sister, if you like men, just say so. I understand this feeling best." Just as Sonine was almost losing control, preparing to rush forward again, Chu-gi quickly grabbed her hand and softly called, "Sonine." Chu-gi glanced at the solemnly hung warning sign ahead, then gently reminded Sonine, "She's provoking you. Don't fall for it." Because the sign clearly stated, "On the Sky Vessel, private fights are strictly forbidden. Anyone who violates this will be imprisoned, and their magic power sealed in the lowest deck of the ship." After calming Sonine, he turned to the flamboyant woman, offering a polite smile. "If Madam enjoys playing games, why not head to the third-class cabin? There are entertainment options more suited for you there. My body, I'm afraid, cannot withstand Madam's enthusiasm." Outwardly, his words were polite, but inwardly, he was constantly wary of the woman in front of him, deliberately using a casual tone to cover his thoughts. She is now observing all four of us. Her objective is definitely not as simple as mere flirtation. The flamboyantly dressed woman also had her own thoughts. The third-class cabin is full of unskilled porters. Is he trying to insult me by associating me with those low and dirty people? Thinking this, she immediately replied, "Young master certainly knows how to spoil the mood, leaving this elder sister with no more interest." Before disappearing, she didn't forget to deliver a threat. "Everyone calls me Madame Hong. There's nothing in this world I can't obtain. It won't be long before you willingly come to serve me." Wherever Madame Hong set foot, the staff bowed respectfully and fawningly. Sonine turned to say something to Chu-gi. "Aye," but he quickly cut her off, turning to Shun Lingfeng to ask. The necklace on her wrist seemed strange, and there was still some moisture on it. "Have you ever seen it before?" Shun Lingfeng immediately replied upon hearing this. "I've seen it before. It's the symbol of the Mermaid Merchant Guild." Shun Lingfeng added with his extensive knowledge, "Jiang Sonine, who spends every year in Chuan Province, definitely wouldn't know. This Mermaid Merchant Guild is a recently wealthy financial group in Jiangbei. On the surface, they conduct legitimate business, but secretly, they engage in illegal and unlawful activities. For example, they target cultivators with special bloodlines, who are also exceptionally beautiful. They capture them to be players and sell them. Those unfortunate souls are either raised in the mansions of perverse nobles or tormented to death in various cruel transactions. This woman calling herself Madame Hong is likely a minor leader of the Merchant Guild, not of low rank. It is said that the owner of the Mermaid Merchant Guild has eyes and ears everywhere and complex connections behind him. Even my father warned me not to easily provoke them, avoid them if possible. He kept the rest of his words to himself. Moreover, the person in charge of the Mermaid Merchant Guild in Tianlan Province and the Tianlan Chu family had a confrontation 3 years ago, and the Chu family lost." Shun Lingfeng was torn, a worry arising. Should he tell Chu-gi about this? After hearing Shun Lingfeng's confidences, Chu-gi became lost in thought. Trying to connect the scattered events, he realized. So Madame Hong's harsh words and her provoking Sonine were meant to reveal our trump cards. To assess the value of the goods. Among the four of us, Chu Van is the weakest. If they want to capture Chu Van, that would be the best point of breakthrough. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Gi finally spoke. "Shun Lingfeng, For 2 days on this ship. Can you stay with Chu Van every step of the way and ensure her safety? Madame Hong is ruthless, and it's highly likely she'll find another way to get revenge. I'm worried she might make a move on Chu Van. Upon hearing this, Shun Lingfeng immediately nodded excitedly. Don't worry. Can't I even look after one little girl? The spaceship glided in absolute silence, as if traversing the endless Milky Way. A cleaning staff member was pushing a work cart, slowly moving along the hotel corridor. Right behind her, a brilliant red glow unexpectedly erupted, tearing through the night. A strange light suddenly shot directly into Sonin and Chu Van's cramped bedroom. That eerie light illuminated the entire room. Next, the ghostly light found its way to Shun Lingfeng's room. The blood-red light gradually swallowed every corner of the room. It turned out the intruder was Madame Hong. Her eyes swept over each person like a venomous spider eyeing plump prey. Young master, I'm here. Her greedy gaze first settled on Chu Van. I recognized the succubus bloodline early on. It's quite rare. She can fetch a lot of money. Next, Madame Hong looked at Sonin, another young girl, also a rare beauty. After that, Madame Hong approached Shun Lingfeng. Her hand shamelessly groped his abs. Then she uttered a vulgar assessment. This kid, although he looks very ordinary, has a strong body. If sent to a mine, he could dig ore for 10 years. Her words were like a bucket of cold water splashed directly onto Shun Lingfeng's face, making him feel utterly humiliated. His anger exploded. Your entire family looks very ordinary. As he uttered his venomous curses, he immediately swung his leg and kicked Madame Hong hard in the stomach. Witnessing Shun Lingfeng's fierce reaction, she curled her lip into a sneer, showing clear contempt. The anger in Shun Lingfeng's heart still boiled, showing no signs of cooling down, and he lunged forward again. He growled, "You're calling who ordinary looking?" And so, neither of them was willing to back down, and they plunged into a tense, direct confrontation. At that very moment, a strange streak of light suddenly erupted, tearing through the night. Shun Lingfeng gritted his teeth, his anger burning, and continued his relentless attack. Madame Hong swiftly dodged the dangerous blow, not forgetting to use her soft silk ribbon to tightly constrict her opponent's neck. Meanwhile, Sonin had also woken up and joined the fray. To their surprise, a wild wolf appeared out of nowhere, suddenly rushing to attack Madame Hong. As soon as it charged, its muzzle was tightly wrapped by her silk ribbon. Witnessing the dangerous scene, Sonin screamed in panic. Little Koi! Cornered, Madame Hong finally realized, bitterly exclaiming, "Excellent! It turns out you were all deceiving me." Madame Hong's eyes coldly observed the enemy, who was gripping fire in their hand. She softly murmured, "Vermilion dragon bloodline." Then, her sharp gaze shifted to Sonin and little Koi, and she subtly smirked. "Succubus bloodline. It seems you are not so simple, besides your beauty." Just then, Chu Van helped Chu Gi in, and he respectfully bowed to Madame Hong, thanking her. "Thank you for Madame Hong's props." This way, the Sky Empire security system couldn't detect any movement inside, and we were able to act. However, that didn't seem to annoy Madame Hong. Instead, she smirked. "So what if you acted? You're just a kid whose mouth still smells of milk. Today, I'll show you what true suppression means." Before Madame Hong could play her tricks, Shun Lingfeng immediately rushed forward with astonishing speed. She was never one to be easily bullied, and the realization that she had been used made her utterly furious. Madame Hong gritted her teeth. "Puppet Blood Master, original form. Cripple the redhead, but don't injure the faces of the others." Shun Lingfeng furiously threw a fiery punch at her, roaring, "You've gone too far with your bullying." But unfortunately, what he touched was merely a thin silk ribbon. It quickly dissipated, making his punch miss. Just a moment later, that silk ribbon suddenly reformed into a human shape, silently appearing behind his back, preparing for a sinister counterattack. A powerful and decisive blow was unleashed, aimed directly at Shun Lingfeng with terrifying force. Seizing the opportunity, Sonin immediately launched a lightning-fast attack towards Madame Hong. Phantom chain attack. But who would have thought? As soon as she got close, she was tightly bound by those silk puppets, unable to move. Her entire body, from her limbs to her torso, was tightly wrapped by white silk ribbons like a silkworm cocoon, with no gap for escape. Undaunted, Madame Hong let out a sneering laugh, her eyes full of mockery for Sonin. "Little beauty, how does it feel to be entangled by my threads?" As the silk puppet raised its sharp threads, preparing to attack Sonin from a distance, she desperately thought she had exhausted all means of resistance. A fatal, heavy blow landed directly on Sonin's slender spine. Madame Hong turned her gaze towards Chu Gi, crossing her arms with a gloating expression, waiting for a good show. "Little young master, do you have any other escape routes? Use them quickly, or I can't wait. You've provoked me this time. I'll turn you into a specimen." Chu Gi tried to keep his voice calm, meticulously analyzing every detail, because he understood that he was their last ray of hope. Each attack from the silk puppet forced Sonin to use her magic to resist. If this continued, her magic would be depleted very quickly. "The item Sensei gave me can definitely destroy the space created by Lady Hong, but if I use it, the whole compartment will be blown through. The heavenly security officers will definitely rush in. It's better to wait for her to get a little closer and use another item to trap her. That would be safer." As for Sonin, she was struggling to withstand the brutal attacks from the silk puppets. Suddenly, her eyes glowed a deep crimson, as if a hidden power was surging within her. Lady Hong's hand reached out, accompanied by an alluring pink smoke. She seductively cajoled, "Don't force yourself anymore. Quickly use my power." Sonin panted, each heavy breath a warning. "Get away." Seeing this, Lady Hong didn't falter at all, but instead took another step forward, her tone full of sarcasm. "Why reject me so much? I am me, and you are you. Moreover, think of Chu Gi. He's still heavily injured right now, and Tam Lin Fong is just a boastful good-for-nothing. You're the only one who can protect him. You're so selfish. Don't you even care about Chu Gi's life?" Sonin, her neck tightly gripped by Lady Hong, struggled to speak. "No," she said, seeing her like that and trying harder to persuade her. "Chu Gi once disregarded his own life for you, and now he's trapped. Are you just going to pretend there's nothing you can do? Look at him. He can't even stand, yet he still wants to protect you." She scoffed disdainfully, then uttered harsh words. "What about you? You can't even escape these old silks. What makes you think you can protect him? Give up the suppression. Unleash the true demonic charm power." On the other side, Chu Gi silently activated the treasure, which glowed with mystical light in his hand. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the silence that enveloped the space. The silk puppets were thrown into the air, and at the same time, a strange cackle echoed everywhere. A familiar figure approached, possessing both Sonin's innocent beauty and Lady Hong's allure, and with a charming smile, spoke. "Chu Gi, long time no see." Chu Gi was stunned, amazed to the point of not believing his eyes. Then he suddenly realized the girl in front of him was her, the strange presence that had always been inside Sonin's body. Even Lady Hong couldn't suppress the astonishment clearly visible on her face. Pure blood succubus. Her eyes gleamed with desire, a sinister smile spreading across her lips. "Exquisite, this is truly exquisite." Chu Gi was still in a daze, not yet over the shock of what was happening before his eyes. Tam Lin Fong also stared blankly at Sonin, her new beauty and power making him unable to look away. Chu Van and Chu Koi were completely silent. Witnessing this extraordinary scene left them speechless. After fully mastering her new power, Sonin spoke in a cold voice. "You're the one who wanted to harm Chu Gi, aren't you? Just a petty level 30 puppet master." She decisively revealed Lady Hong's rank. Occupation: puppet master, rank level 30. Lady Hong immediately retorted with arrogance. "It's just a succubus bloodline. Do you really think you can rebel?" As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed countless sharp silk ribbons, attacking Sonin. Succubus specimens at the Mermaid Merchant Guild are enough to fill a whole cold storage. Seeing Sonin at a disadvantage, Chugi couldn't suppress his worry and cried out, "Sonin." In response, Sonin merely curved her lips, letting out a mocking smile. Her hand lightly but decisively touched the approaching silk ribbons, a move full of confidence. Her slender, graceful legs deftly tore those soft silk ribbons into countless pieces. Sonin waved her hand and spoke with disdain. Insects should stay in their cages. Witnessing the terrifying power exploding from her opponent, Lady Hong seemed to suddenly realize something. This is a domain. More precisely, what she was witnessing was, in fact, the demonic rune domain, Violet Abyss. The innate skill of a pure-blood succubus in its domain. All of the enemy's combat abilities will be weakened in multiple ways. Chu Gi stood silently to the side, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment as he sensed. Little Nin's aura is now 10 times stronger than before. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Lady Hong frantically unleashed countless silk puppets, hoping to stop her opponent. Not a hint of panic appeared on Sonin's delicate face. She calmly raised her graceful hand, making a gesture as if controlling something invisible. Just as Lady Hong had a premonition of impending disaster, a terrifying surge of power erupted from the ground, throwing her back. What? A giant stone hand suddenly appeared, mercilessly crushing her throat. The hand squeezed so tightly that Lady Hong's face kept reddening, and along with it, ancient memories appeared in her mind with increasing frequency. A moment later, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and weakly uttered, "What have you done to me?" Sonin, her eyes sparkling with amusement at Lady Hong's defeated appearance, mocked, "Helping you recall your youth. Look, how adorable you are right now." This is what makes others fear. Compulsive haunting memory, forcefully stripping away vitality and concretizing negative memory fragments to create a mental shockwave against the target. Lady Hong, in utter despair, almost went mad and blurted out, "Memory search, mental seal, destroying my brain." Unable to resist the mental torture any longer, Lady Hong screamed frantically, "What's with this innocent act?" The pure-blood enchantress truly lives up to her name as a monster among monsters. If that boy you care about knew your true face. Hearing those venomous words, Sonin didn't flinch, even wanting to quickly end this game with her next move. Violet Abyss, Demonic Blade Worm. An eerie energy suddenly surged, spreading and tightly binding Lady Hong in an invisible embrace. Lady Hong's face changed color, her eyes wide with terror, revealing extreme shock. Witnessing her opponent's terrified expression, Sonin couldn't help but let out a disdainful chuckle full of amusement. Sonin listened to Lady Hong's meaningless provocations as if they were cheap tricks, then curled her lip and retorted, "What's the use of saying so many irritating things to me? In my domain, what I say goes." With that, Sonin, boredom clearly etched on her face, wanted to speed up the process and coldly ordered, "End it." The power Sonin unleashed grew increasingly intense, overwhelming everything around, making it tremble and gradually shatter into fragments. And then, on Lady Hong's countenance, the marks of time began to etch themselves, her youthful features gradually fading, giving way to wrinkles. In just a moment, her skin was suddenly covered in cracks, like an ancient porcelain statue about to shatter, looking exhausted and completely devoid of vitality. It turned out the one who just fell was merely a sacrificial pawn of Lady Hong. She still sat there calmly, leisurely puffing on her pipe, a wisp of smoke escaping her lips. Crush them. She stretched, gracefully twisting to dispel the slight fatigue surrounding her, then softly murmured, "A bit interesting. Enchantress, blazing dragon, surnamed Chu." Her scrutinizing gaze at the newcomers made Lady Hong suddenly have a thought. Could it be related to the Chu clan of Tianlan? Lost in thought for a moment, she then instructed her subordinate, "Inform the old man. I will personally choose this year's offering." On the other side, Sonin remained as elegant as ever, her sweet voice deliberately prolonged, "Brother Chu Gi." Chu then noticed something amiss and immediately wanted to step forward. "Brother Tam, Sister Nin looks like something's wrong." Tam Lin Fong quickly stopped her. "Don't go over there. She's very dangerous right now." So Nin, with her altered appearance, stubbornly clung to Chu-gi. You promised you'd come find me. Nimni has waited for you for a very long time. Chu-gi seemed not to hear, his eyes still distant as he softly asked, Since when? So Nin moved closer, motioning for him to be silent, then gently interrupted Chu-gi. That way. You'll remember, right? A fleeting memory of his intimacy with Sonin flashed through Chu-gi's mind. The image of their kiss appeared clearly. He suddenly realized, it was you. You were the one who was with me in that moment I almost became demonized. Chu-gi was stunned, his eyes fixed on the figure before him. He stammered, You were the one who, at that time, preserved my last breath. That's how I was able to resist the forbidden art and subdue the void beast. Hearing that, Sonin's eyes sparkled with joy, and she beamed. Brother Chu-gi, you remember me. I'm so happy. Tam Lin Fong suddenly lunged from behind, his aura soaring as if to crush anyone in his way. Roaring furiously, Release Chu-gi. Immediately, Sonin retaliated with a lightning-fast punch. Sonin's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. She pinned Tam Lin Fong with a sharp gaze like a knife, warning. Such anger, little blazing dragon? We're teammates, you know. Though dazed and disoriented from the blow, Tam Lin Fong struggled to retort with a voice full of resentment. Stop pretending in front of me. You're not Jiang Sonin at all, both possessing bloodline power. Do you think I don't know you're a monster? Engrossed in the argument, he suddenly froze, his eyes bewildered as if he had just witnessed something horrifying. He watched in horror as Sonin raised her fist, imbued with destructive power, preparing to strike him, her voice chilling to the bone. Do you believe I'll tear out your tongue to make an appetizer? Chu-gi panicked and hastily shouted, Little Nin, wait a moment. Fortunately, Tam Lin Fong managed to avoid that vicious attack in time. So Nin seemed to have no intention of letting Tam Lin Fong go. She pursued him at terrifying speed. This time, he took the full force of the blow. His body was sent flying, his face contorted in extreme pain. Seeing So Nin uncontrollably grab her own hair, Tam Lin Fong smirked. Did I make you angry, monster? Chu-gi watched the two of them, distraught, unable to control himself. So Nin unleashed her fury with successive punches to Tam Lin Fong's face, leaving him utterly unable to resist. Her eyes were fixed on Tam Lin Fong like a predator stalking its prey. You're insolent. Her hand tightened even more, twisting Tam Lin Fong's hair. So Nin glanced at the grotesque thing lurking behind him, unable to contain her sarcasm. Your claw couldn't even scratch Lady Hong's skin, and you want to hurt me? The blazing dragon is still as arrogant as before. From behind, Chu-gi shouted loudly, simultaneously throwing something he held in his hand forward. Stop! A brilliant golden halo suddenly shone, and it was the Holy Power Shield Jiao, which can recharge without consuming magic power. It instantly deploys a Holy Power Shield, resisting magic energy and physical attacks. After one use, it needs to be recharged. Origin: Gift from Principal Wang Hui. Chu-gi struggled to get out of his wheelchair, his tone incredibly gentle, almost pleading. Little Nin, don't hurt him. Wiping away the fresh blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth, Tam Lin Fong frowned slightly, his voice urgent as he reminded Chu-gi. Chu-gi, I'm doing this all to save you. If you're enchanted by the succubus, the mission the principal gave me will fail. I'm telling you, she's fundamentally not the Jiang Sonin you know. It's the consciousness mixed in her bloodline taking over. If it doesn't disappear, the real Jiang Sonin will be in mortal danger. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the girl in front of them both immediately confessed without hesitation. That's right, I'm not Jiang Chunyan. A good-for-nothing like her couldn't even protect herself. When she begged me to come out and save you, she cried like a dog, like that. Hearing those venomous words, Chu-yi gritted his teeth, grabbing her wrist tightly and refuting in a low voice. Shut up. More than anyone else, his heart understood Chunyan better than anyone. Chu-yi roared. She was trying to save me. That's why she ignored the power of the bloodline. How can you mock me? You're not allowed to insult her. Little Nyen is the strongest girl I've ever met. I support and understand all of her choices." After those emotionally charged words, Chui slowly released her hand, his eyes complex. "Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once in the novice competition's secret realm, and once just now. If possible, I will definitely repay you 3 times. But can you let little Nyen come back?" Without hesitation, Chui wholeheartedly expressed his fervent wish. "Tell me, how can I make you return to where you need to be?" Hearing him say that, the girl pondered for a moment, then spoke. "You lucky young man." Unexpectedly, Chun Yen gave Chui a light kiss on the cheek. "This is your first repayment to me." Shun Lingfeng witnessed the scene and quickly covered Chu Yun's innocent eyes. At that moment, she gradually vanished into thin air. But before completely disappearing, a cold voice echoed back, meant for Chui. "She can't afford the price to summon me." Hearing that, Chui frowned slightly, an inexplicable worry rising in his heart. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him. But what exactly is this price? A moment later, Chun Yen, back to her normal appearance, was lying peacefully in Chu Yi's arms. He held her and softly called out, "Shun Lingfeng." Hearing his name called, Shun Lingfeng was startled. "What? Can't you see my face is about to be disfigured? Teaming up with you guys, a bunch of grim reapers. I'll be tricked into the crematorium sooner or later." Chui paid little attention to his disgruntled attitude and continued, "What exactly is this consciousness mixed in the bloodline you mentioned?" Shun Lingfeng replied while adjusting his dislocated shoulder. "I'm not exactly sure, but my old man said that. High-level bloodlines are like ancient monsters sealed away. If the host is strong, it's a helping hand. If the host is weak, it becomes an evil spirit taking over the body." This word sounded very strange to Chui. Taking over the body? Shun Lingfeng confirmed without hesitation. "Yes, taking over the body. Otherwise, why do you think Jiang Chunyen turned into someone else?" It's rumored that some people believe this mixed consciousness is a second personality that went crazy. Others say that there's a remnant soul of an ancient ancestor hidden in the bloodline, seizing the opportunity to take over the body and be reborn. As Chui gently placed Chun Yen on the bed, Shun Lingfeng continued to explain. "The specific situation is hard to say, but one thing is certain. Repeatedly borrowing bloodline power far beyond one's own level means either the person goes mad, or they directly turn into someone else. There's even a possibility that the powers within the body will reject each other, tormenting the person to death." Hearing this information made Chui feel confused. "With the current information I have, the price for asking her for help is at least giving up control of the body." He pondered, then continued Shun Lingfeng's words. "So, she's been unfocused lately because she couldn't suppress the mixed consciousness?" Even so, Chu Yi still wanted to ask Shun Lingfeng, "Do you know if there's any way to resolve the mixed consciousness?" And the answer was exactly as expected. "If I did, I would have acted earlier." But suddenly, Chu Yun, standing behind him, asked, "Brother, you must know how to save Sister Nien, right?" Her words left Shun Lingfeng at a loss. "I don't." Being interrogated by his 2 cousins, Shun Lingfeng felt dizzy and irritably replied, "Go back to the Chu family and ask the Chu family patriarch. Those old men have lived half a lifetime. There's nothing strange they haven't encountered. Moreover, if the Chu family can't handle it, go to the Jiang family. The Jiang family is a big house with a big business. They can solve a little problem in a minute." At the same time, urgent footsteps echoed from outside, approaching rapidly. A team of spaceship guards, with anxious expressions, quickly ran towards the site of the dispute. Upon arrival, they rushed straight in, a stern voice ringing out, "Who's still fighting here, disrupting the order of the Sky Academy?" The guard shouted, "You'd best tell me the truth. Sky Academy is not a place where you rich young masters can do whatever you want." Both Chu Yi and Chu Yun remained silent, as no one knew how to respond appropriately. Both of them simultaneously pointed toward Shun Lingfeng, a thought flashing through their minds. He's the one chosen to take the blame. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards rushed forward to escort him out. Shun Lingfeng struggled and shouted, "I'm the one disrupting? Do you guys have any conscience?" In the lower levels of Sky Academy, Shun Lingfeng was crying his eyes out. "I've been wronged. Why should I take the blame for someone Jiang Chern beat up? Just wait until I get out. I'll even dismantle your wheelchair." Time quietly passed, and finally, the familiar announcement sound rang out. Sky Academy has arrived at Sky Harbor. Passengers, please line up in an orderly fashion. The person arrested a few days ago now stood impeccably dressed before everyone. One look was enough to tell he had spent a large sum of money to be released. Shun Lingfeng looked at the crowd below and said in a low voice to Chu Yi, "Chu Hang is a reputable figure of the Chu family, yet he was sent to pick you up. You certainly have a lot of pull." Indeed, a few people were already waiting for them below the dock, and a young woman enthusiastically waved to welcome them. Noticing Xiao Bai beside him getting overly excited, Chu Heng quickly reminded her, lowering his voice, "Xiao Bai, be modest. Principal Wang assigned this as top secret. We absolutely cannot let others find out." When reminded, Xiao Bai replied, "Understood." As the figures descending from the ship became clearer, Chu Heng stepped forward to greet them with a warm smile. "You finally arrived. You've worked hard. Get in the car and rest first." Hearing Chu Heng's intimate address, Chu Yi was a bit surprised. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Are we that close? Sorry for the trouble." Very quickly, the luxurious car began to move at an incredibly fast speed. Behind it, only a cloud of thick dust remained, gradually dissipating into the air. Madame Hong unexpectedly pursued them all the way here, her eyes flashing with greed as she muttered, "Chu Yi, the top freshman of Swan University, Principal Wang Hui's personal disciple. So, the Chu family secretly hid such a genius. If I can make him serve me, my status in the Merchant Guild will definitely rise a level." Charan carefully observed the scene inside and immediately recognized what it was, softly exclaiming, "This is an S-grade artifact, the Frost Silk Spider Web." Chu Heng laughed heartily upon hearing this. Miss Jiang indeed has a keen eye. The matter Principal Wang mentioned can only be discussed within this protective shield. It can block all spiritual eavesdropping. Chu Wei politely replied, "Chu Heng, you've gone to great lengths." Chu Heng also waved his hand dismissively. "No, it's what I should do." His other hand was constantly gesturing to the person next to him as if to say, "Xiao Bai, don't be so slow, take action." Receiving the signal, she turned to Chu Yun with a smile. "Xiao Yun, I'm your cousin, Chu Xiao Bai. This is a first meeting gift for you. I hope you'll like it." Chu Heng sat silently observing, secretly calculating. Although Chu Yi doesn't want to specialize in the hidden ice element profession, his willingness to let Chu Yun cultivate in the Chu family is a good sign. As long as we appease her, Chu Yi will naturally be drawn in. Chu Yun, receiving the gift, also politely replied, "Hello, cousin." "Thank you, cousin." Witnessing Chu Yun's joyful expression as she opened the gift, Chu Heng couldn't help but feel pleased. Deep calculations flashed through his mind. Chu Yi's outstanding talent, backed by Principal Wang Hui and the Sky Feather Guild, means that if he can frequently look after the family, the Chu family can definitely return to its peak influence with Chu Yi. He didn't want to waste time on meaningless pleasantries, going straight to the core issue. His voice deep but powerful. I've said before that the Chu family's power is mainly divided into the Patriarch and the Elder Council. The Ice Dragon Tower, where the old Patriarch resides, holds the inner sect inheritance and core resources. The Elder Council is led by the third Elder, Chu Foam, and manages the cultivation resources of the outer sect disciples. The old Patriarch and the Elder Council are often at odds. The old Patriarch fears that someone coveting your talent might ruin things. He lowered his voice, his expression serious. Therefore, the matter of picking you up could only be told to me and Xiao Bai. The secret path we took, even the patrolling guards don't know about it. After listening, Chu Yi merely smirked and calmly replied, "You've gone to great lengths." "Chu Heng, what kind of place is the Ice Dragon Abyss secret realm that my teacher mentioned?" Hearing his question, Chu Heng quickly replied, "That is the burial place of Frostfang, the ancestor of the Chu family." He didn't stop there, continuing to tell, his tone full of pride. "Our ancestor, when he was young in the far north ice plain, once encountered an ice dragon named Frostfang. Frostfang's scales were harder than profound iron, and its breath could crack entire glaciers. The ancestor spent a year fighting it 49 times in the glaciers, and finally, he used his own blood to sign a contract, only then taming it to become his mount. Later, when the demon race attacked, Frostfang carried the ancestor and charged forward. In the final snow demon battle, Frostfang, to protect the retreating clansmen, blocked the entrance to the demon den with its dragon body. When the ancestor led people back to fight, Frostfang's dragon body was dead, but its soul still remained. But this was a difficult problem. The ancestor feared its soul would dissipate, so he carved a sealing curse with the dragon's edge sword and sealed Frostfang's soul within its own dragon body. The ancestor originally intended to come and rescue Frostfang after finding a way to revive it, but who knew that in the subsequent chaos, the ancestor's whereabouts became unknown. After that, Frostfang's body and soul also transformed into a secret realm. The conversation in the car continued until the wheels crushed the first layer of thin ice, signaling that the car had entered a path completely covered in white snow. Chu Heng slowly continued, his gaze distant. "The current ice dragon abyss, its outer ice walls are Frostfang's dragon scales. The ice pillars in the middle are its bones, and the ice lake is its blood. The secret realm is divided into 3 stages. Any descendant of the Chu family can enter the ice dragon abyss to undergo the trials. If one can reach the central area or the 3rd level, they can directly enter the inner sect." Hearing this, Chu Yi interrupted him. "Frostfang's soul, does it still actively test humans now?" Hearing his question, Chu Heng replied without hesitation, "Of course. In previous years, every descendant of the Chu family could enter the ice dragon abyss for training. However, if the concentration of the ice bloodline wasn't sufficient, most of the Chu family's descendants could only enter the outer area of the ice dragon abyss. When I was 30, I had just entered the 3rd level when Frostfang's remnant soul broke 3 of my ribs and threw me out. After my wounds healed, my bloodline concentration immediately increased by 15%. Chu Heng further explained to Chu Yi that as long as one could enter the 3rd level, they would definitely gain enormous benefits, but it also came with risks. Frostfang no longer recognizes the Chu family's bloodline. 50 years ago, a 3rd-generation elder charged into the 3rd level and was instantly frozen into an ice pillar by a single dragon's breath from Frostfang. Chu Heng advised diligently, you must go to the 3rd level where Frostfang's remnant soul resides if you wish to subdue it. You need to summon the same reckless strength that the ancestor used back then. Only then is it possible to make Frostfang bow its head." Chu Yi's face was deep in thought. He pondered and replied, "I understand." Chu Heng continued to ask, "When do you plan to enter the Ice Dragon Abyss? If you don't feel well now, there's a secret base near the Ice Dragon Abyss where you can rest temporarily." Chu Yi didn't rush to answer. He silently observed the system panel. Divine power drained. Outstanding innate quality. All attributes return in less than 10 days. Countdown, 3 minutes 52 seconds. Chu Yi secretly calculated in his heart. The timing is just right. The car stopped somewhere. Chu Yi calmly said, "No need. I can enter the Ice Dragon Abyss now." He got off the car with everyone else. A chilling atmosphere enveloped everything. So Ran approached Chu Yi, extremely worried about him. She shyly suggested, "Brother Chu Yi, can I go with you?" Chu Yi politely refused. "Wait for me outside. Trust me." Then he turned to Ling Feng. Before Chu Yi could speak, he understood his meaning. "All right, I got it. I'll take good care of this little girl." Chu Yi looked at Chu Hang, not forgetting to thank him. "Thank you, Uncle Hang." Afterward, he walked alone, seriously preparing for what was to come. System notification. Innate divine power drained. Outstanding talent. All attributes restoring. Name Chu Yi. Occupation, Arbiter. Level 30. 12,000 out of 1 million. A faint outline of a sword gradually appeared in Chu Yi's hand. It was called the Blessed Weapon. Dawn's Blessing, God's Grace. Chu Yi gripped the sword tightly in his hand. He walked confidently, exuding a powerful aura. In this place, butterflies fluttered around an ice block. Coiling around the ice block was a monster with a snake-like body and greenish scales. It also had 2 hands holding a sharp blade. Not just one, but many such creatures gathered here. They were called Ice Naga. Level 25. Quality Gold. Skills Ice Breath, Pack Link, Ice Spike Rush. Chu Yi had arrived. He swung his sword, warming up, and calmly said, "Unable to move freely for 10 days. My bones are almost rusty." As soon as the Ice Naga saw Chu Yi, they rushed to attack, baring their fangs and flicking their tongues aggressively like long-starved beasts. Chu Yi showed no fear. He said with amusement, "I'll use you guys to warm up a bit." Chu Yi swiftly sliced through several parts of the Ice Naga. His attack was swift, creating dazzling flashes of light amidst the murky dust. The Ice Naga still surged forward en masse. Chu Yi unleashed his ultimate move, Divine Storm. He created a large vortex that swept all the Ice Naga into one spot. On this side, an ice block showed signs of cracking. Amidst the cold, snowy expanse, there was a monster with its head frozen, its serpentine, dragon-like form motionless. It was the Ice Abyss Naga. Level 55. Quality Gold. Skills Ice Breath, Ice Bullet Barrage, Magnetic Field Distortion. Chu Yi's vortex was gradually approaching it. Chu Yi shouted loudly, his face resolute, "Light's punishment." His power flared, and the stream of light engulfed the monster. Its enormous body fell behind Chu Yi. He showed no emotion, simply walking calmly. By morning, the snow had stopped falling. The space became brighter and clearer. Chu Yi was still there. He walked and commented, "This place gives me a sense of familiarity." The Void Beast appeared and explained, "It's because of the ice bloodline in your body. Ordinary ice element professionals would have been frozen solid by now." Chu Yi happily greeted, "Long time no see." He said gratefully, "Last time you went to call a teacher, I still haven't thanked you." The Void Beast bluntly replied, "Stop tormenting yourself and consider that you're thanks to me. If you die before the 1-year promise." Seeing they couldn't agree, the two sides looked at each other in silence. Just then, a group of monsters suddenly appeared, surrounding them. Chu Yi and the Void Beast were still staring at each other when the Void Beast unleashed a move, Void Iron Cut, as beams of light appeared, cutting through and destroying all the monsters. Knowing the Void Beast was protecting him, Chu Yi politely said, "Thank you." The Void Beast coldly replied, "Just small fry." But the danger didn't stop there. The monsters from before weren't completely annihilated. They used their gigantic bodies to break through the ice path. The spot where Chu Yi stood broke apart, and he struggled to keep his balance to avoid falling. It seemed Chu Yi would fall, but he managed to jump onto another falling iceberg in time. In this situation, Chu Yi decided to dive down into the abyss. Looking at the scene before him, he wondered, "What is this?" Beneath the ice were countless figures standing, holding swords and shields, seemingly warriors. Lin Han saw a skeleton wearing a crown. A blue light shone from its skull. It sat there majestically and imposing, seemingly the leader here. Chu Yi thought to himself, "Demon race." The ice chunks then all fell down in front of the demon race. These skeleton warriors in armor were called Abyss Icebone Demons, level 35, legendary quality. Their skills included Bone Lance Rain, Ice Coffin Cage, and Skeletal Symbiosis. They devoured the remains of the demon army that died under the Ice Dragon's jaw during the Demon Invasion era. Feeling a disturbance, they awakened, their bodies glowing with blue light. Chu Yi stepped out from the pile of ice. He unleashed his power, Appraisal Art, and a small circle appeared before his eyes. Assessing the situation, the Void Beast warned, "There are at least over 200,000 demons. Rushing him would be suicide. Furthermore, You've only reached the second level of the mystic realm. You need to conserve your strength. The skeletons were currently searching for something. One of them spoke. An intruder. Hearing this, Chewie showed no fear. He unleashed his power. God's blessing, Dawn's benediction, controlling dangerous rays of light in his hands. A powerful aura emanated from him. Chewie confidently said, "The concentration of ice elemental energy here is 10 times higher than outside. It's enough to bury them all." Saying so, Chewie controlled his power to spread, and the rays of light flashed across the gloomy sky. Sensing the danger, the leader shouted a warning. "All units, be on alert." Suddenly, the stream of power formed a whirlwind, from which a giant hand emerged. The hand pressed down hard on the group of demons, crushing them. Beneath the swirling snow, some remaining skeletons continued to rush forward. Chewie didn't stop unleashing skills. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Freeze." The stream of power quickly formed a vortex, and a sparkling ray of light appeared in the center. Countless sharp ice shards grew from above, surrounding the group of demons. Chewie waved his hand, continuing to control. Divine storm. Suddenly, a strong wind appeared, carrying the ice shards. The wind blew into the group of demons, tearing them into pieces. It formed whirlwinds that swept away many skeletons. The leader was furious at this sight. He roared, "You sneaky little wretch! The battle spirits of our clan will never be extinguished. How can we let insects like you provoke us?" The skeletons then continuously beat their shields. The more they beat, the more bizarre soul fragments flew out. On the tall, sturdy walls, skeletons grew and stood in long lines, emitting a blue light. Chewie held his head in confusion, his eyes fixed on the demon skeletons, thinking, "What's wrong with them?" The demon skeletons unexpectedly merged together to form a terrifying, giant skeleton. Skeletal symbiosis, an autonomous skill formed by the demon army that died years ago, transferring power to fallen comrades, resonating with vitality, and reviving with their comrades. He was slightly startled by the massive object before him and uttered a few words. "The fragments are pieced together. Can these bone demons truly not be killed?" But indeed, there was no notification message that killing abyss ice bone demons would grant experience. The large eye in the middle of the skeletal symbiosis's forehead flashed. It growled, "Found it." Chewie, with a bit of skill, bravely drew his sword and said, "Legendary rank isn't simple, but I don't believe it." As his sword was raised straight towards the skeletal symbiosis, it emitted a dazzling, eye-stinging golden light. Chewie struggled to continue. "You can't be killed." On the skeletal hand tower, the light continued to emit steadily, shining like the sun across all lands combined. The smaller skeletons began to jump erratically downwards as if predestined. They were armored, each wielding a different weapon. The small skeletons fell freely through the air. He swung his sword a few times, forming zigzag patterns. His gaze remained serious to the point of coldness. The skeletal symbiosis stood watching everything unfold intently. Chewie jumped up into the air, landing his feet under the wooden bridge. He was swift as a flash, his face cold, running towards the skeletal symbiosis. Chewie stopped right in front of its huge eyes. He raised his sword, and it suddenly opened its mouth wide, as if planning something sinister. Chewie didn't care what it was doing, immediately jumped up, raised his sword, and intended to kill the skeletal symbiosis. Suddenly, he faltered slightly, and cold sweat began to trickle down. Chewie recalled the days gone by. His gaze was filled with sadness and a touch of regret as he stared blankly at everything around him. Cries continuously echoed nearby. "The left side is about to collapse. Hurry and provide reinforcements." Chewie walked dazedly, step by step, while behind him, a tall man was trying to quickly catch up to him. He walked up, patted Chewie on the shoulder, and said, "Chewie, hold on." He looked back in confusion. "What?" Chewie's gaze was then drawn to a young man who was shot in the stomach with an arrow and sent flying past him. The tall man's voice didn't stop. "By time for Lord Suang Na." A pinkish-purple vortex appeared, to the surprise of everyone around. It was the demon race's interdimensional portal. Armored skeletons wielding war hammers charged down from that vortex. The knights, undeterred by the difficulties and challenges, took their positions, ready to fight bravely, and shouted, "Descendants of the Chu family, heed my command. Fight to the death. We absolutely cannot let the demon race escape from our Tianlan territory." A knight was struck in the abdomen by a grenade hammer and sent flying far away. The tall man continued to fight fiercely, saying as he fought, "Coexist or perish with Tianlan." A huge white-blue dragon appeared in the sky, and his voice still echoed loudly, "Coexist or perish with Tianlan." The dragon opened its mouth, revealing a green, gem-like object. It directly spewed that green beam of light onto the ground. Everything returned to normal, and the people around cheered joyfully. "Lord Suang-na is here. We're saved. Sing ya." Chu Yi's eyes, filled with shock and disappointment, spoke his innermost thoughts. "So, aren't I still on the battlefield where the demon race invaded 100 years ago?" Suang-na coiled itself amidst the radiating light around it. It fiercely flew down to the ground, looking at the remaining knights. Suddenly, several swords flew out from nowhere and plunged straight into Suang-na's abdomen. It roared in agony and distress. Suang-na writhed in pain, sending the knights flying in all directions. The people in the distance watched in horror. In the distance, the armored skeleton was swinging its sword, dozens of meters long. It had begun its attack. One swing of the sword pierced through several knights consecutively. Chu now looked like a wolf, his eyes full of resentment as he screamed, "Filthy demon spawn!" The armored skeleton rode on a black crow, flying swiftly, and his voice echoed again, "Go to hell!" Before reaching its destination, Suang-na bit the crow's wing, causing the skeleton to fall. There was no use keeping the crow, so Suang-na mercilessly spat it out. It glanced down at the wounds, which were gushing blood from where the swords had been pulled out earlier. Suang-na's gaze then turned to the sky. A pink vortex with a skeleton peeking out its face appeared in the center. Suang-na stared intently, as if realizing something, and thought, "That aura, it's a celestial demon." Its thoughts raced. If they're allowed to break through, the entire Tianlan territory will become a demon realm, and all living beings will become nutrients for the demon race. To save all innocent lives, Suang-na angrily stomped its foot, causing the ground to shatter into many pieces, and thought, "No, they cannot be allowed to break through. If the demon tide is difficult to stop." It flew swiftly, still pondering, then used the dragon's body as a sacrifice. Suang-na flew directly towards the armored skeleton, which was calmly sitting in the middle of the vortex. It plunged straight into the hole, submerging both itself and the skeleton inside. The vortex sealed shut, emitting a dazzling pink light. Chu Yi stood watching, having to cover his eyes with his elbow against the blinding light. The immense force caused the ground to collapse and shatter into pieces. The portal flashed and then began to gradually shrink. Everyone waited, staring at the portal, not even blinking. After a while, the portal faded and disappeared. Everyone joyfully exclaimed, "The teleportation portal has vanished." Everyone cheered happily. The demon race has been repelled by Lord Suang-na. It's great. We've held the Tianlan defense line. Only Chu Gi stood deep in thought. He had just thrown the dragon core into the teleportation portal, causing an explosion. Beside him, cheers continuously echoed, "Long live Lord Suang-na. As long as Suang-na is here, Tianlan will remain." He looked at the chaos after the battle and secretly rejoiced. "It's great. I haven't failed your promise." Suddenly, someone called from behind, making Chu Gi quickly turn around. "Suang-na." A handsome man ran over, making him think. That was the ancestor of the Chu family. Chu Gi snapped out of his memories. "Wake up!" A large, sharp saber swung towards him. Chu Gi only had time to take out his weapon to shield himself from its powerful attack. He flew like the wind to dodge the blow and landed on the ice. The light from the monster bothered him, making him say, What's inside this thing? A blue light cluster lay among the bones. Clearly seeing what was inside astonished him. Dragon scales. Chu-Gi gave a forced smile and said triumphantly, "Why didn't I notice it from the start? The movements of these bone demons are too flawless, and their attack methods are too simple." Chu-Gi looked at the monster's loose skeletal frame. He pondered for a long time. Chu-Gi smiled confidently, affirming, "Indeed, I was not wrong. They were the masterminds behind Suang Na's tragic death. How could the ancestor of the Chu family allow their enemy to die so easily?" Sunlight shone on the motionless skeleton. His voice still rang out steadily. "After smashing the main ancestor, which is the cyclical curse, the infinite revival uses Suang Na's dragon scales as an energy source to command them, forging them into Suang Na's tomb guardians. Once someone uses force to break in, they will be attacked, and these bone demons will reassemble after being shattered." Chu-Gi muttered as he walked. Even a second-tier master would find it difficult to withstand such a war of attrition. No wonder the descendants of the Chu family often stopped at the second hurdle. But by abandoning attack and presenting themselves in a harmless state, these mindless creatures would naturally lose their target. He stepped through the thick snow, pondering as he said, "It truly is an extremely intelligent and complex method of revenge. Using the enemy's body as a barrier, using their most vile dying state as punishment, this revenge is even more cruel than killing them." The cold wind blew, causing Chu-Gi to squint one eye, but it still couldn't stop the thought from emerging. The ancestor of the Chu family. Amidst the frigid snow, he remained steadfast, and one day, "I will definitely be stronger than you." Chu-Gi stood on the snowy peak, looking down at the massive skeleton of Suang Na. He flew straight down to the ground, but was unexpectedly flung back by an invisible force. Chu-Gi was repeatedly slammed into the rocks. He painfully tried to recover, puzzled by everything that had happened, thinking, "What just happened?" Suang Na appeared faintly but massively, its voice solemn. "Who are you? Why do you invade this place? Are you sent by the scum who imprisoned me in this ice crack?" Chu-Gi struggled to his feet and called out twice, "Suang Na." Suang Na snarled furiously and threatened, "Are you here to mock me? Level 30 cannon fodder. You don't even deserve to be my demon's claw. You worms only know how to absorb the power of the dragon race. The blood in your body flows, foul like those murderers." It grew angrier, opening its mouth wide to slander. "You all want to see me go mad, greedy and selfish, acting recklessly, eyeing my body, wanting to forge me into a weapon." Chu-Gi tried to explain. "Wait a moment, I am of the Chu family's bloodline. I came to—" Suang Na didn't let him finish, still complaining. "The Chu family's bloodline. Again, the Chu family's bloodline." Suang Na grew even angrier and began to attack. "How much longer do you plan to deceive me, you trash? I want to hack you into 100 pieces." Its blows made him struggle to dodge. Chu-Gi secretly exclaimed, "So fast." It opened its mouth wide, shooting out streaks of power. He dodged each blow, still trying to explain. "Suang Na, do you still remember? That year, you destroyed your own dragon core to seal the demonic clan's teleportation gate. You are the hero of the Chu family." Nevertheless, Suang Na didn't listen to a word and immediately retorted, "Nonsense! The dragon core is my dragon's heart. How could I dig it out myself? Clearly, you people extracted my dragon core, and now you're here to bewitch me, pretending, lying. It's all just lies." The blows grew faster, hitting the ice directly and shattering it. It roared, "I want to tear apart everyone who lied to me." Despite the pain, Chu-Gi reassured it, "Suang Na, calm down and listen to me. Do you remember?" It whipped its massive tail towards him. "Get out." Chu-Gi was thrown a long distance, but still stood firm. He thought to himself, "Suang Na has lost its memory, and the long period of imprisonment has caused it to blame everything on whoever comes near. Its mind is completely chaotic. It's truly worthy of being the ancestor's contracted demon beast. Even 100 years later, its residual dragon soul power still causes people to tremble with fear." His face darkened, his body covered in injuries, but he refused to give in. thinking that his rank and strength were lower than Suang Na's. However, it's impossible for me to give up here. If I've made it to Ice Dragon Abyss, I absolutely won't return empty-handed. Chu Gi revealed the glowing cross symbol on his forehead. He shouted to provoke. Want to vent your anger? Then come and fight. Fight until you remember. He cast out a dazzling golden stream of power. The immense powers of both Chu Gi and Suang Na collided head-on. It again spewed out immense power, striking straight towards him, causing white snow dust to rise. From the white smoke, Chu Gi lunged forward with his sword. Come on. If the Chu family ancestor could contract you, I can also make you acknowledge your ancestral lineage. The slashes rained down continuously. Sword flash. On the other side, Lin Fong was calmly enjoying a dragon-shaped ice cream. Lin Fong continued to slurp on the ice cream stick. Chu family's exclusive ice cream, he said. She's been standing there for 3 days and 3 nights. She's almost become a stone statue, waiting for her husband. Sonin irritably glanced at him through the window and threatened, Do you not need your tongue anymore? Lin Fong's face darkened. His teeth clenched askew as he spoke nonsense. You're Jiang Sonin now, aren't you? Suddenly, Chu Bok rushed in, flinging open the door and exclaiming, It's not good. You two must leave quickly. The two of them asked, confused, What happened? She didn't answer the question but rushed inside, rambling continuously. Before she gets here. Father told me to get you out of here quickly. Where is Chu Van now? Lin Fong impatiently asked repeatedly. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Chu Bok tightly grasped Sonin's hand. Her face filled with worry as she said, This cannot be explained. Follow me immediately. She calmly replied to the plea. If you don't tell us, we can't possibly find a solution. Besides, Chu Gi is still in Ice Dragon Abyss. I absolutely cannot leave easily. He lunged at Sonin, interjecting. That's right, I, Tam Lin Fong, am not incompetent. Tell us what happened. If we can help, we definitely will. Chu Bok frantically waved her hands, explaining. No, I don't mean anything else. This is not something you two can handle. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late. Chu Hang's attack struck directly, slashing past Lady Hong, leaving her stunned. He said seriously, Lady Hong, the territory of the Tianlan Chu family does not tolerate your arrogance. Ling Fong and Su Ran, meanwhile, transformed their power's shape. Thin, sharp threads flexibly wrapped tightly around Lady Hong's fingers. She said with contempt, Chu Hang, to suppress your frozen bloodline, your power doesn't even reach 3/10 of level 40. And you still want to stop me. Chu Hang shielded Chu Van behind him, trying to speak calmly. Even if the Chu family faces difficulties, we will not allow outsiders to harm our clan's guests. He thought, Chu Gi is currently at a critical stage of breakthrough in Ice Dragon Abyss. I absolutely cannot let Lady Hong ruin things. At most, I'll risk my frozen meridians getting injured, but I must buy time until Chu Gi comes out. He created a line of ice extending towards Lady Hong. In another scene, she pursed her lips. Where's this one trying to go? Lady Hong casually leaned against the doorframe, her voice echoing again. Long time no see, girl. Xiao Bai, Ling Fong, and Su Ran were all stunned and exclaimed in unison, You're still alive. Half an hour earlier, in a spacious, luxurious, and somewhat traditional room, Lady Hong, along with a few people and an old man, the Chu family's patriarch, were chatting. Lady Hong spoke first. Chu family patriarch, this is this year's cold intoxication crystal. Another voice sounded. No need to trouble Lady Hong with the trip. Lady Hong just needs to say the word, and I'll send someone to fetch it. Next to them were sparkling treasure boxes. The cold intoxication crystal is a rare consumable item, epic grade, an energy crystallization type. Another old man, Chu Feng, the Chu family's third elder, called out, Someone bring them up. Sitting beside him was also Chu Hang. A series of people carried up various treasures. Heaven's secret snow silkworm silk. Effect, when crafting equipment, it can be added to give the equipment a stealth effect. Mystic ice jade. Effect: when tempering weapons, it can grant a passive ice burst ability. He continued speaking to her. According to last year's promise, the heavenly treasures are also fully prepared. Lady Hong chuckled faintly, feeling them slightly, then replied, "These alone aren't enough." She said sarcastically, "Your Chu family hides good things and refuses to hand them over. It's clear that your intention to request the cold intoxication crystal isn't genuine." Chu Hang quickly stood up and retorted, "Lady Hong, what are you saying? Our Chu family dedicates all its efforts every year to collect valuable items for exchange with you." In her hand, she held a treasure, cold ice splitter. Required level 30. Basic attributes: physical attack plus 350. Ice attribute attack plus 120. He thought to himself, Lady Hong is greedy. Her conditions increase every year. What trick does she want to pull this year? She broke the treasure and said, "I'm tired of this kind of flashy merchandise. This year's collateral will be exchanged for something else. If the Chu family patriarch agrees, a full year's supply of cold intoxication crystal is guaranteed." The Chu family elder still cordially asked, "What does Lady Hong wish to exchange for?" Chu Hang beside him secretly thought with suspicion, "Something isn't right." Lady Hong said in a deep voice, "A living person." He asked again, "A living person? Who?" She calmly replied, "Chu Gi." Hearing this, Chu Hang lost his composure. "What?" He calmed down and continued, "Lady Hong must be joking. How can a living person be traded?" But Chu Hang's heart was filled with worry. Why would Lady Hong be interested in Chu Gi? She replied brazenly, "Joking? You're truly humorous. Someone who saved your clan's life. Isn't it a very profitable trade?" The Chu family patriarch heard this and resolutely said, "Lady Hong, please leave. Chu Gi is a junior of the Chu family and absolutely cannot be traded." Lady Hong indifferently didn't even turn to look at him, just busily fiddling with her fingernails, replying, "If you won't hand him over, can your Chu family withstand 2 months?" Seeing this, the elder turned to the patriarch and said, "Last year, 3 children died prematurely due to the frozen bloodline, patriarch. If the supply of cold intoxication crystal is cut off." The old man worriedly thought, "The Mermit Trading Company has a mine that produces cold intoxication crystal. Due to the increasingly diluted ice bloodline curse, the Chu family not only needs cold intoxication crystal to rapidly cultivate and strengthen the concentration of the ice bloodline, but also needs it to improve the frozen condition of the bloodline. Therefore, the Chu family has no choice but to continue exchanging large amounts of resources with the Mermit Trading Company every year." Finally, he spoke out, "Say no more. Rather than let our bloodline be cut off, the Chu family will absolutely not sell a person for survival like a good-for-nothing." The Chu family elder, unwilling, retorted, "Patriarch, even if you don't think for us old men, you must think for the children in the clan. Chu Gi is a genius, no doubt, but he is still too young. He cannot save the entire Chu family." Hearing this, he was displeased, stood up abruptly and shouted, "Our Chu family survived to have this day of resurgence. If people are dead, then there's nothing left." The old man still said in a deep voice, "Chu Gi has never been protected by the family. He should not be implicated by the family." The elder still loudly said, "Patriarch, the children can't wait any longer." But the old man remained resolute. "Lady Hong, please leave." He thought to himself, "Fool. Lady Hong is forcing me to choose between Chu Gi and the Chu family, clearly seeing Chu Gi's promising future. If I cannot protect Chu Gi, the Chu family will truly have no chance of waiting for me." Lady Hong changed her attitude and coldly said, "Very well. If the Chu family wants to protect Chu Gi, then starting today." She stood up and left with her attendants, speaking harshly, "I'll cut off the supply of cold intoxication crystal, letting your Chu family and you old man perish together." Returning to the present, Lady Hong said to Xiaobai, "Thank you, little girl, for leading the way." Lady Hong's tough threads wrapped tightly around Xiaobai's neck, making her stumble and lose consciousness. She lay motionless on the floor. Lady Hong recalled the past, wickedly saying, "The Chu family's patriarch dared to signal Chu Hung in front of me. Does he think I'm blind?" So Nian rushed over anxiously. Xiaobai. Lin Fong, not to be outdone, charged faster, shouting, "This time, you'll die by my hand." Her attendants charged forward. Their bodies were like ribbons, but they didn't faze Lin Fong, who landed continuous blows. Other creatures lunged at So Nian. In just a few swift cuts, she sliced them into hundreds of pieces, their fragments scattered on the floor. Lin Fong began to cast a spell. He conjured a firewall to protect the other two. Lady Hong said smugly, "After 3 days apart, you've learned to fight together. Indeed, you've practiced. A bit interesting. I'm starting to like you more and more now." Lady Hong thought to herself, the Enchantress Girl and the Flame Dragon both show faint signs of breakthrough. She spoke, "You could even be considered geniuses. What a pity, treasures before my eyes. Yet you will all ultimately turn to dust." So Nian helped Xiaobai up, thinking to herself, "I have to be distracted protecting Xiaobai, which somewhat ties my hands. Wasn't this woman eliminated last time? Why is she appearing at the Chu family's residence?" She was still deep in thought, not noticing a thread slowly approaching her. Xiaobai couldn't say it was her. The thread came closer and closer, but So Nian still didn't notice. "So, Brother Chu Gi at the Chu family's isn't." The threads wrapped tightly around her. Lady Hong's voice rang out, "Your combat experience is just a little lacking." Even Lin Fong was tightly bound by threads from the ground. She continued, "I simply love young masters and ladies from your families, who are both talented and useless. Warm-up's over. I'll personally deal with you now." The thread pulled So Nian away. She continued, "Enchantress Girl, where did your power from last time go?" Lin Fong was slammed hard against the wall. "My blood thread loves your flames, little fire dragon." Both were pulled high up, unable to move. Lady Hong scoffed, "You want to challenge me beyond your level? You're still a bit lacking." She became serious and asked, "Tell me, where is Chu Gi?" He ignored her words and roared, "Let me go! Do you want to be burned to ashes or not?" Lady Hong slowly walked towards the curtain and continued, "Not speaking, I heard that to save his sister, Chu Gi ventured alone into the Ko Fong mountain range. With her, I don't believe Chu Gi won't come out." He angrily shouted, "You're not allowed to touch her." Behind the curtain, Chu Van was hiding but had been discovered by Lady Hong. That voice rang out again, "Can you see your brother in the distance by hiding behind the curtain?" So Nian refused to stand still and still tried her best to shout, "Lend me strength one more time." Many red threads were wrapped around Lady Hong's hands. This time, she was truly enraged. "Then I'll show you what true suppression is." Immediately, a series of puppets controlled by Lady Hong simultaneously stood up. The puppets, with their colossal bodies, furiously attacked forward. Blue cracks appeared on Chu Heng's face. He said, "It's truly a struggle. To deal with Chu Gi, you're not sparing so many puppets." As the puppets drew near, Chu Heng grabbed a chain in his hand, leaped high, and shouted, "Jiang So Nian, Shen Lin Fong, take Chu Van and Xiao Bai away. I'll hold them off here." Lady Hong saw him about to flee and yelled, "Leave the living ones." So Nian, holding Chu Van in her arms, and Lin Fong, tightly clutching Xiao Bai, simultaneously shouted, "Understood." At this moment, Chu Gi was holding a power orb in his hand. He looked at the monster in front of him and shouted, "Remember." He advanced, striking a powerful blow to the opponent's head. "For me, Sacred Fist combo." After that, Chu Gi quickly dodged to the side, and another surge of power immediately flew past. Chu Gi held out his hand, using a single move to counter his opponent. "Holy Light Cross." He shouted, "Subdue for me." Before being struck, the monster's eyes only saw Chu Gi approaching. It weakly called out, "Master." A punch carrying immense power was thus delivered. Hand of God. After the attack, complete silence fell, with only swirling dust remaining. Chu-Gi landed on the ground, coldly stating, "Finally, quiet." The giant beast asked him, "Who are you?" Chu-Gi did not hide, but frankly stated his identity. "I am Chu-Gi, descendant of Chu-Fan." He sat down to allow his body to slowly recover, then began to recount the monster's crimes. 100 years ago, you used your life to destroy the demon tribe's teleportation gate in exchange for Tianlan's peace. My ancestor, Chu-Fan, was your master. He sealed your body and soul here and went alone to search for a way to revive you, but he also disappeared. Chu-Gi smiled, extending an invitation. "Follow me. From now on, you'll live a joyful life." Your soul, trapped here, unable to escape, gradually lost its sanity. I couldn't help but use some methods to restore you. After learning everything, the dragon closed its eyes, sadly replying, "So that's how it is. My dragon core is shattered. How can I be revived?" He couldn't believe it. It's been 100 years. The master has also. Then it looked directly at Chu-Gi and asked, "You came to find me for the dragon soul, didn't you?" Suang Na explained that I could see your foundation has been damaged. It needs pure energy to be restored. The dragon soul entering your body will make you taste the suffering of 10,000 heart-devouring insects. Your body will feel like it's been torn apart tens of thousands of times. Are you willing to accept it? Chu-Gi didn't hesitate to answer. I am willing. Compared to physical pain, being helpless and weak, unable to protect the one I like, is the greatest suffering. After hearing that, Suang Na couldn't help but admire him. The Chu family's lad has guts. It sent a surge of power towards Chu-Gi and commanded, "Come here." An orange vortex, carrying tiny green specks, suddenly appeared. The frozen blood vessels seemed to be gradually recovering. Chu-Gi's entire body was emitting a stream of green smoke. Inside his body, the ice covering the blood vessels began to break away. Chu-Gi closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing pain. Suang Na quickly reassured him. "Just hold on a little longer. Your meridians are shattered. If you hadn't found me, you wouldn't have lived another month." Those green specks of light were also moving to regenerate Chu-Gi's bones. Cracks and deep internal wounds were also gradually being healed. However, Chu-Gi endured terrible pain. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. That green light was continuously flowing in, healing Chu-Gi's heart. Chu-Van smiled, her face radiating joy. The group, including Halan, was also happy. So Neen closed one eye, looking back in surprise. The pitch-black night seemed to be torn apart. A blurry figure stood before the giant dragon. A series of notifications appeared continuously. Ice Dragon Soul 100% fusion detected. Foundation completely restored detected. Ice Element Affinity plus 500%. At this moment, 2 dragon horns appeared on Chu-Gi's head. Congratulations on perfectly completing the hidden mission. Second transformation. Reward, Dragon God's body skill. Suang Na instructed him. Protect the Lan in my stead, and in his. Madame Hong used the puppet strings in her hands to tightly bind the girl's body. She stepped forward, loosening the strings, causing the girl to fall straight to the ground. Madame Hong tossed the red silk in her hand towards Chu Van and gently enticed, "My good sister, come here. I won't hurt you." Chu Van's body was tightly bound by the red silk. Madame Hong commanded, "Good child, take me to see your younger brother." Just then, a hand covered in dirt reached out and tightly clutched her ankle. "Get lost." Madame Hong looked down contemptuously at the one holding her leg. This dying little flame dragon is quite stubborn, wanting to be a flower-protecting messenger. Lin Fong used his last bit of strength to prevent Madame Hong from taking Chu Van. "You're not allowed to touch her," Madame Hong said with disgust. "Now you're like a stray dog. You can't even protect yourself. Yet you want to protect others. It's truly laughable." Even though Lin Fong was utterly exhausted, he still resolutely protected Chu Van. "What the hell do you understand? Even if I, Tam Lin Fong, die, I won't let you touch a single strand of her hair." Madame Hong coldly commanded, "Let go." Lin Fong yelled no. Seeing his stubbornness, Madame Hong lifted her foot and stomped hard on the hand clutching her leg. What about this then? Despite the pain, Lin Fong still clenched his grip, not letting go no. At this moment, Chu Van's face was covered in tears. She said heartbrokenly, "Brother Tam, let go. Don't worry about me. Please let go. My brother won't blame you." Lin Fong opened his mouth and yelled, then bit hard into Madame Hong's leg. "I won't let go." Chu Van screamed, "Brother Tam." Madame Hong was truly furious. She kicked Lin Fong hard backward. "You lunatic!" Lin Fong braced his hands on the ground to stop himself after the kick. Chu Van anxiously yelled, "Brother Tam." Madame Hong stroked her chin, thinking, "This brat is tougher than I imagined." To make the proud flame dragon bloodline serve him wholeheartedly. This Chu Gi is indeed an extremely valuable person. Madame Hong disgustedly flicked her hand. "You fool who doesn't know your place. I have no interest in you. If you're in a hurry to reincarnate." She wrapped the puppet strings around Lin Fong's neck, then farewell. The puppet strings began to tighten around Lin Fong's neck. He widened his eyes, mouth agape, his face clearly showing pain. Chu Van screamed in fear, "Brother Tam, run." Seeing Lin Fong seem to have lost consciousness, Chu Van cried loudly, turned to beg Madame Hong, "No, please don't hurt him. I'll go with you." Just then, an enormous oppressive aura suddenly appeared. Madame Hong was also affected by that pressure. She said in fear, "The pressure is truly terrifying." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge surge of power rushed forward and hit Madame Hong directly. Chu Gi, with golden wings and 2 dragon horns on his head, unexpectedly appeared to save Chu Van. Chu Van called out in disbelief, "Brother." Chu Gi looked at Lin Fong's tattered body, covered in wounds, and silently called, "Shun Lin Fong." So Nin was also being pierced by many puppet strings, Xiao Nin. Chu Gi looked at Xiao Bai and Chu Hang lying unconscious on the ground. "Xiao Bai, Uncle Hang." He gently blew out a puff of smoke. Immediately, Chu Gi's eyes transformed, one eye yellow and one eye blue. He used his power to transform into an iron chain, sacred thunder, heavenly prison chains. Madame Hong's eyes widened. She licked her lips, her face filled with excitement as she saw Chu Gi appear. Many puppets appeared in her hands. All those puppets had Madame Hong's appearance. "Chu Gi, you finally come out." All the approaching puppets were easily destroyed by Chu Gi. Madame Hong appeared behind Chu Gi at some point. She advised him, "Obediently come home with me." Chu Gi didn't reply. He stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath to shatter. Immediately, a surge of power sliced across Madame Hong's neck. Chu Gi carried his sister in his arms, his power pushing back his opponent. Madame Hong thought in fear, such terrifying power. Besides the destroyed puppets, a few of Madame Hong's high-level puppets still existed, but were struggling to dodge Chu Gi's attacks. Those level 20 puppets are fine, but the level 30 elite puppet and the level 40 guard puppet were crafted with my painstaking efforts. But he actually made my puppet army powerless to fight back. Having thought that, she immediately jumped up and charged forward. Madame Hong unleashed a series of puppet strings, her eyes wide, screaming frantically, "This is impossible. You're only level 30. It's absolutely impossible to cross a 15-level gap. It truly makes one desire it even more." She ordered one of her puppets, "Swallow him." The puppet strings formed a giant red orb, trapping Chu Gi and Chu Van inside. Madame Hong was still very confident in the move she had just unleashed, holding the hindering object in her hand. "Even if you can fight across levels, so what?" After saying that, she and her puppet rushed forward and forcefully attacked the red orb. Despite being trapped inside, Chu Gi was not afraid. He calmly shouted, "Sacred Storm." Immediately, a huge explosion occurred, shattering the giant orb. The aftershocks of the explosion spread far and wide. Only the area where Chu Gi stood remained calm. Madame Hong quickly came up with another plan. "This is no longer a power that can be compared by level. The situation is not good. I'll retreat first." Chu Gi coldly approached her. He shouted, "Bone Fong." Realizing the situation was not good, Madame Hong hastily cried out, "Wait a minute." She issued a threat to Chu Gi. "Chu Gi, if you dare to touch me, The Dreamy Merchants Guild will definitely not spare you. This is the guild's highest bounty order. As long as I tear it up, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted to death. Madame Hong was sure Chu-Gi would be scared and continued to threaten. I'm afraid you don't want the Chu family to be implicated, do you? The dragon's eyes, full of killing intent, stared directly at her. Madame Hong trembled, thinking, what kind of monster is this? Knowing she had encountered a powerful opponent this time, she clasped her hands, gave a forced smile, and hastily begged for mercy. Brother Chu-Gi, a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. When she was bound by the dragon, Madame Hong quickly explained, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Chu Van, shouldn't have hurt Jiang So-Nin and others, and certainly shouldn't have confronted you. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer all the cold essence crystals. No, I am willing to share the Dreamy Merchants Guild's cold essence crystal mine with the Chu family. Chu-Gi asked suspiciously, am I? Madame Hong affirmed, yes. She said that the mine only produces cold essence crystals once every 1,000 years, enough for the Chu family to use for 100 years. Just think, with this mine, the Chu family won't have to suffer the hardship of frozen bloodlines, and you can also cultivate with peace of mind. Why bother with a minor character like me? To live, Madame Hong even said, I can even become your subordinate. Just say the word. I, Madame Hong, will go through fire and water without hesitation. But in her heart, she secretly thought, as long as the puppet string touches her, she can instantly teleport back to the Merchant Guild's residence. Just need to buy a little more time. Just a little more. After hearing her words, Chu-Gi pursed his lips tightly, secretly thinking, how could someone like Madame Hong suddenly beg for forgiveness? Unless it's a trap. Having thought it through, he immediately rejected her offer. No need, he said. True powerhouses are not afraid of threats and are not swayed by temptation. Madame Hong was stunned, speaking in disbelief. You. Chu-Gi waved his hand, creating a massive surge of power. She hastily used her puppet strings to create a shield in front of herself. However, Chu-Gi's power easily shattered that shield. Madame Hong's eyes widened, disbelieving what was happening before her eyes. Before being hit, she could only think, this wasn't an ordinary holy knight. It was clearly a deity cloaked in holy light. Truly unbelievable. After dealing with Madame Hong, Chu-Gi placed Chu Van on the ground. He used his power to break the ropes that were imprisoning Chu Van. Then, he opened his arms and embraced her. Looking at the unconscious girl in his arms, Chu-Gi gently said, I'm back. Lin Fong thought in disbelief, the person he couldn't defeat even with all his strength. Chu-Gi defeated in just a few moves. How exactly did he do it? He stared blankly at Chu-Gi, who was approaching him. Chu-Gi bowed, placed his hand on his chest, and gratefully said, Thank you. He sincerely thanked Lin Fong. Thank you for doing your utmost to protect my sister. Hearing this, Lin Fong suddenly smiled. Then he burst out laughing. Well, hurry up and heal me. My blood is almost all dried up. Elsewhere, the Chu clan elder was deep in thought, standing before a giant portrait. The portrait before him was of Chu-Gi. Just then, someone called out, Chu clan elder. The Chu clan elder looked at Chu-Gi behind him and said, You've arrived. This is our first official meeting. To let you witness this disaster, as the clan elder, I am incompetent and truly ashamed. Ignoring the Chu clan elder's polite words, Chu-Gi cut straight to the point. There's no need for pleasantries. I want to know why the Chu family needs cold essence crystals. The Chu family must have absolute power to protect Chu Van, otherwise, I will not let Chu Van return to the Chu family. The Chu clan elder guessed. Did Chu Hang tell you? Chu-Gi replied. Chu Hang mentioned it once, but he wasn't clear. He secretly observed Chu-Gi and was greatly surprised. This child had just gone through a fierce battle, yet his aura was as steady as a deep lake, and the ruthlessness in his eyes was 100 times stronger than those pampered youngsters raised in greenhouses. The Chu clan elder explained. The curse not only caused the awakening rate of the Chu family's ice bloodline to greatly decrease, but also made the Chu family's descendants too weak to withstand the bloodline's freezing backlash. Every year, people in the Chu family died due to their bloodline freezing. Chu Gie's sister, Chu Van, had once suffered from the mildest form of bloodline freezing, which is why it could be treated with extreme cold ice lotus. However, the bloodline freezing condition of most Chu family descendants can only be suppressed with cold essence crystals. The Chu clan elder continued. Madame Hong relied on this weakness to dare to increase her tribute every year. This time, she went too far, wanting to exchange you for cold essence crystals. His voice, filled with coldness, continued. Tribute. Without letting the old man finish, Chu Gi interrupted. Starting today, there's no need to pay anymore. The Chu clan elder leaned on his cane, looked in one direction, and began to analyze for Chu Gi. Chu Gi, driving away Madame Hong can only solve the immediate difficulty. The merchant guild behind Madame Hong is very powerful, and they control the cold essence crystal mine. We must beg. Chu Gi announced an important piece of news. Madame Hong is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the Chu clan elder's expression immediately changed. His eyes widened, and he cried out in disbelief. What did you say? At the unexpected news, the Chu clan elder trembled. He blurted out. She was a level 45, second-generation puppet master, with hundreds of protective puppets. Even if you broke through in the Ice Dragon Abyss, there's absolutely no way. Chu Gi calmly recounted. She was too arrogant. She didn't bring any reinforcements, and the Ice Dragon Abyss increased the power of my Ice-type skills threefold. Chu Gi condensed Frostfang and brought it before the Chu clan elder. More importantly, I awakened Frostfang in the Ice Dragon Abyss. The Chu clan elder's eyes widened, and he joyfully asked, Frostfang is awake? Does it still remember our ancestors? Chu Gi answered for Frostfang. It remembers. It was the one who restored my body. It helped me defeat Madame Hong. It's just that its soul is extremely weak. So I've put it away inside my body. I won't awaken it unless necessary. Upon hearing this, Clan Elder Chu raised his head high, laughing heartily. He was so happy that he threw the cane in his hand to the ground. Then he suddenly knelt down, clasped his hands, and bowed to the painting in front of him. Ancestors, did you hear that? At such a young age, he has gained Frostfang's recognition, this courage and opportunity. Even our ancestors might not be able to compare. A formidable young man, Clan Elder Chu thought proudly. I originally thought he was just exceptionally talented. I never imagined he could truly achieve this much. He raised his hands to the sky and joyfully exclaimed, Heaven has not forsaken my Chu clan. Chu Gi held the cane in his hand, worriedly saying, Clan Elder, how about we get up first? After being helped up by him, Clan Elder Chu chuckled and said, You must be laughing at me. I got a bit too emotional just now. Then Chu Gi suddenly said, Please tell me the inner workings of the trade association. He thought to himself, The evil cult has taken notice of Chu Van. I can't always keep Chu Van by my side. If I can help the Chu clan deal with the trade association, it will be the best place for Chu Van to settle down. Clan Elder Chu no longer concealed anything from Chu Gi at this point. He stroked his beard and began to recount what he knew. The trade association was just a small shop on a street corner. Its owner was a low-level martial artist named Lu Twen, who survived by smuggling ore. The turning point was the winter 10 years ago. He recounted, That year, Black Wind Valley experienced a blizzard seen only once in a century. All trade routes were frozen. Lu Twen took several companions into the valley. Half a month later, only Lu Twen emerged from the valley. After that, he suddenly had an endless supply of cold mist essence, profound ice jade, flowing bone stone, and even 100-year rare silver essence organ. Clan Elder Chu took out a wooden box for Chu Gi to see. Lu Twen claimed to have found a mineral vein and somehow obtained the mining rights. Over the years, many people have tried to sneak into the valley to scout, but they either got lost or froze outside the valley. No one has ever seen the so-called cave entrance. Upon hearing this, Chu Gi realized a problem. Too much of a coincidence. Clan Elder Chu's expression became very serious. He continued, "The coincidences are yet to come. 3 years ago, we could still buy a stable supply of cold mist essence from traveling merchants. Although a bit expensive, it was enough to meet the clan's needs. But in the spring of that year, the traveling merchants suddenly disappeared en masse, and there was no place on the market to buy cold mist essence. Just as we were worried, Madame Hong came knocking at our door. At that time, Madame Hong offered them a proposition, saying they had a mineral vein and were willing to supply it at half price. The condition was that the Chu clan had to help them deal with a few minor troubles." Chu Gi uttered in confusion, "Minor troubles?" Clan Elder Chu recalled past memories and explained. To put it bluntly, it was for the Chu clan to step in and suppress the smaller clans in Thianlon province who refused to submit to the trade association. He continued, "Most of these smaller clans have bloodline defects. To provide them with cultivation resources, the trade association demanded their most talented descendants, but those children never returned home after leaving. Those clans hated the trade association but feared they would cut off their resources, so they could only vent their anger on the Chu clan, the trade association's cronies. For the past 2 years, when Chu clan descendants go out, they are often secretly troubled by others. This move by the trade association is to completely isolate us, leaving us without aid." Upon hearing this, Chu Gi stroked his chin, beginning to deduce the true conspiracy behind the story. First, monopolize the routes, then express goodwill with low prices, then use the Chu clan to clear out dissident clans, and finally make the Chu clan a target for attack. Clan Elder Chu affirmed, "Yes." After that, each time the trade association delivered goods, new conditions were attached. We clearly knew it was a trap, but the children in our clan needed cold mist essence to survive, so we could only blindly accept. He took out a piece of cold mist essence and showed it to Chu Gi. "Look at this. This is the cold mist essence the trade association delivered last year. 3 years ago, the cold mist essence was a pure ice blue color, but these past 2 years, it has gradually been tinged with some black." Chu Gi reached out for the cold mist essence. Clan Elder Chu continued, "Madame Hong said these were natural impurities from deep within the mineral vein. But our physicians believe this cold mist essence looks as if it has been corroded by something." As Chu Gi touched the cold mist essence, a wisp of golden smoke suddenly appeared, coiling around his finger. That stream of power continuously spread outwards. The strange thing was that following the golden wisps of gas, there was also a pitch-black wisp of gas. But very quickly, that black wisp of gas was also dispelled by the golden gas. Chu Gi thought to himself, "The demonic energy is very faint, giving me a very familiar feeling. I must have encountered a similar aura somewhere before." He suddenly remembered something. "And there's this. Madame Hong once said something to me." Clan Elder Chu interrupted him. "When the Great Lord awakens, your Chu clan's curse will be a mere flick of the finger." Chu Gi speculated, "The Great Lord is not Lu Tuen?" But Clan Elder Chu immediately denied it. To be able to extract so many rare ores, and to make Madame Hong, a level 45 puppet master, willingly serve as a crony, there must be a true power holder behind it. Lu Tuen is still not worthy. Chu Gi clenched his fists. "I understand. Madame Hong is dead. The trade association won't let it go. I will bear the consequences I caused myself." Hearing this, Clan Elder Chu excitedly cried out, "Why say that? You're a Chu family descendant, with the same blood as our ancestors." The old man patted Chu Gi's shoulder and affirmed, "Your troubles are the Chu family's troubles. In big storms, the Chu family will face them with you." Chu Gi smiled, taking the hand on his shoulder. "Clan Elder, I understand your intentions. It's just that." He turned and walked towards his teammates. "I've never been alone." Lin Fong closed his eyes and grumbled, "Seriously, so sluggish." Phaeton told him, "Gca, the principal said there was a situation with you, so he directly packed the 3 of us up and threw us over here." Chu Gi's teammates were all level 23 spirit masters, a level 24 mage, and a level 24 warrior. Seeing this, Chugi couldn't help but be surprised. 2 months without meeting, and you've made quite a bit of progress. Tom laughed loudly, patting his chest. Of course, we're following Big Brother. We can't possibly drag you down. Halan placed both hands on Lin Hai's shoulders, her eyes seemingly containing something. She said, "On the way." Lin Hai even said she wanted to ask Brother Gi for advice on ice element magic. Why are you so scared now that you've met him? Lin Hai clasped her hands in front of her chest, shyly. Gi, in the lush green garden, Chu Gi stood there, his flawless face smiling, making him even more prominent. He went ahead, urging them on. The situation is urgent, let's go. The people behind followed suit. Behind the chattering crowd, an old man leaned on his cane, silently observing. His eyes looked gently towards Chu Gi and his group. He softly said, "Chu Gi, you truly resemble your ancestors." The group chattered noisily among themselves. "I want to bring snacks to eat on the way." "Is Black Peak Mountain cold? I have a pair of really nice boots, perfect for snowy areas." "Young master isn't afraid of the cold. Our family has a strong resistance to cold." Chu Gi stood aside, lost in thought, suddenly feeling like he was superfluous. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, a thoughtful expression evident. "If it were before, I would definitely sneak in by myself." A map appeared with the route clearly highlighted. After all, the demonic energy of Black Wind Valley is ineffective against me. And if I encounter an enemy several times stronger than me, I can also borrow the power of the Void Beast's entire body to retreat. An image of a man carrying a girl in his arms appeared. After killing Lady Hong, besides issuing normal missions, the system hadn't shown any activity for a long time. It was as if a forced command had completely sealed off this path of independent action. A bright yellow system panel appeared before his eyes. System notification, mission deadline activated. Together with teammates, uncover the secrets of the Merchant Guild. Mission reward. Each participating member will receive S+Rank, Skill Book X1. Chu Gi lay bare-chested, wearing only underwear, arms spread, breathing heavily. In front of him was the glowing system panel. The system was called the strongest support system. It wouldn't make meaningless arrangements. Perhaps what it wanted this time wasn't the mission itself, but the common ground with teammates. Images of his teammates, bruised and unconscious, flashed in his mind. Teammates. I always thought I was strong enough to protect everyone I love, but I forgot that being strong enough is not a true premise. His eyes lit up with dangerous intensity. Lady Hong's appearance made me understand that even a mighty lion sometimes dozes off. At such times, if there's no one around, even a dog will come and take a few bites. Tam's shout pulled him back to reality. "Brother Gi, if we don't go, it'll really get dark." Seeing his state, Sonin approached anxiously. "Brother Chu Gi, are you all right?" Chu Gi closed his eyes and replied, "I'm fine. Let's go." He turned to everyone and said loudly, "To the teleportation array, before the gate closes." Someone replied, "It should have been like this already." Someone else chimed in, "Are we going to eat first? I'm hungry." Images of his teammates forging ahead but still turning back to smile at him appeared. He felt proud. Tam, excited and brave. Tong Halan, boastful but meticulous. Tam Lin Fong, stubborn but full of passion. Duong Lin Hai, shy but resilient. Chu Nin, gentle and persistent. They are all good teammates of mine, the foundation that allows a mighty lion to sleep peacefully. Teammates are not a burden. Time flies. One day later, the scenery had changed. The mountains were covered in pristine white snow, but in stark contrast, a vibrant red mist enveloped them. Black Wind Valley. Black Wind Valley will be covered by snow at the end of the year. The valley is thick with blood mist. Few who enter can retreat completely. A military-style vehicle sped through the snow. But even more bizarre was the headquarters of the Merchant Guild. There were no guards here. Lu Tuan seemed unafraid of the secrets in the valley being discovered. Chu Gi's team stood gathered, all wearing thick coats. So Neen said, "It's right here." The public map only marks inside the valley. The internal structure is hollow. He calmly put his hands in his pockets. I guessed it. Chu-gi extended his hand, summoning a blue butterfly, and ordered, "Locate." The butterfly was swift. "Yes, sir." The skill information panel appeared. Skill locate. Use the magical energy of the void butterfly to construct a magic array, marking the coordinates of space. The void beast can use its sensory ability to locate, tear through the void, and instantly arrive at the designated location. Phaeton brought his hands to his face, breathing out hot air. This wretched place. The wind seems to carry thorns. Hearing this, Chu-gi thought to himself, indeed, it's 3 times colder than the Ice Dragon Abyss. He activated a move that made his entire body and everyone else's glow with a golden light. Blessing of courage, blessed weapons. Blessing of dawn, God's grace. Protection's blessing. He didn't forget to remind them. Everyone, stay vigilant. Lin Fong looked at the light on his body and secretly marveled. This is the first time I've received his enhancement skill. It's truly just as I heard. His information panel appeared. Name, Tam Lin Fong. Class, Ancient Warrior, level 22. Strength, 204 plus 61, increased by 30%. Speed, 190 plus 57, increased by 30%. Constitution, 210 plus 63, increased by 30%. Intellect, 170 plus 51, increased by 30%. When someone is discussing skills, direct combat power increases significantly. We can try it out later. Small, soul-like tendrils were slowly approaching the leg of one of the team members from behind. Lin Hai was pulled away, panicking and raising her hand for help. Lin Fong unexpectedly turned around and shouted, "What's happening?" A pair of legs quickly spun around on the snow, leaping up. Chu-gi majestically held Lin Hai close, his other hand severing the tendrils, creating a beautiful golden streak. He carried her princess style, slowly descending to the ground. Lin Hai, flustered, said, "Thank you, Ongi." Lin Fong looked at the tendrils growing from the cliff face, wiggling continuously, and wondered, what kind of monster is this? It's a bit like Lady Hong's puppet strings. Could she still be alive? Chu-gi approached with a serious expression, raising his hand and transferring a portion of his spiritual energy into the tendril in front of him. The tendrils were covered in spiritual energy and electrocuted, causing them to shrink. They're not puppet strings, they're tentacles of a living creature. Chu-gi turned. Halan, use spiritual Dao magic through the wall a bit. Halan deployed her technique. Her entire body floated up, surrounded by glowing, hovering talismans. Heaven and earth profound sect, origin of all energies. She clasped her hands together and pushed them forcefully forward. The talismans flew in that direction, sticking to the cliff face in rows. The talismans arranged themselves into a bagua shape, emitting a dazzling golden light. Halan shouted, "Open!" The formation activated, and her entire body floated, creating currents of wind below. Everyone's faces showed concern. They all had the same thought. This snow mountain, could it all be? The mountain disappeared. In front of Halan were intertwined tentacles, with hundreds of grotesque eyes. These are... Suddenly, some tentacles within the mass flew forward, swirling to form an arrow. Seeing this, Halan waved her hand, drawing a talisman in the air. Hidden thunder, talismanic command. Suppress evil, guard my formation. A gigantic talisman appeared before her, blocking the attacking tentacles. Spiritual Tao, evil suppressing talisman. After blocking the attack, black streaks appeared on the talisman. From those black streaks, the talisman gradually eroded and evaporated. The talisman was destroyed. Halan flew up, dodging the continuously lunging tentacles. Its sticky substance can absorb spiritual energy. She thought to herself, spiritual Tao magic inherently relies on spiritual energy to control. This thing completely counters my actions. Chu-gi looked at the scene before him, slightly startled. The tentacles surrounded Chu-gi's group. Everyone was on guard. Lin Fong was surprised. This? Lin Fong angrily created a fireball. His hair changed color, fluttering like flames wanting to incinerate everything. Disgusting. The flames, like waves, flew powerfully towards the reaching tentacles. Seemingly ineffective, the flames extinguished, yet the tentacles still reached out. Lin Fong clicked his tongue at this. Within the mass of tentacles, terrifying eyes appeared along with shadowy figures resembling puppets, humanoid in shape, surrounding Chu Gie's team from all sides. Their entire bodies were wrapped in tentacles, their faces pitch black except for their glowing, opaque white eyes. They advanced lifelessly, looking truly terrifying. Thiet Tom excitedly cracked his knuckles, preparing for battle. Just in time. Sonin next to him, with a cold expression, had his hand on his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Chugi reached out to stop them. As he moved his hand, a golden light screen appeared with a notification. Divine Sword Hard S plus talent. Holy light protection. He said, "Leave it to me. You all just stand still there. No need to move." It seems they're afraid of holy light. With the sword in his hand, he charged like a storm at each creature, taking them down before they could react. Chu Gi drew a conclusion after eliminating most of the enemies. No reaction to weapons, but physical attacks are effective. He called out loudly, "Thiatam, Sonin." Thiatam and Sonin rushed over with weapons in hand after hearing Chu Gi's call. He analyzed and assigned tasks to the two of them. Thiatam will break through the front defense. Sonin will go from behind. The three of us will stand at three corners of the formation and push in. Thiatam excitedly said, "It's my turn to show off." Chu Gi ordered the others, "The three of you stay inside the light screen. You are not allowed to go outside." Lin Fong was displeased. He pointed at himself, slightly discontent, wanting to join the battle. "Wait a minute. I'm an ancient warrior. I don't just know how to use fire." Lin Fong summoned a sharp red spear with sparks surrounding its tip. He smiled with amusement. Chu Gi approached Lin Hai and Halan. "Shin Lin Fong, and we will go together." Lin Hai and Halan were in the rear, observing the enemy's weaknesses. Lin Hai and Halan turned around and replied in unison, "Understood." Lin Fong leaped quickly from behind, creating dazzling golden rings of light. "The young master is here too." Thiatam jumped, swinging the large axe in her hand high up towards the eye in the black tentacles, yelling, "Mountain-splitting strike." After the axe blade struck, the tentacle part seemed to gradually vanish. She smiled broadly, satisfied. "This move works." Beside them, Lin Fong and Sonin were no less impressive. He used his spear to skewer the monsters like chunks of meat, yelling loudly, "How's the young master's strength?" And she swung her sword, cutting the monsters in half. Chu Gi used his golden glowing sword to swing powerfully, making the monsters vanish. Lin Fong and Thiatam attacked relentlessly. The black tentacles intertwined and squirmed. Chu Gi observed, silently realizing, the monsters and the ropes don't seem to be completely severed. If one is cut, a new monster will jump out, or crawl out from inside the mountain. On Lin Hai's side, something black flew past her as swiftly as the wind, but with her quickness, she caught a glimpse of it. She paused momentarily. "That's..." Lin Hai turned towards Chu Gi, who was fighting, and waved her hand, calling loudly, "Brother Gi." Chu Gi approached. Lin Hai presented the token in her hand. "Brother Gi, I saw a token on the monster. It's the Tian Lon Khan family." Beside them, Halan picked up a piece of cloth with engraved characters on it. Looking at the object in front of him, he analyzed in his mind. It's 8 parts likely that those small families came to search for people left behind by Black Wind Valley. Therefore, these silver strings, in addition to devouring magic power and spiritual energy, are probably also devouring vitality. Eventually, even the skeletons are reformed. Realizing something, he took a stance. His sword in hand swung powerfully backwards. The source of the silver strings is in the mountain. Each monster's string is connected to the cliff. From that posture, Chu Gi swung his sword forcefully, creating a line across his front. Instead of cutting down the monsters, It's better to cut the strings. Following the path of the sword, the ground split in two, forming a crack. Let me see what's hidden inside. The rocky surface, with symbols gradually shattered, quickly collapsing. Chu-Gi's team stood unharmed within the protective barrier amidst the falling rock rain directly above them. The smoke after the collapse gradually dissipated, revealing the scene behind it more and more clearly. Lin Fong and Thia Tam were suddenly startled, their pupils dilated. She gasped, "This is—" As the smoke cleared, beneath their feet were skeletons half submerged and half floating on the ground. Around them were large ice formations, within each reflecting their images. Thia Tam placed her weapon on her shoulder, full of questions. Was that an illusion just now? Chu-Gi walked, his image reflected on the ice formations. He denied. It's not an illusion. He stood opposite an ice formation, stating his conclusion. It's the disguise of the dungeon entrance. Chu-Gi explained. Black Wind Valley is fundamentally not a natural mountain range, but a large-scale hidden dungeon integrated with Blue Star. It's just that it's integrated with Blue Star so perfectly. No one has discovered this secret. Everyone listened intently. Chu-Gi raised a hand, deep in thought. He analyzed. No, Lu Twin discovered this secret. The trading guild dared to leave Black Wind Valley unguarded. That's because he knew the dungeon itself was the best defense, capable of turning intruders into nutrients. Lin Fong, hands in his pockets, scoffed. So many tricks. Lin Hai realized. So the monsters we just encountered were all transformed intruders. Chu-Gi didn't deny it. His hand gently touched the ice, creating faint ripples. The monsters of the first gate were mountains. Intruders, after death, would become part of the mountain. From where he touched, a ray of light gradually flickered. He reminded everyone, "Get ready. The monsters of the second gate are coming." The glass layer covering their heads shattered, sparkling. Everyone pressed their backs together, forming a defensive circle. Lin Fong shouted, "This broken mirror wants to ambush us." Chu-Gi commanded, "Lin Hai, add 2 layers of ice and earth defense. Don't let its friends take advantage of the chaos." She quickly replied, "Understood." Each shard reflected the team's anxious and vigilant images. Chu-Gi, his face worried, looked straight ahead, waiting to see what was coming as the mist gradually cleared. From the smoke, a figure was slowly approaching him. In another area, Lin Hai was surrounded by a dense forest. She looked around in confusion, calling out loudly, "Brother Gi, Xiaolan, where's everyone?" Lin Hai anxiously gripped the staff in her hand. She cautiously observed her surroundings. The scene shifted to Lin Fong, his upper body bare. He clenched his fists, growling angrily. What kind of disgusting abomination is this? Back to Halan. She was hiding behind a pillar, with a large talisman in her hand. Heaven and earth profound sect, root of all chi. The scene transitioned to Sonin. She stood on a transparent surface, gripping her sword, shouting loudly, "Get out!" Meanwhile, Thia Tam was swinging her axe amidst graves. Bone-shattering strike. As the move landed, a person identical to Thia Tam blocked it. A powerful shock caused the ground to sink deeply and crack severely. She cursed angrily. "Is this an illusion? A replicator? You even learned my strength." The person opposite her, with an identical face but lifeless eyes, repeated exactly what she had just said. "Is this an illusion? A replicator? You even learned my strength." Thia Tam said with a look of disgust and contempt, "That's so gross." She pulled her axe back from the identical axe. Her other hand clenched into a fist and swung forcefully. The clone quickly raised its hand to block the punch. Taking advantage of the moment, she swung her leg and kicked hard from behind, giving the clone no time to react. Impacted by the powerful force, the clone flew violently, crashing into tombstones, sending them shattering and flying. Thia Tam walked over and cursed contemptuously. "You idiot! You don't even understand feints." The clone, lying amidst the rubble, still lifelessly repeated, "You idiot! You don't even understand feints." Thia Tam looked down from above, crossed her arms, and helplessly raised an eyebrow. She only knows how to imitate complete moves. She doesn't know how to leverage momentum or change tactics. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor. Tom stood in a defensive stance, hands covering her face. From within the smoke, the clone launched an attack, but she blocked it. While fighting the clone, Tom realized she could feel its learning speed getting faster and faster. She had to win quickly. Scene changed to Lin Feng's location. A dazzling light pierced the ground. Dragon's breath. Lin Feng, with dragon scales appearing on his arm, was being pushed away. Why are you learning anymore? You're starting to rely on this young master's blazing dragon body again. His clone jumped forward, but Lin Feng quickly leapt away. Lin Feng was now like a half-dragon. His hand holding a weapon blazed like fire. Today, I'll let you know. What's the difference between the original and the fake? He delivered a powerful slash, but the clone quickly dodged it. An identical spear suddenly appeared in the clone's hand. Lin Feng scoffed. Your replication is quite fast. He advanced, the spear in his hand sparking like a fiery drill. If you're going to learn my moves, then let me teach you all of them. The fiery drill grew larger, advancing with immense power. Heaven-splitting strike. The two spears clashed, creating a blinding flash of light. The force of it cracked the surrounding ground, sending debris flying everywhere. From the rubble, the clone launched a horizontal attack, but Lin Feng ducked to avoid it. Lin Feng gripped his spear tightly, preparing for the next assault. By inertia, his spear spun, forming a circle of fire that enveloped him, blocking the clone's attack. The clone slowly approached, bringing its spear to touch the fiery circle. It skillfully wove through the fire rings, with a lifeless expression. The spear stabbed directly into Lin Feng's chest, causing blood to gush out. Lin Feng's entire body glowed intensely. His face darkened, and his eyes began to glow. You can replicate completed techniques, but you can't keep up with the changes in the blazing dragon power within my body. As if he didn't feel the pain, he reached out and gripped the spear deeply embedded in his chest. The clone stared blankly at him. Lin Feng yelled. Behind Lin Feng, the golden vortex grew even more dazzling. The image of the dragon appeared clearly. He now looked like a god preparing to punish the wicked. Go to hell. Elsewhere, talismans flew like sharp blades. They created a huge explosion. The surrounding smoke obscured everything. Halan, covered in wounds, held a talisman hidden behind her clothes. She cautiously looked towards the smoke. Suddenly, 3 talismans formed a shape and rushed towards her, making her turn sharply in surprise. Halan quickly ran away as the talismans created a large explosion. The clone's face appeared, still expressionless. Halan ran around disdainfully. I thought you had some real skill, but talismans aren't used the way you're using them. Halan moved non-stop. She raised her hand to her mouth and bit down hard, drawing blood. To cast talismans, one must borrow the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. You mimic the form, but you can't mimic the spirit. Around her, droplets of rain condensed, glowing and floating in the air. Look at this rain. Look at this wind. They are all part of the Tao heart. Halan raised her hand. Following her hand was a line of golden light, her face full of majesty. Heart is substance, power is desire. She yelled loudly. You have no heart. You don't understand the reverence for the Tao or its might, so you can't use the natural forces of heaven and earth. Many mimic talismans are just empty shells. The raindrops flew quickly towards the clone. The clone also bit its hand, attempting to copy her technique. But from the bite mark, only tentacles emerged. The clone's eyes widened in horror. This is impossible. The clone's entire body was pierced, and terrifying tentacles subsequently emerged from it. The scene shifts to a large tree. Lin Hai is hunched down, covered in wounds. The clone next to her stands defiantly behind a shield, blocking her attacks. Sister Lin Hai, don't struggle anymore. Even if I copy you, you won't be able to defeat me. Lin Hai, covered in wounds, clinging tightly to her staff, thought to herself, I'm not struggling, but waiting for you to reveal a weakness. She looked down at her injured feet, analyzing silently. In just 10 minutes, you've gone from copying sounds appearance, and simple skills, to being able to actively attack. And now you can even set traps specifically for me. Your growth rate is astonishingly fast. But if you're a dungeon monster, there must be a way to defeat you. The clone unleashed a wave of attacks. Lin Hai could only swiftly evade. The clone said smugly, "See, you're still evading." It unleashed attacks like ice shards, accompanied by enticements. "Little sister Lin Hai, come to me. Let us become one." Lin Hai looked at the ice shards and realized there are no bone patterns. She suddenly flinched as if realizing something. "I understand now." The clone swaggered closer. Lin Hai, with both hands on her staff, spoke loudly. "I've been suspicious from the beginning. How strong must a skill be to perfectly replicate the power of another person developed over decades? Turns out, you only copied the outer shell, but you couldn't replicate the precise control I have over elements." Blood dripped continuously from her body. The clone was confused. "What do you mean?" Lin Hai placed her hand on the staff, creating patterns along it. Behind the staff, a blazing blue flame ignited. Just like the ice element, a novice can only summon a water buffalo. A master can condense water needles. Yet, when you use the ice element, you don't even have the most basic bone patterns, which shows how crude your understanding of elements is. She gripped the staff tightly and plunged it into the ground. Light gleamed from the cracks that appeared. "But you can't learn this. It's not about details." From the cracks, ice spread rapidly towards the clone's face. Lin Hai shouted, "The power of an omni-elemental mage is to make elements cooperate." Lin Hai's brows furrowed deeply, her mouth agape as she watched the scene before her. Before her were many kinds of spell formations. A weak voice rang out. "Magic is not a fixed pattern of moves. It is the understanding of elements. I believe if I give you time, you can also replicate these magic spells." Then, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared. "But why should I give you time?" The fake Lin Hai was thus obliterated by that flash of light. Nearby, Chu Gi was also confronting his own imposter. Holy storm! The two swords clashed directly. Due to that clash, a large explosion occurred. From within the smoke and dust, two blinding flashes of light suddenly gleamed. Chu Gi thought in surprise. Using the Holy Light Cross skill, just 0.5 seconds after the previous skill, the force deviation narrowed by 0.1 degrees compared to the previous move. His simulation accuracy kept increasing. When facing the opponent, he discovered one point. There was no mechanical start to his movements. But what's more interesting is, engaging with him, he could sense that the opponent was still analyzing his weaknesses. After thinking, Chu Gi charged forward with his sword. To grow with training at such a fast pace, it cannot be ignored. The two continuously exchanged blows in the air. It seemed both their strengths were equal, neither willing to yield to the other. This time simulation was half a second slower. Why? It turns out when replicating attribute skills, the delay will increase significantly. Will your data pool become chaotic when integrated with other information? Chu Gi gritted his teeth in anger. He coldly stared at the opponent who looked exactly like him. The fake Chu Gi retracted his sword and landed on the ground. The real Chu Gi coldly said, "You don't like to talk, yet your actions perfectly match what you said." He coldly asked him, "What do you want to get from me?" The imposter Chu Gi stroked his chin and spoke in a dazed tone. Roughly, he gave an extremely wicked smile. "Just wanted to see what level of body replication you could achieve." Before Chu Gi's power, the imposter confidently declared, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me." Chu Gi replied disdainfully, "Oh, really? The country I was born in has an old saying." He raised his hand forward, with golden threads coiling around his hand. "Braggarts." Chu Gi continued his unfinished saying, "Easily bite their tongues." At this moment, a large hole appeared on the imposter's abdomen, and his entire body began to crack and shatter. "You already knew," Chu Gi calmly explained, "from the moment the battle began. This mirror has been reflecting me from beginning to end, and every single one of your delays would occur after the mirror's reflection. Therefore, everything you learned came from my actual observation of this mirror." although you concealed it meticulously, using continuous, incessant attacks to attract my attention, to weaken its presence. He coldly reminded. But don't forget that. You came from me. I know everything about you. Lin Hai looked to the side in surprise. Chugi bent down, slowly emerged from the dust. Lin Hai rushed over to him. Brother Gi, you're finally out. Lin Hai was extremely anxious, urgently prompting Chu Gi. Hurry and save Sister Nin. Chu Gi asked worriedly. What happened to Xiao Nin? At this moment, Chu Nin was facing the demon within herself. She smiled and said, still restraining it. Then she continuously provoked Chu Nin, not even daring to accept her own bloodline power. So afraid. Can this even be called a female prodigy? Chu Nin clenched her teeth. She thought to herself, I can feel the demon's consciousness inside me beating incessantly, as if countless hands want to tear my body apart and break free. But another voice echoed in her head. Let me help you. Chu Nin thought to herself, I absolutely can't lose control again. But that mysterious voice said again, you won't be able to dodge her next attack. So Nin tried to restrain her own desires. At least she had to stay clear-headed and complete this mission with Chu Gi. That mysterious voice continued to echo. Chu Gi will be very disappointed to see you defeated. It kept tempting So Nin. I am your true power. So Nin closed her eyes tightly, then shouted loudly, Get out. My power is what I say it is. That demon held its sword and charged straight forward. You say it's up to you. Then why don't you try to block me with those hands of yours that don't dare unleash your bloodline? She swung a blade, but So Nin successfully dodged it. Demon's blade dodged it. Even though the previous attack failed, that demon continued to attack without giving up. You see how clear the distance is. She smiled, listing all the hidden fears So Nin was concealing. What you're too afraid of? Chu Gi's gaze. The fear of losing control. But I fear nothing. Another sword strike was unleashed. So Nin jumped up, continuing to dodge. Even if your sword skills are mastered, your magic strong, if you don't dare use your bloodline, you are essentially no different from an ordinary professional. The demon kept provoking So Nin's limits. That's right, in your memories, your brother Chu Gi told you that kindness isn't a weakness. She posed a question. But your kindness is still being suppressed by me. When you are crushed by me, will he still remember the kind-hearted cripple you are? So Nin mumbled, I can't. The mysterious voice echoed once again. Look, this is the consequence of you suppressing me. Let me out. But it's just an ignorant clone, thinking it can wreak havoc just because it possesses a bit of demonic power? I can tear her apart, and I can protect you. Lin Hai worriedly told Chu Gi. After we kill the clone, we'll return to the original place. Then they discovered these mirrors could show everyone's battle with their clones. Sister Nin is clearly stronger than us. Why is she constantly suppressed by her clone? Halan explained, the longer it takes, the stronger the clone becomes, and it will develop its own consciousness. Sister Nin is now in great danger. Lin Fong felt completely confused. He didn't hear their conversation, but the situation looked wrong. Why is she enduring and not using her bloodline power? Chu Gi thought silently. He knew better than anyone. Little Nin is fighting herself. Little Nin is being suppressed, not because of insufficient strength, but because of multiple past experiences of losing control. She doesn't dare to use her bloodline power. The clone's only advantage is having no inhibitions. It can unleash all its power without any burden. Lin Fong furiously slammed the mirror in front of him. Let her out to fight. Why be polite to that fake? Thiet Tam became increasingly anxious. Brother Gi, what do we do now? Can we smash this mirror? Chu Gi didn't answer the question but thought. The world in the mirror can infiltrate Little Nin's consciousness. Forcibly breaking the mirror might injure Little Nin. He stepped forward and said, Normal methods can't save her. We can only forcefully break the situation. Chu Gi reminded the others, You all, step back, as far as possible. Immediately after, he began to transform, then raised his hand and shattered the mirror in front of him. Lin Hai and the others were also astonished by the sight. Brother Gi is forcibly destroying the energy nexus of the second body, using the method of destroying the dungeon to rescue Sister Nin. The demon pinned So Nin to the ground, disdainfully saying, "Look at your pathetic state." So Nin coughed weakly, looking to the side in fear. In front of her, something seemed to be flashing. Then the light suddenly shot straight towards them. Immediately after, the demon vanished. So Nin squinted, tiredly sitting up. Chu Gi, outside the mirror, reached out, smiling, gently reassuring her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." After hearing that, So Nin bit her lip, her face filled with grievance. Just then, the space around her suddenly changed. Something seemed to be cracking. So Nin's eyes widened, looking at the scene before her in fear. She held her sword and forcefully struck the wall that was holding her captive. However, once she escaped, So Nin took her sword and attacked Chu Gi. Chu Gi couldn't believe what was happening before him. He softly called out, "So Nin." To avoid injuring So Nin against her attack, Chu Gi could only raise his fist to block, but with just that one blow, So Nin was easily sent flying backwards. Seeing this, the others also stared wide-eyed, mouths agape in disbelief. After the collision, So Nin fell straight to the ground, completely shattering the ground behind her. Chu Gi thought seriously, "Holy light will burn her. What's happening? Her physique shouldn't be afraid of holy light." So Nin once again charged forward with her sword to attack. Chu Gi used holy light to counter her. Chu Gi retracted the holy light, realizing that thunder and holy light would harm Xiao Nin. Then he raised his hand, unleashing a stream of green smoke. The smoke formed small threads that tightly bound So Nin's hands, then continued to bind her feet. At this moment, So Nin's body was tightly bound. This is the only way I could think of. It limits her movements without harming her. Chu Gi approached and called, "Xiao Nin, look at me." Suddenly, the surrounding walls began to vanish. This scene left Chu Gi's group feeling perplexed. The shattered fragments of the wall were gradually gathering to form the face of a stranger. Then a voice filled with anger echoed, "Disturbing the dungeon rules, activating ultimate deletion sequence." That face belonged to the Silver Thread Spider, level 20, epic quality, skills, Silver Thread Spray, full body spike kill. The Lava Fire Soldier, level 30, gold quality, skills, Lava Impact, Harden, War Trample. The Bone Vine Maggot, level 34, gold quality, skills, Bone Spike Attack, Vine Entanglement Bone Warrior. Level 23, epic quality, skills, Cleave, will Usurpation, Sealed Kraken. Level 32, gold quality, skills, Acid Spray, Regeneration. Lin Hai leaped into the midst of the monsters, then easily swung her sword, cutting them in half. However, after being severed, the monsters' bodies were gradually being sewn back together. Lin Hai exclaimed, "It's merging. The silver threads are forcefully stitching them back together." Halan took out a talisman and began to cast a spell. Fiery Command Seal, dispel evil and break illusions. Burst Spirit Talisman quick. Immediately, the monsters began to burn. Thiatam rushed forward with an axe. She swung her weapon, striking her opponent directly in the head. Thiatam threw her axe, creating an arrow that swept through all the monsters in its path. Lin Fong sneered coldly. He caught a monster barehanded. Chu Gi thought to himself, "These silver threads are also being manipulated by something." He looked directly at So Nin. The central logic of all dungeons is to select the strongest. Just like the first gate, the loser in the selection will be controlled by silver threads and turn into a monster of the gate. Although I forcibly destroyed the energy node of the second gate, Xiao Nin's mental examination couldn't fully escape. Many silver threads exist around So Nin's body, and the succubus's bloodline is unstable, which happens to allow the dungeon to take advantage of the chaos. That's why her consciousness was controlled by silver threads, and the one manipulating all this sees me as the biggest threat, having no choice but to release all the monsters to clear out the final dungeon boss, which is me. Chu Gi summoned his power determined to capture the manipulator behind everything. People who rely on mental power to manipulate everything often hide their true bodies very well. They won't easily reveal themselves, but to completely free Xiaonin, I must force the final boss out. He looked at Sonin and said, "Sorry, Xiaonin, what I'm about to do might make you temporarily unhappy." A wall plunged into the ground. Then another wall appeared beside it. The walls pieced together, forming a box that enclosed Sonin. Chu Gi stood outside, looking coldly at the box. Then he turned to Halan and said, "Halan, use the energy locking talisman to cover Xiaonin's surrounding energy." Halan exclaimed, "Coming." She took out 3 talismans at once, preparing to do as Chu Gi said. Heaven and earth have boundaries. Energy flows with moderation. Externally ward off evil qi. Internally seal chaotic breath. The 3 talismans split into 3 directions, encircling Sonin in the middle. Lin Hai, while fighting the monsters, called out loudly. Lin Fong also started to feel uneasy. He continued. Chu Gi thought to himself. After thinking, he closed his eyes tightly, concentrating a surge of power in front of his chest. So now isn't the time to preserve strength. To resolve this, he needs to use the most direct and powerful method. Chu Gi warned the others, "No matter what you see, do not get distracted." Lin Fong, Lin Hai, Halan, and Thai Tam shouted in unison. Lin Fong continued. At this moment, Chu Gi was enveloped by a colossal surge of power. Sonin looked out from inside the box. The surrounding surge of power spread wider and wider. Under that immense pressure, the monster suddenly froze, then began to gradually disappear. The outer bodies of the monsters dissolved, revealing the threads within. Thai Tam exclaimed in disbelief. The monsters weren't disappearing. They were gradually merging into one entity. Is the dungeon trying to combine all the monsters into one? Lin Hai said. Chu Gi exhaled. From the sky, a series of dazzling rays of light suddenly appeared. A person in silver armor, holding a bow in hand, aimed directly at the opponent. Behind Chu Gi, many silver-armored knights stood. Lin Fong pointed at it, eyes wide, asking. Thai Tam continued. Lin Hai thought to herself. After being halted by Chu Gi's energy, the colossal monster roared once more. Chu Gi pursed his lips. He thought to himself. He cried out, giving orders to the holy knights. Immediately, a volley of arrows was fired. Those arrows flew straight towards a single target, the colossal monster. The monster raised its hand to block the arrows. However, under that immense power, the monster was quickly struck hard. The beam of light showed no sign of stopping, continuing to surge forward. Lin Hai exclaimed. Halan felt worried. After dealing with the monster, Chu Gi breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head, looking towards Sonin. Having made up his mind, he walked straight towards her. He unleashed a surge of power and commanded. Sonin pursed her lips, looking at him coldly. Chu Gi began to count. As the last number was counted, a colossal shadow appeared behind Sonin. Chu Gi affirmed. He said, when he saw the dungeon boss's body was stained black, Chu Gi understood. The corrupted soul devourer, level 50, legendary quality, skills unknown. Chu Gi looked coldly at the dungeon boss. The soul devourer observed and assessed Chu Gi. A little interesting. It said that, in all these years, of all the strong individuals who've broken in, you're the youngest, yet your aura is even more powerful than those older ones. The heart devourer used many silver threads to manipulate Sonin. Chu Gi gritted his teeth, raising a hand to cover his eyes. The heart devourer leaned closer, assuring Chu Gi, "Don't be so tense. I didn't come here to fight you." It looked behind itself and continued, "On the contrary, I want to offer you a choice." After hearing that, Chu Gi's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. Many treasures appeared simultaneously before him. The purification crystal containing pure purification energy. It can remove all curse-type statuses. The pure heart jade suppresses the berserk factor of bloodline power. It stabilizes abnormal physiques. The crimson scale dragon crystal contains berserk flame attribute energy and can be directly fused into weapons. to increase attack damage by 50% as fire damage. Dark iron core, a high-density metal ore, contains spatial waves, can be used to craft displacement boots, shortening skill cooldown time by 15%. Life Spirit Jade contains the breath of life. When embedded in defensive items, it can automatically restore health. For healing professions, the effect is doubled. Shield Wall, when used, summons an energy shield within a 10-meter radius. Lasts 10 seconds. No weakness, for 1 hour. Can see through the enemy's level and weaknesses. Lin Hai excitedly said, "If the dragon crystal were to be embedded into my dragon scale arm guard, one punch wouldn't be enough to blast those monsters into ashes." Halan was also very happy to see the item she wanted. Healing type, defense type, truly a grand gesture. Chu Gi coldly thought, the Chu family's eternal curse. This purification crystal, in front of that item, he too was a little swayed. And the pure heart jade was made entirely for Sonin. The heart devourer slung an arm around Chu Gi's shoulder. "You're tempted, aren't you? Look how uncomfortable she is. One drop of pure heart jade could let her sleep soundly for several nights. She wouldn't have to fear her bloodline exploding anymore." It tried to persuade Chu Gi. "These are just appetizers. You can come closer to me. Prove that you have passed the dungeon's challenge. This is your reward. Take the reward and leave here." Faced with these temptations, Chu Gi realized, luring me? If I chose to stop here, I could indeed immediately gain generous benefits. But he remembered the life and death battles with his teammates, the limited mission to uncover the secrets of the M.O. Met Merchant Guild with his teammates. Chu Gi said to the Heart Devourer, "These things are indeed very tempting, but it seems you've misunderstood something." He grabbed his sword and slashed at the enemy. "I came to Black Wind Valley not for rewards." He continued while attacking. System quests, vengeance for teammates, even the Chu family's curse. None of these can be resolved by your charity. The Heart Devourer exclaimed in surprise, "You want to give up such an easy reward?" Chu Gi affirmed, "You're familiar with everything about me. You even know about the Chu family's curse. It's hard not to suspect this is a trap targeting me." Chu Gi's body began to transform. He muttered, "Purification crystal, pure heart jade. I want them both. And you," he coldly declared, "must die. Dragon God's body." Having said that, Chu Gi charged with his sword, then sliced the Heart Devourer in half. The ground beneath suddenly shattered. The Heart Devourer spread its arms, merging into the ground below. A gigantic stone monster appeared before Chu Gi. The Heart Devourer threw a powerful punch to the ground without a word. Instantly, the layers of earth and rock began to shake, and then crumbled into pieces. In a flash, everything seemed to be swallowed by this chaos. Chu Gi also quickly escaped, avoiding falling into the abyss. But he saw that Sonin wasn't as lucky as him. She fell unprotected. In a panic, Sonin screamed, "Brother Chu Gi!" Hearing her call, Chu Gi also lost his composure. "Sonin." Chu Gi quickly rushed towards her. He swiftly caught her, but as soon as he touched her, he fell into empty space. Seeing this, he immediately knew what it was. Trying to distract me with an illusion? Infuriated, Chu Gi directly struck the Heart Devourer. Discovered by him, it didn't panic at all. Instead, it scoffed. "Just this much skill?" Hearing that, Chu Gi only replied in a deep voice, "You'll find out if you try." The Heart Devourer began a new move, its eyes flashing with a white, lightning-like glow. "I originally wanted to give you a reward, wanted to let you leave. You truly are stubbornly misguided." Different faces appeared in the Heart Devourer's mind. "I learned everything during the deletion process. You can try them out." Then it stretched, and those images instantly shattered. But suddenly, the Heart Devourer noticed something. "What?" Chu Gi appeared with his friends from behind him. "I've never fought you one-on-one before now." As soon as he finished speaking, a green dragon appeared. The soldiers behind Chu Gi also continuously fired arrows. Swang now also charged forward powerfully, attacking alongside the soldiers. All of them aimed at the night monster, striking it until dust and smoke obscured everything. In an instant, Its image gradually faded. No, a powerful explosion followed, and the surrounding rock layers shattered. The dust in front suddenly obscured everything. For some reason, glass shards then appeared, greatly surprising Chugi. These mirror shards haven't disappeared? Through a piece of glass, Chugi saw the image of a man kneeling. This image reminded him of someone. This is... Chugi tried to touch it, and suddenly, a golden energy enveloped him. Time began to revert. 10 years ago, Black Wind Valley. A man was kneeling before something. Black tentacles enveloped the man, and a voice echoed from them. "You want to save your daughter?" Though terrified, the man tried to answer. Heavenly Orchid's best priest said that without thousand-year-old mysterious ice jade, she won't live until spring. I heard about your legend in the black market, and specifically invited you to bestow a blessing. The monster was very pleased to hear this. A blessing? That's a wonderful term. I can give you enough wealth to buy medicinal ingredients throughout the city, but you must help me do 3 things. Hearing this, the man was so scared, he clenched his trembling hands. He tried to continue. What things? Countless gemstones suddenly fell from above, accompanied by the monster's demand. Use these riches to attract as many people as possible to Black Wind Valley. The life force of the weak is nourishment to sustain me, and the souls of the strong can become my gatekeepers. The man's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. You want to kill them? The monster laughed loudly, bringing its sharp fangs close to his face. Don't be tense. They come here voluntarily, don't they? After all, who can refuse the temptation of getting rich overnight? Having no other choice, upon his return, he told his friend, mysterious crystal stones have been dug out in Black Wind Valley. 1 piece can be exchanged for 1,000 common low-grade currency. His friend was somewhat puzzled. Isn't that place where people disappear once they enter? Last year, Old Man Wong brought a team there, and not even their bones remained. The man then tried to elaborate. That's because they didn't find the right path. I found a mineral vein, and I'm short on people. Work with me, and I'll split 3/10 of the profits from the dug-up or with you. Thus, the number of people murdered by the monster, with the man's help, increased. This terrified him to the point of incessant vomiting. His tears fell continuously, filled with regret. This is creating evil, creating evil. The monster, however, saw nothing wrong with it. They are greedy on their own. Why do you think they came to Black Wind Valley? To help you? They merely want to get rich by stepping on others' bones. Not stopping there, he continued to entice others. Elder Foam, the price is negotiable. I just need your help with a little publicity. Not long after, chaos erupted in his household. What's going on? Boss, the North City Guild said that if we don't hand over 8/10 of the profits, then they won't let us continue. We have no backing. Relying on these hooligans could get us all killed. The man was furious to hear this. This made him even more ruthless, despite the pleas of others. Boss Lou, it was my blindness, my foolishness. Please spare me. From now on, whatever the North City Guild says, I'll follow. I was wrong, Boss Lou. I'll do whatever you say from now on. As he listened to the terrified screams of others, please spare me, he gradually stopped feeling regret. The look of fear he once had before the monster was gone. Your Excellency. Lu Twin presented his idea clearly. I want to establish a merchant guild. On the surface, it will be a business of mining and selling ore. Underneath, it will also conveniently select suitable people to enter the valley. The monster, of course, didn't refuse. All right, what will you name it? The name he proposed was Mermaid Beauty. This time, the monster was a bit puzzled after hearing it. Why this name? Lu Twin replied without much thought. I once went out to sea and encountered a group of sea demons. They had the appearance of deities and beautiful singing voices, but they could enchant people to jump into the sea, causing ships to crash into reefs. That time, only I survived, clinging to a piece of the ship. After the monster finished listening to him, it immediately spat something resembling human bones from its mouth. That name is quite lucky. Not long after, His business made a lot of progress. Boss, this is the list of ore produced this month. Han Tuitin has enough tributes for the Chu family, and there are 17 additional nutrient corp sets in the valley. Lu Twin took the list, very satisfied, and replied, "Got it." He examined it carefully and commented, "The quality of these nutrient orders is a bit poor. Next time, let Mrs. Hong choose more carefully. Don't let just any random junk be submitted." The assistant listened and respectfully replied, "Yes." Not stopping there, Lu Twin also added a condition. Also, this year's price will increase by 20%. All of this was what Chu Gi had experienced during this time. This made him a little strange. These fragments actually recorded 10 years of karma so clearly. More and more crystal fragments continued to fall. Then they gradually gathered like a whirlpool in Chu Gi's hand. Very quickly, a purple stone appeared in his hand. The blue dragon from earlier also appeared to inform him that this was the core of the dungeon. Owning it was equivalent to owning the entire dungeon, something even many new guilds might not have. Now you have one. The benefits of this are immense. Obtaining the dungeon core unlocks 30% control over the dungeon. You can manipulate the basic rules of the space. Swang now also provided him with more useful information. From now on, you won't have to worry about resources. The dungeon is a gold mine. It's a money-making machine. You're very lucky, kid. Now, try to use your spiritual power to feel your connection with the dungeon. Chu Gi immediately focused his mind, and energy was slowly absorbed by him. He was enveloped by energy rings, a spectacular sight. Lin Hai, carefully supporting Sonin, was also affected by this energy. The circle of power grew larger and spread wider. Chu Gi also tried to focus more. He saw even more. I feel like I can see every blade of grass in the dungeon without using my eyes. It seems I can manipulate everything in the dungeon. As the power erupted, a small figure appeared near it. Chu Gi's eyes closed tighter as if he was lost in his own thoughts. But what he saw next was Chu Van in front of him. "Why are you here?" Chu Van turned to him and softly said, "Brother, I was worried about you. I looked up the route online and came here." Hearing that, Chu Gi was both angry and helpless, speechless. "You." Seeing this, Chu Van quickly apologized to him. "I'm sorry." Swang Na also came to join in the fun. "This little girl is quite bold and lucky. Now that you can control the dungeon, it won't matter even if she stays here." In this situation, he could only instruct her, "Be good, or I'll send you back." No sooner had he finished speaking than a notification immediately appeared. Quest duration. Reveal the secret of the Mermaid Beauty Merchant Guild with teammates. Quest reward. Each participating member will receive an S-Rank skill book. +1. Status. Completed. Now, distributing system rewards. Chu Gi's friends were also very surprised to see Chu Van. "Why are you here?" Tam Lin Fong even sternly reminded her, "It's dangerous here. What are you doing coming here? This is not a place to play." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Gi tossed the notification over and handed his sister to him. "Tam Lin Fong, protect my sister well." Tam Lin Fong quickly caught it and generously agreed immediately. Do I even need to say, "What's this?" Without waiting for Chu Gi to answer, all the information appeared. Blood Rage Level 1S. Forms a coagulated blood pearl from the enemy's blood energy. The coagulated blood pearl will gather to form a soul blood orb and be thrown towards the enemy, causing intense blood energy and explosion. Tam Lin Fong looked at it as if he was about to be terrified. An S-Rank skill book. Halan, standing far away, was also very surprised to hear this news. "What?" Chu Gi quickly handed her another book. "It's for everyone." Halan looked at the book in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. Is this really S-Rank? Lin Hai also couldn't hide her surprise. "Something so precious. Why are you giving it to us?" This was exactly what Halan wanted to ask. "Brother E, do you know how much this is worth? On the black market, it's 7 million low-grade currency per book, and you'd still have to fight for it." Chu Gi treated it as something not worth mentioning. The hidden reward for clearing the dungeon is distributed according to profession. Shenlin Feng immediately asked him blankly, "You're just giving it to us like this? Even our Shin family only owns 3 S-rank skill books." Halan felt this reward was too great for her, too precious. "We just came in here with you to do some small tasks. How can we take such a good item?" Clearly, this item is incredibly powerful. 3 Severance Array, Level 1S. Summons the 3 Severance Array. All enemies within the array will enter a cursed state. Life points reduced by half. Chu Gi still tried to persuade her to accept this gift. "We all ventured into the dungeon together. The credit can't be given to me alone." Lin Hai still felt she didn't deserve this. But it's too precious, even with class restrictions. Selling it could still fetch a lot of money. What she's holding is Elemental Forbidden Zone, Level 1S. Creates an elemental barrier in space. Summons crystallized elements to strike and trigger a second explosion, causing immense damage to enemies. Hearing that, Chu Gi gently walked over, patted her head, and smiled, saying, "Is money as important as your life? Besides, the path ahead will definitely be even more difficult. I can't let everyone venture with me empty-handed." As for Shenlin Feng, he happily accepted this gift. "Very interesting. Next time, no matter who you're dealing with, I'll charge in alone." Chu Gi just coughed and didn't respond. Thiat Tam hugged the book in her hand, incredibly happy. "This is my first S-rank skill book. Next time we clear a dungeon, I'll charge in first." Halan was extremely excited on the side. "I'll practice the 3 Severance Array until I'm proficient. I definitely won't be a hindrance." Lin Hai naturally felt the same as the other two. "Me too." Shenlin Feng couldn't help but show off to Thiat Tam. "Look, it absorbs the enemy's blood energy, then uses it to create an explosion. How cool is that?" Thiat Tam also couldn't help but retort, "Mine can directly eliminate low-level enemies. You still have to save up blood. Too weak." What she's holding is Furious Wave Tremor, Level 1S. Strikes the ground to create a shockwave. Enemies within the range continuously take immense damage, and low-level individuals are directly vaporized. Hearing them constantly bicker, Chu Gi couldn't help but interject, "All right, it's a deal. First, let's practice our skills thoroughly. Then we'll go meet the big shot, hiding deep within." Shenlin Feng heard this and started boasting, "Watch me. I'll learn it in 10 minutes instantly." Thiat Tam immediately retorted, "Are you kidding? I can master it in 5 minutes." Halan on the side also spoke up, "Let's go prepare too. Don't let them outdo us." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chu Gi's shirt. Sonin looked at him, smiling happily, and praised him. "It seems you can always get everyone to work together." Seeing her praise him, Chu Gi gave a forced smile. "Perhaps because we're teammates." Almost forgot this. What he took out was purifying heart fluid. Suppress the tyrannical bloodline power, stabilize abnormal physique. This is what he wanted to give to Sonin. Your bloodline problem can't be completely resolved temporarily. Take this for when you need it. Not stopping there, he looked into Sonin's eyes and said firmly, "Chunin, I will do my utmost to prevent you from falling into hardship." Hearing his words, Sonin was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Chu Gi was incredibly flustered and confused. "Why are you crying again? Did I say something wrong?" Sonin rolled her eyes, leaned against his chest, and gently replied, "No, I trust you, Brother Chu Gi." Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Dreamy Merchant Guild headquarters, many researchers were gathered. A large stone in the center was emitting very strange energy. This energy source suddenly attacked the researchers, but they didn't seem aware of their current situation, yet still moved closer to this energy source. One of them looked at a man and asked anxiously, "Boss, look." The man calmly replied to him, "The core instance of the crystal stone and this Black Wind Valley are connected. For 10 years, this chaos has never happened." This person was the one Chu Gi had met. He was Lu Xian, with that great lord guarding it. Black Wind Valley is an impregnable fortress. Those who break in are merely nutrients delivered right to the door. Lu Xian, but now chaotic energy has appeared. Could it be that something unexpected has happened inside? Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had witnessed something terrifying. A researcher was thrown against the wall by that energy source, in immense pain. Those nearby were also knocked down. The scene was utterly chaotic. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "It's ruined." Lu Xian also sensed something was about to happen, so he immediately ordered his subordinate, "Send a message to Madame Hong. Tell her to immediately go to Black Wind Valley and investigate clearly what's causing the disturbance." The subordinate didn't dare say more upon hearing this. "Yes, boss." Madame Hong was still disheveled and messy at this time. She clutched her wound with some pain. Damn that holy night. If I hadn't always been careful and spent a lot of money long ago to buy resurrection items, I would have definitely died this time. Unfortunately, resurrection items can only reshape the body. They can't restore me to my peak condition. Now, let alone manipulating a puppet array, I can't even command more than 10 corpses. My strength isn't enough. For the next 6 months, I can only heal at the base. No one is to leave here. Unexpectedly, just as she thought this, she immediately received a notification. The boss orders you to immediately investigate the unusual energy in Black Wind Valley and report the results quickly. These words struck Madame Hong like a bolt from the blue. Go to Black Wind Valley now. This matter is probably beyond her capabilities right now. Black Wind Valley, unusual energy. Could it be that Chu Gi is up to something? In my current state, meeting him would only lead to death. But if the guild knows I'm severely injured, those who covet my position will pounce like hounds scenting blood, tearing apart the power I've painstakingly built up. How much effort did I put in to reach this position? I absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. However, she couldn't refuse Lu Xian's orders either. With anger, she could only force herself to get up and follow his words. My life is like a drifting weed, not my own to decide. Prepare the carriage. On Chu Gi's side, he was still trying to absorb power. Strange details kept appearing in his mind. The iron prison had always guarded dark creatures. The true nature of the dark creatures must be hidden within these fragments. Finding it means knowing the enemy's vital point. But one thing among them caught his attention. Chu Gi slowly reached out to touch it, for he was extremely curious. As soon as he touched it, he felt as if he had fallen into a demonic realm, seized by countless ghostly hands. Images of Chu Gi also began to appear through the glass fragments. The scene became blurry. Everything revolved around Chu Gi. Chu Gi's eyes were tightly shut, sweating profusely, surrounded by a hazy mist. At his waist was a radiant gem, and a dragon's shadow nearby stared at the gem. Chu Gi opened his eyes, lips pressed together in worry. The information is too chaotic, and something is hindering me. His eyes, sharp as blades, glowed emerald green. Focus my will. If I can find a signal in the storm, I'll try to listen and observe. Chu Gi sensed. The filter is too noisy. An image of a man lying on his back with tentacles wrapped all over him, even entering his mouth, appeared on the fragments of memory. Sacrificial offering. A large fragment in front of him showed an image of a gate like a black hole, sucking gigantic stones from the ground. Passage. On another fragment was an image of various monsters baring their fangs and roaring. Territory, open up. A series of fragments continuously rushed towards him. They sped with blinding light, making Chu Gi raise his hand to shield his face. He flinched, eyes wide, gasping as if he had encountered something terrifying. Cold sweat incessantly streamed down his face. His hand held the stone, his gaze full of contemplation. Swang Na beside him, seeing his state, asked, "What did you see? Why do you look so troubled?" Chu Gi slowly spoke, but his eyes still held a dazed look. Passage. I understand now. No wonder the demonic energy in the cold jade crystal felt so strangely familiar to me. Swang Na, not quite understanding, looked back and asked, "What do you mean?" He slowly explained the situation. A few months ago, I clashed with the demon race that secretly entered the rift in the Gale Mountains. The aura here is exactly the same as theirs. Swang Na slowly understood. You mean the demon race scene in this mirror core? The image of a giant mouth, full of sharp, root-like teeth, surrounded by tentacles, smiling grotesquely and menacingly eyeing Earth, yes. Moreover, it's worse than I imagined. Through the memories of the mirror core, I discovered that this dark creature is an embryonic gate to another dimension still taking shape. It will bring resources from the other world to Blue Star, so that the Merchant Association can voluntarily offer living people, which is called life supply. But in reality, it's a sacrifice to open the true passage. Monsters spread throughout the terrifying space, waiting for prey. Once enough life energy is absorbed, a complete gate, capable of supplying a large number of demons, will be fully opened. Swang Na silently lowered their head. Just like 100 years ago, they turned to ask Chugi, "Are you scared?" Chugi's eyes never left the gem in his hand. Not scared, just cautious. Agitation won't solve anything. Thiet Tom and the others just went through a fierce battle. Their newly acquired strength is still unfamiliar, and their state is not at its best. His face was filled with determination, his hand clenched tightly. Rushing in isn't bravery, it's foolishness. It's not that it's too strong to defeat. It's just that I and they all need time to become stronger than we are now. Swang Na agreed with his thoughts, but was still a little curious. Caution is the first important step for a hunter to survive. So, how do you plan to help them adapt? Sitting still won't develop their skills. Chugi held the gem up to his face, his eyes full of danger with a hidden smile. Of course, not sitting still. Don't you think this entire mirror prison is the most perfect training ground? Images appeared after his words. I can initially manipulate it, or I can generate some simulated opponents, allowing everyone to fully experience the power and usage techniques of S-Rank skills in absolutely safe conditions. He further suggested possible capabilities, even conduct some pressure tests with authority. Swang now laughed heartily upon hearing his plan. How interesting. Chugi approached his teammates and loudly announced, "Everyone, the plan has changed. We will temporarily not delve deeper." Lin Fong, confused, turned back and asked, "Why?" Chugi explained his reason. "What's inside is very strong, stronger than any enemy we've ever faced. I don't want anyone to get hurt or something worse to happen because of insufficient preparation." He added his plan before the upcoming battle. Before the final action, you all need special training. Quiet Tom, hands behind his head, looked bewildered. Special training? How do you train in this hellhole? In contrast, Lin Fong became visibly excited, his eyes glowing, his hands clenched into fists. Special training? How will we train? An imaginary scene appeared. Chu Gie's face was expressionless, his hand controlling a puppet to attack. I will manipulate the dungeon's energy to generate simulated opponents with strength equal to yours. Even a tier stronger. The only goal is to approach reality in endless combat, fully utilize all your potential, and completely master the power you've just gained. The more Lin Fong listened, the more excited he became, jumping up and grinning. Simulated combat. This is great. I'll be the first. Lin Hai worriedly raised a hand to stop him. Tam Lin Fong, your wound is only just healed. Seemingly eager for the training, Lin Fong waved his hand, showing he was perfectly healthy. It's a small wound. It's been fine for a while now. Chu Gi solemnly reaffirmed, Tam Lin Fong, this is not a game. The pain and pressure of simulated combat are real. I will adjust the difficulty based on your performance. You might die many times. Undeterred or frightened, Lin Fong, on the contrary, seemed more determined and eager. I couldn't ask for more. Chu Gi breathed a sigh of relief, smiling with satisfaction when he saw his teammate was not intimidated, but very much looking forward to the plan he had set out. He activated his power, and the gem flew up with swirling golden light before everyone's eyes. That light enveloped Lin Fong's entire body. He stood there, accepting it without any alarm or change in expression. The smoke turned purple and dissipated, revealing Lin Fong's silhouette in a cave-like space. From behind, a person completely wrapped in bandages, holding a sword, swiftly charged forward. Lin Fong, with his keen awareness, immediately recognized it and spun around. A notification appeared. Simulated entity, Professional Shadow Stalker, level 35. Gold quality, skills. Shadow Step, Sever, critical strike. All of his hair changed color like flames. His ears grew long and pointed like an elf's, and large horns sprouted from his head. With a beast-like appearance, Lin Fong condensed a fireball in his hand and aimed a fiery punch at the aforementioned enemy. The fiery punch connected, but the enemy vanished like a wisp of sand, dodging his attack. Seeing this, a look of astonishment flashed in Lin Fong's eyes. He launched continuous attacks in all directions, but the enemy dodged them incredibly fast, making him dizzy. Lin Fong recognized the enemy's strength and angrily punched. Damn shadow system! Suddenly, a sword blade swept past his neck, drawing blood. Lin Fong was surprised by that overwhelming speed. Is it really that fast? Lin Fong once again threw a powerful punch, but the bandaged figure quickly dodged it. Outside, Chu Gi's hands were intertwined, channeling power to maintain the formation. His eyes intently observed the images reflecting Lin Fong's battle. So, it's also possible to perceive the details of the battle. This way, adjustments can be made to the simulated person and the scene. Shun Lin Fong is not familiar with the shadow system. First, I need to reduce environmental interference. Once he adapts, I'll increase the difficulty. In the battle, as the enemy tried to get close, Lin Fong breathed fire like a dragon to incinerate him. After being burned by the dragon's fire, the bandaged figure disintegrated like a pile of ashes. But it's not over yet. Lin Fong glanced back disdainfully. I still have to lead this guy to form a team. Outside, Chu Gi said to everyone around him as more power poured into the orb. Ready now, aren't you? Halan, Lin Hai, Thiat Tam, So Neen were enveloped by that power, each showing a look of determination. They were teleported away, leaving only Chu Van, holding the wolf cub, standing there. Chu Van, with a slightly bewildered expression, turned her head left and right. She and the wolf cub looked at Chu Gi with anticipation. Understanding her thoughts, he bluntly said, "Don't even dream about it." Ruthlessly rejected, her face showed disappointment, and she let out a huff. Because she wasn't teleported, Chu Van sat building a snowman. Swang Nan turned to Chu Gi, who was observing, and asked, "Kid, how does it feel to manipulate this core mirror?" From the orb in his hand, the images of everyone's battle appeared clearly before him. It's very miraculous, like grasping a key that is both heavy and perfectly fitted. He looked at the object in his hand and expressed his feelings after using it. It's very faint, but I can indeed feel a connection that is still deepening. Every time it's constructed and maintained, the connection to this space becomes clearer, and the power that can be mobilized seems to increase a little. Swang Nan was satisfied but spoke harshly. It seems you have some talent. Remember, this thing is like a new arm you've grown. Use it more, practice more, and you'll be able to command it with ease. Once you can fully grasp it, every single blade of grass and tree in this entire mirror dungeon instance will be controlled by your will. While the two were talking, Chu Van beside them was playing a bowing game with the snowman she had just built. Chu Van looked up, her eyes no longer innocent, but filled with murderous intent as she chopped off the snowman's head. The person beside her continued to chat. That is the true power of the dungeon master. Chu Gi confidently declared before the majestic blue dragon, "I will do it." Chu Van, panting, ran to where the snowman's head had fallen. She bent down and hugged a snow lump the size of her body, right next to an ice wall. In that ice wall, the reflection of a group of people approaching was visible. Chu Van's eyes widened in alarm, cold sweat dripping down her face. Chu Van fell backward, full of dread. The wolf cub beside her growled menacingly. She screamed, "Brother!" Chu Gi, quick as lightning, appeared before her and shattered the ice wall in front of her with no unnecessary movements. After smashing the thing in front of him, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Van stood up, clinging tightly to his arm, unable to suppress her fear, pointing forward. "It's her. She's here. That evil woman in red, she's in the mirror." Both looked at the ice block in front of them. She confirmed, "She's in the mirror." Scene change. At the entrance of Black Wind Valley, a woman draped in red silk with patterns, her eyes showing clear signs of fatigue. Behind her were burly figures, completely wrapped in red cloth. She commanded, "6 of you, scout ahead. Pay attention to concealing yourselves. Don't get discovered." The path ahead was obscured by snow, looking truly dangerous, as if something was hidden behind it. Perhaps sensing an unusual aura, Madame Hong suddenly raised her hand to stop them. "Wait a moment. 2 of you go straight into the valley, and 2 go around to the back of the valley, sneaking in through the crack at the rear." She looked down, filled with weary worry. "The remaining 2 will protect me." Chu Gi observed everything, thinking to himself, "My spiritual power is linked to the depths of the mirror prison core. My perception can extend to the entire Black Wind Valley. It's like Black Wind Valley is completely equipped with cameras. Even if she has 1,000 ways, she can't escape my grasp." His eyes were sharp, reflecting the figures of the intruders. "She's actually still alive. Her breathing is extremely chaotic, likely due to a secret technique to revive, but she hasn't fully recovered yet." He turned to stroke his sister's head reassuringly. "Her state is unbelievably poor. She's completely walking into a trap. Little Van, don't be scared. I'll show you a game." Chu Van was somewhat relieved to hear that. She asked in return, "Brother, what game is it?" Chu Gi, deep in thought, said, "Cat and mouse." On Madame Hong's side, she was hiding and observing. Something's not right. It's too quiet. With her intuition, she seemed to realize something, and there was also a feeling of being spied on everywhere. It was as if the entire valley was under surveillance. She absolutely had to find the source of this abnormality before she could report back to the master. She ordered the 2 red-banded figures to advance. "You 2 go first. Be careful to hide your bodies." The 2 red-banded figures ran quickly along the ice wall, while Madame Hong, running below, lamented, "The first gate, it's completely destroyed." Standing and looking at the ice surface split in 2, she speculated, "It looks like it was cut by a single sword, and there's a very familiar energy fluctuation remaining. From the faint yellow glowing tentacles, they writhed as if hoping to be saved." She slammed to a halt on the ground, kicking up smoke, when she saw what was before her. Tentacles covered in golden light sprouted from the ground. Sister Hong gritted her teeth. "Holy light! As expected, he's behind this." She looked at the bracelet on her hand, silently thinking of her options. Her second thought was to report to the master first, to let him handle it. No, doing so would expose her current state, and she wouldn't even be able to complete the mission. It's better to contact the hidden surveillance point in the valley to scout the situation first. It would be even better if I could find Chu Gi's location. But not as expected. Her bracelet continuously flashed red, signaling, "Link failed, link failed." She was in disbelief. Even the highest level confidential communication of the guild is blocked. Is it space interference? No, it can't be. Madame Hong closed her eyes. Red threads appeared on her hands, like a puppeteer trying to control puppets. The puppet strings rely on soul energy for connection. They're not affected by abnormal energy screens, though since entering the valley, there's always been a kind of pressure that has greatly hindered the connection. Red threads covered everything. The 2 red-banded figures appeared faintly, but she could still sense them. Suddenly, a dazzling light made the 2 red-banded figures turn to look. At the same time, she suddenly coughed up blood in disbelief. The connection is gone. The 2 red-banded figures were still swiftly crossing mountains and cliffs. Suddenly, 2 strong forces acted upon them, causing them to detach like unglued strings. Her face darkened in fear. The other 2 are gone too. Could Chu Gi really possess spatial abilities, or are there not just one intruder? Madame Hong gritted her teeth, clenching her fist in extreme anger. 4 combat puppets dealt within an instant. There wasn't even time to react. In my current state, I absolutely can't guarantee a victory against him. In the sky, a girl with 2 braids looked down in surprise. "Sister Hong, why is your face so pale?" Madame Hong quickly turned to question her. "What are you doing here?" The person next to her quickly landed. I'm collecting the sex offerings. I happened to pass by. Shadow Strike showed pity. Before, you were bedridden with illness, and I helped collect all those sect offerings. This mission will also be taken over by me, right, Madam Hong? Madam Hong asked angrily and suspiciously. Did you kill my puppets? Shadow Strike was displeased, lightly stroking her braid. What is Madam Hong saying that I don't understand? It seems you've encountered big trouble, haven't you? Go back quickly and tend to your wounds. Who knows? There might not be just one intruder. Don't die here. Madam Hong grew paler. Your tongue is as sharp as ever. Shadow Strike smiled mischievously. Perhaps I've followed you for too long, and I've gotten used to hearing it. Madam Hong and a few puppets ran in the opposite direction. All right, you go ahead and scout further. Suddenly, a piece of ice fell directly in front of Madam Hong, making her freeze. She quickly retreated backward in a panic. Shadow Strike looked up at the sky, surprised and questioning. From the sky, dozens of people identical to her fell. Clones? So many. As the clone attacked, she quickly dodged, simultaneously yelling, "Why are there only puppets left?" Hey, Madam Hong, explain this to me. Madam Hong stood dumbfounded, looking at her haggard reflection in a piece of ice. Weak. Inside the ice, screams echoed. Her face was blank. Madam Hong, please spare me. We're best friends. Why did you push me? Madam Hong, you killed your own people for status. Meanwhile, Shadow Strike still had to fight the increasingly stronger clones, yelling. And they're getting even stronger. Unlike the dead puppet before, what kind of powerful experts did Madam Hong use to refine these this time? The girl continuously used various techniques to block the attacks of those puppets. But in just a short while, they quickly learned that skill and retaliated. Enraged, terrifying waves of power gradually emanated around her as she stared intently at those puppets. She growled, "If I'm defeated by you fakes, how can I still have a place in the guild?" Then, she swung both her hands, releasing immense power. She grabbed the nearest puppet by the neck, shouting, "I've also suffered no less than you, Madam Hong." Subsequently, the remaining puppets were quickly defeated by her in a single move. On the other side, Madam Hong saw the illusions of the people she had harmed. Their gloomy voices rose. "Ah Hong, don't be enchanted by that gold and silver. Have you forgotten the original corn cake from when we were in the impoverished district? I beg you, please spare me. I won't say anything. I can leave this place immediately and never return to Tianlan province. Your subordinates captured my fiancée. They said if I don't do it, they'll strip her clothes and parade her through the streets. Please be lenient. I will definitely reveal all the inside information. You mustn't be foolish. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me at the manor. If you kill me, he'll become an orphan. I beg you, for the child's sake, let me keep my life, even if I have to become a courtesan, as long as I can see him grow up. Even if you let me die whole, can I prostrate myself before my mother and then die? Lady Hong, you would kill your own people for status. Lord Lu gave you wealth and prosperity. Is that more important than our 20 years of friendship?" At the very end, there was an image of a woman with a gentle smile, stretching out her hand. "Ah, little one, you're hungry, aren't you? Wipe the blood from your face and follow me. From now on, your name will be Hong." Lady Hong's tears welled up. Her voice choked. "Foster mother." But in a flash, the woman's expression changed. Her eyes filled with hatred, lunging straight at Lady Hong. "When you were little, I thought it was just stubbornness. I kept all the good food and beautiful clothes for you. I can't believe you, an ungrateful wretch, would even harm me. Everything I taught you, you've turned it all against me." Lady Hong immediately raised her hand to block the attack. "Get out." She released red cloths that tightly wrapped around a giant skull, controlling it. Lady Hong panicked, shouting back in response to the words of the group, "Just now. Now I can live in a house with golden tiled floors. I can have others kneel to serve me bird's nest." Ah Hong, who shared corn cakes, already died in the cold wind of the impoverished district. I put in so much effort to gain control of Tianlan province's business. How could I leave hidden dangers outside? If you die and can still keep your body intact to fulfill your filial piety, wouldn't my reputation in Tianlan province all these years be a joke? Instead of trusting your temporary piety, I'd rather you witness her pay the price for your stubbornness. That way you'll remember. Opposing me always implicates those around you. Become a courtesan? Are you even worthy of saying such a thing? My place is not a charity. You are not allowed to make demands. You're dead. He became an orphan. That's your own doing as a mother. What does it have to do with me? Lord Liu giving me wealth and prosperity. That wasn't a gift. I earned it with my brains. I used schemes to obtain it. And that's far more real than the vague 20 years of friendship you speak of. You call me ungrateful, but you yourself nurtured me to be this way. If you truly valued me, back then, you would have worked with me to climb higher, instead of protecting your pathetic, stable life, and advised me not to be delusional. Clearly, you couldn't keep up with my pace, and yet you wanted to drag me into the mud. Uttering her last words, she controlled the skull, releasing a huge surge of power. It shattered the figures present in the previous illusion, seemingly also her haunting nightmares. The surge of power pierced through the mirror and shot outwards. But at the same time, the mirror also reflected that light, making it bounce back. Kitch suddenly appeared behind her, almost killed by those clone figures. Now it's your turn to give me an explanation, isn't it? Madame Hong wrapped her tightly with cloth. Then the energy that was previously shot out now returned. The light flashed, and she entered another illusion. This place was desolate and ruined. This is my memory. How can it be here? Behind Madame Hong, a monster opened its enormous mouth as if to swallow her. She angrily turned around. Damn it! You still won't stop, will you? But behind her, the monster had vanished, leaving only a mirror there. A mirror labyrinth and illusions. They are merely tricks to trap me. Red threads gradually emerged from her arm. Her eyes were cold. You want me to surrender? It's not that easy. Then, the puppets created by Madame Hong gradually appeared. Guardian, appear as a level 35 guardian puppet. She ordered, shatter these mirrors for me. Before the puppet could strike the mirror reflected its image, creating a black doppelganger of the puppet that emerged from its shadow. The puppet seemed to sense something and glanced behind it. Both sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle. The sounds of punches and impacts gave goosebumps to anyone listening. On the other side, Madame Hong watched in panic as her puppets suddenly started fighting and killing each other. Stop fighting. What's wrong with you? You're my puppets. Obey my command and stop. Seeing the armor on the puppets gradually shatter, she yelled, Stop. I said stop. No matter what she said, they continued to furiously fight. Finally, they stopped, but they were covered in injuries. Madame Hong trembled, crying out, What exactly do you want to do? Then, a puppet looked at Madame Hong and gave a strange smile. Finally, everything disappeared. Her nerves were stretched taut as she fearfully glanced around. It's not an illusion, it's control. He can even control my puppets. What kind of power is this? Madame Hong was so anxious she broke into a sweat, her mind racing with thoughts. Zhou Yi's ability to control Black Wind Valley completely surpasses my understanding, and now I'm all alone. Of the 36 stratagems, the only thing she can do now is run. I must immediately run out and tell the boss this intelligence. He will find a way. Madame Hong ran quickly back the way she came. Beneath her feet, the ground cracked into many fissures. Startled, she looked down and realized the path she was just on had disappeared. It had turned into an ice bridge, and the slipperiness sent Madame Hong sliding straight down, snapping the threads used for control. After a while, she finally stopped, but slammed directly into a sturdy wall. Madame Hong looked up helplessly. My puppet strings are disturbed. He's still toying with me. Now I'm like a bug caught in a spider web, a toy in your hands. You can do whatever you want. Zhou Yi, if you're so capable, come out and kill me. Don't hide like a rat. Outside, controlling the illusion, he saw Madame Hong's miserable expression. Zhou Yi's voice echoed inside so she could hear. Struggle. just like those you once treated as offerings. Feel this despair. He controlled the mirrors so she could see her current state. This hunting ground was specifically designed for you. Madame Hong began to negotiate with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, the power of the Merchant Guild far exceeds your imagination. The boss still has a trump card. Let me go, and I can beg for you in front of Boss Liu. He replied indifferently, not interested. No longer calm, she screamed. Zhou Yi, the Merchant Guild's army is coming immediately. You can't trap me. A grotesque puppet appeared in Madame Hong's hand. This is an explosive puppet created by the Merchant Guild's top artifact refiner. The entire guild only has one. Zhou Yi, you can't control everything. Let's see how you block this. She unleashed a great power, shouting loudly for those outside to hear. Even if I die, I will destroy this place. The huge explosion left Madame Hong's body struggling amidst the smoke and dust. She felt as if she had lost something, accompanied by a dazed expression. When she came to her senses, she looked down and immediately realized her legs were completely gone. Zhou Yi's cold voice rang out. You want to die? I haven't agreed yet. Madame Hong raised her hand to rub her head, laughing helplessly as tears streamed down. You're a devil. Just kill me directly. He replied indifferently. Isn't watching your prey struggle and despair what you enjoy doing the most? But when it's your turn, you're desperate for death. You're quite the hypocrite. Madame Hong braced her hands behind her and spoke with a sense of collapse. If you can control Black Wind Valley, then that woman just now was also killed by you, right? She lowered her head and murmured, You want to replace my position, just like her. Zhou Hang and Zhou Xiaobai are still at the Zhou family, right? She involuntarily looked up at the sky, as if she could see the person outside, then said in a certain tone, That's right. A confident statement aimed directly at Zhou Yun made her flinch nervously. And your younger sister. At that moment, chains gleaming with blue light appeared all around, lunging straight towards Madame Hong, making her quite tense. The chains immediately hoisted the madam's tattered body, forming a tight web that trapped her in the middle. Zhou Yi's tone softened, but his face remained unchanged. Then he glanced at his sister standing behind him. Xiao Yun, don't look anymore. I'll deal with it quickly. Zhou Yun turned her head, a hint of hesitation on her face. She bravely stepped forward and said to her brother, Brother, let me do it. Zhou Yi looked back with a surprised expression. Xiao Yun. She clenched her hands tightly. She tried to kidnap me before. She wanted to harm you. Brother and sister Xiao Ran. I'm afraid of her. Zhou Yun's eyes now showed determination as she placed her hand on her chest and declared, But if I'm always afraid of her, she'll forever be my nightmare. I can't always be afraid like this. Brother, let me go. Zhou Yi reached out and gently stroked Zhou Yun's hair. His voice was gentle as he spoke to her, accompanied by a reassuring head pat that made Zhou Yun a little shy. All right, I'll be by your side. After speaking, he immediately teleported both of them in front of Madame Hong, who was bound everywhere by chains. Her face lit up with excitement as if she had anticipated this. Oh, the little girl is here? Madame Hong sneered, looking at the two siblings in front of her. It feels good to be protected by others, doesn't it? Do you want to kill me too? Her face contorted into a crazy grin as she shouted. Do you dare? Madame Hong struggled fiercely, causing the chains to tighten around her and draw blood. The wounds on her legs, from being too tightly bound by the chains, continuously gushed blood. A few drops of blood even splattered onto Zhou Yun's face. She wiped the blood from her face, seemingly wiping away her own fear. Bad woman. Zhou Yun quickly created an ice crystal, declaring, I'm not afraid of you. Madame Hong smiled, taunting her. Just with this old thing? Back then, you hid behind Joey. I haven't forgotten how you cried. Now you dare to point a weapon at me. Zhou Yun was unfazed by her words. She controlled the ice crystal from her hand, stabbing it through Madame Hong, causing the chains to shatter as well. Despite her severe injuries, she still spoke maniacally. I am Madame Hong. Zhou Yi and the Zhou family originally belonged to me. Madame Hong laughed, holding a piece of ice crystal in her hand. How can I lose to a little girl like you? Madame Hong aimed the sharp ice crystal directly at Zhou Yun and threw it. Die. Zhou Yi watched, horrified, and shouted, Xiao Yun. A surge of power emanated from Zhou Yun. Without fear, she compressed the ice crystal. I won't allow you to appear before my brother again. Finishing her sentence, Zhou Yun directly crushed the crystal into shards. Immediately after, countless ice crystals pierced through Madame Hong's body, blood splattering everywhere. Her eyes rolled back, turning white. Not stopping there, small glass shards rushed towards Madame Hong's body, one after another. It quickly absorbed the blood from her body. The dungeon absorbed Madame Hong's energy. Control over the core of the glass prison has been upgraded to 35%. New guardians have been added after inspection. The Crimson Bewitching Shadow has been recorded in the dungeon's database. Zhou Yun gently said to Zhou Yi, her hand holding the ice crystal, Brother, from now on, little Yun doesn't want to be used by others to threaten you anymore. Feeling his sister's fear, Zhou Yi gently hugged her from behind. It's all over now. You did very well, little Yun. You've grown up. Hearing her brother's comforting words, Zhou Yun teared up and grabbed his hand. Zhou, he continued to quietly praise his sister, who was no longer the little girl who always needed protection, while Madame Hong had quietly vanished. On another side, a map covered with dense red dots hung there, and a man sat on a chair, observing the map. At the same time, a girl emerged from the shadows and gently stood behind Lu Xian. His voice was indifferent. I know. Her value is gone anyway. This time, the intruder isn't ordinary. Lu Xian frowned, looking at the compass in his hand. The secret there's been exposed. The Dark Compass, an epic-grade item, forged from the bones of demonkind and the crystal of the abyss. Its core is embedded with the remnant soul of a demon lord. Whoever possesses it can borrow its power to merge with the demon lord's energy, greatly increasing their own level and dark energy. Looking at the dense lightning on the compass, Lu Xian called out, Dark Cult. Immediately, a group of people appeared, kneeling on one knee, waiting for his command. Their eyes seemed to indicate they would do anything he asked. Dark Cult members include Feng Xian, level 41 Dark Elf, Gu Zhu, level 42 Necromancer, Shirkai, level 43 Dark Warrior, Blood Swordsman, level 42 Dark Swordsman, Shadow Stab, level 40 Assassin. Lu Xian sat on the chair, his cold eyes propped on his chin, instructing. Chaos has erupted in Black Wind Valley. I need to go deal with the aftermath. Our master is still in deep slumber. He must not be disturbed. Eliminate the intruder as quickly as possible. Lu Xian raised his hand, and red pills appeared in the air for each person. When necessary, you can use the blood essence pill to activate your potential. A blond man stood up and clasped his hands together. Boss, rest assured. Dark Cult will ensure the intruder never returns. He suddenly yelled, Waste. Lu Xian stood up, then waved his hand, and a purple energy enveloped the group. Go. His voice deepened as he commanded. Find the black mouse causing trouble. A blurry image appeared. In a place resembling a Vici held beneath the underworld, where flesh-burning flames flickered, a person's complaint suddenly echoed. It's too noisy. Behind Madame Hong were dozens of other people tied up, their hands tightly bound behind their backs, unable to move. The next image appeared. She knelt respectfully before a man. This month, I have offered 177 people to master. After that, all the memory fragments shattered as if they had never existed. Zhou Yi, filled with anger, cursed, Damn Dream Trade Guild. His sharp blue eyes emitted a faint blue light, and a murderous aura surged from their depths like a tide. That female assassin was not absorbed by the dungeon when she died. The news of Madame Hong's death must have been known by the Trade Guild. I'm afraid Lu Xian is already on his way here. As for the Trade Guild using living people for sacrifices and transactions with demonkind, this evidence is best handed over to Teacher. He swung his hand, opening his screen. Only he could mobilize power fastest, stop Lu Xian, and completely eradicate the trade guild. Wang Wei, on the other end, quickly answered the call. Zhou Yi, contacting me at this time. Has something happened? Zhou Yi reported the situation without any concealment. Teacher, it's urgent. I discovered the secret of the Dream Trade Guild Center in Black Wind Valley. He carefully recounted everything. The Dream Trade Guild used living people to nurture dark creatures in Black Wind Valley, but they were still secretly hiding some things. He couldn't tell Teacher the truth about the core of the glass prison for now, so he could only attribute the information he investigated to Madame Hong. Thinking this, Zhou Yi lied without batting an eye as he recounted. The information I obtained from Madame Hong confirms that this dark creature is a growing dimensional gate. The purpose of the sacrifices is to accelerate the formation of this gate. Once it matures, demons from beyond the gate will continuously pour out, and the Central Summer Kingdom will once again face the crisis of 100 years ago. Wang Wei showed no expression after listening. He coldly crossed his arms and continued to ask, "What is the current state of the dimensional gate?" He honestly reported, "Because it absorbed too much energy, it has now entered a dormant digestion period. This digestion process is our last window. Once completed, the gate will be completely reinforced." After grasping the entire situation, Wang Wei immediately nodded and ordered his group, "Understood. I will immediately use my highest authority to contact the military. They will send elite troops at the fastest speed to cordon off Black Wind Valley. As for you, immediately, right now, all of you retreat. This is an order." Zhou Yi was clearly still a bit hesitant. "Teacher." But before he could finish his sentence, crimson lightning, like fresh blood, began to rise in the sky. The connection immediately encountered problems, and the device connecting him and Wang Wei was completely severed. "Lu Xian has arrived, much faster than imagined." The others in the team reacted very quickly to this unusual phenomenon, and soon appeared at Zhou Yi's summons. So Nin looked up, a bit doubtful but still wanted him to confirm. "Brother Yi, this is—" He didn't answer her question but turned his head elsewhere to call everyone to look at the prism. "Everyone come over here, it's an emergency." In the prism was the image of Lu Xian's group approaching from a distance. Zhou Yi cautiously spoke, arranging for everyone to retreat. "Everyone, listen carefully." He brought 5 subordinates whose levels exceeded level 40. He himself is level 46. The gap is too big. There's no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. I'll get you all out of here first. I'll stay here and wait for the army to arrive. Before he could finish, Lin Fong shouted irritably, "I'm not going." He scratched his head, and although he was very worried about Zhou Yi, he couldn't find the right words to speak gently. "If you want to leave, take them. I'm a man. Training isn't for turning around and running away. Besides, leaving you here alone to be a hero? Dream on." Zhou Yi wasn't grateful at all. Instead, he seriously scolded, "Tam Lin Fong, this is not the time for sulking." The difference between level 40 and 26. But not only Lin Fong, even a usually fierce girl like So Nin retorted, "Brother Zhou Yi, I'll stay too." Not only her, but the others also firmly spoke up, determined to help. "We're a team. No one should bear the danger alone. We also want to help. We can't let you protect us like this every time. We've all acquired S-Rank skills, so we can definitely help if we stay here." Zhou Yi surprisingly had no emotional bone. His deadpan face stretched out as he looked at them with utter frustration. This bunch of low-level but brave people, truly a headache. He didn't stop them anymore, but before agreeing, he rattled off various instructions. "All right, if everyone has decided to stay, I'll adjust the plan. I'll forcibly distort space, separating Lu Xian and his subordinates, pulling 5 people into different areas, where each of you will deal with 1 person. Although I'll be on the sidelines providing support, you must remember, this isn't a drill, it's real combat. You must use your full strength. Most importantly, do not fight to the death. Your primary goal is to buy time until the army arrives. The moment you feel you can't hold on, immediately call for help, and I'll teleport you out. Understand?" Despite the long explanation, it didn't discourage the team. Instead, they responded with burning resolve. It should have been like this. Yes, we understand. Don't worry, leave it to us. At this moment, Lu Xian slowly approached. He glanced at the group still standing firm and immediately went into a rage, a dense purple mist erupting behind him. You fools who don't know your place, get out of my way. Zhou spread his hand, beginning to open his cubic space. Start. Almost simultaneously, Lu Xian's group was surrounded by golden threads of light. Under their feet, a strange patterned barrier gradually appeared. Sensing his subordinates' auras fading, Lu Xian recognized its nature with just a glance. Spatial distortion. Before long, Ankich was teleported to a desolate space. So Nin was already waiting. Seeing the enemy appear, she lunged forward, raising her great sword high. However, her downward slash only damaged a mindless phantom, while Ankich's true body remained completely safe. This little mouse is actually a young lady. She curled her lips into a smile, her face devoid of worry or fear, only filled with arrogance due to her level 40. What a pity! What can a mere level 26 do to me? So Nin didn't reply. The large sword in her hand spun, its tip darting forward like a stray bullet, but it only struck another layer of phantom. Yet, she showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, her purple-pink eyes grew even sharper, filled with determination. So Nin's strong wrist twisted, and she spun her body around to deliver another slash. This time, she caught the true body. Ankich could only grip the blade with her hand, but her tone still revealed some appreciation and praise. You can see through my chaotic shadow steps? As before, So Nin didn't say a word, only twisting the hilt of her sword. Then, she used both hands to forcefully swing the sword, like showing off before an expert, striking a corner of her opponent's robe. But Ankich stood safely on a flat mound, causing So Nin, despite her efforts to remain calm, to start feeling flustered. Even if she wasn't an assassin good at brute strength, the power of a level 40 was astonishing. However, if she fought back, it wouldn't be this easy. Zhou observed the entire battle from afar. He closed his eyes and silently guided her. Little Nin, don't resist. Her absolute speed and strength far surpass yours, but you can use the succubus's keen perception to lock onto her position, then use a sword array to force her to reveal herself. An assassin's advantage lies in their stealth. Once she can't conceal herself, her strength will be greatly reduced. Ankit bigam and they bishanyin shakuntinus satak. This time, she didn't dodge but directly launched her own attack. You're asking for death. Facing the sharp, compressed steel pieces, So Nin heavily plunged her sword straight into the ground. Everything around seemed to slow down to an extreme. The steel fragments flew, struck her blade, and were once again bounced back. A spreading circular magic circle appeared under So Nin's feet, and a phantom in her own image began to disrupt the battle. This technique was the Phantom Sword Shadow Array. To explain a bit about this sword technique, Phantom Sword Shadow Array, Level 1S, summons sword phantoms to attack the enemy. At the same time, it can impose a force debuff on the enemy, causing them to enter a poisoned state, and when the sword phantoms disappear, it will unleash a final strike. Therefore, no matter how many illusions of her false body shadow strike creates, the Phantom Sword Shadow will cut them all down, leaving nothing behind. She was still disdainfully speaking, a level 26 array, when her sword phantom swung and slashed her body vertically. Shadow Strike was stunned, disbelievingly feeling a sharp pain in her chest. What? Only then did she start to feel fear and look at the eerie array before her. Every second spent inside the array would reduce her speed. She couldn't maintain her perfect stealth state, and furthermore, feeling her wound slowly corroding, her face instantly turned pale, and sweat poured down like rain. This damn brat actually put poison on her sword. But then Shadow Strike suddenly burrowed underground, as if she could phase through any terrain. Very quickly, she resurfaced again, with a perfect body without a single wound. Although my level is high, my assassination skills are countered, and I can only fight head-on in this array, being suppressed to the point of death. Shadow Strike spoke to herself, her body continuously lunging towards Sonin. This central array definitely belongs to this damn brat. Kill her, and the array will break itself. She swung her hand and stabbed directly into her stomach, screaming viciously as if victory was certain. I got her. Even now, Shadow Strike still didn't grasp the situation, arrogantly scoffing at the level difference. See? A lower level isn't. But then Sonin herself squeezed the girl's wrist and pulled it out of her stomach, shocking the girl. What are you doing? Sonin held her tightly, disregarding the blood that had soaked her robe. At this moment, the blade above her head seemed to be grasped by dozens of other hands simultaneously, pointing the sharp tip straight to the sky. Sonin stared at her, ending this game with a final checkmate move. Noble sword soul. At the same time, on another battlefield, the ground was filled with long, deep holes, as if someone had dug it up. A thunderous roar echoed. Lin Feng's raging dragon claws were completely blocked by the enemy's sturdy steel shield. Yet he wasn't disheartened at all. Instead, he seemed injected with dragon's blood, becoming more and more frenzied. My blazing dragon fist. I want to see how many of these your shield can block. His two hidden states immediately activated. Blood frenzy. Crimson flame fist. Lin Feng's opponent was a blond man. He held the shield with one hand, gripping his spear with the other as he thrust forward and cursed. Ant. Lin Feng quickly used Dragon Chi to create a barrier, blocking the tip of its spear. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into two distinct power types. But Thatch Kai's spear tip seemed sharper than Lin Feng thought. Although he tried to block it, the attack didn't end, but only prolonged. Instead, he tended to be pushed back further and further. Cracks had already begun to appear on the dragon shield, where the spear tip directly struck. Chu Lin, sensing it from afar, sent a telepathic warning. Lin Feng. He's a level 43 Dark Warrior. His physical defense and pulling power are sufficient. A head-on confrontation will surely result in a loss. Use your dragon breath to burn him, wear him down, provoke him. Your chance will come in the opening after he goes berserk. Thatch Kai, as if certain of victory, smirked and began to act condescendingly, feigning regret. It's the first time I've met someone whose movements are even more brutal than mine. Your moves are strong and decisive, yet reveal no obvious openings. Moreover, to reach level 26 at such a young age is a pity. Thatch Kai strained his muscles again, thrusting his spear forward. If it's a test of strength, I won't lose. Recalling Chu Gie's reminder, Lin Feng began to change his attack direction. As soon as he retrieved his dragon shield, he immediately slammed his fist down. I won't clash with you directly. Thatch Kai was surprised by Lin Feng's seemingly impulsive action, combined with the billowing smoke and dust, which made him slightly stunned for a moment. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Feng didn't hesitate, lunging forward like a bullet. An opening. He opened his mouth, attacking as advised by Chu Gi. Dragon breath. As if realizing the attack was too dangerous, Thatch Kai immediately swung his spear to stab, forcing him to dodge, and the dragon breath dissipated as a result. Thatch Kai, however, grew even more frenzied. He stomped his foot on the ground and powerfully pivoted. Using the force from his heel as a pivot, his whole body launched forward, his shining spear clutched in his hand as he roared. That opening was intentional. Do you think a level 43 battle would be that simple? Thatch Kai had sensed the danger from Lin Feng and quickly thrust his spear powerfully. Die. It's just a pity that Lin Feng was tougher than a cockroach. His body flexibly dodged every stab, still able to retort. Tui. You disobedient iron turtle. You almost played me. However, that was only on the surface. Several times, he nearly failed to dodge the spear, secretly worrying. For a long time, the absolute gap in level and power has manifested. If this continues, my blood will dry up sooner or later. Finally, that unfortunate moment arrived. Lin Feng was no longer agile enough, and was struck flying backward by Thatch Kai. Unexpectedly, Chu Gi had been secretly waiting for this moment for a long time. It's now. His power has increased, but his defense has become fragmented. Lin Fong heard those reminders. He scrambled to his feet, wiping the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Well fought. Watching Thatch Kai rush forward relentlessly, not letting anyone breathe, he still laughed defiantly. The harder you hit, the more excited I get. Lin Fong's hand reached out. This was the moment for him to repay all these injuries. Didn't you say you liked using strength to oppress me? Today, I'll let you taste what it means to repay a blood debt with blood. After entering his berserk state, Thatch Kai wasn't rational enough to discern this move. Immediately, the entire battlefield here turned into a deep crimson blood pool. Blood seemed to pour down from the sky, and also surge up from the ground, covering everything. After a shout, "Go!" from Lin Fong, drops of blood as large as steamed buns began to rush in from all directions. He couldn't dodge in time, or rather, he couldn't dodge at all, and was stuck by these blood drops clinging to his body. Feeling his power gradually being drained, his pupils began to contract in panic. They're absorbing my life force and power. Thatch Kai crushed the blood sacks, like leeches, on his body. His berserk state grew even more unstable as he roared. What kind of evil magic is this? Lin Fong didn't bother to explain. He just stood there, laughing with satisfaction. Iron Turtle, no matter how hard your shell is, it's useless. Taste the flavor of your own power. Then he mumbled out 4 words. Wrath of Desired Blood. A little explanation about this power. Wrath of Desired Blood, Level 1S. Absorbing blood aura to form blood coagulation beads from the enemy's body. The blood coagulation beads gather to form soul blood beads, which are thrown toward the enemy, potentially causing a fierce blood aura explosion. Thus, all the soul blood beads clinging to Thatch Kai's body simultaneously exploded, creating a thick red mist that covered the entire area. Outside the original space, Chu Gi was constantly busy observing everyone's situation in their individual spaces through the viewfinder. The first 4 space fragments, with his help, had progressed smoothly, but things started to go wrong on Halan's side. A skeleton had broken through her protective barrier and began to rush towards her, wanting to tear Halan apart. But fortunately, Chu Gi outside had detected this in time. Halan is in danger. He channeled power into his polygonal orb, beginning to protect her from afar. Light Guardian. Immediately, a powerful barrier glowing with golden light appeared around Halan, blocking the skeleton's hideous hand. Moreover, with the power of holy light, it could easily purify the pale white skeleton, making it shriek in pain. Ultimately, the unfortunate skeleton could only turn into fragments of bone beside the Light Guardian that Chu Gi had casually set up. Halan was filled with gratitude, but still unwilling to give up. She continued to fight for her friends. Thank you, I can still hold on. Chu Gi didn't reply. He hastily looked to observe the situation of his teammates in the remaining 4 dimensions, simultaneously maintaining 5 battlefields. The expenditure of mental power was greater than imagined. Fortunately, the others were temporarily not in life-threatening danger. In the 6th spatial region, his younger sister Chu Van was playing very safely with a puppy. That made Chu Gi feel more at ease. It's still very safe here. Now, I should deal with the biggest trouble. The most troublesome thing, of course, was the content inside the largest viewfinder in front of him. There, Lu Twin became more and more zealous with his attacks, cutting down legions of enemies without any difficulty. To prevent him from advancing further and to buy time for his teammates to defeat the enemies, Chu Gi had no choice but to summon his pet for help. Guardian manifest. From beneath the ground, hundreds of monsters of various sizes and races began to emerge. They stretched out their long, winding arms, tearing through the earth and rocks, appearing like a wriggling swarm of worms. The Guardians appeared in increasingly large numbers, from a radius of 1,000 meters. There was nowhere they weren't present, and those Guardians now had only one mission ordered by him. Stop him. Amidst that perilous land, a foot still stepped forward leisurely, without any fear. Lu Twin had both hands in his pockets, his sharp eyes looking down at the wriggling tentacles on the ground with disdain. Ants. His body began to emit a terrifying dominance. the pressure so intense that the entire area around him trembled, and the air momentarily became suffocating. As the dust slowly settled, the figure of Madame Hong gradually appeared there. Her eyes gleamed crimson, full of deadly intent. She charged forward with red aura streamers and shadowy figures behind her, known as the Red Bewitching Shadow Guardians. Lu Tuan exclaimed, "Well done, Madame Hong." He raised his hand to shoulder height, his eyes cold, and said in a low voice, "Even in death, you won't rest in peace." Purple spiritual energy threads shot out, swiftly restraining Madame Hong. At the same time, she was pushed backward, her body slammed hard onto the ground. Lu Tuan continued, "Stop playing tricks from behind. Come out and face your death." As he finished speaking, a bizarre compass appeared in his hand. Streams of blood-red spiritual energy rose before Lu Tuan's indifferent face. They gathered together, forming a gigantic blood-red Dharma idol right behind him. Lu Tuan's arm slowly rose to shoulder level. Accordingly, the Dharma idol's arm also lifted in a similar manner. Lu Tuan then brought his hand straight down as a signal, shouting loudly, "Shatter!" The Dharma idol struck down with an extremely powerful palm, destroying a vast area in front of it, accompanied by loud explosions. Just as everything shattered, Chu Gie's body shot up, suspended in midair, and an attack was immediately launched. A dazzling golden light unexpectedly emanated from the center of his forehead. Subsequently, a barrier appeared in front of Chu Gi, blocking the deadly move. Lu Tuan looked up and said, "A level 30 little rat can actually block 50% of my power. The secrets on you are even more interesting than I imagined." The barrier in front of him also slowly dissipated after blocking a rather powerful palm strike. In a flash, he also leaped into the air, right in front of Chu Gi. Just as Lu Tuan unleashed his attack, his figure instantly teleported behind him. Lu Tuan frowned, turned his head, and said in a doubtful voice, "Stealing the core of the prison mirror and utilizing it to this extent. Should I praise you as a rare genius of a century, or as a fool who doesn't know what's good for him?" Chu Gi calmly replied, "Boss Lu, you're too kind. Compared to your grand endeavor of sacrificing living people to nurture the otherworldly gate, these small tricks of mine are not worth mentioning." He thought to himself, if I had known earlier that those demonic beasts couldn't stop Lu Tuan, sending them out was merely a way to buy a little time. He replied, "That worthless Madame Hong, before she died, actually revealed quite a few things to you." Chu Gi responded, "A dying person always wants to trade secrets for a chance to survive. It seems he doesn't know that possessing the prison mirror core allows one to see past memories." Lu Tuan raised his hand to gather energy, his face excitedly threatening. "Hand it over, and I can let you die a bit more comfortably. I might even give you a chance to serve me. A talent like you, it'd be a pity for you to die." Chu Gi, now transformed, laughed loudly in response. "You've been a dog for so long. Have you even forgotten the spirit of being human?" He continued his negotiation. "Only the wise are true heroes. If I am willing, I can awaken the demon race sooner. By then, the entire Black Wind Valley will be taken over, and you won't survive either." He completed his transformation and replied, "You wouldn't dare. Isn't everything the Merchant Guild does precisely to spread false rumors, to conceal secrets before the Master awakens?" Chu Gi's voice continued, "The Master isn't ready yet, and a minion like you has no background to see the light of day." Hearing this, Lu Tuan became so enraged that veins popped out on his face, and he frowned fiercely. He waved his hand, yelling curses. "Sharp-tongued, I'll definitely rip your soul out and make you taste a fate worse than death." Just before Lu Tuan could unleash his move, a brilliant golden array appeared above his head. Then, that dazzling light plunged straight down. Lu Tuan hastily raised his hand, trying to block it with his power. A brilliant golden Dharma idol appeared, raising its hand to summon a sword. Then, the Dharma idol raised its sword-wielding hand high, preparing to strike down. The target of this colossal sword was Lu Tuan, who was inside the red barrier. Lu Tuan, with glowing red eyes, cried out, "Hell's red stream! Use the dark energy of an extremely vast area to form a flow of destructive and corrosive energy. Chu-Gi stood there observing. Inside the red sphere, a dazzling light spot appeared and began to spread. Activate Judgment of Justice Level 5. Open the Divine Magic Array. Blades of light descend from the air, ambushing enemies within the array. Finally, the Angel of Justice casts a long spear of light attribute, dealing destructive damage. Lu Xian's voice echoed deeply in the space, striking first, truly an excellent fighting instinct. Unfortunately, in the face of an absolute power gap, this little bit of cleverness means nothing. Just before the blow hit his body, Chu-Gi clasped his hands together in front of him. Fragments appeared like a mirror, reflecting Lu Xian's face. Then, the fragments were shattered by a crimson spiritual energy. With the killing blow approaching, Chu-Gi was forced to jump up and retreat a distance to evade it. Finally, he landed a certain distance from the point of impact. Chu-Gi clutched his chest in slight pain, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lu Xian, with his compass, coldly declared, "Very good, a level 30 ant. Yet you can injure me. Let's end this here." He unleashed a fusion, temporarily gaining the Demon Lord's energy, greatly boosting all his attributes. Lu Xian, with the Crimson Dharma idol behind him, exclaimed, "To force me to use the power of the compass's origin, you should be proud enough." He raised his hand, simultaneously declaring, "Perish." Chu-Gi's eyes widened in surprise as he looked over. The attacking aura created a powerful air pressure. Lu Xian's palm strike hit his position directly, causing horrifying destruction. Chu-Gi's body was simply knocked back and flew away helplessly. When the palm strike ended and the smoke and dust dissipated, he slid across the ground, bending over and using his hands to support his body from collapsing. Chu-Gi looked up and thought, level 46 plus an epic tier item, the essence of the power has already undergone degeneration. Even if my profession counters his dark energy, with such a level difference, I don't stand a chance. He frowned, full of determination, and shouted, "Iron Heart!" It turns out that in that dimension, she was at a disadvantage. A sword strike was aimed at her neck. Chu-Gi quickly intervened, striking the sword away, defusing the crisis. An image from another dimension appeared, along with Lu Xian's voice. "So you've been using the mirror prison core all this time to maintain 5 mirror spaces." He stood there smugly. "I wondered how the attacks could last so long but fail to break through the defenses in your home turf. They'll need time to get out, but with you distracted, how can you defeat me?" Chu-Gi stood up and retorted coldly, "You don't need to worry about that." He thought to himself, maintaining 5 mirror spaces and fighting Lu Xian at the same time. The mental drain is too great. I'll just have to gamble everything, withdraw a portion of the mental power maintaining the mirror spaces, and fully control the mirror prison core.